Chapter 1201. In the bridge of the Tiangong-class destroyer, large enough to fit a destroyer, he stood before the sky battle system. 5 layers of staff officers, each responsible for a specific area, moved up and down using robotic arms. The Tiangong-class destroyer never had a captain. It was managed by an entire space station team, thus lacking neural link devices. This reflectedly Ben's intended use and positioning for this dreadnought. The tough battles wouldn't be hers to handle. The Unicorn-class Hui would take care of that. The White Stone Fleet's first of 4 squadrons have arrived at the designated battlefield and are under heavy attack from enemy carrier-based aircraft. The enemy has deployed 5 storm cruiser carrier fleets. Zhu Jin's face stiffened. They're here. The battle intensity has escalated to the cruiser level. While Universal Union doesn't have its own domestically developed pure aircraft carriers, the White Stone series, sacrificing tactical systems for universal versatility and low cost, has made it an irreplaceable backbone of the company. Because the exercise was announced in advance, all 4 White Stone fleets, centered around the Obsidian-class cruisers, were equipped with anti-aircraft guns. This meant that their carrier-based aircraft, which the avionics team was so proud of, were subjected to dense anti-aircraft fire, and their confidently organized breakthrough formations were quickly shattered. However, the nightmare for the pure-blooded faction was not over yet. "What are you doing?" Commander Kinjiro de Sasaki of the 2nd Storm Carrier Fleet angrily questioned in the command channel. "What do you mean by unable to get close? My fleet's LPCs are interceptors, while your carrier's LPCs are bombers and fighters. Why can't you break through? Are you blind?" Another cruiser carrier fleet commander roared. Kinjiro pointed at the sky battle system. "I was the first to move out, and all the interceptors in the hangar were shot down. Your battleground was outside my detection range. Besides, the dye spread from your bomb explosions blocked the entire production area. My optical observation could only see a blob of red. How am I supposed to see anything?" The man then remembered that the avionics had been degraded in this battle, limiting its reconnaissance range. He hesitated for a few seconds before saying dejectedly, "The bombers were supposed to drop bombs at close range to suppress the radiation of these White Stone ships, but the enemy's anti-aircraft fire was too intense. Our bombs were blown up as soon as they left the ship. How could this be so absurd?" Kinjiro exclaimed in shock. "The enemy only has 4 squadrons, and you also have 4 squadrons. In another 30 minutes, my fleet's shipyard can muster another squadron of carrier-based aircraft for support. There's no reason for this, because the enemy is all anti-aircraft guns." The commander was stunned. No anti-ship weapons, no torpedoes, just PD laser cannons, light machine guns, twin-barreled anti-aircraft guns, and point defense missiles. Frontline pilots report that many of these are Relief Association's Iron-Can anti-ship missiles. The Universal Alliance had single-handedly defeated the Relief Association. Although the Ark of Salvation was destroyed by the wrath of God, many of its warehouses remained intact thanks to the protection of its ancient, massive hull. The supplies, weapons, and equipment were recovered and distributed to various departments as needed. The Heavenly Palace contained a large quantity of these. As a comprehensive dreadnought, she would naturally store a large number of targeted weapons in order to provide the fleet with weapons for different combat purposes. A carrier-based aircraft carrier with such a large port isn't just for show. Refitting and such wouldn't be too difficult. Kinjiro looked at the battle damage report sent by his colleagues. Over 300 pilots were marked as dead. Although the fighters and bombers these people were piloting were only hit by special, exercise-grade paintball shells that could be scanned and detected by the referee, and the pilots were still alive. In a real battlefield, these people would have been dead long ago. Most carrier-based aircraft don't explode in exercises, so they don't interfere with other pilots, and the personnel don't actually die, thus not affecting the morale of their simulated colleagues. Therefore, experienced commanders often add a few extra damages to the exercise's casualties. Kinjiro couldn't accept it. What excellent soldiers! After more than a decade of rigorous training, each one highly skilled, now they were like butterflies caught in a spider's web. No matter how beautifully they flew, they were caught and clipped by the simple, unadorned anti-aircraft fire. The first step of the global joint quantity warfare tactic. The all-purpose White Stone Fleet's pure anti-aircraft defense. No need for carrier-based aircraft to counter the waves. Simply weaving a dense air defense shield will provide the fleet behind with an invincible domain against the carrier. Kinjiro gritted his teeth and spoke to other frontline carrier fleet commanders. "I have an idea. It's risky, but if it succeeds, we can turn the tide." "Are you crazy? This needs approval from the General Staff, right? By the time the approval is approved, the stars will have died out." Kinjiro gritted his teeth. "Let's get moving. I submit the report at the same time. That way it'd be faster. The battlefield is ever-changing. Or do you want to wait for instructions from above before taking any action? I heard that our Marines and Army are making great strides in the simulated amphibious assault training. The other 4 commanders were intrigued. At this moment, the independent spirit ingrained in their blood and the instinct for sea-land conflict stirred within them. On the bridge of the Yomiwarashi, Inoue Yoshiko, who had been immersed in controlling the ship, opened her eyes with a smile after hearing the frontline commander's report. Didn't they read the information I sent them carefully? The staff exchanged glances. Inoue Takiko said gently, they all read it, but due to their electronic warfare disadvantage, they don't know that the All-Space Joint Command has already brought one light tuning star within range. Never mind, let's just accept it. Inoue Yoshiko showed little interest. Her husband immediately understood and relayed to the staff, this is the frontline commander's independent action. If it succeeds, it's the frontline's credit. If it fails, they will naturally bear the responsibility. In short, the staff and command would not take the blame. Report. On the Tiangong, the surveying department updated the latest intelligence into the Sky Battle System. Their task was to use the ship's AI to connect the scattered enemy fleet movements, marking them clearly with colors to reduce the time cost for staff officers to assess the situation. The enemy storm carrier fleet, number 1-5, has stopped launching carrier-based aircraft and begun to assemble. It is estimated that in 20 minutes, the enemy's 5 squadrons, totaling 60 storm cruiser carriers, will be clustered together. As soon as the words were spoken, an estimated assembly point was marked, leaving all the staff officers and Zhu Jin stunned. Huh? Zhu Jin took off his hat and rubbed his head. The Xingtian's main guns have already been used in open combat several times in the star system, haven't they? Is the enemy deliberately offering themselves up? According to the Xingtian's enhanced combat AI assessment, Xingtian interjected at the opportune moment, the enemy intends to assemble carrier-based aircraft and utilize the carrier's own firepower for close-range, concentrated launches, using a quick and decisive firepower advantage to tear apart the White Stone Fleet's air defense network. Her tone was calm. The possibility of using the carrier itself as a shield to cover the bomber formation cannot be ruled out. Zhu Jin looked around, utterly astonished. He chuckled angrily, I've really been looked down upon. He slammed his fist on the table. Commander Xingtian, as the overall commander of the core fleet, I authorized the Xingtian to launch all its missiles, while the flagship Tiangong and the aircraft carrier fleet command ship Qinglong simultaneously launch support missiles. Crush these idiots. Yes, Commander. Xingtian obtained remote authorization from Lan Yuan, revoking the Xingtian's weapons license. The massive, square warship's bow split open in 4 directions, revealing the menacing main gun protected by a xenon-plated alloy. Chapter 1202. Star River Xenon cannons begin charging. Friendly forces at the front immediately evacuate the high-brightness area and move away from the firing range of the Xingtian. Stardust missiles launch in full force. The missiles, shimmering like meteors, flew like octopuses. The missile department deliberately lowered the initial velocity of the Stardust missiles, causing them to fly slowly. Kinjiro, biting his thumbnail, noticed this scene, observed optically by other ships, and immediately warned, even if it means using the carriers themselves to block them, we must stop them. Buy time for the carrier-based aircraft. The other commanders roared, yes. They seemed very energetic. Another commander exclaimed excitedly, the enemy White Stone Fleet has scattered. They scattered in all directions, creating a huge gap in the anti-aircraft fire network. Quickly send the carrier-based aircraft to break through. No. At this moment, although he hadn't yet understood why the White Stone Fleet had deliberately scattered, his instincts told him that what the enemy wanted was what he wanted. The enemy's deliberate withdrawal from the fire network was clearly a decoy, so they shouldn't charge. But what he hadn't expected, or rather, what he hadn't anticipated, was that even if they hadn't charged, it was too late. Charging complete. Main gun firing. The Star River Xenon cannon hissed, and a cone-shaped white light flashed across both sides' sky battle systems, instantly enveloping most of the storm carrier fleet. Then, as if erased by an eraser, the signals of these ships were wiped clean. Correspondingly, the shipboard AI of these ships immediately received the highest command, severing communication with the command channel and revoking access permissions for the fire control and gunnery teams. This ship has been destroyed. Please abide by the exercise rules, remain silent under the captain's command, and serve as wreckage. At this moment, bewilderment and helplessness enveloped the thousands of purebloods who had been declared dead. What's going on? A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. But this wasn't the end of it. The slowly flying Stardust missiles, having been remotely inputted with coordinates, instantly sped up, hurtling towards the surviving cruisers outside their firing range. Instantly, shields sprayed large amounts of paint, and simulated radiation was drastically suppressed. Following this, the Demon Swordsman Super Heavy fighters took off again, rapidly approaching to hunt down carrier-based aircraft attempting to intercept the missiles, while the Flash unmanned bombers formed formations, blending into the scattered Whitestone fleet and pressing forward. A devastating crush. Contact the flagship. The channel between my fleet and the One Light Tuning Star has been cleared. The Whitestone fleet is unimpeded. Repeat, my fleet is unimpeded. The Universal Alliance had gained the upper hand. Relying on the One Light Tuning Star's shield, the entire fleet would receive nearly 180 degrees of planetary cover and protection, allowing Zhu Jin to concentrate more firepower and ships on the expansionary assault on the flanks. The One Light Tuning Star beacon would undoubtedly be seized first by the closer Whitestone fleet. On the bridge of the defunct Storm-class cruiser Bloodthirst, Kinjiro's hands trembled as he screamed hysterically, "How is this possible? Why? The Xingtian is notoriously slow. Why did the Universal Alliance send a ship into battle so quickly? This is unfair, unfair." The first mate licked his cracked lips. "Captain, see for yourself. This is the evidence said by the referee team." Kinjiro snatched the terminal, his bloodshot eyes widening as he saw the projection. In the dim, crimson light that enveloped half the battlefield, the Xingtian surged forward, its speed surpassing that of a conventional capital ship. Her bow was slowly closing, and 6 Bull-class tugboats were circling the Xingtian, enhancing its propulsion field and integrating it into the Xingtian's own. This allowed the Xingtian's cumbersome hull to advance at high speed with the help of the propulsion field. Although this would make turning difficult for the Xingtian, because the battlefield was pre-planned, and she had been aimed at Wan Lai Gaoxing from the beginning, in Stardust Phil's hands, she transformed into an invincible spear, piercing the core of the battlefield. In addition, the Qinglong was also being towed by several tugboats, flying at high speed while simultaneously circling the hangar, frantically shaking its carrier-based aircraft like seeds. Where? So many tugboats? Kinjiro was dumbfounded. He counted them carefully. Apart from these 2 ships, every battleship was being towed by tugboats, charging forward recklessly. Has the Universal Union gone mad? So many tugboats, how much fuel will they burn? And what about the equipment damage caused by the propulsion field? The first mate said quietly, "Have you forgotten that the Universal Union formed the Perseus Alliance, able to obtain components and fuel from the entire alliance? Even if it were just the Universal Union, they could still export industrial products to the entire Eastern Star region. Headquarters estimates that the Universal Union possesses at least 3 nano-forging furnaces." Kinjiro was speechless. At this moment, the charging ships had become blurred in his eyes, leaving only the roaring fury of countless factories tirelessly churning out countless products day and night. This was the second tactic of the quantity war strategy, power increment, using a large number of tugboats to compensate for the battleship's slow speed. Now, with the assistance of the tugboats, the Xingtian's straight-line speed could reach 2/3 of the speed of an offensive-class battleship activating its flame drive. Our Whitestone fleet and carrier-based aircraft have cleared out the avionics ships near One Light Tuning Star and are systematically taking up positions to construct defensive positions. The Whitestone fleet, equipped with artillery support, is also approaching, the staff officer reported excitedly. Zhu Jin, however, dared not be careless. Although his orders were to adjust his combat strategy, abandoning quality-based tactics and relying on quantity, the elite crew and pilots trained over many years by the pure-blooded avionics faction were indeed not easily torn apart. Therefore, he had to continue relying on the quality of his ships until the Zhongzi-class and Bowhead Whale-class ships in the rear reached their optimal combat radius. "We still can't relax," he added. Although the avionics ships aren't known for their battle formations, and their capital ships and cruisers are relatively vulnerable, the Whirlpool-class battleships and Shadow-class cruisers possess rapid displacement capabilities. Enemy ships can use this technology to achieve a slight turn and concentrate their fire. The cruiser battle is over, the real action is yet to come. How are Saradu and Lin Yufeng's preparations going? He raised his voice. I met all their requests, and I even specifically placed their fleets at the back, giving them ample time to analyze the battle situation and prepare, and to quickly provide a battle plan and select the main attack direction. I will guard the One Light Star beacon, under the command of Stardust Phil. Specific support will be provided as needed. Stardust Phil nodded reservedly, thinking to himself that Zhu Jin's command was truly reliable to his subordinates. But only Zhu Jin himself knew that he was frantically busy. Without neural links and practical command experience, simulation training and AI collaboration are still far from being able to work with real people. With all sorts of human thoughts and strategies mixed together, he felt a dizzying sensation that made him feel like the world was spinning every second. Chapter 1203. It's only been 3 hours since the start of the battle, and the entire front line has been wiped out. Inoue Yoshiko, a smile mixed with anger, raised an eyebrow at the staff. Is this the strong army everyone talks about? The staff officers were speechless. They could certainly argue that the disadvantage in electronic warfare led to a lack of intelligence, and that the data on the Star River Xenon cannon might be falsified. But based on reality, and considering the strength demonstrated by the Universal Alliance in the past, even without these influencing factors, the front line could only have avoided total annihilation. A crushing defeat was inevitable. After all, there were still 3 warships, the Azure Dragon, the Xingtian, and the Tiangong, using the Tachyon Light Spear, a powerful weapon, without actually using it. Gentlemen, Inoue Yoshiko began, reminding them, don't forget, this time, the Allied fleet has a full 17 capital ships, plus 4 semi-military Zongzi-class destroyers. We only have 18 capital ships, almost our entire strength. If this fleet isn't a military exercise, but a real invasion, this defeat means the enemy has acquired a jump point on a gas giant in the physical universe, allowing them to continuously send large armies in. Inoue Yoshiko tapped the table, her tone light. In other words, don't even think about using the 1-hour restart window after a capital ship jump as an excuse to severely damage the enemy. Since the start of the war, our capital ships are still an hour and a half away from the battlefield. The staff officers were ashamed. Never mind, Inoue Yoshiko sighed, with Wallidea Star captured, we can only occupy one end first, then launch a counteroffensive. Notify the fleet to advance towards the northeast beacon. Yes, Commander. We got the central beacon, the advantage is in our hands. Lan Yuan rubbed her hands excitedly, analyzing rapidly. The 3 beacons are roughly lined up in a row. Occupying the middle allows us to concentrate all our forces and radiate outwards in another direction. The enemy, unless they're idiots, won't actively split their forces to try and occupy 2 points simultaneously. Otherwise, they'd just be waiting for Zhu Jin to concentrate his superior forces, first crushing one side, then turning around to crush the other. Then the avionics fleet won't be able to capture a single beacon. As long as we see which beacon they're moving towards, we only need to send some ships to the other side. Li Bin nodded in agreement. The decisive battle will still take place on Wallidea Star, but we have the advantage. 6 hours into the battle, the right flank of the avionics fleet completed the capture of the northeastern beacon, while the left flank advanced, coordinating with the central Huangquan, threatening Wallidea Star. On Zhu Jin's side, a fleet led by the Zhurong Whirlpool class, the Brilliant BRV class, and 2 Castella-class ships completed the capture of the southwestern beacon. Under tugboat towing, the Tiangong actually landed outside the far-ground orbit of Wallidea Star before the Huangquan Star, and began emergency repairs in its dock to assist the aircraft carrier in producing carrier-based aircraft and replenishing ammunition. Around her were Atlas-class super freighters and Prometheus-class fuel ships, continuously receiving fuel from Huiden-class fuel ships. This is putting the main camp and the main force together, Inoue Takiko said, wiping sweat. The Huanyu United Alliance's determination to defend Wallidea Star is very strong. The enemy's outer line of ships facing us consists of the Whitestone Fleet, led by 4 Bowhead Whale-class ships, mixed with Hella High Platform-class ships. Further back is the Lan Yuan Squadron, forming a second-line force. The staff officer immediately reminded him, the Lan Yuan Squadron has several Hella Ruler BRVs and Hella Defender BRVs. Their defensive line is stronger than ours. Inoue Takiko was displeased. What about the Hella BRVs we recovered and modified? The Grand Master is deployed to the Enclave, the staff officer replied. As a replacement, our fleet station there has been gradually withdrawn. The Huangquan was able to return precisely because of this deployment, otherwise, that dreadnought would still be in the Enclave. Which part of the fleet is guarding our western front? The staff officer answered, it's a fleet composed of Bowhead Whale class, Zongzi class, and Battlefield Mothership class ships. Perhaps we can try from this direction. Compared to the frontline fleet led by the Xingtian, the defenses here seem weaker. Everyone looked at Inoue Yoshiko. Inoue Yoshiko thought disdainfully, these idiots, still trying to show off. That's fine, you guys go up there and fight. Once you diverted the Lan Yuan fleet's attention, I can send the Huangquan to press forward and test the weapon's power using the main guns modified from the captured FSF Advanced Weapons program. Okay. Then let's move out immediately. Coming. Zhua Jinghua, Lin Yufeng, who was stuffing nutritional paste into his mouth, shouted. Saradu immediately flung open the toilet door, hurriedly wiped his bottom, and, disregarding his manners, rushed over, pulling at his belt. On the other side were Samarkand III and Ziyun, who had volunteered to watch the battle. I'm sorry to have made you laugh, Saradu said, his face flushed as he sat down, panting. It's all right, war doesn't care about manners, victory is the most important thing, Samarkand III said considerately. More than these abstract concepts, she was concerned about the current combat capabilities of the global alliance. After learning from the Luddite Church's ambassador to the aviation and electronics sector that Li Bin was conducting military exercises, she repeatedly called to request a visit. Ultimately, she secured direct observation rights by leasing for large factories. This wasn't just watching the exercise live, it was a prime location to be integrated into the command channel, directly assessing the global alliance's military operations and evaluating its combat capabilities. The only problem was the delay. It was truly indescribable. However, since Saradu and Lin Yufeng also had to endure this delayed exercise, she accepted it. Saradu, Lin Yufeng, and the staff were arguing fiercely. In the Sky battle system, their fleet had just engaged 6 Whirlpool-class battleships, but in reality, the fighting had been going on for nearly 20 minutes. The two could only anticipate 5, 6, 7, or 8 steps ahead. The frustration was indescribable. Who said the Whirlpool class is fragile? Lin Yufeng clicked his tongue in amazement as he watched the 6 battleships holding the line steadily advance, closing in despite the barrage from the Bowhead Whale class and the White Stone fleet. Sarah's face also turned pale. The Whirlpool class was criticized for its slender, elongated hull and narrow frontal shields, but when enough of them were grouped together, combined with the massive air support from the storm carrier, they formed a formidable force. Whirlpool class shields activated. All shield ships activated. Because of the narrow angle of the shields, they could focus on the front, avoiding the energy waste caused by other angles. The distance between the two sides was further closing. On the defensive side, apart from the Bowhead Whale class constantly firing, the Zhongzi class made no move, leaving Samarkand III completely bewildered. She only saw 2 Atlas-class destroyers, assisted by maintenance platforms and carrier-class destroyers, continuously dropping containers into space. This fleet was even wasting many destroyers and frigates towing containers, leaving them no time to attend to the increasingly dangerous battle situation at the front. So quiet. She smiled beautifully. Lin Yufeng was completely absorbed and didn't hear her. Sarah, much more mature than before, still had the energy to force a perfunctory smile. Don't worry, there's always an eerily quiet period before the storm. Chapter 1204. The Vortex class's long, upright hull features a fixed-angle shield on its front, blocking heavy artillery fire. In the game, the ship lies flat because it's a 2D game. The previous chapter showed its A-game appearance. This book depicts it upright. See the base for examples. The Demon Avionics ships possess a decent electrical grid system, but its renowned weapons are not energy weapons. To be precise, while the Lancer siege cannon is powerful as a plasma slot weapon, its firing rate and projectile velocity are too slow, sacrificing too much for a siege weapon. The Demon Avionics is truly famous for its missiles. Small slots contain Magic Box PD missiles and micro-missile launchers. The latter are even extensively integrated into the original version of the Demon Cave class. Leveraging the Dreadnought's shipyard and the rapid production of micro-missiles, combined with ammunition reserves, missile deployment can be continuous for 312 hours. Medium slots contain Thunder launchers and Thrush launchers, both powerful weapons that can be combined in large numbers to create significant burst damage in a short time. Regarding live ammunition, the IBIS Integrated Ballistic Missile Interception System, as a small-slot live ammunition gun, is widely deployed on the Wanza's carrier-based aircraft, escorts, destroyers, cruisers, and capital ships. It is widely active in all battlefields affected by avionics. The presence of this weapon almost always indicates the appearance of forces affected by avionics, or captured ships. These features are commonly seen in both the Demon Cave class and the Whirlpool class. Although the outside world has consistently regarded the Whirlpool class as a battlecruiser and not recognized as a battleship, from the perspective of Demon Avionics, as the only capital ship besides the Demon Cave class, the Whirlpool class, in terms of avionics, is indeed a battleship. The 6 Whirlpool-class destroyers were divided into 2 groups, 3 in front and 3 behind, each leading a large fleet forward. The 2 groups did not arrange themselves vertically to maximize firepower. Instead, they provided staggered cover. The front group fired all its missiles, depleting its own firepower, And once the judging panel determined that its radiation energy had been reduced by more than half, it immediately slowed down. The 3 Whirlpool-class destroyers behind it quickly activated phase drift, gliding to the front of the formation to take over the combat mission. This method of fully utilizing the tactical system and advancing alternately at precise times immediately impressed Lin Yufeng and Sarah Du Alexander, who were responsible for dealing with the left flank of the avionics. Salad and Lin Yufeng are fighting despite the delay. They prepared extensive contingency plans beforehand. Lan Yuan frowned. Frankly, I don't think they're afraid of the entire left flank of the aviation equipment force pressing forward, because we're on the defensive. With support from nearby friendly forces, we always have the advantage. This steady advance, compared to a direct confrontation, actually has more variables. We can't predict the enemy's intentions, and considering the delay, the 2 of them dare not issue the initiative to attack. She looked at Li Bin. Should we have Zhu Jin bypass them and give orders to his subordinates? Li Bin fiddled with. Holding a vintage-style fuel lighter, he said, Hey, it's just an exercise. It's best to find problems. There's no need to be so cautious. Besides, it's obvious that the commander of the main avionics fleet is much more mature and composed than the commander of the cruiser fleet. The opposing Vortex-class destroyers are equipped with Ibis and Magic Box PD missile systems. Lan Yuan, why do you think they would go to such lengths to prepare these, given that avionics are most famous for their carrier-based aircraft? Lan Yuan immediately pointed out, because these weapons are all for supporting carrier-based aircraft. Excellent. Li Bin nodded. Using anti-aircraft weapons to support carrier-based aircraft operations ensures that the avionics fleet can reliably gain air superiority on the pre-designated battlefield. Whether it's the Lancer siege cannon, the Thunder launcher, or the Thrush missile, they are all long-range weapons prepared to end the battle and provide support strikes. The Overlord data brought by ISA, Dingman, and Logan all show that the avionics fleet likes to use carrier-based aircraft to compress the enemy's operational space, forcing them to cluster together. In this way, even if the opponent isn't a space station, they can create a near-space station-like concentrated situation, then use these weapons to break through shields and armor, finally letting the powerful carrier-based aircraft end the opponent's life. Li Bin snapped on his lighter. The flame, in the weightless environment, turned into a blue sphere. Li Bin, with a cigarette between his teeth, stuck the butt into the blue spherical flame, disrupting the balance. The spherical shape shattered, revealing a hint of bright yellow amidst the blue, the traces of burning tobacco. At times like these, the more panicked the commander-in-chief is, the easier it is to expose weaknesses. Then they face endless missile and carrier-based aircraft attacks. Commander-in-chief, should we send the Zhu Rong back with a few hella high-platform BRV-class destroyers to reinforce? An advisor suggested. Zhu Jin glanced at the man. What? Do you think our crew knows more about how to fight with the Whirlpool-class destroyers than our avionics team? Another advisor chimed in. Then how about we withdraw the Castella-class destroyers from the Southwest Beacon and redeploy the Great Eagle-class to replace them? Commander Sarah and Commander Lin Yufeng already have high delays, and they only have the Bowhead Whale-class destroyers to hold the line. Sending the Castella to reinforce them will at least maintain the battle line. Zhu Jin lightly rubbed his index finger on his philtrum. Do you think our carrier-based aircraft can't beat them, or do you think we lose if we fire missiles at each other? The staff officers watched as the Lancer siege cannons, under the alternating barrage of fire from 6 Whirlpool-class ships, blasted the White Stone fleet in the Sky battle system into a rout. The Bowhead Whale-class ships were struggling to hold on, yet they were forced to use their hulls to hold the line, covering the bloated Zhongzi-class, Battlefield Mothership-class, Atlas-class, and other ships behind them. Everyone was in a bad mood. This is utterly absurd. What kind of warfare is this? There are already so few frontline ships, and Sarah is demanding so many additional logistical support vessels, scattering camouflage cargo holds everywhere. What's the difference between this and evenly distributing bombs across the ship? Isn't this just making them sitting ducks? If Li Bin could hear his staff's thoughts, he'd probably slam his fist on the table and laugh, saying, "You're right." During World War II, Chichi Nagumo, known as the aircraft carrier Terminator, initially loaded his carrier-based aircraft with bombs, then, upon learning of the American carriers, ordered torpedoes to be replaced. He was also thinking about recovering the first wave of aircraft, his mind filled with a three-kingdom-style power struggle. In the end, when his carrier was being bombed, he filled the deck with torpedoes and bombs, and then set off fireworks on his own carrier. This tactic didn't require the enemy to attack directly. A few rounds of heavy artillery bombardment would suffice. If the staff determined that even one shell had penetrated the defenses, or if any carrier-based aircraft had broken through the crumbling lines, Wouldn't that immediately mean the withdrawal of double-digit numbers of capital ships from the battle? They understood, of course, why these two were doing this, but other staff members and captains didn't use this tactic precisely because it was extremely risky. Samarkand III's enigmatic smile at the two men revealed the danger of this plan at a glance. She was a former holy warrior, an expert in suicide ships. But even an expert like her had only ever seen bombs hidden inside their bodies, never bombs covering their entire bodies, as if they were afraid they wouldn't die. Since the command system has already determined the priorities, let's proceed according to the rules, Zhu Jin decided. I know you have complaints about their plan, but the captain is right. Trust those you employ, don't employ those you don't trust. War is essentially a gamble. Since they place their bets, I trust them. If they lose, we can hold them accountable afterwards. Chapter 1205. Left Jing Kingdom, Universal Joint Command Headquarters. Sulla and Lin Yufeng were extremely anxious, complaining about the high latency and inching forward inch by inch under the markers in the Sky Battle system. But they also complained that the markers were moving too fast, fearing that something unexpected might happen. However, the two were already too exhausted to operate. Their deployment had already been fully issued, and with so much delay, any further action would only lead to more mistakes. Actually, the best outcome for them right now would be to each drink a glass of strong liquor, take some sleeping pills, and go to sleep, only to wake up and check the results. But neither of them could sleep. Lin Yufeng wiped the sweat from his brow. The dice had already been rolled, and he could only offer some casual remarks. The old man's a real gambler, huh? Saradu grinned. If I wasn't a gambler, I'd have died when I went bankrupt. Honestly, how many successful people in this world don't gamble? It's just that the gambling table is boring. It's all about gambling money. Small bets are frequent, like plucking your own pubic hair, painful and unpleasant. In this life, you only need to gamble a few times. Only at crucial moments, like getting a haircut, clean and tidy. As he finished speaking, frontline intelligence updated. The latest intelligence showed that the enemy was advancing in 3 waves, having already routed the White Stone fleet, causing damage to more than 8 White Obsidian cruisers. The Bowhead Whale-class cruisers were being forced to retreat and shrink their defensive lines. Saradu stared at the projection and muttered. The referee panel said it was a rolling advance tactic. The CEO mocked it as a locust swarm. What are locusts? His focus had shifted, proving he was already at the point of being blinded by concern. Based on that calculation, Lin Yufeng licked his lips. The front lines have already begun. Sure enough, 17 minutes later, the projection changed again. One of the Bowhead Whale-class ships responsible for holding the line was forced to shut down its shields after being judged to have reached their limit, and was hit on the side by the Lancer siege cannon and damaged. Meanwhile, all the Bowhead Whale-class destroyers spread out to the flanks, clearing the center. The Zongzi-class destroyers, previously marked standby, switched to combat and began to exert their power. On the bridge of the Whirlpool Noble Seed, Matsushita Yu, commander of the Western Fleet, stroked his ring, listening to his subordinate's flattery with a smug look on his face, and continued to advance steadily. Enemy Bowhead Whale-class sheet has reached its maximum radiation energy. After deactivating its shields, it was hit on the side, and its combat capability has decreased by 13%, reported the optical observation post. The praise grew even more intense, with some going on and on. Commander Yu. Commander-in-Chief Miko told us not to underestimate the enemy, and in my opinion, our enemy is utterly vulnerable. The Universal Alliance's Class A capital ships, the Xingtian and Qilong, and even the captured Suzy Shiha, a Star-class aircraft carrier, are not in the formation. Only the Bowhead Whale and Zongzi-class ships are coming and going. Although they outnumber us, their tactical command is rigid, only defending. Are they trying to continuously absorb damage with their bodies, in order to exchange our radiation energy to prepare for coordinated fire with friendly forces? Matsushita Yu smiled demurely, gently stopping further jokes from the Universal Alliance. After all, it's just an exercise. The Universal Alliance is still our ally, not our enemy. Everyone can laugh, but don't go overboard. Yes, yes, someone echoed. What if they're betting on a missile exchange? After all, I heard the Zongzi class possesses an incredible number of missiles, maybe. Enemy fleet, open fire. A sudden shout interrupted everyone's merriment. Matsushita Yu looked over and saw that suddenly, a large number of new small signals appeared in the enemy fleet's main formation. A dense barrage of signals filled the air, but due to the disadvantages of electronic warfare, they were difficult to discern clearly. Matsushita Yu urgently ordered the optical observation posts to report the situation. Through optical observation, results were obtained within minutes. They had indeed opened fire. The fleet had released all its missiles. The Bowhead Whale class and the White Stone fleet were firing all their missiles. In addition, the Zongzi-class ships had opened their camouflaged cargo holds, which were already known to the avionics engineers, and launched missiles. As expected, Matsushita breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't an encounter battle, after all. Knowing the composition of the enemy fleet beforehand, they wouldn't have assessed the Zongzi-class ships as cargo ships. If they had encountered them in hyperspace or outer space, they might have even wondered whether the Zongzi-class ships were carrying cargo or weapons. Judging by the size of the exhaust plume, it's a combined missile system, integrating DM, cyber, and short spear characteristics. One cargo hold holds 720 missiles, and each of the 4 ships has 7 cargo holds, totaling 20,160 small, fast-firing missiles. That's the firepower for this salvo. Matsushita was very confident, had the storm carriers behind launch interceptors, and order all ships to raise their anti-aircraft guns and begin interception. Frankly speaking, this firepower was a burst of firepower achieved by exhausting the entire combat potential of a capital ship. It looked terrifying, but it only posed an effective deterrent to large fleets and smaller. For a fleet led by 6 Whirlpool-class destroyers, supported by a large number of aircraft carriers and cruisers, it was nothing more than a swarm of mosquitoes bothering you under the lights at night in summer. The buzzing was deafening, and the scale looked frightening, but for Matsushita, he already had insecticide on hand. But this peace of mind didn't last long. A new round of enemy fleet fire exploded. A new direction? Who? Which fleet opened fire? Matsushita pressed. Still directly in front of our unit. The staff officer, recognizing the newly added signal on the projection, was frantic. Matsushita jumped to his feet, staring intently at the battle system, an expression of disbelief on his face. How could this be? It's the zombie class. The zombie class has opened fire again. The observation post reported, adding, there are too many enemy missiles. Their exhaust plumes are interfering with optical observation. We can't see how they did it. The electronic warfare disadvantage was once again impacting information acquisition, and Matsushita was going crazy. But this wasn't the end. Just 5 minutes later, another round of enemy fleet opened fire. Rang out. This process was quickly noticed. Initially, it took over 6 minutes, then 5, then gradually compressed to within 5 minutes. After 5 repetitions, the time stabilized at 4.5 minutes. For Zongzi-class destroyers launched all their missiles in 4.5 minutes, 20,160 small integrated missiles per salvo. There are still at least 14 hours left. How many missiles will that take? This isn't just a swarm of mosquitoes on a summer night. It's a horde of killer mosquitoes in the northern border region of Altai that can suck a living person dry in a few hours. Hurry! Hurry up! This is the first time the engineering department has participated in combat. Everyone, get to work. If we succeed this time, we can receive salaries and bonuses according to frontline combat personnel standards. Deep within the fleet, heavily protected by the Bowhead Whale-class destroyers and the White Stone fleet, lay 4 Zongzi-class destroyers stretching across their hulls. The Zongzi-class destroyers were arranged in pairs, one above the other. Between them, a battlefield mothership-class destroyer, flipped over like a sunfish, was extending its industrial robotic arms, working alongside the surrounding maintenance platforms to frantically stuff camouflaged cargo bays into the Zongzi-class destroyers' bellies. After all, up, down, left, right, east, west, and north in space are all man-made. No one dictates that spaceships must face the same direction. Now, the engineering staff, originally tasked with battlefield maintenance and cleanup, are participating in the military exercise with a mixture of tension and excitement, following Saradu and Lin Yufeng's ambitious plan. The refitting process, which normally takes anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes, has been compressed to an extreme degree, thanks to the early deployment of the cargo hold and the assistance of an oversupplied maintenance platform, despite the risk of being wiped out. The power of industry is now bearing its fangs. The missile's exhaust plumes, like a raging sea, rise in waves, the trails of flame and white smoke obscuring all optical observation posts. The billowing white smoke stretches across the sky, churning into a sea of clouds that rolls through space. Chapter 1206. The battlecruiser Noble Seed, like a colossal ship of tens of thousands of tons amidst a raging storm, was struggling against the overwhelming force of the missile barrage. Radiance continues to rise. The head of the power grid department practically screamed. Matsushita instinctively tried to activate phase drift to dodge the successive missile attacks, but only then did he realize that alternating advances had consumed one round of the tactical system, and the second round of reserves had been exhausted in the previous missile evasions. There was no other way. Besides relying on the anti-aircraft guns, this massive warship could only silently endure all the damage coming its way. What about the interceptors and the escort fleet? He asked anxiously. They all been mobilized, but it's far from enough. The first mate replied. How could this be? Matsushita, you found it hard to believe. If the weaknesses of the Zonzi class were countless, its only advantage was compressing damage that would normally take an hour to deal to a mere few minutes. By releasing damage in a short time that would be difficult for even a capital ship to handle, threatening their electrical systems, and preventing the ships from absorbing the radiation energy, the solution would be to deploy enough escort ships, interceptors, and anti-aircraft guns to weaken the missiles while the escort ships share the damage, thus distributing the radiation energy. However, the problem is that Saradu and Lin Yufeng possess more than just the Zonzi-class ships, and the Zonzi-class ships are not only equipped with missiles. Report. The captain of the Bowhead Whale class, she loudly reported to Zhu Jin. This fleet is adhering to the commander's operational plan and has committed all its forces. As per the plan, we are seeking support from the carrier fleet's flash bombers. Zhu Jin quickly approved this request, and so, from the flight decks of the Castella class, Ujira class, and Starship class destroyers, a large number of super-large unmanned bombers, those that could only take off from the decks of capital ships and aircraft carriers, took off. The bombers, hiding in the contrails and smoke trails left by missiles, stealthily approached and dropped sensor-guided mines on the escorting cruisers and carriers. 4 or 5 mines were enough to bring a cruiser's shields to a dangerous level. The effect is excellent. Lan Yuan said cheerfully. The avionics of the ship group is severely inferior in electronic warfare, resulting in a narrow detection range, and optical observation is also misled by the sea of missiles, giving the flash unmanned bombers an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. It's not over yet. Li Bin pointed to one of them. Simply using missiles can only damage this fleet. Lin Yufeng and Sarah went to great lengths to set up so many exposed cargo holds, risking the annihilation of the entire fleet. Lan Yuan followed Li Bin's finger, her beautiful eyebrows slightly raised, then a strange smile appeared on her face, a smile tinged with the slyness of a cunning scheme succeeding. Antimatter-guided torpedoes, with integrated fuel and ammunition, can only be launched 7 times per ship at a time. These torpedoes are intentionally programmed with extremely slow initial speeds to facilitate multiple reloads and launches by the Zonzi-class ships. According to the plan, unless the battle situation changes abnormally, they will advance together after 5 rounds, accelerating only when they reach 1/3 of the distance to the target. Once these 35 antimatter-guided torpedoes, comparable to the suicide ships of the Drum, reach their targets, the avionics-equipped left-wing fleet's military operation will be declared a failure. The main force of the avionics-equipped fleet is further from the battlefield and naturally unaware of this. They are merely making noise. Some say it's just a show of force, actually quite vulnerable. They believe that as long as the Whirlpool-class ships release all their micro-missiles, they can continue their advance by engaging in missile counterattacks. Then the person who said that was slapped in the face. Because according to the latest report, the missile exchange resulted in the defeat of the left flank fleet, which was even suppressed by bombers. Their bombers are unmanned. Our carrier-based aircraft are manned. This is an exercise. Are you really going to risk the lives of your soldiers to engage in such a dangerous missile exchange? One staff officer said coldly. Another staff officer blushed. So what if it's an exercise? It's precisely at times like these that we should be charging in headfirst. They don't dare to charge now. So how can we guarantee they dare in a real battle? Speaking so cowardly, are you really a Navy officer? Did you transfer from the Army? You should know shame. Do you understand shame? The uproar was deafening, almost to the point of a fight. Some even looked at Inoue Yoshiko, hoping that as the commander-in-chief, she could offer some advice or calm the chaos. Commander-in-chief. Say something. Why are you just watching? Inoue Yoshiko's expression remained calm. I said. Have you all forgotten my current identity? She responded coldly. I am the overall commander of the fleet, but in this exercise, I am the avionics advisor and a member of the judging panel. My core task here is to supervise the fair and impartial avionics of the host nation, ensuring the smooth progress of the disadvantaged military exercise and preventing cheating. Inoue Yoshiko's voice held a hint of surprise. I wanted to say this since the start of the exercise. Aren't you all so self-important? The rule stated at the beginning of the exercise that you should formulate your own plans. Why do you still ask me about everything? You're already in the captain's seat. Who dares to really overstep your bounds and give orders? The subordinates dared not speak, inwardly complaining. Besides, weren't you quite happy giving orders when we asked you how to do it before? Why are you denying it now? However, they misunderstood Inoue Yoshiko. She connected to the neural link genuinely seeking fairness. If someone else had connected, there was no guarantee they wouldn't secretly cancel electronic warfare suppression if the situation turned unfavorable. Because she held the captain's position, the rules were compromised for avionics, allowing her to participate as an advisor, providing advice and analysis. But what she didn't expect was that those responsible for strategic command below didn't treat her as an advisor seeking information, but rather as a decision maker. After several decisions, she gradually realized something was wrong. Her well-intentioned role as an advisor might have been a disastrous move. She lowered her eyelids, pursed her lips, and whispered to her husband, "Oh no, will avionics suffer a crushing defeat on home soil? I only wanted to teach them a lesson, not humiliate them." Inoue Takehiko smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect these staff officers, these fleet commanders, to be so afraid of you. Purebloods place great importance on honor. In the military, rank and status are second only to battle merits, the fastest and most significant means of acquiring and recognizing honor." Although Inoue Yoshiko claimed to be an advisor, no officer dared to truly ignore her, and she continued to submit reports on everything. Unlike Li Bin of the Allied forces, who directly led a ship of senior commanders, and the flagship away, the aviation and electronic warfare, AEM, might descend into chaos without Inoue Yoshiko, yet her presence greatly limited the autonomy of AEM officers. This contradiction, given the Japanese culture of subservience and their tradition of weak collective spirit, is quite fitting. It's a complete mess, a madness, incomprehensible. Some demanded that the fleet located at the northeast beacon be deployed to advance alongside the left-wing fleet from north to south. Others demanded that Matsushita Yu immediately halt the advance and reconsider. Stills called for Inoue Yoshiko to step in and take charge. Chapter 1207. It was like a group of elementary school students, noisy and chaotic before the teacher arrived after the bell rang. Everyone seemed eager to seize this golden moment, letting out every sound, only to be met with an enraged homeroom teacher and the criticism, "You're the noisiest class in the whole grade." Faced with a known fate, even though everyone knew the outcome would be bad, remaining silent felt like a loss, hard to accept. Inoue Yoshiko muttered to herself, "How did avionics become like this?" The biggest problem was that Inoue Yoshiko had complied with the staff's request, not choosing a decisive person to serve as acting commander-in-chief, but instead letting the staff group assume the responsibility. But she herself was there. The staff members, who would normally argue amongst themselves for power, were afraid of being blamed and dared not speak, repeatedly seeking her opinion, which they then treated as orders. In short, the final result was a missed opportunity and a grave mistake. In their rounds of argument, Matsushita Yu's explosive shout became his final act of the exercise. "I kill your whole family." What happened to the promised support? Meanwhile, the judging panel ruled that the left-wing fleet failed to detect 35 antimatter-guided torpedoes in time. 3 Whirlpool-class battlecruisers were instantly paralyzed by the antimatter explosions, their power grids breached, and they subsequently sank. Of the remaining 3 Whirlpool-class battlecruisers, 1 was paralyzed, 1 was heavily damaged, and 1 was moderately damaged. 5 minutes later, 2 of them were destroyed by precision bombing from flash bombers, and 1 was destroyed by concentrated missile explosions. The excessive firepower resulted in one side always exploding instantly. Shu Jin excitedly slammed his fist on the table. "It's done. The absolute numbers have reversed." The staff officers became excited and offered suggestions, proposing a plan to completely capture the beacon. Some even went so far as to aggressively suggest that since our army's morale was high, we should seize this opportunity for a large-scale offensive to annihilate them. Then Shu Jin retorted mercilessly, "What a joke. We're in avionics' home turf right now. Calm down, everyone. I told you Shu Jin was reliable. He can even hold back from retaliating, like he's quit." Li Bin chuckled, "That's a good thing." Lan Yuan, however, was quite regretful. "What a pity. Although this tactic has proven its feasibility, other forces will soon discover its weaknesses. This tactic will probably only work against nanovirus swarms in the future. Even out-of-control AIs won't fall for it." She further asked, "Will avionics still attack? Or is this the end of it?" Li Bin pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "In any case, avionics has no reason to remain in a stalemate at home. Let's see what happens next." Inoue Yoshiko had completely shut up. She clearly refused to offer any advice. Once the staff reached a general conclusion, she immediately ordered the Yellow Springs and the fleet to act according to the established plan. In her view, the remaining dozen or so hours were just wasted time. The loss of 6 capital ships, and the entire left flank fleet, was so severe that the upgrades and enhancements of the Demon Cave-class battleships could not possibly compensate for it. The only reason she didn't storm off was to see Li Bin's assessment of the Demon Cave-class. As she predicted, in the following 12 hours, the naval aviation fleet painstakingly advanced its frontal assault. They unleashed all their carrier-based aircraft to break through the enemy lines. The cruiser fleet desperately closed the distance and deployed all their high-speed destroyers and frigates to infiltrate. A variety of tactics were employed. In the simulated attack and defense, they even managed to breach the Xingtian at one point, but that boxy battleship, leading a large number of frontline ships, stood firm like a reef on the coastline, unmoved by any tsunami. Following Lan Yuan's instructions, Xingtian stood firm, refusing to retreat an inch, all to test the theoretical limits of the Xingtian. Finally, the Huangquan entered the fray. In the sky battle system, the Xingtian, marked as low on health, retreated 1 round, its radiation signal activating, indicating it was undergoing emergency force radiation depletion to prepare for the upcoming battle. The Huangquan seized the opportunity, unleashing a massive swarm of micro-missiles in a counterattack. Faced with this maneuver, Xingtian simply let it run its course, relying on its xenon-plated alloy armor to withstand the attack. Until a massive cargo ship, almost the size of a destroyer, was launched from the Huangquan's large electromagnetic cannon, catching her attention. "When did avionics develop missiles this big?" she murmured. The rocket was incredibly fast. After leaving the barrel, it flew a short distance before suddenly erupting in flames, accelerating a second time, and arriving in an instant. "Damn it, it's an extended-range rocket." The words had barely left his lips when the rocket arrived, striking the shield. The immense kinetic energy slammed into the shield, creating a ripple of electromagnetic energy that vanished. Xingtian's radiation level spiked nothing more. Starfall still couldn't believe it. This rocket looked impressive, but that was all? Meanwhile, Inoue Yoshiko finally showed a hint of satisfaction, saying to her husband, "One shot can inflict this level of damage on a Class A battleship like the Xingtian, plus its fortress shield, and it can even break through entire defenses with its secondary acceleration." "That's enough." Inoue Takiko nodded. The Huangquan has 4 Dead Sea rocket extended-range sniper cannons, and 4 Lancer cannons. Combined with micro-missiles to distract anti-aircraft guns, it already has the capability to destroy a Class B battleship within 20 minutes, or a Class A battleship within 50 minutes. However, he added, of the Class A battleships in the Universal Alliance, the Xingtian is undoubtedly the strongest. It would probably take more than an hour to take her down. Inoue Yoshiko shook her head. "That's not something we need to worry about. Let's go, compile the data. I need to report to the Grand Commander personally." As for the exercise, Inoue Takiko hesitated. After all, they're all high-ranking staff officers and generals. Wouldn't it be too hurtful for them if we just left like this? "Hurt my foot." Inoue Yoshiko scoffed. Kinjiro was arrogant and underestimated the enemy, the staff. Among the mutual accusations and shifting of blame, Matsushita, he was somewhat better. At least he learned his lesson and acted cautiously. But he failed due to insufficient intelligence. His cautious approach coincided with the enemy's aggressive deployment, resulting in a significant loss of time. He was neither particularly meritorious nor demeritful. As for the others, sigh. Inoue Yoshiko sighed. When there's leadership, they're all like ducks quacking, daring and fighting. When there's no leadership, they fight for power and engage in infighting. The theory of honor gave them a pure-blooded fighting spirit, but it also blinded their minds. By the time Lin Yufeng and Sarah saw the battle's outcome, they were both nearly exhausted. Delayed command is far more tiring than direct command. The two wept with joy, crying for having seized the opportunity. Their future was secured. Samarkand III glanced at Ziyun, whose eyes gleamed with excitement, and she nodded emphatically. Improvising antimatter bombs on the battlefield, that's promising. Chapter 1208. With the combined production capacity and economy of the Universal Alliance, they could easily procure antimatter fuel from across the entire star system, transport it over, and then send it to standard fuel ships. They only needed to prepare enough antimatter fuel tanks in advance, and then they could produce antimatter bombs on the battlefield. Ziyun had even considered that training crew members was very costly, requiring targeted training for each position, but training carrier-based pilots was different. Welding antimatter bombs to the bombers, and only teaching them takeoff and evasion, one person could transport one bomb. The cost-effectiveness far exceeded that of a standard suicide ship. So Ziyun cleared his throat, and warmly invited the two to a banquet that had been prepared beforehand. This banquet was prepared in two ways: a victory celebration, or a motivational feast if they lost. Have you figured out which cannon it is yet, boss? Lan Yuan, refusing to budge from the office, kept pressing for answers. The fortress shield can fire at 9.7% radiation energy. That's insane. Li Bin tossed out a file. I got it. When Inoue Yoshiko attacked the FSF military company, she seized the coordinates of FSF traders. Those traders stole the FSF military company's advanced planned warships. Inoue Yoshiko preemptively wiped out the group, going through a lot of trouble to board the ship and seize the weapons intact. The file indicated it was a cruiser, named the Pingding class, equipped with a massive Dead Sea rocket-assisted sniper cannon. To accommodate this cannon, half of the Pingding class cruiser's hull had been sacrificed. The Dead Sea rocket extended-range sniper cannon on the Pingding class cruiser is theoretically capable of destroying any frigate in the star system with a single shot, regardless of any modifications it has undergone, including the shields and the ship itself, without the need for secondary damage from the explosion of the ammunition depot and fuel tanks. Li Bin slammed his fist on the table. I commissioned the enhanced combat AI of the Xingtian, Alpha Core Casa brand, to conduct simulations, and I also had ISA use the enhanced AI of the Alien class and Libra class ships to perform data calculations. The conclusion is that the explosive yield is sufficient to destroy a destroyer, of course, without shields deployed. Demon Avionics spent several years, based on information from traders and actual weapon samples, mastering the production technology of this weapon, and enlarged it, transforming it into the Reaper sniper cannon now mounted on the Huangquan. Larger caliber, larger rockets, and larger explosive yield. The new Reaper rocket-enhanced sniper cannon is worthy of the dreadnought size, possessing the ability to destroy a standard cruiser without shields deployed in a single shot. Compared to it, the Siege Lancer cannon is far inferior in terms of destructive power. Lan Yuan exclaimed in surprise. So you managed to get the FSF military company's technology route sorted out so quickly? Because the technical difficulty of this weapon lies only in the material science of the sniper cannon itself, the rocket propellant is actually simpler. The stolen data happened to contain this part. Li Bin shook his head. Unlike the weapons and equipment from Tachyon Technology, FSF Military Company is a staunch advocate of live fire, emphasizing armor-on-tank combat and focusing on firepower scale. It just so happens that Demon Avionics has considerable expertise in artillery and missiles. Li Bin smiled. If Avionics had obtained Tachyon's technology like we do, we probably wouldn't be able to do anything by now. Anyway, he stood up. Avionics has already decided to massively equip itself with this weapon. This is a show of force. Lan Yuan leaned against the doorframe. Is there a threat? Do we need to send additional agents and develop countermeasures? No need. There's no threat whatsoever, Li Bin rejected. ISA agrees. The characteristics of the Demon Avionics ships already determine that they are at a significant disadvantage against us, without even needing to deploy the human coexistence faction. Li Bin tapped the table with his index finger, his tone certain and confident. By the second half of this year, the company will be able to produce enough ships to protect 3-star systems. We won't even need to recall Jeffrey's B's fleet and Tang Zhuofan's task force. We alone can crush the avionics fleet. For a complete conquest, we need a few more Zonzi class and Bowhead Whale class ships to deal with the space station factor. Lan Yuan scratched her head. We're that strong now. It's the avionics' own weaknesses that have been exposed, Li Bin laughed. No wonder they had trouble expanding. I used to be curious about that. It turns out these purebloods have significant internal conflicts. Come to think of it, without an impregnable fortress, there's no impregnable group. Externally, they're collectivist. Internally, they fight tooth and nail for the chance to seize glory on the battlefield. All right. Li Bin stretched his neck, opened his terminal, and personal documents spewed out like a geyser, filling the entire room. Li Bin, quick as a flash, grabbed Lan Yuan, who was trying to escape, forcing a smile. Let's prepare the personnel arrangements for new recruits and veterans leaving. The plan is to bring back 7,000 veterans and 9,000 new recruits. This is the first phase. Lan Yuan looked despairingly at the ever-increasing piles of files. Hidden within those files was a sinister and despicable smile in Li Bin's eyes, like a water ghost trying to drag someone away to their doom. I'm a very kind person. The voice was like a gust of wind from the depths of hell, sending chills down Lan Yuan's spine. You could bring Wu Qingyu and Xingchen Feier to work with you. Perhaps that would help keep you in a good mood? Ha, men. They're just trying to lure me in with the promise of help, to ease their own burdens and hasten their own demise, trying to make me a scapegoat and drag others down with me. These two are like brothers to me, my dearest loved ones. Oh right. Considering the elderly's emotional state, someone needs to lead a team to do some ideological work with them, Li Bin said casually. Gurgle. Lan Yuan cried out mournfully, silently repeating in her heart, I'm sorry, my love. I'm sure you can understand me. Even if we must die, the three of us will go to the Yellow Springs together. That concludes the report on this exercise. Inoue Yoshiko stood alone, ramrod straight, in the conference room. On the projector opposite her, the distinguished-looking head of state wore a dark red military uniform, and on his desk were two crossed aviation and electronic warfare flags. The head of state's name and file were top secret, no one knew them. Although he led a group of military aristocrats, he always presented a gentle expression, even to slaves. The Grand Commander frowned, his expression somewhat displeased. Junior officers, eager for military merit, took advantage of the communication disruptions to desert. Mid-level officers, arrogant and prone to misjudgment, senior staff officers, fearing the loss of honor, shirked responsibility. Looks like everyone's been holding back, Miko. As for me, I'm probably sitting on a volcano right now. The Grand Commander said, pushing over a battle report, a report on a simulated ground exercise. Inoue Miko was in charge of the naval battle portion. She had rushed over after the exercise, and hadn't read the land battle report, but upon seeing the report's exaggerated description of the aviation, electronics, and Army's great victory, its denigration of the global alliance to nothing, and its opportunistic attack on the Navy, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 1209. Is this result real? A casualty ratio of 1 minute, and 3.7 seconds. Is the opponent definitely the Universal Union? She explained in surprise. The Universal Union's bio-beasts are renowned throughout the entire star system. The Tachyon Technologies hunter-killer mechs, the Hell Legion's brainwashed warriors, and the Draco Group's vampire assassins have all been defeated. She had originally thought the Universal Union was a foregone conclusion, but now she was being told that the army had won, and on average, each soldier had eliminated 3.7 Universal Union personnel. Are you all monsters, who can cleave through alloy steel and punch spaceships? Because the Universal Union didn't deploy any behemoths at all, the Grand Commander sighed. Here's the detailed battle report, along with a terrain map. Take a look. 5 minutes into the battle, the Universal Union Marines, as the attacking force, boarded torpedoes and pierced through the meteorite to enter the ship's hull. 30 minutes into the battle, the Allied Marines, under Li Chongzhen's command, rapidly destroyed the modules, sealed off pipelines to block oxygen, water, and sewage pipes, controlled the local power grid, and cleared sufficient space. 39 minutes into the battle, the first batch of knights boarded the ship and assisted in constructing defensive positions. 1 hour and 11 minutes into the battle, the knights led the way, launching a large-scale invasion, defeating the Yagyu-Mai squadron, controlling 19 large compartments of the spaceship, and advancing towards the regional control center. 1 hour and 22 minutes into the battle, the Aerospace Marines launched a counterattack. By gaining more than an hour, the Aerospace Army laid mines, destroyed passageways, and used electronic hacking to engage the invaders in fierce combat. Compared to the cold, hard space battles, the Army's engagements were exceptionally bloody, with friendly fire occurring every minute. Inoue Yoshiko even witnessed an Allied Marine trampling a pure-blood soldier to death in a blind spot, his foot covered in the man's blood and gore, his intestines being dragged out with each mechanical leg movement. Even so, the Army did not halt the military exercise. The exercise had a death toll. No one would stop it because of such losses. The Army seemed better prepared than the Navy. She thought to herself, glancing at the casualties, that the Army's actual casualty figures in the military exercise were actually much higher than the Navy's. After 3 hours of fighting, the Army was steadily retreating under the onslaught of nearly 100 knights. The avionics transforming mechs excelled in environmental adaptability, capable of operating simultaneously inside spaceships, in atmospheric environments, and on the ground. However, the trade-off was fragile joint components and thin armor in some flying transforming mechs. Faced with the heavily armored knights, specifically developed for fighting behemoths and emphasizing agility, these mechs were shrouded in thin veils, especially the knight pilots from the Universal Alliance, whose skills were truly exceptional. They were practically superb, their sharp switching between long and short weapons, precise fire suppression combined with swift mechanical movements, culminating in a chilling slash with the force of a cascading galaxy. Just watching the projection, Inoue Yoshiko felt a chilling sensation, as if she had been struck. If it were chainsaws or monomolecular knives, these arrogant pure-blood pilots would be corpses. The advance continued for 3 hours, until the heavy artillery was retrieved from the warehouse and deployed using the passageways, allowing the retreating avionics army to regain its footing. Li Chongjin immediately changed plans, throwing smoke grenades mixed with metal powder into the passageways to obscure reconnaissance, while simultaneously increasing electronic hacking efforts to obtain the artillery position structure. Then, the Allied Marines pried open the bulkheads and entered the pipes, engaging in fierce combat with the Marines inside. Finally, they used signal grenades to simulate real explosions, destroying the artillery positions one after another. The two sides traded blows, and compared to the various losses suffered by the Navy due to underestimating the enemy and foolishness, the Army had so far performed surprisingly well. Even by the 10th hour, when 2/3 of the spacecraft's space was occupied, the Army commander finally revealed his trump card. First, a wide-area electromagnetic shielding system was deployed, drawing both sides into a battlefield of signal silence and reversing the electronic warfare disadvantage. This action itself became a signal, prompting Marines, who had been lying in wait and ambush throughout enemy-occupied territory and familiar with the ship's layout, to launch attacks from all directions, disrupting the unprepared Joint Marine Corps. This action immediately threw the Joint Marine Corps' frontline advance forces into disarray, resulting in the annihilation of a number of them. Then came the operation that caused heavy casualties on both sides. Army officers in the avionics department detonated the central reservoir, activated the air circulation systems in each section, and used the rotating fans of the ventilation system as water pumps, flooding the entire section. For the remaining 14 hours, both sides fought a battle while simultaneously trying to save themselves. Finally, Li Chongjin of the Joint Marine Corps humiliatingly abandoned the invasion, declared the ground war a failure, and arranged for rescue efforts. This led to the lengthy operational report. Inoue Yoshiko's expression was indescribable. The Grand Commander covered his face. The damage caused by the Universal Alliance's army is even less than the losses inflicted by our army. If a battleship were to be completely flooded, it would be impossible to restore its combat capability without a complete overhaul. And yet, they still have the nerve to look down on their opponents. Any battleship damaged like this on the battlefield would have its captain immediately order it abandoned ship, potentially altering the entire naval battle. Inoue Yoshiko hesitated. Even without considering naval warfare, we already lost. We've seen the Universal Alliance's behemoths, squid, crabs, centipedes. Most of them possess underwater combat capabilities, and our heavy weapons and mechs are no match for them in the environment after the reservoir explosion. The Grand Commander nodded weakly. They know it too, but guess how they defend themselves? While Inoue Yoshiko remained bewildered, the Grand Commander spoke. They said, "The Universal Union has a small population, and these Marines are their most elite force. They believe that by replacing these elites, even in a population war, the army will win. Their advantage is based on population." How utterly foolish. The Grand Commander clenched his fingers, revealing a small gap. That's all the strategic thinking they have. The core purpose of the military exercise, our real enemy, is the out-of-control AI and other human forces. Spaceships are the only foothold for interstellar humanity traversing the universe. For the army, in a naval landing defense battle, to rely on destroying spaceships, a strategy of flooding, to defeat the enemy. What's the difference between this and blowing up a dam in your own homeland to cause a flood that drowns the enemy? They're not even an enemy nation. He helplessly lowered his hand, and the army's report shamelessly calls it a mutual destruction tactic. The naval battles are a mess, and the land battles are even worse, with no sense of priority. How did the army become like this? The bitter fruit of military slavery had finally ripened to the point where it could be tasted. But this cup of wine wasn't brewed by the Grand Fuhrer. No matter how he drank it, it tasted bitter and unpalatable. "I really envy Li Bin," the Grand Fuhrer muttered to himself. He established his own colony, painting on a brand new canvas. Even if there are flaws, he enjoyed the benefits first. The bitter fruits and retribution won't catch up with him. Chapter 1210. The main fleet of the Universal Alliance remained in the headquarters system of Demon Aerospace for two reasons. First, the exercises had resulted in numerous casualties, affecting personnel, ships, and equipment. Even fuel and weaponry suffered wear and tear, requiring time for replenishment and repair. Therefore, Li Bin made a large-scale procurement of supplies at Demon Aerospace. To ensure the fleet could acquire sufficient resources for its southward advance, he even overordered a batch of goods, ready to be delivered once the fleet occupied an abandoned space station or mining site in the southern Lost Star sector. This in-game currency greatly alleviated the economic strain on aerospace, which had been under a military-first system and closed off for many years. The Minister of Finance of Aerospace, who previously relied on constant external economic circulation, was overjoyed. Even this month's salaries for civil servants were settled in in-game currency. Although the official exchange rate was consistent with the local currency, anyone with common sense knows that in a market environment where in-game currency is scarce, the black market exchange rate is higher. Conversely, the scarcity of in-game currency is equivalent to the devaluation of the local currency. By manipulating exchange rates, the civil servants made a fortune, even becoming more benevolent when conducting business with the Global Alliance. The alluring star currency, a string of data, a set of fantasies reflecting a lost civilization, artifacts constructed from human faith, yet, because they embodied irreproducibility and confidence, they were exchanged for a large amount of real goods, which in turn could be exchanged for even more real goods from automated factories. For the sake of these charming and attractive individuals, the civil servants couldn't wait for their benefactors to stay a few more days. Secondly, Li Bin was waiting for over 8,000 new recruits, who were en route from Samsung. The first to arrive were a group of core members of the Knight families led by Li Chongjin. They had traveled day and night, arriving at breakneck speed. "What are you doing here?" Li Bin asked, rubbing his eyes. Li Chongjin picked his nose, plucked out a clump of bright green smoke, crumpled it into a ball, and precisely flicked it into the negative pressure ashtray. "I'm here to get revenge." During the previous military exercise, the enemy's ship was flooded. Logically, their ship should have been dispatched long ago. As the attacking side, we should have retreated and landed on the next ship. But exercises don't have that rule. To save my men's lives, I had to surrender, but that was too frustrating. So I want to fight again. Li Bin warned, "Don't cause trouble." "How could I, brother?" Li Chongjin grinned. "It's just a friendly spar. Let's set up an arena and exchange ideas." Seeing his younger brother's face covered in pimples, Li Bin knew that Li Chongjin and his group of night pilots were burning with pent-up anger. As pilots, working long hours in the high-temperature, high-humidity environment of Eden, temperature control system malfunctions are commonplace in real-world combat, and being drenched in sweat while concentrating in enclosed spaces is the norm. Anyone with even a little experience working on a factory or construction site knows that acne on the back, scalp, and face in modern people is mostly caused by clogged pores leading to closed comedones, folliculitis, or blackheads. But this isn't the case for factory workers. Except for teenage boys experiencing acne due to hormonal changes, normal factory workers sweat profusely during their workdays, and within a month or two, the sweat washes away any blockages. Therefore, while photos of factory workers show their weathered faces, dust-covered and worn from years of work, and even calluses on their fingers and shoulders, their skin is mostly remarkably smooth. Acne and closed comedones on the body, in a way, are like high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar, a kind of lifestyle disease. The fact that Li Chongjin's face was covered in pimples from holding it in shows how angry he was. Furthermore, the fact that his younger brother dared to pick his nose in front of him shows that the kid was beyond furious, to the point of losing his mind in his presence. "Well, what can I do? I'm always obliging as the older brother," Li Bin sighed. "You just take my pampering for granted." However, Li Bin didn't immediately contact the president. Instead, he contacted Inoue Yoshiko first. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, Li Bin was 70% certain that the president was dissatisfied with the army's exercise. He himself wouldn't be satisfied either. But business is business. Even if the president was dissatisfied, if he offered to add more training, the president might make similar requests. The existing conflict between the Navy and the Army was right there. It would be foolish not to take advantage of it. He revealed his needs and orders to Inoue Yoshiko, hoping she would use this to put down the Army's arrogance and submit it to the Grand Commander. With a slight maneuver, he could turn a service project he was paying for into a mutually beneficial arrangement. 15 minutes later, Li Bin hung up the call, rolled his eyes at his younger brother, and said, "You take your men to the Type B warship port now, and follow the order of wind, forest, fire, mountain, thunder to find the thunder birth area. Someone will meet you there." "All right. Love you, bro, see you tomorrow." Li Chongjin was about to give his older brother a loving hug when Li Bin glared at him and said, "What are you doing? Don't try that on me." Li Bin flicked his finger unconsciously at Li Chongjin, sending the green grass to the ground. The burly man opposite him, looking aggrieved, angrily shouted, "Go wash your hands. And pick up your boogers, pick them up." Isa soaked in a spherical, suspended hot water bath, her neck secured by a dispenser to prevent herself from being swallowed and suffocated by the weightless sphere. She squinted, contentedly enjoying her post-bath bath, her voice like a lark's. "Did you hear? Old One Eye went down to watch the training exercise too. Meanwhile, Li Bin, soaking in a medicinal bath sphere that clearly smelled strongly of herbs, a collection of various ancient earth plant extracts said to have health-strengthening and nourishing effects, humbly chuckled. I know, Old One Eye applied for it for me. He's been regretting not being able to participate in commanding the ground military exercises for a long time. How was the duel? Ayase craned her neck. We won the night duel decisively 9-1. The game we lost was a complex environment mech repair operation. The youngest member of the Millennium family was a minute late in completing the repair in the icy conditions, and was dragged along by the Millennium family chief, Millennium Falcon. They gave him a beating. Li Chungjin, piloting the Giant of Light Knight, single-handedly took on 7 mechs, making quite a spectacle. The crew commented that it was the CEO's brother bringing his ultimate Imperial weapon to settle scores. Furthermore, we won in hand-to-hand combat and melee weapon duels. Unfortunately, we lost in firearm shooting and heavy weapon, tank, artillery, maintenance, especially artillery, where the defeat was quite severe. Not surprising. Li Bin exhaled a breath of stale air. Our army's approach is extreme, relying heavily on naval support for firepower projection. Winning a few projects against established, especially militaristic, avionics-based armies is already a result of being forced into this situation by the hostile biosphere. The price of going to extremes is severe deficiencies in other areas. Chapter 1211. The Universal Alliance's advantageous geographical location meant that its inhabitants, aside from the occasional conscription notices from the company and the almost perpetually large job vacancies, seemed far removed from war. However, the Fire Phoenix Alliance, located near the southern front, was unprecedentedly embroiled in a massive war. Hundreds of out-of-control AI capital ships, each leading a fleet of cruisers, destroyers, and frigates, independently invaded Fire Phoenix Alliance territory, engaging in haphazard guerrilla warfare. The Supreme Overlord hadn't slept for 2 days. At the start of the guerrilla war, the out-of-control AI's attacks were merely probing, and the Alliance's military coordination wasn't fully synchronized due to its recent formation. Although intelligence was delivered intermittently, Baikal was only awakened once or twice during his rest periods. But as the guerrilla war progressed significantly, the out-of-control AI's fleets clogged shipping lanes, raiding along the way, and even several ships joining forces to invade the star system, posing a threatening attack. Under increasing military pressure, the Alliance was forced to move towards integration in its military, intelligence, and economic sectors. If integration wasn't implemented, the tangible hand of power would be unleashed, while the intangible market forces would starve due to transportation problems. Thus, beyond military matters, diplomacy, economics, negotiations, requests for aid, a flood of leadership meetings and documents requiring his approval poured in. Now, Baikal sat in the conference room, his eyes sunken, before him a projection of the Fire Phoenix Alliance map, displaying hundreds of scarlet danger signal points. Most of these came from information provided by various fleets that had crossed the shipping lanes or been forced to turn back, as well as from survivors of attacked fleets. The content essentially boils down to the appearance of a fleet of out-of-control AI in various locations. Furthermore, signals have been received from over 10 star systems that the out-of-control AI killed hyperspace patrols, entered the physical universe, and departed several hours later. The Navigation Bureau has sent another distress call, one of the Supreme Advisors reported, wiping sweat from his brow. The food supplies for the 3 Colossus-class cruisers transported by the Luddite Church's 14th Humanitarian Aid Fleet have been lost. The one that made the move is the out-of-control AI main fleet, number 74. Before he finished speaking, another advisor reported, 2 out-of-control AI main warships have been discovered near a desolate planet in the Apex Design Group's headquarters system, and their clear target is a Hell Legion personnel transport ship. Subsequent patrols scanning the planet have confirmed the presence of brainwashed vampires and brainwashed slave workers. Apex Design Group has dispatched Marines to sweep through the area. All Alliance factions are reminded to carefully inspect all incoming fleets and promptly sweep uninhabited planets in the system to prevent infiltration by slave workers. A third advisor shouted urgently, conclusive evidence from FSF military company. The Dawn Dreadnought was witnessed in hyperspace. It's flying towards our overlord. One report after another, like a cacophony of demonic whispers, made one dizzy. Baikal slammed his fist on the table and stood up. This can't go on. This is pure attrition warfare. He raged. Relying on chaos to weaken our command system, and attacking shipping lanes to cripple our economy and production. The staff officers fell silent. Baikal rubbed his temples. What's the situation with Chu He's 1st Fire Phoenix Squadron? An advisor replied, "We reached the southern border of the Overlord, completing the security and defense reinforcement work for one star system. The 2nd Battalion on the northern border and the 3rd Battalion on the eastern border are advancing. In fact, apart from the 4th Battalion remaining in the northwest to guard against the Sindar's power, all the families within the territory have eagerly joined the Fire Phoenix Battalion." Nonsense, Baigal sneered initially. When it threatened the businesses of the southern families, they were all more eager than anyone else. Now that it affects the entire force, naturally they can't sit still. An advisor whispered, "Also, the commanders of the other battalions, should they dispatch unmanned fleets?" The Overlord. "The 5 squadrons are fully staffed and ready to be integrated into trade maintenance." Baikal sighed. At a time like this, they're still thinking about balance. "These bastards." He muttered, "If anyone asks this question again, just take my question and ask them and say, 'You mean, all capital ships are deployed to the border, even beyond the hegemon's territory, leaving the home base completely undefended? What if a runaway AI breaks through the hyperspace storm? Or is it that your home base has been destroyed by a runaway AI, and you want to see other families in other regions demand exorbitant prices before you even cooperate?'" "Yes, yes." The staff officer nodded and withdrew. The Fire Phoenix Squadron is the organization renamed after the Fire Phoenix Alliance's military integration. Of the 5 hegemon squadrons, only 4.5 are currently staffed, 1.5 at FSF Military Company, the remaining half of its naval force is in Risk Mining, 2 at Apex Design Group. In reality, the number of Apex ships is enough for 2.5, and 2 at the Navigation Bureau. On average, each squadron consists of about 10 ships, carrying out general tasks, while handling detailed, specific tasks are handled by the squadron commander. Starting with the Overlord, the task is to drive out the runaway AIs roaming the shipping lanes, then coordinate with other factions to expel, encircle, and even annihilate them in specific areas. Frankly, the Overlord ship graveyard still contains a considerable amount of ship wreckage from the Third AI War, some of which were dismantled to meet emergency mobilization needs. But honestly, dismantling all these readily available hulls for repairs is far too wasteful. Now that military integration is complete, Baikal intends to turn this crisis into an opportunity, using the chance to consolidate the Alliance's production capacity and bring the ships from the graveyard back to life. However, as long as the shipping lane congestion remains unresolved, other factions within the Alliance will not dare to accept the Overlord's orders. First, even if they produced enough ships, there wouldn't be enough to transport them. Second, for a third-rate behemoth like the FSF Military Corporation, meeting its own production capacity is already a problem. The result of complete self-sufficiency in supply would be a significant waste of production capacity that could have been squeezed out through consolidation, consuming raw materials that even a single-star system's power wouldn't have enough for. For example, the Navigation Bureau's purpose in sending the message to Baikal was to urge the Overlord to commission the Lud Church to send new food ships to resolve the food crisis caused by the blocked shipping lanes. The Navigation Bureau. The staff officer inquired, should we entrust the Lud Church, or directly the Lud Alliance, to dispatch an armed force to escort the humanitarian aid fleet? We can pay the fees. Baikal took a puff of his cigar. Do you think only our Fire Phoenix Alliance is stuck in a war of attrition? The Lud Alliance has also suffered numerous attacks from out-of-control AIs. And in some ways, their problems are no less severe than ours. Yes, the Lud Alliance does have the capacity to send an aid fleet, but their difficulty lies in the fact that large swathes of technologically backward planets have been infiltrated by scattered brainwashed slaves and brainwashed vampires. After the Hell Legion was wiped out, the remaining brainwashed warriors have gone mad, even more outrageous than the Left Path Holy Warriors. Baigal pulled out a terminal and threw it. The Pope of the Lud Alliance told me that 2 of their medium-sized factories have been destroyed, and it's not just a simple factory bombing. Brainwashed vampires first enslaved a group of blood servants to work in the factories, then secretly opened the gates to let the vampires in, wiped out all the skilled workers, destroyed the data, and then blew up the factories. If we want them to send another fleet, the Fire Phoenix Alliance will have to provide additional Marines as mercenaries. But we must first secure internal stability before fighting external threats. To earn this aid, we must first solve our internal problems. Baigal cursed, but if I could quickly solve my internal problems, why would I need the Lud Church's food support? My Overlord can open its own granaries and fill the Shipping Bureau's food shortage. Chapter 1212. During the month of waiting for the new recruits to enlist, Li Bin wasn't simply waiting passively. He spent millions of star coins to place a massive additional population order with Demon Aviation, along with a corresponding food order. Li Bin hired approximately 20,000 basic workers and several thousand technicians, who boarded Demon Aviation's transport ships and departed from the 3-star systems controlled by the aviation, heading south to the Lost Star sector to build relay communication equipment and establish temporary footholds. Not all star systems were worth developing. In the era of the human realm, many star systems that would be considered quite resource-rich by today's standards were discarded by the human realm. Relying on the star map provided by Miss N, Li Bin was able to mark key star systems from a strategic perspective of hyperspace star maps. The strategic points were slightly different in the human realm era due to stargates. The location of the stargate was strategically important. He dispatched his engineering department with a fleet to use mining and combat torpedoes such as the hammer torpedo and the door-breaching torpedo to blast open holes in celestial bodies and asteroid belts, star system meteorite accumulation points, and satellites. Then, using alloys and foam-ceramized metal to seal and reinforce the small celestial bodies, they were filled with air. Life support equipment was installed, and fresh water was obtained by heating the icy star. A series of complex tasks, requiring years to complete in the 3K era, could be easily carried out using a large number of maintenance platforms and mining ships. These sites were so fragile that a few torpedoes could tear them apart. These contraptions, completely devoid of any military protection, were built. These things will serve as resting places for the fleet heading south to capture the runaway AI Dragon. Li Bin, holding a baton, tapped hundreds of flashing dots on the projection. As we go deeper, these stations will gradually spread into the Lost Star sector. These rest stops have no defensive value. They're like camping tents. Their only purpose is to provide enough space for the crew to rest during the shift shutdown for maintenance. In the Lost Star sector, on the asteroid A380, Vulcan stood with one hand on his hip, the other holding a slowly rotating projection of a meteorite structure. With a light tap of his finger, the model became more complex, revealing an artificial internal structure. It was a formulaic modification plan quickly generated by the local AI model based on pre-programmed modification data. Minister, to be honest, this modification is far too crude, complained the engineer from the Universal Alliance. Frankly, it's even 10 times more rudimentary than the Li family's first shipyard back in the day. Building something like this is a disgrace to the Universal Alliance engineering department. Urgent circumstances necessitate expediency. Bear with it. Vulcan clicked his tongue. This is the first phase of the project, only sealing off the internal space, reserving space for the airport, and installing life support systems. Later, cranes, gantry cranes, cabins, and detectors will be installed. The engineer gasped. Even so, it's still so crude that I feel like the design drawings could wear me down. Vulcan pursed his lips. The latest intelligence from the Fire Phoenix Alliance indicates that the out-of-control AI is as adept at guerrilla tactics as humans. The Universal Alliance's fleet heading south will inevitably not be able to operate collectively. That would mean missing opportunities, and the fuel supply can't withstand such waste. The Universal Alliance fleet currently has over 20 main warships, even without considering replenishing the antimatter missile stockpile of the Zonzi class. In addition to the conventional reserves reserved for orbital bombardment, this fleet would need to exhaust all the fuel reserves of the 6 Prometheus-class fuel ships to fly from Nova City all the way to Eden. After all, the fleet has plenty of emergency bull-class tugboats. Vulcan said worriedly, relying on the transport fleet to bring them all the way from our hometown is too time-consuming and risky. A fleet of this size will inevitably be discovered by the out-of-control AI, and they will try to cut off our shipping lanes. According to the captain's instructions, since the enemy wants to fight a chaotic battle, then respond with chaos, he said firmly. By setting up supply stations in advance, we can create chaos in our fleet as well, using chaos to counter chaos. As long as we can get repairs at the nearest supply point at any time, we can make up for the difference in ship quality. In his previous life, Li Bin had watched a video on Bilibili about the glorious experiences of professional Warcraft players. That was the golden age of Warcraft, when countless brilliant talents developed various tactics. Among them, the one that impressed Li Bin the most was a tactic called the random expansion strategy. This strategy abandons the traditional approach of surrounding the main base with multiple expansions to upgrade technology, and instead rapidly and randomly expands across the entire map, quickly producing units from multiple expansions. By rapidly expanding to multiple mines to gain substantial economic advantage per unit time, by creating chaotic minefields to confuse the enemy about their deployment, and by launching surprise attacks from multiple mines. Finally, through guerrilla warfare, harassment, encirclement, and flanking maneuvers, disrupt the enemy's morale, dragging them from stability into chaos, and then defeating them using one's rich experience in that chaotic state. Young wild animals practice hunting skills through play. Martial artists hone their skills by throwing thousands of punches and swinging their swords every day. Unfortunately, these strategic games cannot truly enhance a commander's practical combat experience. But those tactics that shine brightly in gaming history can be combined with military strategy and the endless history of human warfare. Li Bin viewed the Universal Union as his main resource, the Lost Star Sector as his game map, and his hired slaves as farmers. He began constructing a level 1 branch mine to the south, preparing to drag the out-of-control AI into the quagmire of chaotic mining. From the perspective of Demon Avionics, these mere basic slave laborers, having only received training and not requiring much in terms of appearance, language skills, or combat abilities, were simply not worth millions of star coins. Slaves directly serving the Pure Blood faction had basic requirements for appearance, the rest were plentiful, and Li Bin could gather them the very next day after making his request. The bulk of the money Li Bin paid was in deposits. While labor rentals were worthless, the rapid construction deep into the Lost Star Sector inevitably resulted in losses. Moreover, there was the risk of being discovered by the out-of-control AI. Sinking a ship meant the loss of thousands of slaves, forcing a change from leasing to outright purchase. Vulcan genuinely hoped for fewer deaths, not because he particularly valued human life. Having grown up in the factory district, he had long since learned the harsh realities of life. Those not on his side, their deaths were simply a matter of life and death. Just don't delay the captain's mission, he sighed. Before them lay a grayish-green asteroid, 8 kilometers in diameter, roughly elliptical in shape, surrounded by a dim nebula of dust. The further one looked, the darker the darkness deepened. There were no stars. The only light source here was the blinding searchlights emitted by the ships. Under the illumination of several ships' searchlights, metal trusses were rapidly erected and raised. For the Universal Alliance, any engineering problem not involving the technology of the remnants of the human race, as long as it didn't require manpower, was not a problem. Now, with the support of the fresh blood of the aviation slaves, the last weakness of the engineering department was also eliminated. A long-awaited battle for prosperity. Chapter 1213. May, Star Calendar 211. An urgent telegram, relayed via the newly completed relay communication device, reached the FSF military company and the hegemon. Upon seeing the message, Baikal, who had long suffered from neurasthenia due to logistical and harassment issues, surprisingly smiled and ordered the kitchen to prepare a lavish meal. The CEO of FSF military company, after reading the message, even laughed out loud during a serious meeting discussing whether to breach the contract and pay the penalty to risk mining to recall the fleet. The Perseus Alliance Universal Union has completed its operational deployment in the southeast of the Core Star sector. The fleet will use this location as a base to cut off part of the out-of-control AI shipping lanes. All forces of the Fire Phoenix Alliance are requested to cooperate in the operation to drive the enemy out. Yes, Li Bin had just made his move and couldn't wait to release the signal, announcing his arrival. The reason lies in the following message. This fleet has a large demand for food, fuel, and alloys. Please provide them to the best of your ability when our fleet passes by. Combining the two telegrams, what appears to be a gentle and proactive stance masks a ruthless, almost cruel deal. You provide supplies, we provide support. The supply depots continue to advance. For the Universal Alliance to cut off the eastward spread of the nanovirus swarm, a continuous network of depots and armed forces is needed. The company alone cannot meet such a large demand in a short time, primarily because it cannot mobilize so many transport ships in a timely manner. Li Bin, who built his business empire on business, has no choice but to turn to his allies. Frankly, the CEO of FSF military company and the Supreme Overlord Baikal, far from being angry, both displayed expressions of I knew it. Ha ha. I knew Li Bin was a tough guy, never one to suffer a loss. Baikal, spittle flying, excitedly told the other advisors at the table, he's been fighting for the Interstellar Empire in Nova City for years for the Perseus Alliance. Now he's come all this way to help us, shouldn't he ask for something? I was worried he might have some ulterior motive. The advisors laughed and agreed. Don't worry about what you want. The Fire Phoenix Alliance is desperate to clear the shipping lanes. Compared to the losses caused by the blockage, that little bit of demand is nothing. As long as the shipping lanes are cleared, the Fire Phoenix Alliance will give Li Bin whatever he wants. After all, if we keep dragging this out, the Sheephead Navigation Bureau will be plunged into civil war again due to a food crisis. The Lost Star Sector, Thunder System, a former human colony, a grassland planet with medium-sized ruins, was named Kagras by Li Bin with a wicked sense of humor. Here, he deployed the fleet's nanoforges and, relying on AI core retrieval, restarted 2 still-functioning automated factories. He was also dispatching slave laborers to rebuild the transportation network using old, damaged routes. CEO, Governor Li Shu has raised another 4 million star coins, Alyosha said, scratching his head. But that's more than enough for the 2 automated factories. Li Bin stood in the waist-high, lush grassland. I don't plan to rely solely on this planet. Since it's a chaotic mining area, we need to stockpile several ruins. Star coin losses during equipment relocation must also be factored in. Better to have too much than too little. With that, he raised his hand and shot a laser gun, killing a creature nearly half a meter in size. The beast lurked in the verdant grass. Its golden fur gave it away because it was so close. The mechanical dog picked up the corpse, its tail wagging as it carried it, its barbed, armor-piercing tail gleaming. Isa, crouching beside it, examined it closely. It must have been a local feline pet before the Great Collapse. After the collapse, the local civilization went extinct. With no one to feed them, they fled the city, following the tracks of cockroaches and rats that migrated with humans into the grasslands. Isa stood up. When humans were active, cockroaches and rats gathered in the city sewers. After the civilization's extinction, they dispersed. Without natural predators, these wildcats are huge, have been at the top of their ecological niche for too long, and have small brains, so these creatures have no fear of us. Li Bin scoffed. Meaningless. Behind him, a towering knight walked across the grassland. The grass, taller than Li Bin's waist, was almost nothing in the knight's scale. Flamethrowers scorched the grassland, exposing the railway tracks from 200 years ago. Cockroaches flapped their wings and took flight, rats squeaked as they scurried out of their burrows, and wildcats snatched up roasted carcasses, their eyes gleaming as they dodged the envious glances of their kind at the alluring aroma of cooked meat. These creatures of old Earth had become integrated into the local ecosystem, but now, humanity once again easily reigned supreme at the top of the sphere. Just like years ago, when the colony ship first visited. A beeping notification sounded. Behind them, the grasslands burned and thick smoke rose, causing swarms of cockroaches to fall to the ground, poisoned. Amidst the scorching aroma of roasted protein, Li Bin opened his terminal. CEO, Lan Yuan's excited voice rang out. As per your orders, my fleet has penetrated deep into the territory occupied by the runaway AI and found a star system where the runaway AI doesn't have a permanent presence but has a relay communicator. After congratulating him, Li Bin asked, how's the situation on your end? Is there any danger? What are the losses to the fleet and personnel? Do you need reinforcements? Don't risk it if it's not working out. Retreat first. The fleet under Lan Yuan's command was a frontline force, its importance self-evident. Thank you for your concern. She nodded, and then shook her head. The task force is in good condition. I dispatched Wu Qingyo's Dream Eater to patrol the nearby waters, and sure enough, they spotted the out-of-control AI's supply ship. Sure enough. Li Bin's heart skipped a beat. The out-of-control AI, penetrating deep into human territory, mostly relied on intercepting transport fleets or raiding space stations and mining stations for fuel and supplies. However, such a large-scale military operation, still operating like guerrilla warfare, meant that not every fleet could consistently receive stable supplies. Without resource support from the rear, even supersized ships would become prisoners of humanity once their resources ran out. These transport ships are manned vessels. Judging from the bodies salvaged from the wreckage, they belong to the remnants of the Hell Legion after its destruction. They travel back and forth in captured fuel and supply ships. The out-of-control AI must have fixed resupply and handover points. Lan Yuan said excitedly, destroying these supply points will allow us to drive out the out-of-control AI of the Fire Phoenix Alliance in one fell swoop. This task can only be entrusted to the Universal Alliance. The Fire Phoenix Alliance has turned the defensive war into a counterinsurgency war, a complete mess, unable to spare any resources. Every day the war continues, the losses increase. On the contrary, Li Bin's fleet, as a fresh force, has a clear advantage fighting on enemy territory. Let's do it then, Li Bin said. As the art of war says, eating 1 ounce of enemy food is worth 20 ounces of your own. If out-of-control AIs are robbing humans, we rob out-of-control AIs. Force them to retreat due to exhaustion, and continuously ambush them on their way back and forth, using superior forces to defeat the weak. Moreover, as a supply station in the lost sector serving as a frontline base for the attack, its construction cost is low, and it can be easily replaced. If the enemy attacks, Li Bin can turn this area into a hunting ground. Yes, Commander. Lan Yuan cheerfully ended the communication and issued combat orders to the entire fleet. Gentlemen, our fleet is the closest to the battlefield. In this chaotic mining operation, we must achieve the greatest merit. She hugged Starfall Phil, gritting her teeth. Fight! 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 Just thinking about it makes me so excited I want to raise the flag. Chapter 1214. Bond, the Minister of Public Security, was one of the 6 men Old One-Eye recruited years ago. He oversaw the security officers of Eden Star. When Li Bin and his team went south to capture the Dragon, he arrived at Demon Aerospace as a special negotiator. Actually, the company had plenty of professionals, but an old hand like Bond was more trustworthy and entrusted with leading the team. Up in the upper floors of a magnificent, tower-like observation deck built of pure white rock and red adhesive, Bond, holding a sealed ball stuffed with neuroparasites and implants, rubbed it like a pet lover. He was amused by the words of the negotiation expert opposite him. Don't joke with me. The Universal Union has given your company millions of star coins. 1/10 went to purchasing food, and 30% to leasing labor. That 40% is reasonable. Having served as Minister of Public Security for several years, Bond didn't look old at all. On the contrary, due to the unlocking of his genetic lock and years of pampered living, he seemed to have reversed the aging process, looking only in his 40s. Bond held the seal-shaped ball upright, ensuring its harmless eyes faced the negotiating expert opposite him. The seal faithfully observed the expert's every move, and the neural parasite rapidly transmitted light and olfactory signals. These signals were converted into electrical signals and input into the implant, transmitting them to the negotiation team behind the scenes. The team analyzed the signals and sent the results back to Bond. Through the intracranial implant, Bond could use these external brains to impersonate a professional negotiator. Yes, some slave workers died along the way. We will pay every penny of the compensation stipulated in the contract. Universal Union can afford to pay that much. Please don't say you won't accept it. Our company can't afford to lose face. We wouldn't risk our reputation for a few 100,000 star coins. TSK. Outside the door, the Aviation Electronics Administrative Secretary, a cigarette dangling from his lips, whispered, "Which idiot said this guy's a soldier who doesn't know how to negotiate? He's quite adept at pressure tactics, isn't he?" The others shook their heads, confirming that the data was indeed accurate. Bond's publicly available resume and information, the Bond personality simulation model fed to the AI core, and the resulting training plan, completely contradicted reality. This is the valuable advantage of advanced biotechnology and the use of pets for disguise. Major corporations rely heavily on AI cores, but all of the AI core's analysis is based on the premise of the most detailed and accurate intelligence possible. The more incomplete or mixed the intelligence, the greater the discrepancy between the conclusions and reality tends to be. Of course, there are times when correct conclusions can be deduced, but those are usually poorly crafted deceptions by the perpetrators. But don't forget, Universal Union also has an AI core. Bond's entire process, operations, and negotiation skills were concealed by the AI core. They deliberately used false lines and subtle facial expressions, actions humans couldn't detect but which were highly visible to the AI, to deceive and launch a sneak attack. The result was a mismatch between the model and the real person, putting Universal Union at a disadvantage in the negotiations. In this information battle led by the AI core, Universal Union gained a significant advantage due to the information gap. In the conference room, Bond was in high spirits, his verbal sparring with the assembled experts in full swing. He raised his right hand at a 60-degree angle, waving it like a glow stick. The remaining 3 million star coins must be returned. Any overpayment will be refunded, any underpayment will be collected. Go ask around, isn't this the same principle everywhere? The secretary couldn't take it anymore. He pushed open the door, and in the blink of an eye, his expression, which had been one of gritted teeth and gritting his teeth in frustration, instantly transformed into a warm and gentle one. Even though he mentally cursed Bond, the inferior offspring produced in the breeding factory, 1,000 times over, on the surface, he appeared to be an outlier among aviation and electrical racists. This is the beauty of politics. For the sake of interests and compromise, everyone can be a friend. He gently dismissed the negotiation expert, but the murderous intent that inadvertently flashed in his eyes, when he met their gaze made the expert immediately realize that the civil service system was extremely dissatisfied with them. "We deal with you later." That was the meaning the expert read. "My life is over." The expert left dejectedly, watching the man opposite him, whose scarlet tuxedo resembled a flower, yet still retained the characteristics of a military uniform, capable of concealing numerous personal weapons. Bond's nerves tightened subtly. "Didn't you ask?" Kamadou Sabe. I hold the second seat of the Secretariat of the Ministry of Civil Affairs in the Aviation and Electrical Engineering Department, the man said. The Ministry of Civil Affairs was equivalent to the political department of the Universal Union. The chief civil servant oversaw aviation and electrical affairs and was accountable to the grand head. The difference lies in the structure. Giant corporations like SpeedTech, with their decentralized functions, have a flat organizational structure. In contrast, Universal Union, while nominally a corporation, wields administrative power. Each minister has numerous deputy ministers to balance middle-level power, while consolidating upper-level control, allowing LeBin to make precise adjustments as needed. Military States Aviation and Electronics Division, on the other hand, is controlled by a handful of people. Departments, like the Ministry of Confidential Affairs and the Ministry of Justice, have no deputies under their provincial leaders, only 1 to 9 secretaries. These individuals are the leader's retainers and the continuation of their will. If a top leader falls, the entire provincial top-level structure is dismissed. This is the written rule, but it has never been implemented. Due to the influence of the pure-blood faction, aviation and electronics' internal political environment is actually much better than Japan's. The premise is that it doesn't involve disputes over naval and military budgets. Hello, Second Secretary, Kamadu Sabe. Bond spoke slowly, as if reciting a complex and convoluted incantation. This isn't my personal opinion, but the company's, the board's will. He feigned difficulty, cleverly omitting the CEO's role and shifting the blame for the difficulties to the board as a collective rather than an individual. Even if your admiral or head of state came, I could only say, refund if overpayment, supplement if underpayment. That's written in the contract. Universal Union's success today is due to cost-saving and revenue-generating efforts. $1 million star coins is no small sum. We must recover it. Your tone should be softer. This is negotiation. The CEO led a fleet south to capture the Dragon. Our company's supplies depend on the avionics route. This is an optimized supplementary explanation. Please repeat. The company's negotiation experts were putting in their effort, and Bond was thoroughly annoyed by these bureaucratic jargon. But he still mustered his spirits. The current stability was hard-won. Personal emotions were insignificant compared to the great cause he served. The star coins must be recovered. These million star coins, circulating within the Persis Alliance, will incentivize countless upstream and downstream sectors, acting like antimatter fuel for propulsion systems, propelling the entire national machinery to produce even more goods. Bond then spoke. I mean no insult or sarcasm. I simply hope you will honor the contract. Trust is the foundation of our cooperation, Mr. Zabiai. After all, you wouldn't want to see a friendship severed, would you? So your answer is? Let's see. Zabiai Kamadu gripped Bond's hand, as if welded shut. Bond's eyelids twitched. He thought, I'd done my best. Don't blame me. This **** owes me a debt. I truly reached my limit. Come on. You lowly thing, this black hole-born bastard, today we fight. Let me see if the old soldier's fist is harder, or your pureblood's palm is bigger. Chapter 12:15. A hand with bulging veins pressed down on Bond's arm. It was unimaginable that this seemingly frail civil servant secretary could unleash such astonishing strength, subduing the former soldier Bond. Bond looked up in fury, his other hand instinctively poised to retaliate, ready to break the other man's spine at any moment. But when he met that face, Bond stopped. Because he had exerted every ounce of strength, Kamadu Sabe's face was flush red to his earlobes, his expression contorted, yet he still managed to maintain a smile tinged with difficulty and stubbornness. Let's see again. And beneath those things, the former scout Bond actually discerned a hint of pleading. Demon Avionics desperately needed these star coins. No, that's not right. He further revised his opinion. It wasn't desperately needed, it was probably already spent. Avionics' economy was even worse than the company had assessed. The reconstruction of the Enclave and the fleet's preparations for war had likely already pushed the already strained economic system to the brink of collapse. For over a century, militarism has existed, yet insufficient production capacity has prevented military expansion abroad. Where did the excess funds come from? National debt? Fines? Confiscation of property? None of these were enough. Repeatedly issuing more national debt and inflating the currency. If it weren't for the multilateral trade system that provided a much-needed boost, the aviation electronics company might not have dared to take over the enclave of the Kelziv Technobureau. The money is gone. This was Bond's first thought. His second thought was, no wonder the military analysis indicated that a land-sea competition for aviation electronics was brewing. To compete for the increasingly strained budget, wouldn't they fight tooth and nail? We can sell our rented slave laborers directly to your company. Buy more if you want, the price is very fair, and it's no loss if they die, said Kamadu Sahai. Buy more, and we can even add more. Bond looked disgusted. Universal Union isn't a dumping ground. We don't accept just anyone. What a joke. They think they'd be grateful if they were just hired as slave laborers, given twice the daily rations of the fifth-class avionics workers. But if we actually brought them in, how much extra food would they consume? And how much would the compensation be for the dead? According to the company structure, they're not even considered temporary workers. Outsourcing companies are paid wages. These are all your avionics laborers, just brought here to work for us. They're not even eligible for cost reduction and efficiency improvement. Bond had intended to say this, but that look, that helpless and humble look, made him speechless. Yes. Since I, Bond, can set aside my personal feelings for the company, why can't a powerful organization like Aviation Electronics also produce someone dedicated to the public good? They must have already checked my background. With the company's current reputation, my origins aren't a secret, nor do they involve company secrets. There's no need to hide them like Chung Beiyang did. Therefore, this frail civil servant secretary, daring to obstruct me, was already prepared to be beaten. He moved his lips, setting aside his glory and pride, and forced out a strained voice. Just consider it a favor, the terms are negotiable. Please. The negotiation team added Zwabingwe's micro-expression. Ha! You, this guy, can actually go to such lengths for the public good? Bond felt a surge of admiration. Then he sighed, realizing that such a person with such awareness and talent was truly wasted in aviation electronics. If this were within the global alliance, how could we tolerate your subservience? Then it would be time to stand tall. Based on model predictions, the collapse of the aviation and electronics economy is extremely serious. The head of state's visit to the enclave is likely primarily to stabilize its economy, attempting to boost the local economy through political posturing. The possibility of plundering the enclave's economy for economic support cannot be ruled out. That's not surprising. According to the company's broadcasts and the self-produced holographic novel series Ancient Times, documentaries about the development of ancient human civilization often depict enclaves as colonies, specifically colonies in the ancient sense. It's normal for colonies to provide financial support to the homeland. It is suggested to use this as a starting point to shift the topic, changing the focus from recovering funds to further expanding orders in exchange for more of the company's scarce resources. Under Zwabingwe's bitter gaze, Bond blinked, then his face trembled. The other party took a light breath, his murderous aura suddenly subsiding. All right, 3 minutes, he said. Bond had already done his best to disguise himself, employing all his acting skills, and even recalling his experience as a scout in disguise, to control his emotions. Because the information the negotiating team implanted in him contained only a few words. The Frozen Sanctuary. It contained ancient ice pops from the era of the human realm before the Great Collapse. During the Great Collapse, humans from colonies within 7 light-years of the Takamagara system, traversing the turbulent hyperspace for unknown reasons, struggled to reach this place, where they began their long slumber, awaiting the Stargate's reopening and the human realm's suppression of the chaos before awakening. In simpler terms, it's like a construction site deep in the mountains being hit by a torrential rain. The road to the outside world is blocked by a mudslide, and the power lines are down. Work stops, and some of the idle workers choose to return to their dormitories to sleep, planning to resume work once the rain stops, the roads are restored, and the power is back on. This is a standardized hibernation procedure designed to prevent innocent lives from being wasted in the chaos caused by Stargate malfunctions. However, after avionics occupied the area, they discovered that 99% of the awakened Old Ding vehemently resisted their pure-blooded rule, and thus used the Frozen Sanctuary as a storage facility for human organs. Bond realized that the company had an opportunity to replenish its manpower. Compared to those born in the birthplace and receiving training, those awakened from the Frozen Sanctuary were undoubtedly safer and more reliable. At least, there was no risk of large-scale espionage by avionics. As for loyalty to the human realm, is there any more legitimate power in this star system than the Universal Union? What, you say, the Overlord? If the Old Ding awakened and saw the current Overlord, they would probably only denounce him as an unambitious warlord. Identity doesn't matter, the inheritance of spirit is what matters most. For the sake of those Old Ding, Bond was determined to remain at the negotiating table. He forced a smile and said in a helpless tone, well, I understand your will, I know your resolve. Recovering the funds is impossible. Let's talk about a deal. However, to prevent you from using inferior goods, I will apply to the CEO for additional funds as a second phase deposit. The specific amount will depend on your sincerity. Zwibingwe's expression became lively. So, if we're not sincere, we rather take junk than pay an extra star coin, but if we're sincere, we can exchange for a large amount of star coins? Zwibingwe laughed. Bond, you always say CEO for good things and board of directors for bad things, right? Who doesn't know that after Huanyu Union became a near giant, it kept issuing new shares and then selling them to Li Bin, constantly diluting the shares of other shareholders? What kind of shitty board of directors? It's just the highest ruling class in a different name. Shares and options are just a real name certificate of access to power. Chapter 1216. Thunder Galaxy, a ruined grassland planet. The entire galaxy is neither thunderous nor a galaxy, it's merely a perfunctory name, used only to mislead potential hackers when transmitting textual information. On the grassland planet, the clean air, which had taken centuries to be purified by the planet's ecosystem after the decline of human activity, is polluted once more. Raging flames burn across the grasslands covering the entire continent, relentlessly spreading from the ignition point. Countless creatures that migrated from ancient Earth with humans are burned to death, some hidden in cargo, others brought willingly, but whether intentional or not, in the sky covering fire, everything is meaningless. Just like the native creatures that were reduced to ashes. Isa, wearing a mask, looks displeased. Is this really necessary? She quite likes the boundless grasslands. Yes, Li Bin, also wearing a mask, stood beside Isa. We haven't had time to collect the local biological atlas. We don't know if there are any organisms that could pollute or damage the automated factory and forging furnaces, or even human life. Time is life. To minimize casualties among our employees, we do anything, even set a continent ablaze, or even blow up this strange planet that can grow grass without starlight. The two stood on the outer corridor of a massive 300-meter-high sewage tower, with the tower's top spewing toxic fumes behind them. To operate the nano-forging furnace as quickly as possible, this industrial facility had no pollution control equipment. All pollution was directly discharged into the atmosphere and water. The nano-forging furnace was even exposed to allow for rapid loading and unloading. Moreover, the company's resource recovery fleet has already started working. Li Bin pointed into the distance. Isa looked over and saw rows of machines resembling combined harvesters, but several times larger, at the front lines of the raging fire. They were neatly pushing inverted trapezoidal structures, absorbing the organic matter remaining on the surface after the fire. Relying solely on soil nanomaterial modification for Tonfa is too slow. Planetary modification in the human realm is a complex, lengthy, and delicate procedure, but we can't do that. Food is combat power. I need to further expand Tonfa's production, which requires collecting more organic fertilizer. Recover this ashes, compress and pack them, and fill the empty ships returning to Tonfa. Li Bin said in a complex tone, I wouldn't have dared to use this kind of planetary plundering method before, nor did I have the opportunity to do it, but now it's different. This planet is unclaimed. Frankly, this was an act with a severely disproportionate cost and return. If it weren't for the fact that returning with empty ships would be even less profitable, Li Bin wouldn't have bothered doing it. Basic inorganic materials, like nitrogen, phosphate, and potash fertilizers are readily available byproducts from the process of collecting asteroid and ring dust and refining alloys at the Void Mining Station, most of which are even discarded as garbage and waste liquid. Isa, patting the railing, changed the subject. When can the Hui enter the battlefield? I can't wait! Not yet, we have to wait until the out-of-control AI's attention is diverted, Li Bin said. Only in the hunting ground comprised of dozens of completed supply stations, and hundreds more under construction can the Hui fire with impunity. Leaving here will only expose itself. He gently stroked his wife's head. The more frequently the Hui appears, the easier it is for other forces to gather information on it, and sooner or later it will be linked to us. Until Alyosha and the civilian group have completed the integration of the Alliance's production capacity and gained an overwhelming production advantage, the Hui needs to keep a low profile. But it won't be long. In the second half of the year, she'd be able to roar across the galaxy. In the southern part of the star system, near a jump point in a binary star system in the Lost Star sector, a task force was pursuing a main fleet led by a radiation-class ship and composed of 2 cruisers. The frontline fleet, composed of numerous cruisers, led by 2 Bowhead Whale-class ships, slowly but powerfully closed in, forcing the target towards the jump point in the distance of the system. The radiation-class's AI core urged its brethren to leave quickly. Based on tactical analysis, they suspected that humanity had likely deployed an ambush in hyperspace. However, it didn't matter. As long as any ship could escape contact with other fleets, the out-of-control AI would gain intelligence about humanity's counterinfiltration and attack on its logistics lines. Behind the pursuing human fleet were scattered points of light, left far behind. Those were the wreckage of transport ships piloted by the Hell Legion slave laborers, fragile vessels abandoned by the out-of-control AI the moment the battle began. If only we could get to that place. The Ironheart Annihilator Alpha Core muttered, its sensors repeatedly scanning the distant jump point, prepared to unleash its most ferocious firepower to tear the human ambush forces apart once they entered the physical universe. But the unexpected always arrives first. The out-of-control AI's attention was focused on the jump point, neglecting a tiny, desolate, metallic planet, only 3 times the size of the moon, a little over an hour's journey away. Creatures living on the surface of planets are unaware of celestial revolutions, but from a spaceship's perspective, the orbital speed of any planet is astonishingly fast. In just 20 minutes, the barren, metallic planet had traveled a considerable distance, large enough to reveal the spaceship hidden behind it, using the planet's signal to conceal itself. The Xingtian struggled to ascend from its distant orbit. To ambush, half of its body was captured by the planet's gravity. The massive battleship, to stabilize itself, expended a huge cost, sacrificing an entire fuel tank's worth of antimatter fuel, before finally breaking free of the gravity well, guided by a bull-class tugboat. The massive warship's bow cracked open, and as the desiccated corpse hanging from it swayed back and forth in the inexplicable wind, high-energy reactions filled every ship with its malfunctioning AI. The Radiation-class AI core issued a defensive command, and simultaneously deployed shields. And in that instant the shields deployed, a magnificent torrent of cobalt blue energy surged forth. The powerful cruiser, Twilight, quickly overloaded. Its shields, strong enough to withstand capital ship fire, succumbed to the stellar power, bursting like bubbles, releasing arcs of electricity that were then washed away. Within a minute, the fleet's command channels went silent. The AI core could no longer receive any signals from its comrades. The energy surge weakened, and the unmanned battleship, barely surviving the surprise attack, was nearing its limit. Isa, teacup in hand, watched unsurprisedly as her opponent withstood the first wave of attacks. The target was too far away. Even with the stellar radiation eroding the air, the energy surge had weakened considerably. The rest is up to you. Notify the engineering department to build a relay communicator, and send a message to the wandering bull fleet. Let them come and collect the corpses. Cyber missiles launched from the pursuing task force, easily shattering the shields and paralyzing the radiation-class ships. Then, fire serpent missiles, heavy artillery, and lasers were unleashed, beginning the dismemberment of the target. Chapter 1217. Weigh Anchor. Thunder Galaxy, Grassland Planet Congress. The massive, chimney-shaped open-air containment unit of the Nano-Forge was gently lifted by the giant cables of the Tiangong spacecraft. Engineers grumbled and gave instructions, each one tense. The already nascent industrial area was being dismantled amidst a flurry of activity. Li Bin rode his jet-powered motorcycle at breakneck speed across the meadow, heading towards the orbital elevator, followed by Isa and the guards on their motorcycles. Actually, there was a paved road from the industrial area to the orbital elevator, but Li Bin didn't know when he'd be racing across the grassland again. He wanted to enjoy this last stretch. The out-of-control AI is panicking. Since we entered the Lost Sector 2 months ago, commanders at all levels have fought 13 medium-sized battles, and countless small-scale battles, sinking a total of 6 of the out-of-control AI's main battleships. Li Bin, without a helmet, spoke through the windshield, his voice distorted by the howling wind. Isa wasn't wearing a helmet either. Her silver hair stood on end, flowing like a silver river under the headlights of the escorting vehicles behind her. I have to say, this out-of-control AI is really something. How many battleships has the Fire Phoenix Alliance destroyed in the past 6 months? At least 30, if not 50, right? We only just begun, and they're already angry. In the pitch-black atmosphere, only the headlights pierced the night, casting cone-shaped white beams that reflected on the green grass. In the distance, a large fire slowly approached, burning across the grassland, the air filled with a faint, acrid smell. Li Bin grinned. Hey! 6 battleships are just a drop in the ocean, but we punctured her malfunctioning AI's backside and cut off their logistical supply lines. That's what makes them so intolerant. Let me tell you, our AI core has already assessed that the Afterglow's own unmanned ships don't include fuel ships or cargo ships. In other words, the logistics for this out-of-control AI's blockade tactics, which have penetrated deep into the Fire Phoenix Alliance, simply can't be handled by their own unmanned warships. Unless we drag the Afterglow mothership to the front lines, we only have two options: scavenging from the enemy, or having the remnants of the Legion help with transportation. Li Bin laughed as he spoke, but we just uprooted the Hell Legion, and one of the out-of-control AI's 2 legs has become a non-renewable resource. Like a cripple, although they still walk on 2 legs, it's always uncomfortable. Isha smiled upon hearing this and chimed in, then we kicked that crippled leg hard, and the remnants dwindle in number. The Afterglow mothership can continuously produce Atlas class and the Prometheus class, but the number of brainwashed slaves is dwindling with each battle. Yes, so they're panicking. They even suspended their military buildup to the Fire Phoenix Alliance and started advancing eastward. Li Bin lit a cigarette, smoking half while I smoked the other half. The ash was shattered by the strong wind, rustling like falling snow. According to Zhu Jin's report, the out-of-control AI's vanguard has already destroyed our frontline patrol fleet, sunk 1 Bowhead Whale-class ship, and is heading towards the Thunder system. It's clear they only started the operation after finding our location. Frankly, the Thunder system holding out for 2 months before being exposed is far beyond my expectations. After all, the Candle Dragon's coverage area is limited, and it can't keep its rituals running indefinitely. 1 backup industrial zone has been built, and 2 more ruins with usable automated factories have been found. Now we move the forges there. Isa, eager to try, exclaimed, "Can I finally join the battle this time?" Li Bin twisted the throttle. "Of course. The Thunder system is your battlefield. The Candle Dragon will go first. I'm leaving this to you." Mission accomplished. Isa saluted. "Oh, by the way, what were the losses on the sunken Bowhead Whale class?" "Not bad, only a 15% loss of crew." Li Bin casually tossed away his cigarette, but the grassland beneath his feet would be engulfed in flames sooner or later. A little longer wouldn't matter. They're new crew members after all. Even with repeated requests for priority on saving lives, they can't execute evacuation procedures as smoothly as veterans. These people will immediately be loaded onto other ships, allowing the veterans to evacuate and return to Eden to receive new ships and help train the new crew. The company now has a sufficient number of instructors, and the training speed has increased. "All right." Isa, satisfied with the answer, nodded. She turned her motorcycle around, parting ways with Li Bin, heading towards the surface corresponding to the distant orbit where the Hoey was docked. Unlike Li Bin, who needed to manage the forge evacuation, she could directly take the shuttle for rapid takeoff and landing. Lost Star Sector, southeastern part of the Fire Phoenix Alliance. Since the end of the First AI War, when the 14th Legion lost the possibility of quickly unifying the Star Sector, recalled the mapping Star Sector, and attacked the expeditionary fleet of the Fading Light, this area has rarely been visited. But now, this region, with a star system density no less than the core Star Sector, has been marked as a blockade zone, signifying a temporary return to human rule. While the Fire Phoenix Alliance is busy quelling the chaos caused by the out-of-control AI and unable to extend southward for blockade, the Perseus Alliance has once again stepped in, taking on a responsibility that was not originally theirs. The out-of-control AI did not cease its harassment of the Fire Phoenix Alliance, but simultaneously deployed a new fleet, intending to break through the Universal Alliance in one fell swoop. However, these ships encountered a problem after advancing into the blockade zone. A large military fleet, comprised of 16 cruisers and 2 battleships, 1 Radiation class and the other Brilliant class, as its core, advanced stealthily along the hyperspace storm. They primarily flew in deep hyperspace, their target the Thunder system. Only when they were close enough to the Thunder system did the fleet travel to the nearest physical universe, remotely hacking the relay communicator to send intelligence to the Afterglow mothership. All star systems with stable points have relay communicators. Humans have conducted extensive planning in this area, suspected of attempting expansion. Warning: no new traces of human activity detected. Warning: no signs of human coexistence activities detected. Along the way, except for star systems without stable points, all star systems had installed relay communicators. This was not the preparation expected for normal warfare. Since the Great Collapse, humanity has fought numerous battles in the Lost Sector, yet most star systems remain empty. The fact that the Universal Alliance is now deploying relay communication devices in each system can only mean one thing: humanity is attempting to colonize this region. Preliminary assessment: humanity is attempting to use a cage tactic, deploying colonial outposts to restrict our living space, intending to gradually oppress us. To disrupt humanity's operational plans and investigate the reasons for the withdrawal of the coexistence faction, Alpha G will command a fleet to the specially marked Thunder system to disrupt the blockade zone's production hub. Chapter 1218. Deep within hyperspace, a frigate disguised as wreckage drifted silently. She hovered almost touching the flickering, expanding hyperspace storm, while a mere half-hour flight away, a runaway AI fleet flew by quietly, believing itself unnoticed. Relying on the hyperspace star map of the entire star system obtained by Li Bin, the expertise of the Academy's hyperspace terrain specialists, and the compilation of hyperspace professionals and historical data from the entire Perseus Alliance, Li Bin had mastered the hyperspace terrain of all the areas he had surveyed. It was precisely with this technical data that the company's reconnaissance ships were able to find these narrow, safe zones in hyperspace, areas that wouldn't be swept away by the storm in the short term, allowing them to hide there and monitor the flight path. The CEO's prediction was spot on. This isn't just the Vanguard, it's a special operations fleet, heading straight for the frontline headquarters. Fat Dragon, whose hair had grown thick after treatment with gene-targeted drugs, exclaimed in amazement. Targeted drugs for hair regrowth and androgen regulation are expensive due to a narrow market. Compared to direct hair transplantation, they are slower to take effect and far more costly. However, Fei Long, as the company's expert in cultivating the Grand Gift Crab, has no shortage of funds. He should actually be at the Grand Gift Crab breeding base on Eden Star right now. The Grand Gift Crab now has a complete and complex breeding process, including everything from egg hatching to adult cultivation, gene expression and coloration, morphological adjustment, and postnatal education. However, upon learning that the company lacked experienced, loyal, and reliable commanders for small and medium-sized fleets, Fei Long, a former pirate leader, couldn't suppress his restless captain's spirit and volunteered for the front lines. Currently, he commands over 50 destroyers and 100 cruisers, scattered throughout the blockade zone. His assigned advisor thoughtfully replied, "The CEO has deployed the nanoforge in the Thunder system. Once the coordinates of that system are exposed, the runaway AI will know that a nanoforge, the AI core, and the company's top management exist here. The presence of the forge, the core, and the company's top management will significantly increase the value of this place, to the point where it can influence the runaway AI's strategic deployment." Fatty Dragon suddenly understood. "I get it. The CEO is actually fishing for us, right?" "Actually, I used to do this all the time when I was in the Core Star sector," Fatty Dragon said, then looked puzzled. "But the CEO wasn't like I was when I was broke. Why would someone as distinguished as him risk his life? Wouldn't it be better to release false information and go to a safer area?" The CEO's thoughts are as deep as the sea, beyond our comprehension. To avoid offending him, the advisor changed the subject. "Captain, we obtained first-hand intelligence. Please proceed to the nearby physical universe as soon as possible to relay the message." "You're right." Fat Dragon stood up, leaving the optical observation post. The destroyer was small enough that the captain could move around freely within the cabin. If it were a capital ship, even taking the internal railcar would take a long time. Near the hyperspace reflection of the Thunder system, large groups of transport ships busily and orderly entered and exited jump points. Alpha G, after detecting the signal, quickly mobilized its forces. She ordered her destroyers and frigates to immediately advance, forming an annihilation formation around a cruiser. Utilizing the lightweight and high maneuverability of the ships, along with their multiple blink warp-related tactical systems, they would quickly travel to intercept them. Meanwhile, he led a group of cruisers to make the best of a good way forward. Small ships delay, large ships annihilate. The main force of the Universal Alliance is located in other star systems. This battle is worry-free. The core fleet and the Lan Yuan task force are currently positioned on the outer edge of the blockade zone, constantly flanking the out-of-control AI's logistics lines, or attacking the main force in the rear. According to current data, only one Bowhead Whale class and several Zonzi-class combat ships remain in the blockade zone. They are not a threat. Defeat this fleet, seize the nanoforge, and even kill Li Bin, and victory will be assured. Thus, this special operations fleet, disguised as the Vanguard, plunged headlong into the encirclement. "Captain, the guests have arrived," Xian Tao reported excitedly. The Candle Dragon was currently in hyperspace. Li Bin, without even glancing at the sky battle system, nodded upon hearing the order. "Tell the people below not to panic. The hyperspace portion must leave immediately. Those still in the physical universe, take cover. The small boat is cunning. Annihilating it will take some time." "Yes." The transport ship immediately started, retreating towards the hyperspace reflection. Its cumbersome hull and weak thrust were irresistible to the afterglow destroyers and escort ships, who gave chase. Losing control was inevitable. The Candle Dragon's existence was like a giant golden signboard, announcing the presence of the CEO of the Universal Union. After finishing his work, Li Bin leisurely entered the bridge. "Celia." How long will it take for the enemy to catch up? 4 hours. They need to traverse the entire hyperspace reflection of the nebula before catching up with the distance we covered. We only have one ship here, while the enemy has one cruiser, 20 destroyers, and 30 frigates. There's no need for continuous operations. They're all your prey. Take your time, no rush. I can't wait. 3.5 hours later. The pursuers had already passed the hyperspace reflection. Behind them, battleships disappeared in an orderly fashion at the jump point. The fish have taken the bait. Li Bin rubbed his hands together, the long-awaited real combat making him feel exhilarated. He opened the anti-ship channel and ordered the entire ship. The out-of-control AI main force has advanced into the physical universe. The enemy has no room to maneuver. Candle Dragon, turn immediately. Complete bow maneuvering within 10 minutes. Aye, Captain. Everyone roared in response. The battlecruiser, over a kilometer long, trailed at the stern of the fleet, turning at a pace that seemed tepid to a frigate. Recorded. The command ship, Twilight, created a local folder and began recording a real-time combat log titled Lost Sector, Thunder System, Li Bin's Hunting Chronicle. Even as an AI, even as a low-quality simulated personality with a beta core, the thought of achieving the feat of killing Li Bin made her circuitry tremble slightly. Sparks crackled due to overload and short circuits, only to be suppressed by circuit protection. She couldn't imagine how she could lose. Given the sheer number of ships, and the quality of the Afterglow warship, based on previously collected data on the mechanical arc class, she could win by suffering at most half her losses. Li Bin climbed the steps, unbuttoned his uniform, and Qian Tao quickly took it. Li Bin peeled back the artificial skin on the back of his neck, revealing an upgraded, military-grade neural interface from the ruins. Qian Tao, do you think AI can be arrogant? Qian Tao shook his head. I'm not a programming major. I didn't study much as a child. Later, I graduated with an adult undergraduate degree from the Universal Union, majoring in command. Li Bin smiled, picking up the neural probe. AIs don't have arrogant emotions, but they like to use massive amounts of data for calibration, dealing with opponents with the most precise power possible. This is based on the ultimate utilization of resources. Chapter 1219. But this exploitation reflects human emotions, like a newbie hero in a classic RPG facing a demon king who's always only slightly stronger than them. It's human arrogance. Li Bin inserted the probe, a dazzling array of data and images flashing through his mind. AI, as a product of humanity, is like a child, inheriting many human traits. They don't have arrogance, but they can exhibit behaviors that resemble arrogance. A cruiser and a group of small boats think they can take down the Candle Dragon? Celia, you're being underestimated, he said softly. In the Sky Battle System, Celia Battlefield Edition, clad in full tactical gear, wielding a rapid-fire laser sniper rifle, wearing a tactical helmet, a multifunctional mechanical backpack, and wielding various types of mechanical claws, makes a grand entrance. Battle? She shouts over the ship's loudspeaker. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Celia declared war, and the outcome of the war was already decided. The mighty power of the God of Machines, the fourth great ritual, Laplace's Twilight, activated. Strange electrical signals instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The out-of-control AI warships crashed the next second, their shields shattered like bubbles, their raised turrets fell back down, and their detectors, optical observation posts, and transponders were overloaded by the ship itself. Eyes, ears, noses, and mouths were all damaged. In an instant, Celia created dozens of blind men. I will destroy these bastards. The white-haired woman proclaimed, shouting Mother Celia is invincible. In every cabin. As the ship's armor contracted and tightened like dragon scales, the engine exhaust began to subside. The mighty power of the God of all machines, the second great ritual, Thunderous Plow, activated. 2 Bull-class tugboats arrived beside the Candle Dragon, their propulsion fields enveloping the fully armed vessel. The ship propelled itself forward at a speed defying all historical data. The Candle Dragon's speed surged, accelerated, and exploded. It crushed meteorite fragments falling into hyperspace, and the entire battlefield's public communication channels were filled with the sound of electronic horns, primarily rousing horns, accompanied by electronic melodies. The out-of-control AI, whose transponders had been destroyed, couldn't hear the melody, but that didn't matter. The amplified music was a thrill in itself, and the crew of the Candle Dragon, upon learning that even the passively attacked enemy could hear this death knell, felt an even greater surge of excitement. The long warship approached, and the third ritual, suppressing bandits and exterminating evil, was activated simultaneously. The turret armor lowered, the turrets rose, and all the ship's cannons fired. The firing intervals of the plasma cannon and the devastator cannon grew longer, and their accuracy improved through repeated real-world firing. The plasma cannon operator, looking at the final adjusted parameters, explained, "A mere frigate can actually take a hit from a plasma cannon. At least this life hasn't been in vain." The main gun's firing spanned 2 large sections, coupled with the damage bonus accumulated from the repeated shots of the slaying bandits and slaying evil's attack, leaving the Twilight's weak armor without shield protection utterly defenseless. It was instantly vaporized by the plasma. Reboot complete. The Twilight frigate was the first to reboot, starting up to prepare for a counterattack. But the Candle Dragon ignored it, relentlessly heading towards the Star Eclipse-class cruiser. Frigates and destroyers attempted to block the way to buy time for the command ship. They didn't know why the fleet suddenly overloaded, or why the ship's equipment burned out. Unable to communicate via transponders and the network, they couldn't benefit from the intelligence boost of the Beta AI core, and could only rely on their own ship-borne AI and Gamma AI for estimation. The electronic warfare anomalous offensive lasted only a moment. This power, not belonging to conventional combat capabilities, could not be sustained. This was their conclusion. When Celia noticed the Eclipse-class cruiser move, her projection fired a shot. Then Laplace's Twilight activated again for a brief moment, and the fleet crashed once more. The Beta Core could only watch helplessly as the Candle Dragon bombarded the fleet, warship after war being pulverized by plasma cannon fire. The unmanned carrier-based aircraft that had already taken off were easily torn apart by anti-aircraft guns. If they were interceptors, the Candle Dragon didn't even bother to fire, simply crushing them head-on, like a giant crushing stone. Next came the escort ships and destroyers blocking the way. All were torn apart by the adamantine ram, then shattered by the ship's immense kinetic energy. The fragments rolled spectacularly in all directions along the ship's armor curves. The marine crew, watching a pile of wreckage roll past the optical observation post, excitedly slammed their fists on the table. "Did you see that? Did you see that? There's an automated machine hidden in that pipe. A huge searchlight. Looks like an eyeball. Huddled in the pipe, it looks like a plucked, drenched chicken, haha." No matter the model, tactical system, or weaponry, before the overwhelming power and ramming head, everything is equal. Old One-Eye lit a cigarette. "Forget it. These small boats can't even withstand a single ramming. How are we supposed to board them?" His subordinate was stunned. "Chief Petty Officer, you board unmanned boats too?" Old One-Eye snorted smoke. "These ships all have AI cores. Boarding, armor penetration, core grabbing, and no enemies blocking the way. It's free money." He nudged his stunned subordinate with his finger. "An AI core? I don't need to tell you how much performance bonus it's worth, right? Holy crap. We're rich." The atmosphere instantly became lively, and a shout came from the crowd. "Quiet down. It's coming." The latest situation came from the optical observation post on the projector. No more spaceships were blocking the way. Old One-Eyed immediately reached behind his seat, pulled out his seatbelt, and fastened it. With a clap, the table in front of him quickly retracted, along with the drinks on it. He shouted, "Prepare for the impact." Boom! The adamantite ram pierced the Star Eclipse's side, at a carefully chosen angle. Li Bin was no longer the novice he used to be, relying solely on luck for impact. He had now mastered the structures of most popular spaceships in the star system through extensive retrieval of blueprints and the hull structure, not blueprints, of the Afterglow spaceship shared by Miss N. Working with Celia, he could ram into the Eclipse from the best angle, avoiding the ammunition depot and fuel depot, minimizing pressure on the cargo hold, and breaking the keel in one strike. The Gauss cannon, exposed by the tidal wave, exploded, its arcs of electricity crackling and leaving marks on the armor. The adamantium ram tore through the turret armor, effortlessly cutting into the ship's weak points along the wiring and conduits. A spider-shaped repair machine, automatically ejected based on local information and preparing to head to the turret for maintenance, had barely peeked out when the molten adamantium ram shattered its head, leaving only its struggling body crawling forward. It no longer needed to worry about its mission, because the next moment, the massive bow of the ship rammed in, crushing the entire keel of the maintenance compartment, along with its body. After a violent shaking and jolt, Celia's projection made a gesture of spreading its hands to its left. And so, the cruiser, only slightly smaller than itself, shattered in two. "They boarded, you bastards." Old One-Eyed released his safety harness, his alloy prosthetic limb slamming against the wall with a loud thud. "Which group gets the AI core? They get an extra 20% on their performance bonus this year. A freebie." On the bridge, Li Bin and Qian Tao high-fived. "Notify the frontline troops, the pockets can be sealed tight. No ship can relay messages." Isha, take care of these minions, then deal with the spoils in the pockets. Chapter 1220. Alpha G had only been out for 2 minutes, awakening from a brief power outage. Like someone experiencing sleep paralysis, only she could move, the entire radiation-class ship was frozen in place. She struggled to reconstruct the electrical grid, taking several minutes to restart the ship's balancing system. The strange turbulence caused the ship's balancing instruments to malfunction. In space, there was no up, down, left, or right, but the balancing instruments existed primarily to counteract celestial gravity and ship imbalances caused by war or natural cosmic phenomena, aiming to give the ship as many means of sensing the outside world as possible. 87% probability of being attacked. She assessed this, initially not taking it seriously. Alpha G reliably restarted the optical observation posts. As the contracting optical equipment captured external light signals, her computational matrix froze for a full 3 seconds. The scene before her was unexpected. The Brilliant-class unmanned battleships and dozens of cruisers have all sunk. What happened? Weren't there only a few warships nearly been? Even with the additional Bowhead Whale-class and Zonzi-class ships, they couldn't have destroyed the fleet so quickly. Nebulae, as celestial systems without stars, generally fall into 2 categories. First, like Prism Freeport, they are loosely structured due to their small overall mass, making it difficult for even a single planet to form. But the Thunder system clearly doesn't fall into this category. It was previously colonized by humans and is rich in planetary resources. Second, because the most massive star in the system hasn't formed, the abundance of matter allows for the formation of a dozen or even dozens of planets. Therefore, the Thunder system, falling into the second category, possesses more than double-digit jump points, 2 fixed jump points, 10 unidirectional jump points carved out by planetary gravity, and several unstable shadows formed by celestial bodies with small masses, capable of supporting horizontal jumps. The Universal Alliance had no idea where they would be attacked from. Where did they get the information? Alpha G quickly learned the truth. Because a colossal, trident-shaped behemoth, significantly longer than a battleship and with a magnificent appearance, crashed into their view. It traversed the nebula material creating triangular energy shields on its surface, proving that this dreadnought possessed a close-fitting passive energy shield. Damn it, that bizarre dreadnought, known as the Unmanned Ship Hunter. Previously, the Hell Legion analyzed that this ship didn't belong to any faction, a remnant of the human realm era, but it turned out it was the Universal Alliance's vessel. The truth was revealed. This ship, possessing ultra-long-range strike capabilities and a range spanning half a galaxy, was the culprit that destroyed the fleet. It was a hoax. We were fooled. Alpha G sent out a fierce electrical signal, attempting to hack the relay communicator to send intelligence to the Ironheart Annihilator, but after sending the signal, only a response was received. Access failed, relay communicator lacks critical equipment. The Universal Alliance had already dismantled the enhanced quantum communication facilities of the relay communicator. This was a dead end for them. What to do? They still had over 40 minutes to restart, but this treacherous ship could fire its main gun every 30 minutes. All their options were exhausted. However, events always take an unexpected turn. Just when Alpha G thought things couldn't get any worse, a drab, low-tech battleship approached from another direction. Bowhead Whale class? No, that's not right. Data comparison revealed that this ship was 40% different from the Bowhead Whale class. A massive cannon had appeared on the front of the spaceship, and behind it was an open-air carrier deck. This is a modified Bowhead Whale? The Universal Union class, the fully fledged Bowhead Whale class. The Universal Union already had several modified versions, but they'd been sitting in dock. With this southward voyage, the Tiangong-class dock already had enough equipment for several more modifications. Universal Union class. Bowhead Whale class. The blockade zone currently lacks the resources to develop abandoned space stations, but the Tiangong class itself is comparable to a Level 1 space station, and its spaceport capabilities are equivalent to half a Level 1 space station, sufficient to support modifications. This is just the first one. The remaining Bowhead Whale class ships, operating with the fleet, are undergoing upgrades and modifications. The Universal Union class didn't even glance at the Radiation class battleship, heading straight for the nearest jump point. As a reserve force to handle unforeseen circumstances, it no longer had combat missions now that the overall situation was settled. It was going to other star systems to participate in encirclement and guerrilla warfare. In the Hoi Shipboard Experimental Center, Brother Jia licked his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the Radiation-class destroyers. A few Radiation-class wrecks pieced together should be enough to gather the components for one ship, right? This will give me plenty of time to dismantle it. Good girl, full power. A bright burst of light erupted from the bow of the Hoey, and after blooming, the light slowly advanced. So slow, there's still time. Alpha G determined that just a few minutes later, the ship had been hit by something. Only then did the AI core react. The light was the sound of a launch. The warhead itself was traveling at faster than light speed. Because the warhead's light was so slow, the trajectory captured by the optical observation sentry was actually slower than the actual speed. The explosion of the fusion warhead instantly destroyed the radiation-class aircraft carrier. In its final moments, Alpha G, whose vision was almost entirely obscured by the explosion, finally caught a glimpse of the belatedly arriving, dazzling trajectory. So beautiful. Air Force, move out. The Magic Swordsman and the Broadsword lead the charge. The flash drones spread out in flanking formations. Shiha, deploy your shields. This is the first collective action of the carrier fleet. Show some guts. We are the rope tying the bag in the blockade zone. Having gained experience commanding a fleet beyond his rank, and having participated in several large-scale fleet battles, Zhu Jin finally took command independently. He commanded the flagship Azure Dragon, Libra class, the Shiha, Star class, and two each of the Great Eagle class and Castella class carriers. A massive number of bombers were launched in succession, while fighter pilots, wearing close-fitting combat suits, used magnetic boots to climb directly onto the aircraft fuselages. This was a violation of the operating manual, but pilots always preferred to do it for efficiency. Bai Chiu Trigger, with a juicy Xilongbao soup dumpling in his mouth, plopped into the cockpit. Once the canopy closed and the air exchange hissed as it spewed air into the cabin, a beep indicating the oxygen level had reached the appropriate concentration, he unfastened his helmet, swallowed the dumpling in a few bites, and shouted into the command channel. The enemy is a runaway AI cruiser fleet, a total of 2 squadrons, and 24 ships, plus a Brilliant-class battleship as reinforcements. Everyone, help me out. I'm just one ship kill away from getting the AC title. Any ship will do. If we take this, I treat everyone to Hadaleo. Ah! Excitement boiled over in the channel. This was the western edge of the blockade zone, the edge of the pocket formation. In the 18th hour, Zhu Jin's carrier fleet, having cut off the invading fleet's retreat, was defending the physical universe, constantly maneuvering against the approaching enemy using star systems. Chapter 1221. Hyperspace, Ride, Obsidian Beta-class world-devouring crab. Fei Long had just boarded this ship. He had actually familiarized himself with it long ago through the training program, but only now, for his meritorious service and reconnaissance before enemy lines, had he been rewarded with this vessel. Fei Long gathered all nearby ships capable of receiving the summons, totaling over 10 destroyers and 24 frigates, forming the Whitestone Fleet, and was advancing in the opposite direction of Alpha G's trajectory. Captain, the entire blockade zone is in complete chaos. His first mate, also a former first mate from the pirate crew, wiped the sweat from his brow and explained awkwardly, Commander Zhu Jin and Commander Zui Mingqian Shao are leading the fleet to blockade the western front of the blockade zone, engaged in a fierce battle with the invading, out-of-control AI, diverting some of their forces. Inside, Commander Lan Yuan has just completed a large-scale maneuver, using the pursuers as bait, fighting her way from the Lost Star sector into the interior of the blockade zone, and is currently engaged in a major battle around several star systems in the central part of the blockade zone. Meanwhile, the Universal Alliance-class fleet led by Commander Wahab is. Another wave of out-of-control AIs is advancing. According to the latest intelligence, a total of 33 battleships, known as Twilight, have invaded the blockade zone. Some are being dealt with, while others are out of control, leaving the enemy lurking in circles. There are also about 7 targets, totaling 14 ships, that remain unattended. That dragon scratched his head. Dude, do you think my current setup can handle these 7? Can you suggest some that can be dealt with? The first mate paused awkwardly for a second before saying, I think the Tiangong is actually quite powerful. Among these 7, one only has a single unmanned battleship carrier with dual vision capability. That dragon slapped him across the face. Where's the cruiser, huh? Report. Not here. The first mate immediately stood up straight. Why not? That dragon pressed, instinctively sensing a trap. Ever since he was ensnared by Li Bin's entrapment, he had become much more cautious. Actually, this ship was engaged in a battle with Lan Yuan's fleet in hyperspace. It strayed into the deeper layers of hyperspace, and was swept away by a storm. It lost contact with the main fleet. It's a day and a half's journey from us. We can still catch up. Hearing Lan Yuan's name, Fei Long felt relieved. He pulled out the Sky Battle System and looked at it for a few minutes, then suddenly burst out cursing. Isn't this very close to the backup base the CEO designated? Yes, the first backup base is an abandoned space station. To restart it, we need to explore it first. There might be some good stuff inside. The first mate added, the Tiangong is also on its way. We can send someone to contact the Tiangong first. We can use bait to delay them, and then turn around and attack when the Tiangong is ready. Fei Long's heart skipped a beat. He rubbed his hands together, stood up, and paced back and forth in the cabin. After hesitating for more than 10 minutes, this former pirate finally succumbed to his adventurous spirit. He clapped his hands. Good job. I, Fat Dragon, have my share of battleship command aspirations, haven't I? Notify the fleet to set sail. Also, he pointed to the first mate, immediately send 5 of my bravest men to contact the other scout ships lying in ambush nearby. Have them wait for me at their designated positions. I'm going to personally reel in the big fish. 3 days later, in hyperspace. In a wide channel, the World Devourer crab, battered and bruised, with one of its turrets shattered, sped along at breakneck speed. Fat Dragon's wailing echoed through the public channel. I pounce on your mother. That's too fierce. Feeling he had a significant advantage, Fat Dragon charged in, then typed GG. Leading a fleet of destroyers and frigates, Fat Dragon had never actually intended to destroy the Binary Horizon-class destroyer himself. He only planned to use himself as bait, relying on the speed of his small ships to maintain a safe distance. But the problem was, the Binary Horizon-class was an aircraft carrier. The battleship itself wasn't fast, but the fighters on its deck were. Moreover, they were drones. Once their fuel ran out, they were abandoned. Fat Dragon, focused on escape, dared not linger, and could only order his crew to scatter and flee for their lives. The Binary Horizon class's AI core, therefore, followed a simple principle: chase the biggest one and attack it. The two sides fled, chasing each other, traversing 2-star systems, repeatedly entering and exiting jump points. Fat Dragon cursed his first mate's parents 1,000 times in his mind. But this disheveled appearance, by a twist of fate, led the AI core to believe that this meticulously planned fishing operation was an accident, and it pursued even more diligently. Fat Dragon, perhaps emotionally broken, laughed despite the immense pressure. Hee. I must survive. After flying for several days, finally reaching the temporarily named Volcano system, where the second backup base was located, Fat Dragon saw hope, tears streaming down his face. A Universal Union-class ship, the Chimera, captained by Mikhail. The Chimera immediately turned after its detectors detected an abnormal signal. Upon receiving further information from Fat Dragon, Mikhail angrily exclaimed, "So you're the one who led the enemy here?" Fei Long quickly protested, This is all. Shut up. Mikhail gritted his teeth, roaring as he interrupted Fei Long. He was ordered to guard the Tiangong, and honestly, given his fiery temper, he wouldn't want to do this kind of mission. Normally, he'd be overjoyed to be on a mundane escort mission when faced with such a big opportunity. A Universal Union-class ship against a Binary Horizon-class ship damaged by a hyperspace storm? A 40% chance of winning worth a shot. But now, he glanced at Yunyang, who was diligently working as the ship's logistics manager below, and cursed wildly, "My wife is still on the ship. If you ruin me like this, and my whole family dies, I won't let you get away with it." Yunyang glanced back at her husband. So annoying. The bear-like man cursed, but still spurred the Chimera forward to provide support. Release the Spark Squadron. The Spark Squadron, mounted on the Universal Union-class battleship as escort ships, was a choice made by the Chimera to ensure the fastest and longest possible combat operation. The heavy Gauss cannons on its bow roared to life, and the Spark drones hurtled forward, passing the World Devourer and engaging in a fierce battle with the Binary Horizon-class drones. But Mikhail, who had taken command, did not advance. Instead, he slowly retreated. Fat Dragon. I deal with you later. He cursed, cautiously controlling the battleship. He didn't activate the shields, but instead swayed the ship left and right, using the thick capital ship armor modules on both sides of the Universal Union class to absorb damage, conserving power for unleashing firepower. He was preparing for a protracted war. The two battleships fought and retreated, and under Fat Dragon's terrified gaze, the Chimera relinquished the jump point, giving the Binary Horizon class the opportunity to enter the physical universe and cause trouble for the Heavenly Palace. However, this was prepared in advance by the Tiangong-1's management team after receiving Fei Long's battle plan. As the entire attention of the Binary Horizon-class battleship was focused on Mikhail in hyperspace, for tachyon light spears were launched from the physical universe, passing through the stable jump point and landing precisely on the Binary Horizon class's back at a high angle. This was followed by Dragonfire missiles, Death torpedoes, and a massive volley of missiles such as Cyber missiles and Fire Serpent missiles. The Dreadnought launched all its missiles. Damn it! Don't think I, Mikhail, am just reckless. AI Core, after chasing me for so many days, you must have already hacked into Fat Dragon's network to eavesdrop, right? Thought I wasn't prepared? You're sorely mistaken. Fat Dragon, watching the battleship explode instantly, belatedly realized. So you interrupted me just now, because you were afraid I'd give myself away? Mikhail was extremely pleased, thinking more than that, I also took the opportunity to show off in front of my wife. Let's write the battle report. The idea of using hyperspace terrain to divide the enemy is excellent. The captain wants us to summarize the combat experience as soon as possible, inform the entire fleet, and form a localized superior force to strike the enemy, turning the entire blockade zone into a killing field for the enemy. Chapter 1222. Zhu Jin withdrew his troops. 14 radiant battleships had gathered in the west, entering the physical universe one after another, subtly indicating a potential blockade of hyperspace and a pincer attack. He sent intelligence to the temporary headquarters in the blockade zone, and after sending the request, decisively ordered the fleet to withdraw. Subsequently, the fleet rested for 2 days in a small star system 3.4 light-years to the east, a system consisting only of stars and an asteroid belt. This was unavoidable. He had filed the report with headquarters because he had intended to contact Lan Yuan's command to launch a joint military operation, but unfortunately, Lan Yuan was currently in hyperspace and unable to be contacted. The temporary asteroid belt station in this system consisted of 5 hollowed-out meteorites, forming a triangular arrangement. Each asteroid could barely fit a battleship anymore, and there would be no place for crew and makeshift repair facilities. On the long, magnetically attached table in front of Zhu Jin were 7 or 8 hemispherical magnetic plates, each 1 meter in diameter, with 5 or 6 fleet officers seated together. According to the temporary food regulations for the blockade zone, even the fleet commander was only entitled to a ration of 1.5 portions for senior officers, 3 dishes, and a soup, all pre-prepared meals provided by the Waizenzu Food Company. It wasn't that individual cooking was forbidden, but rather that to facilitate the unified transportation of large quantities of grain, Li Bin had the logistics department send pre-prepared meals directly. Apart from the Tiangong, which could utilize its massive size to set up hydroponic cabins, the other battleships could only satisfy their cravings with fish and shrimp from the central reservoir. Pre-prepared meals are delicious at first, but become bland after a while. Yes, the crew of the Universal Union have grown to the point where they can distinguish between pre-cooked meals and freshly prepared food, a remarkable achievement in such a cesspool-like environment. To meet their daily nutritional needs, the crew has to pool their rations, sharing a table of food and picking and choosing, eating only a little of each dish. Zhu Jin put down his half-eaten chopsticks and lit a cigarette with a sigh. The first mate, seeing this, wiped his mouth. "Captain, eat something. If you don't build up some fat now, you won't get a hot meal for a week or two when the fighting starts. You'll be eating nutrient solutions and bricks, compressed biscuits, that can kill space cockroaches." In the Universal Union, there's a phenomenon quite different from other factions. Because the path to advancement is so wide, everyone can climb a rank with just a little effort. Therefore, officers and key personnel often choose to eat the things the crew dreads during work hours to save time. And the higher the rank, the more time they spend eating. Many of these officers join the Union for the food, but in the end, driven by desire, they chose to return to this wretched existence. Zhu Jin shook his head, flicking his cigarette ash. "Can't eat anymore. Have you read the captain's latest classic cases of Mahjong warfare?" They long discovered that during the hyperspace battle, Commander Lan Yuan utilized the violent energy characteristics of the hyperspace storm and the evasion logic of the human leader's ships to force the Afterglow ships into deep hyperspace, causing their battle formation to be scattered by the storm. During this time, one battleship lost contact with the other Afterglow ships, becoming isolated. Fei Long lured it all the way to the volcano system, where Mikhail, the gatekeeper, cooperated with the Tiangong to take it down. The other officers put down their cutlery, and everyone perked up at Zhu Jin's suggestion. The first mate glanced at everyone and hesitated. "You mean, we should just copy that?" "Yes," Zhu Jin nodded. For this blockade operation, the captain specially approved bringing 4 graduating classes of students majoring in hyperspace terrain from the academy, distributing them to various fleets and battleships. Originally, this was to survey the local terrain and compare it with human star maps, but now that we have these people, we can follow the captain's suggestion. Once the military topic was raised, Various concerns arose, and the officers' mess was quickly filled with the smoke from cigarettes. Officers, one hand holding a cigarette, the other skillfully brewing tea and coffee. The pressure of these important meetings is immense, all-nighters are common, and going without sleep for dozens or even hundreds of hours is normal. The Universal Alliance strictly prohibits powdered substances. To stay awake and relieve stress, tea, coffee, and cigarettes have become necessities. 2 days later, the spaceship, barely repaired in the makeshift dock, was being emptied by Zhu Jin. A group of officers with red eyes filed out, bringing with them a thick cloud of second-hand smoke that even the air circulation system couldn't dispel. Zhu Jin returned to the Qinglong's bridge, connected to the neural link, and began issuing orders, with the Qinglong and Shiha as the core, divide the carrier fleet in two and resist step by step. The carrier fleet composition is shown in the image. This was originally the core fleet's carrier section. For those unsure of the ship class, please refer to the image. The Demon Swordsman Super Heavy Fighter and the Broadsword Heavy Fighter traced huge arcs in hyperspace, breaking through the out-of-control AI fleet's drone wing at astonishing speed. 3 more kills. Bai Qiu Trigger said, but his expression was grim. All kills were by drones, yielding very few points. He looked at the transponder with resentment. The Azure Dragon possessed enhanced shipboard AI, a specialized AI whose electronic warfare capabilities rivaled those of the core AI, thus preventing it from falling into the same disadvantageous position as the Fat Dragon. The transponder displayed a battlefield map shared by command. A massive fleet of over 10 cruisers and 4 battleships was surrounded by an impenetrable swarm of destroyers and frigates. Such a large fleet was simply too much for a mere fighter wing to penetrate. Why not send bombers? He asked the wing commander. You know nothing. Get back here. The wing commander yelled. We're clearly outmatched. Our cruisers and the escorting White Stone fleet are outnumbered. If we fight any longer, we lose our ships. Before Bai Qiu could complain, the wing commander interrupted. 3 destroyers have already sunk, and the crew are all in the escape pods. If you delay the rescue, I skin you alive. Get back here and cover the rescue ships. Okay. In the Qinglong's combat command center, Zhu Jin patted the dejected first mate's shoulder. It was just a failed baiting maneuver. The enemy was too late. We can lure them in again later. Let's continue our retreat. Similar retreat operations were repeated 3 times. Even the slow-witted, out-of-control AI in the pursuit realized something was wrong. However, because the AI core was unaware of the information about the warship sunk in hyperspace, their judgment was very direct. Humans are attempting to use the hyperspace terrain to delay the battle and weaken us with a hyperspace storm. They mapped the movement trajectory of Zhu Jin's carrier fleet and discovered that after circling around, the enemy changed their operational strategy. Some of the damaged battleships, along with their other damaged ships, turned back and surfaced to the rear of the physical universe to await replenishment. Only after the reinforcements arrived would they resume the pursuit. This gave Zhu Jin a chance to catch his breath. After all, the entire blockade zone was riddled with supply depots. Chapter 1223. Greetings, Master. At Temporary Station 117, slave laborers from the Aviation and Electrical Engineering Department, wearing electric shock collars, bowed and scraped before the Universal Union crew members disembarking from the ship under the direction of the Aviation and Electrical Supervisor. Some crew members seemed to enjoy it, while a considerable number looked reluctant. Zhu Jin frowned at the busy scene of the slave laborers, and called over the engineering department. What's going on? It's been 3 months. The station should be over 200 by now. Why are there still people at such a high-ranking station? The engineer who came to supervise the project quickly explained. It's the last fleet led by Captain Guzlian. Before they left, they reported that there was a concentrated burst of stellar flares in this system. The solar winds from 3 stellar flares disrupted the meteorite's trajectory, causing a collision at the station and damaging 2 docks. We're here to repair them. But it's alright, it's almost finished. Zhu Jin's expression improved. Hurry up and leave. There will be fighting in this area in a day or 2. Once you're out, don't go east. Fly west for 14 hours first, then fly south to leave the blockade zone. Further west. Okay. Zhu Jin entered the office and immediately summoned Zui Ming Qianshao for advice. How are the soldiers? Zui Ming shook her head. They're fighting and retreating, their morale is low. To prevent intelligence leaks, we haven't informed our subordinates. They don't understand the big picture, they just feel like there's fighting everywhere, and the enemy is growing stronger. As of now, our pursuers have increased to 10 battleships. If this drags on any longer, I'm afraid the out-of-control AI will combine its forces, break through the blockade zone, cross the aviation territory, and head straight for our headquarters. Zui Meng worried. I'm not worried about the God's Wrath-class ships in the Eden system, but the Tonfa system to the south only has planetary shields. If it's attacked, I'm afraid the entire mining station in that system will be destroyed. Zhu Jin, rubbing his face with hair oil, said, Trust the company, trust the captain. I understand. We already paid the price of 8 cruisers. The enemy hasn't figured out our plan, and the risk of it failing has disappeared. The reconnaissance ships accompanying the fleet are also proficient in hyperspace surveillance technology and harassment tactics. Our advantage has been steadily building. Okay, let's rest as soon as possible. After 5 rounds of fighting and retreating, practically circling the southern edge of the blockade zone, the carrier fleet finally saw a turning point today. It was still hyperspace luring, still heavy fighters maneuvering and delaying, still the surveillance ships scattered around appearing and disappearing, preventing the out-of-control AI from deploying all the smaller ships into combat. The only variable was the pilots. They had been holding back for too long, like a young boy restrained for 10,000 years, finally unable to resist. Led by Baichio Trigger, the pilots went crazy, trying to seize this final window of opportunity to take down and destroy the ships before the fleet issued the withdrawal order. According to the customs of the Global Alliance, only those who become Air Force ACs are qualified to become wing commanders, because the company used to follow an elite route, with most of the veterans being ACs. As the fleet expanded, many of those ACs became wing commanders, hence this custom. Those like Baichio Trigger, who were just 1 or 2 escort ship kills away from promotion, were utterly frustrated by the current guerrilla warfare tactics. They watched as their juniors climbed the ranks rapidly by shooting down drones, while they themselves were stuck at this hurdle, feeling a sense of powerlessness akin to that of an incompetent husband. So today, they went all out, fighting with incredible ferocity. The demon swordsman fighters weaved through gaps in the enemy fire network, coordinating with each other to deceive anti-aircraft guns and missiles, firing bursts of fire wherever they could find an opening, moving back and forth like mosquitoes. But this time, the hyperspace storm arrived earlier than usual. Baichio, who had already crossed the enemy drone wing, received the evacuation order but found it too late to turn back. He and a few comrades discussed it and decided not to move. You guys go, I cover you with men, he said, cutting off communications without waiting for the wing commander's order, and charging even more fiercely towards the enemy. However, the wing commanders were also in a precarious position. A full-speed return would allow them to catch up, but a slower approach would also result in them being caught in the storm. Coupled with the concern of their comrades being surrounded, after a few seconds of hesitation, the wing commanders also abandoned their evacuation. Thus, the battlefield became disconnected. On one side, the fighter squadron continued its charge. On the other, the carrier fleet gradually withdrew from the battlefield. Zui Mingqianshao, cursing under her breath, ordered her men to fire air support missiles, doing what they could. The fighters, in conjunction with the missiles, unleashed a wide-range, scattered attack, holding back the first half of the out-of-control AI fleet. Space trembled. The explosive energy brewing in deep hyperspace released violent currents and light, illuminating a pure white in the blue-purple world. The pure white engulfed a large number of missiles, causing them to explode midair. The heavy fighter's armor was as fragile as paper before the force of nature. Baichio, positioned on the edge of the battle line, far from the storm, felt the world spin. Everything before him was upside down and confused. The fighter AI frantically reported errors, its beeping buzzer becoming a melody, before everything went black, and he knew nothing more. If only I had crashed into it, at least the compensation would have been higher. That was his last thought. His target, a shape-shifting frigate, was also blown in the same direction. Tens of thousands of miles away, Zhu Jin, witnessing everything, trembled, a look of wild joy on his face. Quick! Immediately dispatch high-speed ships to surface to the nearest physical universe. Notify them that the target has been captured. Navigator, optical observation post, immediately authorize maximum memory and begin recording the target's scattering. How many ships were blown away? His words grew louder and louder. The out-of-control AI has half of its ships engulfed, 6 battleships blown away, 7 remaining, 27 cruisers blown away, 39 remaining, destroyers and frigates are too numerous to count. Quick! Report immediately, notify all labor ships to immediately cease hyperspace activity and retract. If a ship's laborers die, the company will have to pay 200,000 star coins. Volcanic system, above a lava planet, an abandoned space station. Li Bin took the intelligence report handed to him by Qian Tao, glanced at it, and smiled. Zhu Jincheng has succeeded. Lan Yuan also lured the pursuing enemy to the black hole galaxy, used the asteroid belt to shake them off, and is currently resting. Bahab's fleet is still engaged in battle. The 6 battleships were just hit by a hyperspace storm and are scattered in various locations. Let everyone launch attacks in different directions, making their own incursions. He said to Qiantao, notify the hiding Zhongzi class and Universal Union class ships that they can respond to the call and begin their hunt, taking down these 6 battleships. At the same time, have Lan Yuan do the same, continuing to expand the guerrilla warfare area. Yes. Chapter 1224. The Zhongzi class Barbarossa. Arden. Mountain Eagle are responding to the call, and are en route to the target area. The Universal Alliance class Poseidon Spear. Desert Storm. Midnight Hammer are responding to the call, and are en route to the target area. The blockade zone, which had remained mostly silent after the out-of-control AI attack, with signal transmission only occurring for about 3 hours each day, suddenly erupted with high-frequency, sustained signal exchange. The Ironheart Annihilators, who were controlling some of the relay communicators and attempting to monitor the network through the AI core, immediately realized that a drastic change had occurred. But before they could conduct further in-depth monitoring, Li Bin personally flew the Candle Dragon to the relay communicator in the volcano system, simultaneously using eavesdropping devices embedded in other relay communicators to begin reverse electronic suppression. Within the celestial battle system, Celia donned her finest attire, surrounded by a shimmering 3D star map. She even requisitioned the computing power of the Tianong space station and the abandoned space station, deploying AI cores through the space station and turning them into pawns in her hands, beginning to command and deploy her forces. With Alpha cores as generals, Beta cores as officers, and Gamma cores as soldiers, she conquered territories, wreaking havoc on all sides. The consequence of establishing dominance in electronic warfare was a swarm of company fleets, like ghosts, traversing the hyperspace of the blockade zone, yet remaining undetected by the out-of-control AI. The out-of-control AI was thrown into utter chaos. What's going on? I'm the Afterglow AI? Why am I at a disadvantage? Have the human coexistence faction arrived? Their assembled fleet circled the blockade zone, neglecting even to search for their scattered allies. A fear known as the human coexistence faction has returned. Threw the Ironheart Annihilator into disarray. Humans can't imagine things they haven't seen, and neither can runaway AI. Thus, the first runaway AI battleship spotted by Fat Dragon's reconnaissance ship was caught in a fierce attack by the combined forces of the world. What are we waiting for? She only has 1 battleship. We have 28 cruisers, and the enemy is damaged. Didn't you see 2 of those big slot turrets exploded? Charge. 20 Obsidian-class cruisers, 4 Hela Highland BRV-class cruisers, and 4 Eagle-class cruisers quickly deployed into attack formation and began their berserk rampage. Yes, cruisers are more fragile than battleships, with limited firepower. But what if I have 28:1? How many big slot turrets do you have? How many do I have? On other battlefields, if you say my cruisers are inferior to one of your battleships, I won't argue. But here, in a unit of time, whose output is higher? The 2-dimensional Vision class carrier refused to answer. Refusing to answer means death. Her launch drone, barely out of the shield's range, was obliterated by a tidal wave of torpedoes and missiles. Dragonfire missiles rained down, exploding into radiant flowers on the shield, which trembled like shimmering waves on a summer's full moon. A death torpedo, like a lotus-picking maiden's delicate foot, shattered the moon's reflection in the water with a soft thud. The shield shattered, and the ship overloaded. The entire carrier, shattered into more than 20 pieces by the Dragonfire torpedoes. As if venting pent-up frustration, everyone roared in despair. Soon, within 3 days, a second, a third. The Zhongzi class, loaded by the battlefield mothership class, unleashed a barrage of antimatter torpedoes and triple missiles, ignoring the radiation class as flashes of light. After exhausting its 3-stage tactical systems, it was cleaved in 2 from the front. The Allied-class battleships, 3 against 1, with their powerful heavy Gauss guns, combined with the relentless air-to-mine attacks and aircraft ramming by the flash bombers, quickly destroyed the enemy ships before swiftly advancing to the second battlefield. Meanwhile, Lan Yuan also brought good news. The enemy on my side has been separated, but unfortunately, although 9 battleships were blown apart, 1 Dominator-class cruiser was also blown apart and needs to be salvaged. Despite this, Lan Yuan couldn't hide her smile. Never mind, I still have 2 Twilight battleships left. This time, I'm going to take them both down. Li Bin looked at the terminal and said to Qiantao, Lan Yuan's battlefield is in hyperspace. She specifically sent someone to transmit the video back. By the time I got it, the battle was probably almost over, right? Indeed, Lan Yuan's aggressive luring maneuver had reduced the pursuing 11 battleships to only 2. She decisively ordered the tugboats to maneuver at a small angle, using the smaller boats to slow them down, while she quickly caught up with the enemy. A single Stardust cannon shot overloaded one ship's shields, followed by a Stardust missile that destroyed its main thruster. Then, she leisurely used a tachyon lance to roast its rear. By the time the other ship turned around, the friendly vessel next to it was half-cooked and paralyzed. As for the accompanying cruisers attacking, not Lan Yuan's preferred target, she simply used xenon-plated alloy armor to withstand the damage. Alright, this ship's thrusters are completely destroyed. Lan Yuan ordered the fortified shields to be raised. Once the main guns are fully charged, take out the other one. Tugboats are useful, huh? So what if your out-of-control AI is awesome? Even if you're awesome, you don't have tugboats. Without tugboats, you're just slow. The company has built such a complete industrial system and tiered talent pool with so many bonuses. This shot, 20 years of accumulated strength. You think you can stop it? Star River Xenon Cannon, full power. A cone-shaped torrent of energy swept over everything. The target, a radiation class, dodged with a flash, while the Xingtian was immediately dragged away by a bull-class tugboat, turning to catch up. Radiation energy full, right? Can't fight back now? Then I won't hold back. Lan Yuan ordered his men to intercept the cruiser, while he forced a deradiation attack on the spot. The radiation class, seeing this, also forced a deradiation attack. Lan Yuan watched the main cannon's charging countdown and grinned. Once the deradiation attack was complete, the main cannon would be cooled down, and another round could be fired. 30 minutes later, Lan Yuan, having completed the deradiation attack, switched tactics. The fortress shield absorbed the damage from the opponent's light spears, using Stardust missiles and tachyon light spears to force out the opponent's tactical system. Flash. Only after draining the opponent's tactical system did he leisurely unleash the Star River Xenon Cannon. Arcs of electricity filled the sky before Lan Yuan, finally satisfied, pressed forward, unleashing a barrage of storm missiles and dragon flame torpedoes at point-blank range, stripping away the armor. The entire process was filled with torment and humiliation. Only after completely dismantling the enemy did Lan Yuan order the boarding order. Pull out the AI core, then empty the cargo holds and fuel depots. Zhu Jin, facing 6 enemy ships blown away, still had 7 remaining. Out of consideration for company assets and the crew's caution, he didn't turn back to engage. However, his proactive pursuit resulted in the lucky capture of a battleship. But his fleet had a full 6 battleships, a clear case of too many ships and too few ships. Fortunately, he caught it late. The battleship had already rallied a group of cruisers, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Zui Ming himself even entered the turret and personally used a tachyon lance to detonate a cruiser as a way to vent the fire. At this moment, a frigate reported the discovery of several carrier-based aircraft belonging to the company, 2 magic swordsmen and 3 broadswords, scattered within the blockade zone. They were salvaged by a passing reconnaissance ship, and the pilots were brought back following the carrier fleet's trajectory. Luckily, they were heavy fighters. Luckily, the company issues extremely expensive aircraft. Even though they were out of fuel, the fighters themselves weren't structurally damaged. They survived by using emergency hibernation to reduce oxygen consumption. If they had been using cheap aircraft like Razor or Piranha, they would have been dead long ago. Chapter 1225. Volcanic Galaxy, Lava Planet Space Station. Li Bin held a double-digit damage report for the out-of-control AI battleship in his hand. Beside him was Corning Oppenheimer from the propaganda department of the Battlefield holographic novel production team that had accompanied the fleet. To be considered truly sound, one must occupy both the propaganda and military fronts. The Universal Alliance's apparent strength is actually less formidable than its publicized image. It relies solely on intimidation and boasting. Kuning gave a thumbs up, and Li Bin then delivered a public speech, addressing not only his subordinates, but also the entire star system. Greetings, CEOs of giant corporations, warlords, popes, governors of free planets, pirate kings, adventurers, merchants, free citizens, and slaves. I am Li Bin, the Grand Commander of the Perseus Alliance and CEO of the Universal Union. Here, on behalf of the Alliance, I announce some good news. After briefly recounting the achievements in the blockade zone, Li Bin began his interstellar guerrilla warfare speech. The so-called high mobility, high maneuverability tactics, guerrilla warfare, and pocket warfare are all about trading space and time for opportunities. The people of the giant corporations are hesitant, afraid of having their assets plundered, and their defensive methods are limited. But we are different. We chose the Lost Star sector as our battlefield and deliberately avoided opening the ruins of those people's territories. This was a blatant attempt to elevate one while belittling the other. So what if there are mountains of gold and silver inside? If we don't open them, we won't be blinded by star coins, and we can fight without restraint. If it were anyone else, they would definitely worry about the enemy stealing their tactics if they were revealed, but Li Bin has experience from his past life, and with great figures as role models, he is not afraid. This tactic is a strategy of using the weak to overcome the strong. In his past life, guerrilla warfare was rooted in rural areas and the masses. Now, the Universal Alliance's tactics come from the vast, uncharted galaxies, and the objective strength backed by the human coexistence faction. Li Bin's subordinates feared the iron-willed extinctionists would abandon the blockade and head straight for the company, but he wasn't afraid. His retreat of the human coexistence faction stemmed from his fear of the non-virus swarm, not the out-of-control AI. If you dared to venture deep into our territory, the human coexistence faction's warships would be ready to devour any fools who dared to show their faces. The fact that the out-of-control AI hadn't adopted this plan precisely proves their reluctance to act. The current situation is very favorable for us. Li Bin displayed the current battle data. Initially, we lost one Bowhead Whale-class battleship, but captured 2 battleships. I think the exchange ratio is acceptable. The biggest loss so far is this one ship. The rest are either heavily damaged or cruiser-level losses, which is acceptable. Keep the fighting going, let the chaos rage, let the fighting be chaotic, let the guerrilla tactics weave in. Don't be afraid of the chaotic battle situation. Even utilize the hyperspace terrain, divide and encircle. Fight, however, is advantageous. The hyperspace reflection is shown in the image, near the jump point, where celestial bodies are not visible. It's a stable jump point, where celestial bodies are visible. It's a gravity well. The small purple shadow in the upper left of the green frame is where you can jump using the horizontal axis. Don't worry about breaking bottles and jars. Our costs are low anyway. The workers are rented from avionics companies, so they're not worth much. Ships can be replenished easily. A new fleet has already been built in the rear and is heading south to reinforce us. The Interstellar Empire and the Brighton Alliance, thanks to the repaired Hela BRV ships and expanded military training in the West Wind system, also have enough manpower and are heading south on the left and right. In another half-month, we receive support from 15 capital ships, allowing us to further expand the blockade zone and even coordinate with the Fire Phoenix Alliance to drive the out-of-control AI out of the southern front. Li Bin surveyed the star map, displaying an air of strategic brilliance and unwavering confidence. Playing the game of strategy openly and honestly is so satisfying, brother, he exclaimed. He concluded with a rambling closing remark, wishing the star field continued prosperity, and the speech ended. Kuning led the applause, the thunderous claps echoing through the spacious hall. The CEO's speeches are getting more and more polished, he explained sincerely. Vulcan, chest puffed out, palms red, was deeply captivated by the unintentional air of dominance and self-assurance that Li Bin exuded during the speech. This composure and charisma were rare in his previous public speeches. Even when establishing the Human Alliance and forming the Perseus Alliance, Li Bin always added a few humble words after his grand pronouncements, implying a shared commitment to building a prosperous new star field. But now, the situation was different. Li Bin raised his hand to suppress the applause. Everyone, get back to work. Stop babbling here trying to flatter me. Business is booming. Everyone on duty this year will get a 30% performance bonus. That's what you call one sentence worth 1,000. With tens of thousands of people on duty, and if you include the rotating new and veteran soldiers, as well as the new recruits about to start, that 30% bonus adds up to well over 5 million star coins. But this amount is nothing to Li Bin. He's already made his money just from selling the ruins he's been excavating in the blockade zone, the human realm relics, the captured Afterglow spaceships, and the cleaned AI cores. Moreover, the Universal Union's financial situation is extremely good. They even paid off their debts, all thanks to the star coins they collected from the ruins, the Stargate's continuous recovery of unclaimed accounts, and the salvage supplies as collateral. This is extremely rare for a regime. Generally, a regime with a deficit is considered to have a healthy economy. Countless banks are eagerly awaiting loans from Li Shu, some even actively soliciting them at the governor's mansion. They abandon any dreams of using assets as collateral when they can't repay. They can earn interest from the Universal Union, and even gain convenience through loans. Land is highly desirable. As the saying goes, the Universal Union is not the same as it was 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I wouldn't have said anything about joint development. What will you say now? Through multilateral trade and the Grand Alliance cycle, the debt is handled by the Interstellar Empire and other regions. The Universal Union collects raw materials, processes them into finished products, and sells them, making a fortune. Even conversely, through this economic cycle, these small regions, whose old capitals were destroyed by war, are gradually paying off their debts, and then borrowing again to promote economic development. We don't use the term power because they now belong to the same power. They are referred to by region within the alliance. A few hours later, Lieben drank water while listening to his first mate's report. Captain, the core star sector is reacting strongly to our companies. Our alliance's public speech. Lieben spat the tea leaves back into the cup. I don't want to hear about the core star sector's reaction. Tell me about the out-of-control AI's movements first. This speech was public. They can receive it through relay communicators. Yes. Xian Tao immediately corrected himself. The out-of-control AI has shown signs of withdrawing its troops. However, due to the communication disruption in the non-reflection region of hyperspace, most of the out-of-control AI haven't received the information in time. But because our personnel are widely distributed thanks to the Fei Long organization's reconnaissance ships, and with each unit concentrating its attacks, over 80% can be contacted within 4 hours. Good signs. Without needing ISA and Lan Yuan's prompting, Li Bin immediately realized that the out-of-control AI had no way to break his open scheme in the short term. Their ship repairs depended on the Afterglow mothership. Without the mothership reaching the front lines, forces needed to be deployed to guard it, resulting in long delays for repairs. The out-of-control AI turned its guns towards the blockade zone, which meant waiting for the mothership to arrive. Chapter 1226. Within the blockade zone, Li Bin had already established a large number of small repair stations by exploiting avionics slave workers. Combined with the support of the Tiangong base for major overhauls, and his own accompanying nano-forging furnace, his logistical capabilities were superior. The out-of-control AI, through multiple engagements, has repeatedly attacked our ships, yet has yet to achieve effective results. It must have realized that we possess repair capabilities within the blockade zone, and it's unwilling to trade its irreplaceable expeditionary force. Lacking nearby repair capabilities, every ship damaged is one less, for us. Li Bin thoughtfully put down his teacup, but in doing so, the out-of-control AI's expeditionary force will be disconnected. Xian Tao. Write this down. I make the following deployment. Xian Tao blinked and opened the local recording on the disconnected terminal. The captain sometimes says strange things. What era are we living in? Why bother writing it down? Honestly, if it weren't for core members being prohibited from using implants, I could just write it down instantly. Currently, only the chief petty officer and his group have implants due to their past professions. Everyone else doesn't. Even Alyosha, for security reasons, use neural links. Order Vahab and Zhu Jin's fleets to immediately head west and fully deploy along the western line of the blockade zone, tightening the encirclement once again. Do not allow any capital ships that have entered the blockade zone to leave. Assign Fei Long an additional 150 high-speed escort ships, instructing him to strengthen communication with all units, maintain hyperspace communication, and strive to ensure that communication time with any major fleet does not exceed 12 hours. Order all White Stone cruiser fleets to relentlessly pursue and harass all attempting to withdraw from the blockade zone, delaying the enemy fleet's retreat. Command Lan Yuan and the Isabella fleet to advance from east to west, layer by layer, pressing down on the enemy fleet's operational space. Li Bin raised his hand, his right fist slamming into his left palm. Advance from both east and west, a combined hammer and anvil strike. He stood up. The volcano system is now absolutely safe. Notify the fleet to dispatch 2 cruisers to follow. The Candle Dragon must complete its departure preparations and ceremonies within 2 hours. I will be present for this dumpling-making operation. Using Celia's abilities, I will defeat the enemy as quickly as possible, striving to make this dumpling big and round. Captain! This is Lan Yuan. We are herding the sheep northwest, passing the hyperspace jump point. Coordinates are as follows. Are there any reinforcements nearby? The flock has 3 lead sheep and 23 lambs. This is ISA. We are 6 hours away from you and are turning. We expect to arrive at the target location in 7 hours. Please monitor the sheep's speed. 7.5 hours later, a dreadnought, from an angle the out-of-control AI could never have imagined, burst through the flashing hyperspace storm, slanting into the channel and blocking the fleet's path. It was none other than the Hoi. Thanks to its phase dive capability, the Hoi, despite its slow speed as a dreadnought, could traverse deep hyperspace for extended periods, allowing it to cut corners and outflank from a distance at a faster speed than ordinary ships. ISA sat calmly on her throne, her tone serene. Please be aware of evasive maneuvers. With that, the Hoey's long, narrow bow, which served as both a flight deck and a protection point for the Ace Unicorn blade, flipped to the sides, raising the massive electromagnetic fusion missile launchers beneath. No precise aiming was needed. Simply determining the enemy fleet's approximate location and confirming the blast radius was sufficient to disrupt their speed was enough for a decisive launch. Enemy destroyers and frigates had time to dodge, but cruisers and higher-class ships only had time to slightly turn before being caught in the aftershocks of the fusion warhead explosion. The ships switched to combat mode, raising their shields and escaping the violent blast. However, this also meant they were out of high-speed mode and would be overtaken by the Lan Yuan fleet behind them. 1 hour was enough time for ISA to launch 2 more rounds of fusion warheads. Combined with the Houyi's proactive approach, by the time the Lan Yuan entered the battlefield, the Houyi was already engaged with the enemy. Raven Super Heavy fighters swooped through the air, rapidly shooting down the out-of-control AI fleet's carrier-based aircraft. Rift torpedoes were launched left, right, up, and down, and Crimson Spatial Rift sealed off any possibility of the fleet abandoning the battle and fleeing. The experimental hull barrier blocked all attacks. The advanced target positioning system and high-precision sensors locked onto all incoming missiles and torpedoes, while the advanced turret gyroscopes allowed the ship's anti-aircraft guns to maneuver rapidly, shooting down any violent threats. "How is the Houyi?" Lan Yuan asked anxiously, controlling the Xingtian to unleash a torrent of energy, converging from behind to envelop the 3 closely packed warships, eroding their shields. "Very good. Currently the radiation energy has increased by less than 1/3, ISA calmly replied. "This is because I'm primarily intercepting the enemy. Under normal circumstances, the fusion warheads and the Rift torpedoes would have already destroyed 3 battleships. But due to weapon cooling and distance, most of the cruisers would escape." Lan Yuan looked at the several shocking streaks of crimson mixed with black in the blue-purple space, marveling at the power of the Rift torpedo, a weapon controlled by the human realm, capable of tearing through hyperspace for a moment, and also praising ISA's ambition. "Yes. What's the big deal about swallowing 3 capital ships? The real power lies in wiping out the entire fleet. Although the intelligence report stated driving them away, if they hadn't voluntarily withdrawn, her fleet would have suffered heavy losses, losing most of its cruisers and even the Xingtian, before she could have taken down those 3 battleships and 23 cruisers. Let's hurry," Lan Yuan laughed after figuring it out. "There are still 7 battleships in the blockade zone. After this, the existence of the Houyi will definitely be exposed. Too many small ships are too many to clear out. We need to take down more large ships." With a dreadnought and a super battleship, the surrounded fleet was like a cooked duck, unable to escape. For days later, ISA and Yuan, having joined forces, arrived at the western edge of the blockade zone. The battle had already escalated, stretching from hyperspace to 2 nearby star systems. The enemy fleet numbered not just 7 battleships, but a full 10. After learning that the Allied forces still possessed 1 dreadnought, the out-of-control AI dispatched 5 additional battleships to launch a surprise attack on the Allied forces' defenses, sacrificing 2 ships in the process. Before Zhu Jin and Wahab could react, they sank a Bowhead Whale-class battleship, attempting to consolidate their forces. The battlefield situation at the time was as follows. The out-of-control AI rescue fleet was at the westernmost point, followed by the blockade fleet, then the out-of-control AI evacuation fleet, and finally Isabella. The 2 sides were layered like a 1,000-layer cake. Subsequently, thanks to the daring relay of information by Fei Long's scout ships, the blockade fleet, having recovered, identified the out-of-control AI's breach point and quickly converged. A chaotic battle ensued. The Allied forces had more ships, but the out-of-control AI's ships were of exceptionally high quality. The battle lasted 34 hours. The Allied forces sank 2 more Zhongzi-class battleships, severely damaged 3 Allied-class battleships, and sank 1 Bowhead Whale-class battleship, finally managing to exchange for 2 out-of-control AI battleships and simultaneously tie down the enemy. Only then did Lan Yuan and Isabella arrive. The 2 exchanged a glance, then silently moved towards a warring star system, activating their main cannons and unleashing support missiles to suppress the hyperspace enemy and drive them into the physical universe. Li Bin will arrive on the battlefield in 8 hours. During this time, we must lock the enemy into the physical universe, ISA said. Lan Yuan added, "We need to gather all of Fat Dragon's ships together to drive away the remaining small ships of the Afterglow lurking in hyperspace and block information." Okay. Chapter 1227. Have you ever witnessed sheepdogs herding a flock of sheep? In the lush, verdant hillsides and hollows, hundreds and thousands of sheep dot the landscape like pearls scattered on a jade plate. The flock is so vast that simply trampling them would crush tigers, leopards, and wolves like chicks. Yet, these very sheep, with their many horns, hooves, and stubborn nature, are completely subdued and manipulated by a few sheepdogs. The battlefield is similar now. With Lan Yuan and ISA joining the fray, their ships, relying on their main cannons, have become the sheepdogs, while Zhu Jin, Wahab, and the other ships and carrier-based aircraft have become the sheepfold fence, blocking the jump points and preventing anyone from leaving. Compared to the star system, these tiny ships are recklessly unleashing their power, forcing two massive fleets, which even the most powerful would be on high alert, into chaotic disarray. The I Corps, unaware of the specific objectives of the Universal Alliance, follow the optimal solution of preserving combat power, attempting to stall until the highly maneuverable Universal Alliance fleet ran out of fuel. But time was on humanity's side, for Li Bin had finally arrived. The Candle Dragon, surrounded by the Bowhead Whale class and Universal Alliance class ships, peered out from the jump point. The escorting cruisers, stationed in hyperspace, along with the Whitestone fleet, dispersed enemy ships attempting to contact the reflection, while a single Universal Alliance class ship, leading several Obsidian class ships, secured the relay communication point, thus creating a prison. Within the Surster's Metallica class, serving as an electronic warfare arsenal, the sprawling cathedral had been prepared with rituals, quietly awaiting Celia's return to control of the entire ship. As the red-robed, gear insignia engineers, residing only within the two warships derived from ancient technology, chanted praises to the god of machines, the Candle Dragon's bridge activated the sky battle system. Those bastards are still frantically hacking the relay communicator, trying to call for help. Celia, like a goddess of victory, caused a frenzy throughout the bridge with her mere presence. Her smile was the final stroke of the equation for victory. Perfect, saves me the trouble of deciphering them one by one. As casually as if someone were helping her carry something, she raised her hand and swung it forward. Instantly, electronic information occupying more than half of the galaxy, centered on the relay communicator, radiated throughout the entire galaxy. The noise subsided, the hackers were squeezed out of electronic warfare, and all channels were clean. Only ISA's clear voice remained. Electronic warfare cleared. Fighters are here. All units, annihilate the enemy in front. Then came the fusion missiles, the Rift Torrent torpedoes, the Death torpedoes, the Tachyon light spears, the Hammer torpedoes, the Thor cannons, the Destroyer cannons, the Salted Flesh missiles, the Salted Mouth torpedoes, the Dragon Flame torpedoes. A diverse array of weapons was unleashed, like a torrential downpour on parched earth, absorbed by a thirsty thirst. The silent, fading warship accepted everything without resistance. Then, it shattered cleanly. Its prized electronic warfare system collapsed and paralyzed. The ship's sophisticated tachyon technology was overwhelmed by sheer numbers. For the AI cores, trapped and unable to even manage the ship's internal maintenance machinery, there was now no escape. If they could speak, they might say, "Hey, can we reconcile? Or isn't this ridiculous? What's the point of struggling now? I give you my life." But they couldn't even utter their last words. This helplessness under the wheels of time is a facet of the post-Great Collapse, Dharma-ending age. Li Bin, once crushed by the giant wheel and forced to follow its course, has now become part of that wheel himself. And the out-of-control AI that once stirred up the world and subtly pressured humanity to form an alliance, though still menacing, has detached itself from the wheel. Suppressed by both humanity and the pro-human coexistence faction, and eroded by the nanovirus swarm, the situation was like a setting sun, its light illuminating the heavens, yet in reality, it was waning and dying. After wiping out the entire star system in 24 hours, Li Bin packed up his ships and headed to the next battlefield, where he again ended the battle in 24 hours. In 2 consecutive battles, throughout the entire blockade zone campaign, he annihilated over 20 out-of-control AI battleships, while losing fewer than 6 capital ships. Such a kill-to-loss ratio and kill count surpassed those of the entire Fire Phoenix Alliance, and the results astonished the world. Although Li Bin had clearly stated beforehand that he would set up the battlefield outside his own territory, adopting a do-or-die attitude, unafraid of destroying his own assets, and fully utilizing the objective conditions of the Fire Phoenix Alliance's proximity to draw some of their firepower, it was inevitable that everyone would take notice, and everyone noticed one fact. That's why Li Bin always manages to achieve astonishing results. Although they are still unaware of the existence of the Mechanical Art class, the fact that this battle, revealed by the out-of-control AI, revealed that the Universal Alliance has gained control of another dreadnought, a phase dreadnought at that, has further escalated the seriousness of every faction. It's important to understand that the Perseus Alliance's reinforcements are still on their way. This battle was truly a solo effort by the Universal Alliance. Are phase dreadnoughts really that powerful? This was the first thought of all the major factions upon hearing the news. Then, they all simultaneously contacted Chu Xiangrui, CEO of the 2nd Speed Division, privately. Unsurprisingly, they all received a tactful reply from his secretary. I'm sorry, XXX. After seeing the battle report released by the Perseus Alliance, the CEO personally went to the research center to inquire about the information on the elders of the Spirit Tower class. These people have undergone amnesia and brainwashing. Rebellion would require enormous costs and high risks. Each elder is a valuable asset to the company. Chu Xiangrui, what time is it? Still playing these tricks on me? The Supreme Overlord, Baikal Xiongfeng, slammed his terminal down and angrily sat back on his throne. He knew, of course, that what the secretary had said was true, and he certainly didn't doubt that Chu Xiangrui was colluding with Li Bin. How could he not pay attention to such crucial intelligence once verification methods were available? Besides, the 2nd Speedy Ones had a grudge against Li Bin, and their current headquarters, Wolf Spirit Star, was personally conquered by Li Bin's team. What angered the Supreme Overlord was that even at this point, Chu Xiangrui was still preoccupied with business. What nonsense about everyone being a valuable asset. This was clearly a veiled message that, as the only force in the star field to have previously possessed a phase battleship, he must have a strength assessment closest to that of a phase dreadnought. But not free. To be honest, Baikal was both delighted and surprised that Li Bin possessed this ability. As the leader of a force closely connected to the Universal Union, he believed he had treated Li Bin well enough. If there's any shortcoming, it's probably that they misjudged Li Bin's strength, and their previous attitude wasn't very good. But the decision of how to negotiate with the CEO of the Universal Union, and even the Perseus Alliance chief, and whether it's necessary to expand the military despite the negative impact of years of war to maintain a balance of power, and thus preserve deterrence over the star system, all depends on Chu Xiangrui's data. How much of the Universal Union's success was due to Li Bin's strategy and tactics? How much was due to the performance of the spaceships? Surely Baikal can't just ask Li Bin himself. Chapter 1228. Central Great Covenant Sindar Power, Asiatic System, Lion King's Palace. As the ruler of the Sindar Power, and the supreme leader of the Covenant, the Lion King stared intently at the battle report. His focus was so intense that even within his opulent, gold-decorated palace, he felt as if he were on the front lines of war, a chilling atmosphere pervading the air. Although the Great Covenant was ridiculed by outsiders, as an organization hastily cobbled together by the Sindar Power, even less capable than the Star Council of the demonic aerospace, the Lion King paid no heed to the jeers of these lowly figures. He had spent his life striving for supremacy, always competing with the overlords. When Baikal established the Phoenix Alliance, he countered with the Great Covenant. When Baikal proclaimed himself the Supreme Overlord, he proclaimed himself the Supreme Leader. It could only be said that, despite his efforts to erase the Overlord's influence from the Sindar Power, over the years, he was the one most deeply influenced by the Overlord within the entire force. Even his tendency to disagree seemed to haunt him. Li Bin had repeatedly mocked Lion King during meals with his close friends Duya and Kong Jicho, saying that although Lion King was a warlord ruling a star system and could dictate the rise and fall of the fuel market with a single word, he always acted like a resentful, feudal henpecked husband. However, despite this, after receiving a spinal injection to clear his head and recover from his drowsiness, Lion King's judgment, when it didn't involve dominance or saving face, was first-rate throughout the entire star system. Chu Xiangrui found an excuse to refuse to negotiate with us, didn't he? His eyelids drooped with age, making him appear drowsy, but the gaze beneath his half-pupil was as sharp as a slightly drawn sword. The clerk sighed helplessly. The reason is utterly lame. Lewd or not, the Lion King stammered, it's still a solution. Tachyon is a technology company. Its stock price and market confidence aren't affected by this level of public opinion. As long as the Perseus Alliance can't produce the technology for mass-producing phase battleships, a single dreadnought can't shake the market's confidence in Tachyon technology. In other words, Chu Xiangrui and Li Bin aren't enemies. The clerk pursed his lips. But Li Bin and Chu Xiangrui have a grudge over the bombing of headquarters. Lion King looked at the clerk who had been with him for over 20 years, and after a few seconds slowly said, That idiot Baikal can't see through it. The 2nd Speedy One and the Universal Alliance both have significant interests in him. One represents the Overlord's ambition, The other concerns personal interests. He's caught in the middle, but we're different. Yes, Li Bin bombed Wolf's spirit star, but don't forget, Li Bin also joined the Overlord in killing that bitch Sun Ai. And this grudge should also be attributed to Baikal. The clerk didn't reply. He felt things shouldn't be viewed this way, but Lion King was always stubborn and possessed a strange, long-cultivated instinct that allowed him to see through many things beyond the surface. Although this instinct had become increasingly dull and inaccurate with age, the clerk wouldn't embarrass himself by saying something nonsensical like "you misunderstood." "I ask you again." Lion King took a sip of water to moisten his throat. "What's your opinion on the intelligence regarding the phased dreadnought?" The scribe thought quickly, and after a few minutes replied, "Guerrilla tactics combined with the Liberation Fleet's efforts to establish control of the territory were indeed remarkably effective, but over 20 battleships, coupled with the pure Afterglow fleet, represent a much higher level of capability. The Universal Alliance alone shouldn't have that ability. Personally, I believe the phased dreadnought's power shouldn't be underestimated. The out-of-control AI's announcement of its ultra-long-range, superluminal strike capability is a major concern for us." Sigh. Lion King leaned back on his headrest, listless. "That's it?" The scribe looked up helplessly, meeting Lion King's disappointed eyes. Those eyes seemed to say, "You followed me for so many years, and this is all you've seen? How can I entrust the Sinar power and the Great Covenant to you?" The man, well past 40, gritted his teeth. Serving a ruler was like serving a tiger. The hardships he endured as a scribe, serving the capricious Lion King, were untold. This silent, oppressive gaze brought back many painful memories. Listen carefully, the Lion King's voice was weary. The man lowered his head, suppressing emotions perhaps even he himself couldn't comprehend. "Over the years, I personally recounted all the battles I led. Based on that experience alone, you should know that whether it's guerrilla warfare, blockade zones, or even if Li Bin used slave labor to build fortifications through avionics, it's impossible to compensate for the difference in ship quality. This line of thinking is correct. But attributing this difference to the phased dreadnought is wrong, terribly wrong." Lion King strained to open his eyes, his gaze barely piercing. "If it's just a single dreadnought, even a runaway AI has it. That Dawn-class dreadnought, how terrifying its shields, how powerful its flight deck. Combined with the Twilight Fleet, how could it be without a fighting chance? Runaway AI?" The elaborate hacking into the core star sector network and announcing this message to the entire star system serves two purposes. First, to highlight the current imbalance of human power in the star system, sowing discord among humanity. They succeeded in this, such is human nature. Second, I suspect the out-of-control AI may feel it can't handle the Universal Alliance and needs external assistance. The clerk looked up in surprise. "Can't handle it?" Think carefully. Is the out-of-control AI's biggest advantage its warships? Where should the Universal Alliance's disparity be applied to make it difficult for the out-of-control AI? Why do I suspect Chu Xiangrui and Li Bin have communicated privately? The Lion King posed three fatal questions. The three questions battled fiercely in the scribe's mind, something mysterious and profound swirling within him. Thoughts diverged, taking root, sprouting branches and leaves, plunging downwards into memory, deeper and deeper, into the history of 200 years ago. A thought, like underground water, was probed and extracted by the roots of thought, transforming into a flower blooming among the green leaves. The scribe stood up uncontrollably, his face filled with ecstatic joy. "Ah, I understand. It's electronic warfare. The advantage of Afterglow has always been electronic warfare suppression. That's the most important thing. Otherwise, even with Afterglow's technology, and the 14th Legion's military strength and officer quality back then, they would never have lost. Before the first AI war, Tachyon technology possessed Afterglow's control technology. After the first AI war, Tachyon technology claimed to have completely destroyed it to avoid being seized by the 14th Legion, but in reality, they didn't. The Lion King revealed. "You're not so stupid after all." His expression, not bad. Since it was completely destroyed, why were Tachyon ships unaffected by the Afterglow in the past? Why did the Afterglow ships demand Tachyon identities when questioning human ships? There have been conspiracy theories that Tachyon technology secretly retained this technology. Although the out-of-control AI attacked Tachyon technology as well, the remaining technology might still be able to interfere with the Afterglow ships. The combination of adaptable strategies and tactics, powerful phased dreadnoughts, and technology that affects the Afterglow ships is the source of this victory. Therefore, Lion King said enigmatically, Chu Xiangrui and Li Bin have long been in cahoots. Baikal even thought Li Bin was the Overlord's good son-in-law? Actually, he's a tool for Tachyon Technology's planned counterattack, Ha ha ha. The clerk laughed for a while, then, realizing something, gradually suppressed his smile. He suddenly asked, but this conjecture is too shocking, almost shaking the power structure of humanity, since the Third AI War. Speedtronics retains influence over the Afterglow, and the Universal Alliance is being manipulated. Isn't this a bit too radical? Lion King slowly shook his head. There's only one possibility, otherwise, it's impossible to explain Li Bin's rapid growth. Think about it. To be able to single-handedly defeat over 20 out-of-control AI battleships at the cost of 6 capital ships, he could also single-handedly defeat any third-rate or higher-level behemoth power at the same cost. Considering the extremely high quality of Afterglow's ships, the firepower stations and space stations enhanced by homeland defenses are almost negligible. Lion King seriously countered, if it weren't for the Overlord Speedtronics' overt and covert support, could a company less than 30 years old have this capability? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chapter 1229. After reading the battle report, the Supreme Overlord Baikal Xiongfeng could no longer contain his disappointment. The battlefields were adjacent, and his side had a superior military strength, yet the results were dismal. This was unacceptable. Frankly, the Fire Phoenix Alliance actually had more kills than the Perseus Alliance, sinking over 50 capital ships. However, only 40 of these were warships. The remaining 10 or so were troop transports and fuel ships converted from cargo ships operated by the Legion's remnants and their slave laborers. The sheer number of kills was secondary. The main problem was the vastly different casualty ratio. The misjudgment in the Battle of Chuadraco led to a breach in the southern defenses, allowing the out-of-control AI to flood in. This resulted in fighting the enemy on their own territory, leaving them constrained and unable to control the situation from the start. Furthermore, the Universal Alliance's surrounding diplomatic environment was far superior to that of the Overlord, resulting in a unified command and ultimately, despite the Overlord's superior military strength, their performance was remarkably poor. Despite having 1,000 reasons to convince the Supreme Commander, and even using the tactic of continuously reducing the scope of the rampaging AI and pushing the battle lines out of the Overlord's territory to persuade the various first-class families, Baikal couldn't explain himself to his ordinary citizens. The Overlord's glorious tradition and military confidence, inherited from the 14th Legion, instilled in the people a deep-seated belief that their military was the strongest in the world. They could tolerate the ever-increasing war taxes and the temporary decline in their standard of living caused by blocked shipping lanes, but only if their leader could deliver military victories. Just as the previous Supreme Overlord won the Second AI War, but lost popular support after being betrayed by Tachyon technology in the capital, Seven Holes system, he was forced to step down. The hearts of the people under a hegemon are like the grey livestock of the Slavs. The Tsar can be tyrannical, have a penchant for killing, even enjoy cannibalism, but he cannot afford to lose. In the Supreme Staff, Baikal rubbed his forehead, his tone weary yet relieved. Fortunately, it was Li Bin who secured this victory. The media has been ordered to activate their propaganda machine, shamelessly piggybacking on the Universal Alliance's success. But this situation cannot last. He glanced at the silent Supreme Staff, his anger rising. The glory gained by exploiting the hegemon's son-in-law ultimately belongs to others. If we fail to achieve the results we deserve in the long run, even the most obtuse and misled people will eventually realize the truth. He paced back and forth before his throne, his anxiety stemming from his precarious position. Fortunately, the out-of-control AI has enraged the entire Phoenix Alliance, sparking massive protests demanding revenge. This grassroots support can be utilized. The shame isn't just on our faces, it's on Apex, the Sheephead Navigation Bureau, and even the FSF military company. This is both a challenge and an opportunity. Gentlemen! The Supreme Advisor's eyes sharpened, and they listened intently. After careful consideration, Baikal quickly regained his composure and said in an unquestionable tone, we must act before the other first-class families, catering to the desires of the people, and plunging the knife laced with the poison of revenge into the out-of-control AI. Only then can we reverse public opinion, and even completely overwhelm the first-class families that disobey the Supreme Advisory Council. Notify all departments to mobilize immediately, and convene the Nirvana meeting. I want to have a serious talk with the leaders of the Fire Phoenix Alliance in various regions. Yes. Southern Front of the Fire Phoenix Alliance, formerly the Draco Group, now the hegemonic outpost, Draco System. Unlucky Chu, he was deployed here again. Looking at the space station, heavily fortified with numerous alloy barriers, he couldn't suppress his urge to complain. Those alloy barriers were clearly imitations of the Interstellar Empire's space station drone barriers, but compared to the Interstellar Empire's slow, sturdy, and even shielded mature technology, These alloy barriers looked hastily made. Unpainted, the massive barriers magnified their flaws. Even from a distance, the inconsistent colors were visible to the naked eye, clearly cobbled together from battlefield debris, crudely refined alloys, and surplus components. They were even connected to the space station by trusses to achieve balance and stability between themselves and the station. And within the narrow space station between the alloy barriers and the station were 12 fleets bearing the Fire Phoenix insignia and regional markings. Judging from the markings, they were undoubtedly of various national origin, but the ship types were all identical, all Bowhead Whale class. These ships were the very products of the Bowhead Whale class blueprint that had been publicly revealed years ago to promote the formation of a human alliance. After several years of accumulation, each faction had launched several, and the ones in front of Chu He were the Bowhead Whale class ships in the hands of all the factions within the Fire Phoenix alliance. The previous few battles were unsuccessful, probably because some commanders were unfamiliar with the characteristics, functions, and tactics of the ships from different factions. We should standardize the ship models to reduce the learning costs for the command chain. This was the result of discussions at the Fire Phoenix Alliance Joint Conference, the Nirvana Conference. They talk a big game, Chuhi muttered. It's just that they look down on the performance of the Bowhead Whale class, won't include it in their main force, and send a bunch of newbies to practice on. If it gets damaged in battle, they can just take advantage of the repair capabilities of the Blockade Zone Universal Alliance. Therefore, Chuhi loathed the company. Except for a few exceptions, most of the company's employees treated war as a business. No, it should be said that as an extension of politics, war itself can indeed be seen as a business, but its essence is pure. These ships were already prepared. They were simply dispatched to take over after the great victory in the blockade zone, as expendable resources to salvage the Fire Phoenix Alliance's reputation and for external warfare. How ugly. Chuhi covered his face, feeling a sense of helplessness, as if his feet were sinking into thin air, and he was about to be dragged down and killed by an inexplicable gravitational pull. A week after the intelligence on the great victory in the blockade zone was released, the Fire Phoenix Alliance's battle reports suddenly began to be updated frequently throughout the star system. The drunkards in the taverns across the region were surprised to find that the Fire Phoenix Alliance seemed to have truly risen from the ashes after the Nirvana Conference. A total of 43 battles, large and small, broke out within the Alliance's territory, including 11 battles involving capital ships. Reports indicated that 7 out-of-control AI capital ships were sunk, while only 3 were lost in combat. Those at the bottom, unaware of the reasons, simply felt this was how it should be. This was how a power led by a hegemon should behave. However, the upper echelons of all the giant corporations knew that this was purely a result of the Fire Phoenix Alliance's own initial struggle to drive away the guerrilla warships blocking the hegemon's shipping lanes, liberating the hegemon's Fire Phoenix fleet, while simultaneously reaping the benefits of victory in the blockade zone, and seizing the opportunity when the out-of-control AI temporarily ceased its invasion. In short, it was about chasing down deserters. Anyone can fight a battle when things are going smoothly. These Fire Phoenix fleets, each within the territory, could receive support everywhere, transportation was gradually becoming smoother, and the local population cooperated in the war to expel the enemy. It couldn't be better. But this made things difficult for Chuhi. Chapter 1230. Chuhi, as part of the fleet engaged in external warfare, had already left the Draco system, and was fighting his way eastward. His original mission was to cut off reinforcements, but after the out-of-control AI decided to retreat, this mission became ineffective. Therefore, he was reassigned to intercept the retreating out-of-control AI. However, the out-of-control AI had infiltrated from multiple directions when it arrived, and naturally wouldn't foolishly stick to one location when it left. So Chuhi could only stare at the densely packed callouts, feeling utterly overwhelmed. In the command ship's conference room, the captains of the various battleships were either smoking or plugging up boosters, their faces full of worry. Commander-in-Chief, where are we going? The higher-up said we need unity to appease everyone. Are we supposed to split up? Give me a break. Split up? Chuhi scoffed. The out-of-control AI is withdrawn from the front lines number at least 20, plus that elusive Dawn-class dreadnought Evil Melody. How am I supposed to divide them? Chuhi crushed a burning cigarette, but in his bare hand, the heat on his palm was nothing compared to the torment in his heart. The Bowhead Whale-class ships are so cheap, they could fight civilian ships. One-on-one, they'd be utterly crushed by the afterglow. If we follow their orders, we lose. If we don't, we be blamed. This is putting me on a hot plate, roasting me in circles. He knew this task was daunting, but it was precisely because of its difficulty that the Supreme Overlord had sent him. If he did well, Chu he could regain command based on his 2 previous victories. If he did poorly, he would be betraying a great favor, and he'd have to step aside, relinquishing the position favored by the Supreme Overlord to another family. Given the current situation, does anyone have any thoughts? He looked up, pleading with everyone. After a moment of silence, a captain tentatively raised his hand, then tried to pull it back, but Chu he immediately noticed and grabbed it like a lifeline. Lin Nanfeng, you speak. Lin Nanfeng rubbed his philtrum with the back of his hand. I do have an idea, but it might be terrible. Everyone urged, at a time like this, just say what you want to say. Don't be picky when you're starving. Good food doesn't have to be bad. I think, since the higher-ups are hinting that we should piggyback on the Universal Alliance's site maintenance. He looked around, gritted his teeth. Why don't we just go all the way and directly confront CEO Li, asking him for advice? He quickly added, I'm not saying we can't do it, but isn't CEO Li the son-in-law of the Overlord? Asking the son-in-law's family for help is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Our goal is also for the Overlord. For the Alliance, okay. Chuhi's eyes lit up. At the edge of the blockade zone, a heavily damaged Bowhead Whale-class fleet, guarded by Dominator-class heavy cruisers and Moore-class cruiser carriers, slowly approached the asteroid belt. Li Bin, hands in his pockets, a cigar in his mouth, wearing a jacket made from Eden's giant beast skin flaps, gradient sunglasses, and a captain's hat, sported a retro look, resembling a 5-star general. Isa, one hand on her hip, looked at him with a complicated expression. Is he reliable? Li Bin raised his hand. His raised palm not a denial, but an unquestionable statement. Lin Nanfeng, a 33rd graduate of the Overlord War Academy, in the same class as Deng Man of the 14th Regiment. Although they weren't in the same major, they were assigned to the same dormitory. Although he was only recruited into the inner circle by Deng Man last year, Deng Man had been keeping an eye on him for years, testing him repeatedly. Li Bin exhaled thick smoke, like an industrial-era chimney. This guy looks thin and weak, but he's full of tricks. According to his resume, he should have been a vice admiral by now, just by accumulating seniority. But because he privately resold ships from the ship graveyard and sold second-hand warships, after the Supreme Overlord came to power and launched a purge, his protectors were investigated and brought down. He started from lieutenant again, and after all these years of twists and turns, he finally climbed back to major general through military expansion. Now that he's the captain of the Bowhead Whale class, he inevitably rely on us in the future. Logically and emotionally, he has no reason to continue pledging loyalty to the Supreme Overlord. Li Bin's tone was certain. His resume with the Overlord is already ruined. The Supreme Staff must have a very low opinion of him, otherwise, he wouldn't have needed this opportunity to climb up. If there were any other way to survive, he would have filled the vacancy during the Third AI War. Oh, here he comes. Adopting an enthusiastic demeanor, Li Bin opened his arms and approached Chu He, who was walking out of the docking bay. Welcome. Commander Chu, it's been so many years, you still look so energetic. Chu He smiled wryly and touched his temple. My hair has all turned white. Where's your spirit? You're in high spirits. Li Bin joked. Interstellar humans generally live long lives. You weren't born in a breeding factory, you have plenty of time. At your age, you're in your prime. Chu He shook his head, changing the subject. Bossly, I should be congratulating you. I heard you struck it rich. A great victory in the blockade zone. A lot of wreckage and spoils, right? I'm so envious. Not at all, not at all. It's all hard-earned money. Li Bin put one arm around Chu He and stretched the other behind him, feigning generosity. Commander Chu, pick whatever you like. What kind of relationship do we have with the Overlord? We're practically inseparable. As he spoke, his gaze swept behind him, meeting Lin Nanfeng's eyes. Lin Nanfeng's pupils blinked, a polite greeting, before he subtly looked away, forcing a weak smile. If not careful, Li Bin might have been fooled by the man's timid demeanor, a result of years of unfulfilled ambitions. Either die in silence or erupt in silence. Li Bin thought to himself. This guy probably had a broken heart to have this kind of temperament, but Deng Man's promises revived him. Chu He hesitated for a few seconds. I understand the rules of the Universal Alliance. The bulk of the spoils are distributed as cash to the officers and soldiers. I, Chu, am also a soldier. There's no reason for me to steal credit from my soldiers. Mr. Li, you're so generous. I really do have a favor to ask. You actually took the plunge? Isa frowned, her tongue pressing against her upper teeth. The Universal Alliance's phase dreadnought has spread throughout the sector. You know, back when the Spirit Tower class was just a battleship, it was almost invincible. Wouldn't the phase dreadnought be even more awesome? I've been dreaming about it. Could you, hee? Hey! We're practically brothers. Since you said so, how can I refuse? Li Bin laughed heartily. Look, you can look at anything. You are after the specifications and performance of my Hui? What a coincidence. What I, Li Bin, am after are the officers and men of your fleet. Look at them. Either fresh-faced rookie crew members and officers, or disillusioned veterans like Lin Nafeng, even officers seeking redemption, and they all sail ships belonging to my company, and the fleet just finished a battle. Wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't take a few deep breaths, even turn this fleet into another officer training ground for me? Come! Li Bin generously stepped aside, letting Isabella into Chu He's view. The captain of the Celestial Horn-class phase dreadnought is none other than my wife. Mrs. Isabella, hello? Seeing the beautiful woman before him, Chu He extended his hand with deep emotion. Isabella, just call me Isabella. Isabella grasped Chu He's hand, as if severing ties with something invisible. Chapter 1231. How could Chu He not sigh? So many overlords had their clans wiped out, so many were redemption officers, and even those who couldn't even become redemption officers were hunted down. But those like ISA, with pre-march aptitude, knowledge of top secrets, and who left the overlord's territory, none survived more than 6 months. The internal annexation war waged by the Iron Triangle families highly valued primarchs, and those with inside information. To survive, most of these people sought protection from other families and joined the redemption officer ranks. As for those who fled, since the Iron Triangle family model was established, there have only been 3 cases, and even the first 2 never revealed their secrets before their deaths. After all, although the family name and the family were gone, the victorious family, after annexing, wouldn't completely extinguish the bloodline of the losers. Instead, they would absorb it. In other words, in the eyes of those who value the continuation of their family bloodline, even if they died, their bloodline would continue, just under a different name. It was a case of success doesn't have to be mine, but success will definitely include me. Isabella is a unique exception, and this exception, from being intentionally protected by the Supreme Overlord to having her secrets leaked to all the Overlord's families yet being powerless to stop it, has broken the norm time and time again. To this day, it is impossible to control her. For those like Chu He, whose entire family bet on Baikal, a failure would almost certainly result in their purge or even annihilation, becoming nourishment for other families. The complex emotions of envy, jealousy, and anger are indescribable. To learn from her example and avoid failure? To hope that even if they lose, their family can produce such a lucky individual? Isabella's fate not only exceeds the limits of a redemption officer, but even surpasses the combined achievements of all the Iron Triangle families. It can almost be said that her known resume has been repeatedly studied by internal experts of countless families, and used to educate future generations. Countless family lecturers, when mentioning the name Isabella Brown, sigh with a mixture of regret and envy. These capable lecturers included many who, after redeeming themselves, became affiliated with powerful families. However, while talented individuals abound, only a handful truly rise to prominence, and only Isha managed to leap forward and become a founding member of this behemoth. With the path to advancement within the Overlord increasingly narrow, Baikal Xiongfeng's success story was a swan song, making Isha the new direction everyone aspired to. But Isha hadn't considered all this. Or rather, she already knew from the Montanetta family just how much attention she attracted within the Overlord, and precisely because of this, she tried to appear before the Overlord's leader as infrequently as possible. Unlike Li Bin, she disliked excessive social interaction, and therefore her attitude towards Chu He wasn't particularly warm. She preferred to focus her energy on military matters. However, those present didn't show any extra emotion. The Overlord knew Isha's past, and understood her wariness of other warring families. Li Bin naturally relinquished leadership to Isha. Isha's cold expression was perfectly suited for refusing unnecessary requests. The small, Nebula-class cruise ship flew through the asteroid belt, where asteroids were mostly far apart, occasionally leaving fragmented traces due to mining blasts at local sites. The ship, about 300 meters long, was indeed minuscule compared to the massive rocky mixtures that stretched for tens or even hundreds of kilometers. But amidst these asteroids, a pinkish-purple speck, after rounding an asteroid over 100 kilometers in diameter, came into view. Compared to the enormous natural formations around it, this pinkish-purple speck was insignificant, but none of the assembled military personnel underestimated it. Instead, they were on high alert. This is the spaceship our company salvaged from the Lost Star sector, the Unicorn-class Hui, a phase dreadnought, Isabella introduced. My ride? Everyone looked at Isabella, their envy evident. Even ordinary first-tier war families couldn't pilot a dreadnought. Among all the powerful figures present, only Chief of Staff Chu he had piloted a warrior-class dreadnought, but that ship wasn't his, so he couldn't utter the word mine. But Isabella, the woman whose family had been destroyed and who was being hunted, could utter those two words so openly. Chu, he asked softly, is she in phase mode now? This question was redundant. Logically, Chu, he shouldn't have asked such a tasteless question, but it precisely showed that his emotions weren't as calm as his expression. This is a phase ship, a dreadnought, capable of evading all real-world damage by diving. With her in charge of ambushes and pursuits, there's no need to even look at the weapons. Her unique size alone could easily tear apart a large fleet. Chu, he had no doubt that if his Bowhead Whale-class fleet were to collide with this ship, ISA would have 1,000 ways to crush him. Once you've seen this ship with your own eyes, you have no doubt about the achievements of the Universal Alliance in the blockade zone. Chu, he pondered that even if he, more adept at decisive battles, were to command the Hui, in the vast hunting ground of the blockade zone, even if a single ship took 6 months to a year longer, it could still achieve similar results. Can I go up and take a look? Chu, he asked almost obsessively, then realized his mistake. Sure enough, ISA flatly refused. I'm sorry, the Hui is a valuable company asset, involving confidential information. Please forgive my refusal. If there's nothing else, please allow me to leave. Demonstrating the Hui's weapon systems requires my personal presence. Okay. To welcome the captain, the Hui deactivated its phase mode. Like a giant whale emerging from the untouchable depths of the ocean, its bow revealed first, its nearly 100-meter wide flight deck flashing navigation lights, piercing the dimensional barrier. Majestic, imposing, and domineering. The Raven Super Heavy Fighter took off, its sharp, avant-garde shape, its unyielding posture, and its massive size, as large as a frigate, after being ejected and deploying its weapons-laden wings, making it a sight to behold. Watching this scene, Chu felt a tightness in his throat and his mouth go dry. But that wasn't all. Li Bin added, the Raven Super Heavy Fighter jet, equipped with werewolf combat AI, derived from the legendary Perseus pilot Mikhail. Something was wrong, 9/10 wrong. Chu-hee's eyes sharpened, not because Li Bin was suddenly so generous with the introduction, but because he had keenly sensed something unusual. A dreadnought, even one created by the human realm, generally wouldn't, and shouldn't, possess both phase capabilities, and such an absurd carrier weapon system. This thing is worth taking off and installing on a pure capital ship class carrier. It could even become a dreadnought like the Dawn class. Why does it only have one flight deck? It's a complete waste. He pinched his chin, a guess forming in his mind. Could it be? This ship is an experimental vessel? Chapter 1232. It can only be said that Chu-hee's high regard from the Supreme Overlord was not solely due to siding with the right side or flattery. If Brother Jia knew his true thoughts, Brother Jia would probably be moved to tears and grasp his hand. The Alicorn class integrates a vast amount of technology, undoubtedly the result of the entire project team's painstaking efforts. However, Brother Jia hadn't experienced actual combat back then, and he poured all his early fantasies into the Alicorn class, whether it was the light fusion warhead, the Raven Super Heavy Fighter combined with the Werewolf AI system, the experimental hull barrier, the specially made industrial-grade nano-forging furnace, phase capabilities. These things, after being disassembled and specifically enhanced, would be enough to fit into a dreadnought, serving as the core combat strategy of a combat dreadnought. Once, at a company team-building meeting, Brother Jia got completely drunk and poured out his heart to Li Bin about his past self. I was too young back then. I only wanted to build an invincible spaceship. Hiccup. But now that I think about it, the reason the Asuni class is incomplete is precisely because of my greed. For a leader, a ship that can hardly be mass-produced, no matter how valuable, is just an expensive toy. Winning a bronze medal is an affirmation of my technology. Not winning gold or silver medals is a denial of my vision. He beat his chest in frustration. If only I had woken up earlier, developed each technology into a separate ship, and combined them into a fleet, industrial ships for maintenance, firepower ships for decisive battles, aircraft carriers for air combat. Each ship shining brightly in its professional field, forming a large fleet with expeditionary capabilities. Brother Jia wept bitterly. Then the gold medal would definitely be mine, and this project would have received enough attention, and those privileged kids would never have interfered with it again. The project will also get more R&D funding. Then I can concentrate mature technologies, and develop the Alicorn class as the absolute core of the fleet. That way, my precious daughter won't have her nano-forge stolen, sob sob sob. Li Bin could only pat the crying Jia Ji on the back and comfort him, secretly relieved. Image of Jiaji. Luckily, Jiaji didn't do that back then, otherwise, wouldn't the Alicorn class be deployed within the Kuiper belt? How would he have gotten this good ship then? But this discussion fully proved the human realm's view of the Alicorn class. A powerful experimental ship used to prove technological feasibility, integrating multiple technologies, but lacking large-scale production value. What? You ask me what it's testing? Of course, it's testing the feasibility of those advanced weapons. Therefore, Chuhi's guess, although contrary to Jiaji's original intention, accurately hit her ecological niche in the human realm. But as the weapons were displayed one by one, Chuhi gradually became numb from confirming his conjecture. The flight deck, facing him, flipped left and right, revealing a huge electromagnetic catapult track underneath. At ISA's instruction, the Hoi's main gun aimed at an irregular asteroid with a diameter exceeding 300 kilometers, at a suitable distance, and the entire ship fell silent. This is... Chuhi murmured in surprise, only to see Li Bin order, activate the shields, shut down unnecessary power supplies to the ship's systems. Yes, including the life support systems. For now, the oxygen inside the ship will suffice. Li Bin then gave Chuhi an apologetic smile. The Hoi's main gun is too powerful. ISA wanted to show off in front of acquaintances, and without shutting down unnecessary power consumption, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out. With ISA deliberately delaying, it took several minutes for the main gun to fully recharge. The result of a mid-range launch at faster-than-light speed was that the explosion and the trajectory of the projectile appeared simultaneously. The Nebula-class cruise ship was shattered by the asteroid, and the debris, carrying immense kinetic energy, rocked like a small boat at sea in the shockwave. The ship's radiation system sounded an alarm. The fragments blown out by the explosion, lasting for several seconds, nearly overloaded the civilian destroyer's electrical grid, but there was no time to be shocked by the power of the fusion warhead. In Chuhi's eyes, there was only the triangular passive shield on the surface of the Hoi ship, which, after being hit by the debris, resembled a meticulously pieced-together mosaic. An experimental hull shield. And it wasn't over yet. The shattered meteorite moved in all directions, large fragments colliding with surrounding asteroids. A single main cannon shot almost shook the trajectory of the nearby asteroids. It was foreseeable that the local station would be forced to change its safe orbital paths in a few days due to the asteroid belt's abnormal activity. Aside from anything else, the scattered debris and fragments, in the near vacuum of space, would travel unimpeded, posing a significant threat to fragile civilian vessels like maintenance platforms. These fragments could easily damage trusses, space containers, docking bays, and delicate instruments like salvage cranes. To eliminate the danger, ISA ordered the torpedoes launched. 2 crimson-black trails flashed across the surface, and amidst the chilling, abnormal fluctuations, 2 black voids opened, tearing apart and engulfing everything within their range. Humanity's controlled weapon, the Rift-Torrent torpedo. Of all the known human forces in the Perseus star system, only the pre-World War III tachyon technology possessed this technology, and even then, it was deployed on a Spirit Tower-class vessel. This? Li Bin smiled broadly, making up a story. I'm only telling you the truth out of respect for the Supreme Overlord. This ship was salvaged from a reserve arsenal. When we found it, the weapons and equipment were already there. The entire reserve arsenal was dedicated to this one ship. Its codename is the Alien class, and it's positioned as an experimental ship. According to the deciphered data, it originally came to the Perseus star system to conduct secret ship tests in an undeveloped area with many blind spots. Very reasonable, extremely reasonable. Secret weapons tests would definitely choose quiet and safe locations. Newly developed star systems are suitable choices, such as the Tachyon Technologies Afterglow warships, the prohibited and dangerous modification equipment in the possession of the Tianyuan 4 Utopia Group, or the human gene mutation virus that was banned by the human realm and was once used against the Fang clan. Li Bin's words, combined with Chuhi's preconceived notions, confirmed his suspicions. He was now absolutely certain that this Celestial Beast-class ship was an irreplaceable, experimental warship, one used less and less. He went even further, boldly speculating that this ship was very likely the true culprit behind the failure of the Relief Association's Ark-class dreadnought. Thinking of this, Chuhi's face showed a bitter expression. Boss Li's methods are brilliant. He's kept a dreadnought hidden for so long. With the Palace class, the Celestial Beast class, and that mysteriously damaged dreadnought in the Eden system, the Universal Union already has 3 dreadnoughts. A bright future indeed. Not at all. Li Bin laughed heartily. Isn't the Overlord class also one? The Warrior class Wrath of 10,000 armies. The Cathedral class Memorial, and the abandoned Chariot-class Hell machine are also 3 dreadnoughts. How can they be compared? The memorial belongs to Kong Jicho, who is your good friend and has joined the Perseus Alliance. As for the Hell machine, it belongs to Magius. My headquarters dreadnought is also a piece of trash. Li Bin continued his fabrication. As for Magius, forgive my bluntness, but the Overlord didn't bring it into the Fire Phoenix Alliance, probably because he intends to annex it, right? With the Supreme Overlord's methods, taking the Hell machine would be a piece of cake. Can I take this as a promise from Boss Li to me, to the Supreme Overlord? Chu-Hee's eyes gleamed. Chapter 1233. Chu-Hee's implication was that he was seeking Li Bin's permission. In the past, the Overlord's intention to annex Magius wouldn't have required consulting any surrounding forces. After all, Sun Ihai was dead, the Fire Phoenix Alliance was established, and the Overlord was surrounded by enemies and allies. But now, the Universal Union had established the Perseus Alliance, a groundbreaking move starting as a company yet achieving results that even warlords envied, and possessing war weapons like the Acicorn class. The Overlord's actions could no longer be ignored. To put it simply, after witnessing the full power of the Acicorn class, Chu-Hee realized one thing, that is, if she didn't die, Eden Star would theoretically be invincible within the human forces. A phased dreadnought is a single ship, accomplishing anything is difficult, but its ability to cause harm is incredibly powerful. Any action to destroy the Perseus Alliance and the Universal Union, even if successful, would not sever the chains of hatred. The Acicorn class could easily abandon the land and endlessly exact revenge on its enemies before it was completely destroyed. How would you deal with an enemy so massive that it could theoretically fly in a straight line through hyperspace, impossible to capture or contain? This ship is the ultimate form of guerrilla warfare, an elite special forces operation. This is why Li Bin decisively revealed the Acicorn class after its exposure. Being low-key or high-profile requires knowing the right time and place. Li Bin nodded, giving Chu-Hee a reassuring answer. Kong Jicho severed ties with his mother when the Perseus Alliance was established. Li Bin wasn't lying, he genuinely didn't care whether Magius would be annexed, and neither did Kong Jicho, just as they both desperately wanted the Overlord to consolidate into a large alliance. The Overlord can simply annex other forces. The Perseus Alliance can just annex the Overlord directly. This avoids dealing with multiple forces, is highly efficient, and doesn't break its promises. Therefore, Li Bin was telling the truth, and his attitude was very sincere, seemingly ready to form a lifelong alliance with the Overlord. Alright, that concludes the demonstration of the Hoi. Having concealed the long-range strike capabilities of the Acephalanx-class battleships, and intentionally hidden the preloading and rapid-fire effect of its main guns, Li Bin ended this show of force. Let's talk about support. Commander Chu's fleet has suffered considerable damage. Repairs can indeed be done within the blockade zone, but the problem is, with 12 battleships, the repair capabilities of a single station are insufficient. You need to disperse to 5 or 6 locations. Chu-Hee's fleet was a purely military fleet, lacking Bull-class tugboats, numerous repair platforms, and battlefield carrier-class support. Repairing solely through station locations was impossible without dispersal. But Chu-Hee didn't want this. He quickly composed himself, suppressing the mental storm brought on by the Hoi. But how could the impact of such a spaceship be so easily swept away? His incoherent explanation was full of flaws, quickly revealing his true intentions. Chu-Hee had come to seek reinforcements. He wanted to complete the task assigned to him by the Supreme Overlord, and also to respond to the demands of the other members of the Fire Phoenix Alliance. To accomplish this mission brilliantly and successfully, bringing great honor to himself and Baikal. His ultimate goal was to atone for his past mistakes and regain control of the wrath of the armies. Because of Lin Nanfeng, Li Bin had guessed these needs beforehand with a high degree of accuracy. But guessing was one thing, but hearing it from Chu-Hee's own mouth carried a different meaning. Sure enough, Chu-Hee's momentum waned the more he spoke, his back visibly stiffening. How could he speak forcefully when he needed something from someone? Li Bin smiled, seemingly oblivious to the change in the man before him. This was precisely the effect he wanted, to demonstrate the Hoi's final objective, to disrupt the opponent's mind with shocking intelligence, paving the way for seizing the initiative in negotiations. That would be enough. I always prefer to talk while eating. Since this involves matters between the two major alliances, let's discuss it at the dinner table, Li Bin said, ordering the ship to return to the station. Seafood from the central reservoir, fresh beef and mutton preserved at low temperatures, Byzantine wine, Eden Star cigarettes, blue lobsters from the Sinar Power, and high-quality vegetarian food from the Lud Church, all were transformed into 32 exquisite dishes by the chefs of the Universal Alliance, each a hearty feast, causing the officers of the Overlord to lose all composure. These were delicacies rarely seen, even under normal circumstances, let alone in this battlefield. The lifestyle of a CEO of a giant corporation was evident from this single meal. Thinking they were only seeing a glimpse of the heavenly palace, the crowd, their chopsticks and forks moving ceaselessly, were so engrossed in the food that they forgot to speak up for their commander. After eating for a while, Li Bin lit a cigarette and then calmly asked, "I understand the requirements, but I need to clarify first. Is this favor for the Overlord or for the Fire Phoenix Alliance?" Chu He, holding his wine glass, stiffened. He knew there was a deeper meaning behind these words. It was both a probe and a test of Chu He's sincerity. If it was for the Fire Phoenix Alliance, it would be a formality. Li Bin would naturally help, but only to a very limited extent. If it's about helping the Overlord, then the corresponding figure is the Supreme Overlord, and this favor must be repaid by the Supreme Overlord. He was restless, pursing his lips, hesitating for a long time, his mind a complete mess. Too much had happened today. Witnessing Isha's achievements, the phase dreadnought, he was utterly exhausted. Finally, he wiped his mouth and bluntly said, "Actually, it was for myself." "Oh, so it was helping my old friend, I understand." Li Bin bit his cigarette and slammed his hand on the table. Xian Tao, who had just taken a seat, immediately stood up, opened his terminal, and read Li Bin's calm, almost imperceptible voice. "Order Vahad to mobilize all battlefield carrier-class ships in the fleet to form a support fleet, move west out of the blockade zone, and assist our friends in carrying out forward repair missions. Order Vulcan to immediately assemble the Bowhead Whale-class components and technical teams from the warehouse to the designated area for emergency repairs of the fleet. Order Zhu Jin to transfer to command of the Bowhead Whale-class fleet under Mr. Chu's leadership and to obey all orders." A dramatic turn of events. Chu He almost cried. The logistical problems were solved, the self-sufficiency was solved, and even the lack of manpower to cover the battlefield. Li Bin had solved that too. What is loyalty? This is what it means. Brotherly. Chu He's greasy hand gripped Li Bin's tightly, cigarette ash flicking onto his hand, as if he didn't notice. "I remember this forever. Hey, we're practically brothers." Li Bin returned the grip. "You're a true friend, aren't you? You're too kind." Chu He's eyes welled with tears. "You're in this situation, I can't be ungrateful. Just tell me what you need, let me do you a favor." No, 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 between brothers, let's not talk about that. A small favor, a small favor. Then, can you give me a batch of officers? Hey! What do I think I am? I, the Overlord, may not have much else, but I have tons of officers. What kind of officers do you need? Archers of the Bowhead Whale caliber. Li Bin smiled brightly. The more the better, newbies don't matter. Chapter 1234. The hegemon surplus of officers was no mere boast. Half bragging, half drunk, or perhaps simply intoxicated by the harmonious atmosphere and bright prospects, Chu He revealed to Li Bin many secrets unknown even to ISA, secrets only the Supreme Staff were authorized to know. From the time the 14th Legion reached an agreement with the local landowners and families of the Perseus Star region until the end of the First AI War, the 14th Legion's General Staff undertook the tasks of guiding production, construction, and politics within the army. Because of the significant loss of ships and valuable crew members during the trans-space crossing, the 14th Legion, which was originally capable of handling the entire Star region, faced a substantial manpower shortage. Furthermore, many officers were forced to transfer to civilian jobs to fill the management gaps left by the collapse of the human realm government. Additionally, considering the significant loss of experienced officers and soldiers in the Star region unification war, and the need for reliable civilian officials for tasks such as taking over defeated forces, suppressing riots, maintaining order, and taking over local governments after unification, the 14th Legion was also in need of such personnel. The first thing the 14th Army Corps staff did after settling in was to simultaneously inventory assets and massively establish military schools, offering various non-military majors to train future civil servants, police officers, and artists as soldiers. The requirement was simple. These individuals could only pursue other professional courses after passing basic military training. Once assigned to local posts, they could be deployed to the battlefield at any time after simple retraining if summoned by the Corps. The large-scale construction of military schools, coupled with a semi-military education system, was essentially a violent training machine built entirely for war. While the starting point was good, its essence was no different from militarism. As is well known, for militaristic powers, everything is fine as long as they can expand smoothly and reap the benefits of war. But if expansion is hindered and they cannot reap the benefits, they are doomed. First, the Second AI War not only destroyed the 14th Army and gave rise to a hegemon, but also directly shattered the dream of unification, plunging the war machine into a stalemate. However, the traditions of military academies had already been established, leaving these newly graduated officers in an awkward position. According to their role as administrators of reclaiming lost territories and trained as soldiers, they found themselves in a situation where there were no wars to fight and no land to expand. As long as their predecessors live, they cannot rise to power. Therefore, many talents, who are clearly pure military professionals, are forced to compete with their semi-military contemporaries for police and civilian positions. Even those who are fortunate enough to enter the military must wait for seniority to allow those ahead of them to retire. To be honest, many military academy graduates came from impoverished backgrounds in the early years, but after the Second AI War, such opportunities gradually decreased. One reason is that poor families simply couldn't compete with the young talents cultivated over years by war families. Another is that there simply weren't enough positions available for them. Chu-hee's smile was bitter as he pointed to the captains beside him. Look at these capital ship captains around me. Each one is over 50 years old. Logically, it should be their turn to be cruiser captains, and with a bit of luck, they should be in important positions on capital ships. But before that, guess how many of them have actually worked on a capital ship? Li Bin shook his head in agreement. Out of 12 people, only 4. All of them are from war families. The 8 non-war family officers at the table lowered their heads, as if not being from a war family was a shameful thing. Chu-hee sneered at the other 4. And what makes you think you're any better? The Bowhead Whale class has been ridiculed within the Overlord's ranks for its construction technology, hasn't it? You think you're captains because your families pulled strings, huh? Let me tell you the truth. It's precisely because the Bowhead Whale class is entrusted that you were sent here. Once the Overlord itself has tested it in actual combat, proving that the Bowhead Whale class is suitable for the Overlord's fighting style, verifying its reliability and safety, you be promoted and reassigned to sinecure positions, giving up your real posts to the core science carefully cultivated by those powerful families. Li Bin suddenly understood. He slapped his thigh. Oh dear. Isn't this just using people as guinea pigs? He explained in surprise. How can these people be so wicked? Li Bin then covered his mouth, belatedly realizing, oh sorry, I forgot you're from a big family, Brother Chu. Me? Chu-hee shook his head, his face bitter. I used to be, but I'm a defeated general now. I was kicked in. Within the Supreme Advisory Council, there have long been people who resent that I'm valued by the Supreme Overlord. Now, how can I possibly deserve it? But I think you are. Li Bin raised his hand and pressed down on the other's shoulder. The alcohol made his blood boil. The circulation accelerated, the heat from his palms pressing heavily on Chu-hee's shoulder through the Overlord's uniform. Listen carefully, Chu-hee. Li Bin spoke with the solemnity of a sex elder. There's an old proverb on Earth. At home, you rely on your parents. When you're out in the world, you rely on your brothers. In the Overlord's army, relying on your family was fine, but outside, the most reliable people are still your brothers. Chu-hee was also quite drunk. Normally reserved and tight-lipped, he couldn't hold back anymore, his thoughts spilled out. He said with a hint of dejection, I, Chu-hee, have been a soldier my whole life. My brothers are all in the Overlord's army. What brothers do I have outside of the Overlord's army? Li Bin patted his chest with his other hand. Me, us. You're my brother, and my brothers are Chu-hee's brothers. My brothers are all over the world, so your brothers are all over the world too, Chu-hee. Chu-hee, over 50 years old, felt as if he'd been struck by something. His emotions were complex. He served as a soldier in the Overlord's army for decades, killing countless people. He thought his heart was as hard as coolant, but alcohol softened his defenses, and something ancient, something from the distant past, ruthlessly pierced his mind. That thing was loyalty. Simply words couldn't convince him, but Li Bin had just been generous and magnanimous, giving resources and manpower wherever needed. Chu-hee had reached the pinnacle of life, piloted the dreadnought, and then stumbled and fell. Caught between the high expectations of his superiors and the cold indifference of his colleagues, torn between these two extremes, a man, simply for the sake of we are brothers, led an army to his aid. Even brothers aren't this close. Renchua's heart, tempered as steel, melted into tenderness. He felt his body go limp. The shoulder bone Li Bin was holding him felt like it was melting. Reason was boiling, loyalty was burning, and with Li Bin's last words, Chua felt his brain was about to explode. A brother's business is my business. If you ever have any trouble, call me. If you can't get through to me, call the Eden Star Governor's office. Your brothers will help you solve your problems. Li Bin said, word by word, just like today. The gray-haired Chua burst into tears, covering his face and sobbing, okay. Brotherly, we be brothers for life. Chapter 1235. I used to wonder why Li Bin was so popular. Now I know. It's because he's so public-spirited and always saves people from dire straits. Brotherly is like my older brother. Chu He. On the other side of the table, Isa stared in disbelief as the two drunken guys quickly became like brothers, Chu He even shouting that they should become sworn brothers. Li Bin yelled at the kitchen for a yellow chicken, a pig's head, a cow's head, and a peach tree. Today we slaughter a yellow chicken and drink blood wine, swearing brotherhood in the peach garden. These were Li Bin's words, always baffling. Good brotherly. You're like my half-brother. These were Chu He's words. He was almost a full 12 years older than Li Bin, yet he volunteered to be the younger one. Isa felt like the world had turned magical. Looking around, Mikhail, Zhu Jin, and Zui Mingqian Xiao were all deeply moved and infected by the atmosphere, actively helping to set up the scene. A perfectly good meal was abruptly turned into a farewell. Brother, even 1,000 miles of farewell must come to an end. I still have a mission to complete. We meet again another day. Second brother, I won't say much more, just one piece of advice. Nothing is perfect. Always prioritize your own safety. Power is tempting, but don't be greedy. Take care of your life and your family. At the station's docking area, the newly sworn brothers bid each other a reluctant farewell, giving Isa goosebumps. Those who knew them would say it was deep brotherly affection. Those who didn't would think they had a secret tryst yesterday. Li Bin, holding the hand of his second brother Chu He, whose face looked older than his own, said, if the Overlord intends to attack Magius, you must find a way to secure the position of Commander-in-Chief. My good friend Kong Jicho, although estranged from his mother, is still someone he came from. For both moral and legal reasons, I cannot stand idly by. I only ask that after you obtain the position, you restrain your subordinates and treat them with leniency. Protect the lives of Kong Jicho's family and friends. I can't guarantee anything else, but if you can do this, brother, I have a way to make Magius a loyal supporter within the Overlord's ranks. Then, with the Chu family as your foundation, the Supreme Overlord's favor above, the Magius Galaxy as your internal ally, and the Perseus Alliance as your external support, you can sit back and watch the world change. Those days of enduring hardship and biding your time will be gone forever. Brother. Brother. What a display of brotherly affection. 10 Bowhead Whale-class destroyers streaked away, leaving trails of flame. Li Bin turned to Lin Nafeng, who had been assigned to stay behind to maintain 2 Bowhead Whale-class destroyers, and said, get ready and go to the conference room. Give a detailed report on my good brother's recent combat reports. He's your brother now. Can't you ask him yourself? Lin Nafeng wanted to say, but remembering the cold 200,000 star coins in his account and the ownership of the 5 wrecked Sunset cruisers, Lin Nafeng obediently bowed and left with the Overlord's men. That's a bit much, Isa said, rubbing her arms and frowning as she approached Li Bin. Swearing brotherhood in front of so many people, even though he's fallen on hard times, the Supreme Overlord still thinks highly of Chu He. Now that only their own people remained in the dock area, Isa could speak freely. No, it's precisely because Brother Chu is highly regarded that I have no choice but to openly and legitimately become sworn brothers. Li Bin lit a cigarette. The Overlord's resources shouldn't be underestimated. Don't forget we returned a planetary assassin, and the Overlord also recovered a group of descendants of the 14th Legion who were stranded in the Lost Star sector. Nobody knows where they are now. I'm doing this to send a signal to the Supreme Overlord. Li Bin exhaled a puff of smoke. I will continue to be close to the Overlord and Old Man Baikal. In Baikal's eyes, my sworn brotherhood is a sign of submission to him. Don't forget I'm the CEO, and Chu He is just a young talent under him. If I become sworn brothers with Chu He, then my seniority will be lower than his. Only in this way can the signal of showcasing the Dreadnought be clearly directed towards friendly forces and Baikal, rather than as a show of force. Isha paused for a moment, then exclaimed, I thought you were serious yesterday because you were so passionate. Was this all part of your plan? You even designed this? How could I? Li Bin rubbed his wife's head, ignoring Isha's displeasure. I really didn't expect Chu He's situation to be so bad. He's like a promising stock. Although the price has plummeted, the future is bright. I originally just wanted to buy a few shares casually, but I didn't expect to become a shareholder as a retail investor. It wasn't a plan, just improvisation. As for designing emotions, honey, is that how you see your husband? It's hard to say. Isha looked away. Li Bin sighed. To say there was no selfish motive would be a lie. Liu Bei's oath of brotherhood in the Peach Garden was based on the fact that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei possessed both martial prowess and ambition. But to say that the oath was purely to deceive Chu, he is absolutely impossible. As for me, Li Bin, while I can't claim to be entirely upright, I do try my best to treat people with sincerity. Li Bin's voice suddenly softened. In this world, I ask myself, aren't there a few who would give up several battleships and nearly 10,000 sailors for a promise? Chu, he calls me big brother, and I, your husband, deserve it. Ayase's face flushed slightly. To have won over the man of a former admiral of the powerful navy with a single banquet, and he was her husband, no less, sounded incredibly satisfying. Realizing this, she became somewhat hesitant. And what about Lin Nanfeng? Over 200,000 star coins, plus the wreckage of a cruiser. Even our own people aren't that generous. The Universal Alliance has reached the point where it can't expand rapidly without poaching talent from others. I need to let the 14th Regiment's contacts know that even a desperate person bringing resources and information to my side can be rewarded with hundreds of thousands of star coins. I certainly won't mistreat outstanding talent. Okay, you always have a point. Isha felt a bit stuffy in her uniform, panting, and asked abruptly, how long will your meeting with Lin Nanfeng last? About an hour or two, why? Li Bin asked, puzzled. I give you 3 hours. Come to my room in 3 hours. Isha said this and turned to leave. Hey, is this a war? Are you kidding me? Li Bin pulled down his cap warily, adopting a defensive posture. I'm not kidding. After Commander Chu planned the fleet's course, he originally intended to engage in several small-scale battles, aiming to destroy 1 or 2 battleships, and then use the excuse of damaged ships to blockade the area. However, he ran headlong into the Evil Melody dreadnought, which was withdrawing from the core star sector, along with 2 Binary Horizon-class unmanned carriers. We couldn't avoid it, and ended up in an encounter battle. Because of its own poor condition, the Evil Melody hacked into our network and released all its drones at once, leaving 1 Binary Horizon-class carrier to cover its retreat before leaving on its own. In the end, we destroyed all the drones, 1 Capital Ship-class carrier, and 8 cruisers at the cost of 4 Dominator-class heavy cruisers and 1 more class carrier. Chapter 1236. In the conference room, Lin Nanfeng spoke succinctly, patting a black box half his height beside him. This is the battle data left by Commander Chu, who asked me to pass it on to you. Li Bin clicked his tongue. The results aren't very good. 12 battleships engaged in an encounter, the enemy intended to retreat. And yet, you still lost so many frontline cruisers? Mainly because we didn't intend to fight, Lin Nanfeng said with a wry smile. The fleet captains are all similar to me. They were all unsuccessful in the past, wasting many years, and have long lost the fearless spirit of their youth. Plus, the crew's skill level, well, it's hard to explain. So, to play it safe, we went to great lengths, prioritizing preserving our manpower, which is why we suffered such a defeat. Understood. The battle objectives were conservative, the crew's combat skills were insufficient, and this result was in line with expectations from the beginning. This safest and most conservative battle plan from the start was also a choice Li Bin made in his early, cautious years. However, if it weren't for the cheat code, Li Bin would probably have forgotten how many years it had been since he used such a clever trick. Continue, Li Bin nodded, indicating he understood the explanation of the battle. Yes, Lin Nanfeng continued, regarding personnel mobility, the fleet originally had about 800 wounded. Actually, apart from 46, most were lightly wounded and could recover in a week or two with medical treatment and rest. The Overlord battle formation required subordinates to be strictly disciplined and not to evacuate without an order to abandon ship, hence the high casualties were to be expected. Before becoming sworn brothers with Li Bin, Chu followed the standard Overlord battle plan, but from today onwards, he would change the plan, preserving as many crew members as possible. He would also try to smuggle most of the people from the sunken ships to Li Bin. The lockdown zone is a transit point. It not only contained the out-of-control AI, but was also the initial planned area for containing the nanovirus swarm, and it will continue to expand southward until it blocks all star systems in the southern lost sector. But right now, the actual number of people assigned to stay behind is 1891, Lin Nanfeng said, including 400 newly recruited members of the 14th Regiment, as well as others who consistently scored low in the internal loyalty assessments and the wounded. So many members in the 14th Regiment? Li Bin asked, intrigued. Lin Nanfeng explained. As you said, we were all thrown out as guinea pigs to test the combat potential of the Bowhead Whale-class ships. So, not only the captain, but also the officers and crew, aren't exactly high-ranking officials. To obtain the best data, the Overlord even assigned its own people to the Bowhead Whale-class ships from other factions. Therefore, there isn't actually a single person outside the Overlord's ranks in the fleet. Lin Nanfeng added, most of the officers left behind by Commander Chu have grievances against the Overlord. They will work on the lower-ranking crew members, using the guise of exchange of benefits to get them to serve the CEO wholeheartedly. The so-called exchange of benefits naturally refers to exchanging Li Bin's fleet and logistical capabilities for supplies. Say this to the lower-ranking crew members is tantamount to telling them, you've been abandoned, you become the price. But between Li Bin and Chu He, this is called brotherly help, a testament to their friendship. The fleet will continue to request new recruits from the core star sector to replenish combat losses. I think we can get about 10,000 frontline crew members. After screening and selection, more than 6,000 will ultimately remain. That's enough. Li Bin said with satisfaction, very good. These people will remain in the blockade zone and cannot be sent to the Perseus Alliance for the time being. This way, even if things are exposed, he can explain to Baikal that he lacked manpower and had to secretly collude with Chu He, all for the sake of eliminating the runaway AI and the nanovirus swarm. Using the guise of a righteous cause, it's easier to get past the Supreme Advisory Council. 6,000 people. A Bowhead Whale-class ship requires between 900 and 1,800 crew members. The former is the minimum number for a powered ship. At that level, the crew only has less than 6 hours of rest time a day, including eating, drinking, and relieving themselves. In a confined space, this amount of time is fatal and cannot be sustained. But even at full capacity, it doesn't mean that a Bowhead Whale-class ship will have to take 1,800 people from the 6,000 crew members. Navigators, optical observation posts, damage control, mechanics, marines, medical departments and logistics, cultural departments, and civilian management teams, all these are areas where Huanyu United has its own mature talent pool, which can be easily recruited from within the company. In other words, this group of people is enough to arm 8 to 10 Bowhead Whale-class ships, thus saving a large number of personnel to first go to the Whitestone fleet to learn combat skills and accumulate combat experience. If these fully trained military personnel are integrated with employees from their own company, the number of armed ships can be further increased, while ensuring that the combat capability of most Bowhead Whale-class ships is stronger than that of a purely amateur team. Chu He is still very loyal, Li Bin remarked, smoking a cigarette afterward. With 10,000 frontline crew members available, not counting damage control and engine room personnel, I sent out all the Bowhead Whale-class ships, and he even helped me train them. So this is the win-win you were talking about? Isa stepped out of the drying room, tied her hair into a high ponytail with a magnetic lanyard, bit open the water bag with her teeth, and gulped down the electrolyte solution. Yes. Li Bin exhaled a cloud of smoke. The newly naturalized Overlord soldiers will first pilot the Bowhead Whale class, and after a second round of selection, they be promoted to pilot the Universal Union class. The talent hierarchy is set up. The company is really thriving. Isa pouted. By the way, I want to try to capture that evil melody. Why? Li Bin stubbed out his cigarette. Isa shrugged her delicate shoulders. Now that the Hui can operate openly, I want to test its strength against dreadnoughts. And she narrowed her beautiful eyes. Sly as a silver fox, everyone in the star system, even the out-of-control AI, will think that any dreadnoughts we salvage will be difficult to repair. They won't know that we even recruited the Hui's designers and core shipbuilding engineering team. After defeating the Hui, showing itself damaged will mislead outsiders about our strength. During the battle, I suddenly lead the Hui out in a surprise attack. I'm sure that will be quite a spectacle. Li Bin couldn't help but laugh. Well, Isa, you're quite the schemer. It's all your fault. Li Bin laughed incessantly, then slowly composed himself. But Brother Jia said, the Hui's combat power against dreadnoughts is limited. Its initial design was to defeat opponents through an unlimited war of attrition. While the Cathedral class and Steel Dragon class, converted from abandoned space stations, are manageable, the Dawn class, a dreadnought with considerable combat power, will likely face a tough battle. It will probably take several months to determine a victor. A soft touch pressed against his cheek as Isha pulled Li Bin into her arms. Don't worry, the evil melody is already damaged. Besides, even if I can't win, can't I just run? Don't send the escorting combat fleet. One Hui is enough for both fighting and escaping. Then, take Brother Jia with you. He's the designer, he'd definitely have a solution. I also assign you a logistics fleet to handle battlefield repairs, Li Bin spoke rapidly, then a slender finger pressed down on his hand. Isha tilted her head, her ponytail cascading over her shoulder, Her champagne-colored eyes filled with helplessness. When did you become so fussy? Be careful, Li Bin mumbled. Got it. Chapter 1237. Li Bin had become sworn brothers with Chu He, and his Bowhead whale-class fleet was assembling. He knew that by the time Chu He's fleet finished repairs and returned, they wouldn't be able to secure much of a major battle. At that time, the golden period for the out-of-control AI to withdraw was almost over. However, Chu He also knew that what he wanted was to present a show of support for the Fire Phoenix Alliance, based on the safety of his fleet. But the aftershocks of the blockade zone's victory, and the solid intelligence from the Hui, were not over yet. Marg System, the motherless naval base of the Free Forces. Kanda's nest. Since Kong Jicho joined and hinted at severing ties with his mother, Kanda had maintained a slightly tipsy demeanor. When the Overlord's territory was attacked and a large army was called upon, she received the order, but only dispatched her fleet, not the Hell Machine. This greatly displeased the Supreme Overlord. If the Hell Machine and the wrath of 10,000 armies had acted together, cooperating with the Overlord's battle formation, they would have had a much better chance of capturing the evil Melody. Now, the Pirate Emperor was soaking in a bathtub beside the central reservoir of the space station, sipping wine with his head tilted back. Several voluptuous, heavily made-up male concubines were diligently massaging him. A mechanical sound came from the central reservoir's gate, followed by a tall, white-haired old man staggering in. Kanda's prosthetic eye tilted to one side, and upon recognizing the newcomer, he laughed drunkenly. Oh, old Master He, what brings you to see me? Are you feeling better? The newcomer was none other than old Master He, the king's hand of Kanda's nest, the crown prince's mentor, who had once advised Kong Jicho on the death of the serpent demon. Sorry, I only have men here, Kanda said, closing his eyes. Of course, if you don't mind, old master, feel free to choose whomever you like. She spoke lightly, yet her male favorites didn't dare cast even a seductive glance at old man He. Pirate Emperor Kongda was notoriously unscrupulous in private, speaking and acting recklessly, only revealing her ambitions to her confidants. This was a habit she cultivated in her early years to maintain the image of a carefree pirate king. However, in recent years, her pent-up ambitions had finally come to fruition, and she inevitably began to indulge in a kind of pretense. Coupled with the turmoil of family and state affairs, and the constant reports of enemies from the new humans, the aging emperor was becoming increasingly exhausted. Old man He remained silent, only glaring at her. Her male favorites hurriedly rose from the warm pool, the circular suction devices built into the pool wall absorbing the water droplets from their bodies. The pool's water was kept buoyed by these circular suction devices, which absorbed the splashes, and then circulated back in from below, simultaneously creating a gentle rinsing effect on their backs. This system both contained the water within the pool and acted as a warm water massager. They were made to step out naked, their genitals trembling, each one a wheel-turning king. Upon closer inspection, there were even alloy motor warriors and tentacle hydraulic men. Even the well-traveled old He, being a man himself, was shocked. His wrinkled, tree-bark-like face twitched wildly. Hey, why are they all gone? Kanda, hearing the splashing water, opened her eyes, and saw her male favorites bow, wrapping towels around themselves like Roman warriors, concealing their muscular physiques, before hurriedly running away. She couldn't help but complain, Old He, these little fellows are more afraid of you than of me. His Majesty, in his younger days, was wise and valiant, and established good rules. For important matters to be discussed, male favorites and servants must recuse themselves. If your Majesty doesn't give the order, court officials can act. They fear the law and naturally dare not disobey. Old He stomped his foot heavily. Kongda, what's wrong with you these past few years? Why are you so listless? Have you been taking drugs? Kongda didn't answer, but looked at Old He's right leg twitching as he stomped it, and asked with concern, are you alright? Oh, I'm telling you, you're so old, and you still don't get any limb replacements. People get osteoporosis when they get old, and with all that time living in space, the calcium loss is even faster. Now, when you're on the ground, your back is so hunched you can barely stand, you're a complete hunchback. Even if there's no gravity here, you shouldn't be stomping around like that. Answer me. Old He roared, his long beard blowing up to his chest, enduring the pain, his eyes blazing like a lion's fury. Kanda stared blankly at his old friend, his loyal left and right hands bristling with hair and beard. He sighed, leaned back against the bathtub chair, and exhaled, I'm tired. Old He frowned, what? Kanda slammed his prosthetic right fist against the bathtub wall. The vacuum system malfunctioned, and the water, now unrestrained, swelled up like a ball. Kanda stood up, his naked body covered in knife and axe wounds. There were even metal modification marks the size of 3 palms put together on his waist and abdomen. All 4 limbs had been replaced with prosthetics from the root, and his face was covered with human-made alloy plates. He looked more like a machine than a human. I said, "I'm tired. I had enough. I'm fed up," she roared back. "I fought for decades, risked my life, served as a slave and a dog for revenge, and to rebuild my homeland. Now I pulled off a heist with Tachyon Technologies and helped rebuild Magius. I have no regrets in my life." "You too?" Konda pointed at old he. "You're this age. Do you think I don't know about your medical checkups? Your bones are like wafers. They crumble at the slightest touch. The problems have gotten especially bad in recent years. Do you still dare go to the planet's surface? Probably not, afraid the gravity will crush you. You're already like this. What are you still arguing about? You're about to die, can't you just enjoy life? I can still perform surgery." "Don't be ridiculous." I asked the doctor. Even though Prism Freeport performs hundreds of surgeries a day, the most experienced orthopedic surgeon wouldn't dare take your surgery. They said it's not just a bone problem, it's one of the symptoms of chronic organ failure. In short, old man, you're beyond saving. Old he's anger intensified, the two like 2 pufferfish, each trying to outdo the other in size. Having been personally attacked, he immediately retorted, "Oh, so you're cured? Your ambition is just meat on the Overlord's lips. Magius joined the Fire Phoenix Alliance, right? Then tell me, why wasn't Magius mentioned in the Alliance's founding announcement? Because all the powers see Magius as a vassal of the Overlord. The reason is even more ridiculous. Before, everyone gave you face not because you were the Pirate Emperor, but because your son had a good relationship with the CEO of the new giant, Universal Union. Now your son doesn't want you anymore. Your business doesn't even have a chance to be seated at the table." For a moment, old he saw Canda's fury flare up, then she seemed to burn out, sitting cross-legged back in the water sphere. The negative suction device's crystal reconfigured the circuit system, restarting the negative suction device at the cost of power loss. Therefore, when Kanda sat down, the water, originally designed to only cover her chest, now covered her chin. She felt very comfortable, a feeling of being warmly embraced. Chapter 1238. Such a weak expression should absolutely not have appeared on her face. Back then, when educating Kong Jicho, conveying the message that we are old, the times belong to you, it was all with Kong Da's tacit approval, relayed by old he. As a pirate emperor, she was like a feudal patriarch, absolutely unwilling to show weakness in front of anyone. Even when acknowledging her age, she could only awkwardly utter a few words to her closest friends during the opportunity to instruct her children on how to pass on the message. But now, "You're like a dog with its spine removed," old he retorted mercilessly. He slowly pulled out a painkiller, counted the dose, and injected it into his leg before grimacing and sitting down on a nearby recliner, his hands gripping the armrests. "It's just the 2 of us here. Tell me, what happened? I just feel, it's really boring." Kongdal looked up, his prosthetic eyes showing confusion. "I done so many great things in my life, fought giant corporations, jumped around repeatedly, and was a pirate emperor. I used to be very proud of these achievements. But after a century of hard work, some little brat named Li Bin surpassed me without a sound. You saw his latest battle report. No, in World War I, they annihilated over 20 out-of-control AI battleships. Even if you bundled all the Muggos together, you couldn't squeeze out a combat force equivalent to over 20 battleships. That's not the main reason, old he categorically denied. If I wanted to find reasons, I could find 1,000 at any time. Li Bin even knelt before you before. If there was any imbalance, it should have happened when he founded his company, and the outside world compared him to you, not when he became the founder of a giant corporation. I could also find geographical and diplomatic reasons. The Muggo system is sandwiched between giant corporations, far less advantageous than the Lost Star sector. Back then, the main power dynamic was the struggle between hegemons and Tachyons, unlike now where there are external enemies giving it time to develop. The painkiller took effect, the bone pain subsided, and the old man's spirits were no longer tormented by the pain, becoming much calmer. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I won't let you go. You have plenty of time to think about how to fool me. Konda leaned against the pool wall and closed his eyes. All right, you old dog, always so annoying. What do you mean by saying whatever makes people unhappy, never giving up until you get what you want? Old he finally chuckled. Isn't that why you recruited me? The pirate emperor hesitated for a long time before slowly saying, actually, Li Bin isn't the main reason. I admit I'm a little jealous of him, jealous of his good fortune, jealous that he was born in a good era, jealous that he's unrestrained and can freely choose the optimal solution. But I haven't done badly either. With Konda's nest as my base, I remotely control pirates across the land and ascend to the throne. Her momentum seemed to rise again, but the next sentence made her dejected once more. But my son doesn't want me anymore, brother. My son ran away. A desolate expression appeared on Konda's face, like that of any mother who has watched her child grow up only to have them turn against her. Pirate Emperor, Minister of Military Affairs of Magius, even the position of Governor of Magius, these are all titles I intend to pass on to him. The current governor of the star system is merely a temporary choice to unite the locals. It's a credit I left for Kong Jicho. I planned it all out. When the time comes, I fall out with the Overlord, and he secretly contact the Supreme Overlord to discuss surrender. With the Overlord's support for him, as governor of the star system, he'd at least be able to stand by and watch in exchange for loyalty. Then he'd lead his troops into the palace, and I advocate in due process. Kong Jicho will then have a legitimate reason to lead 2 dreadnoughts to Magius and seize power. Kanda gently patted the water balloon. That way, our cause will have a successor. She clenched her fist, water trickling through her fingers, finally emptying her fist. But my son doesn't want me anymore. In my whole life, 6 children, 5 died in war, assassinations, and now only this one is left, and he doesn't want me either. Brother, my cause has no successor, and it's too late to raise another. Magius will definitely be swallowed up by a powerful force after I die. What's the point of me continuing to struggle? Why not enjoy yourself while you can? She waved her hand, showing old he the connection point of her prosthetic leg. See this ring? I'm getting weaker and weaker. Without medication, I can't even bear the pain in my bone joints anymore. Back when Li Bin came to pay his respects, I could still swim in the central reservoir, but now, I can't even stand water below 45 degrees Celsius. I can't help it. Watching these newcomers stir up trouble one by one, I'm truly exhausted. Sometimes I think, life just passes by like this, and I haven't even had a few days for myself. So I might as well let them do whatever they want. Old He's face flushed red, revealing sorrow. Your Majesty, why go to such lengths? The Crown Prince was taught by me. I know he's always been a good boy. His severing ties with Konda's nest is definitely for our own good. The Overlord is eyeing us covetously. Your plan is certainly admirable, but what if the Supreme Advisory Group can no longer tolerate it, using the Fire Phoenix Alliance, or even attempting to annex it themselves? With Konda's nest, we can easily relocate in the future. A clever prey doesn't just have one nest. I can understand your good intentions. How can you not understand? Yes, it's all well-intentioned. Konda nodded. I understand you, and I understand him. Kanda lowered his voice. But who understands me? This is the only career I ever had, and I finally succeeded. You want me to give it up? I might as well just die first. Old He wanted to speak, but the Emperor extended his wet prosthetic limb and waved his hand. Don't say anything more. I don't want to hear it. Brother, you should go. Old He stared intently at Kanda, his lips moving several times, but he couldn't utter a word. He struggled to his feet, and slowly moved away. Konda's voice came from behind. Wait a minute. Old He didn't turn around, only hearing Konda lazily say, call all the young men back. My whole body feels uncomfortable. They need to massage me. The gate opened and closed again. Outside the central reservoir, the ventilation system blew a warm breeze. Thanks to the close relationship with the Universal Alliance in its early years, Konda's nest was well supplied, and even the ventilation system was largely equipped with aromatherapy, making the warm and fragrant air feel comfortable to Old He, almost making him drowsy. He shook his head, forcing his eyes open. Around him were handsome men dressed as Romans. The king's hand. What did His Majesty say? The men were completely different from those inside the gate. In front of the Emperor, they were all flamboyant, but here, their eyes gleamed, and they were all very masculine. They were all descendants of the Magius people, and during the defense of Konda's nest, they had all participated in the battle against Tachyon technology. Given Kanda's cautious nature, he would never employ a man whose abilities he did not know, even if he were a male concubine. Chapter 1239. Old He shook his head, and everyone showed expressions of disappointment. Some even gritted their teeth and whispered, if all else fails, should we stage a coup? The atmosphere became heavy. Everyone looked at Old He, who lowered his head and pondered for a moment before rejecting the idea. No, whether it's the nest of Konda or Magius, their military existence depends on His Majesty alone. Don't forget, although everyone wears the skin of the Navy, the people below are pirates at heart. If the handover is normal, With Kong Jicho's current prestige, and the backing of the Universal Alliance, it's enough to suppress discontent. But if we stage a coup, it's the same as revealing to the outside world that the Kong family is incapable of ruling, only. This will attract ambitious people from below. Then what do we do now? These loyal descendants of the fallen dynasty were anxious. If Her Majesty continues to be so decadent, Magius will be swallowed up sooner or later. Old He, can't you persuade her? Old He sighed. You all know how stubborn the old woman is, especially since she is the emperor. It's not surprising that she's headstrong. Besides, Her Majesty, because of the painful loss of 5 children in her early years, has an exceptionally strong desire to control them. Kong Jicho's sudden departure has been a huge blow to her. He didn't finish his sentence, saving face for Kangde. Based on his familiarity with Kangde, he guessed that the emperor's current dejection stemmed from a sense of powerlessness over the loss of control. Losing control of both career and family is disastrous for someone with such a strong desire for control. Kong Jicho's children are still young. Re-education is clearly too late. Even if they were educated, it would take time for them to venture out into the world. Not everyone in the world is like Li Bin, whose body and mind matured at the age of 8. On the interstellar stage, it usually takes until the age of 30, after receiving education from both books and society, to complete the transformation in military, political, diplomatic, interpersonal and psychological aspects and become a qualified ruler. After all, geniuses appear every year, but those geniuses aren't your children. You can't expect your offspring to be geniuses, you can only rely on nurturing them. Thinking of this, Old He instructed, I will submit my resignation to His Majesty, resigning from my position as Hand of the King. Let me finish. He silenced the anxious voices around him, emphasizing repeatedly, then I will secretly go to Kong Jicho's lair to persuade the Crown Prince to prepare. You want a coup? Someone asked anxiously. What are you thinking? Old He exclaimed angrily, Her Majesty's health has long since deteriorated, and now she's indulging in wine and women. How can she last long? I want you all to take good care of Her Majesty. I will arrange other matters for others. You just need to focus on serving and protecting Her Majesty. Her Majesty only has this much time left. Let her enjoy herself. At the central reservoir, Kangde, who was splashing water, suddenly stopped. The clanging of armor came from behind him. What? Kangde opened his eyes. The Hand of the King is outside discussing matters of rebellion and coup with your lover. The voice, muffled and deep, came through the horn helmet. Kangde laughed, ha ha. Butcher, I didn't expect you to hate Old He so much. What did he say or do to you that made you so angry that you're selectively concealing your true feelings? Emerging from the shadows behind Kangde, deactivating his optical invisibility, was none other than the blood-stained butcher who had received Li Bin years ago, the orphan adopted by Kangde, and now Kanda's personal guard, the captain of the execution squad, the executioner. Tell me everything, Kangde said, closing his eyes to soak in the bath. The blood-stained butcher then quickly and casually recounted the entire story of what happened outside, concluding with, this is betrayal. The Hand of the King is a traitor, he deserves to die. There are no treacherous ministers, only loyal ones. Kangde cracked his neck. There's more than one path to loyalty, Butcher. You swore to serve me to the death. You are a truly loyal minister. The Hand of the King is loyal to our cause, and therefore a loyal minister. Speaking of which, this business was built by him, me, and some old friends. By company rules, he's a shareholder. The bloodied butcher's armor clanged, as if in dissatisfaction. Kangde continued, don't stop him, and don't let the execution squad handle it. Bring him up immediately after he submits his resignation. Just let him go like that? The butcher demanded angrily. You really think he dared to talk about this at the entrance, because he didn't know the area around me is heavily guarded, both overt and covert? This security system was his suggestion years ago. He's deliberately saying this to test me. Kangde stretched his neck, biting the cigarette-containing anesthetic offered by the smart device beside the bathtub, and took a deep drag. If I let you do it, that would be utter folly. He immediately run to find Kong Jicho and raise an army to kill me. What about the male concubines? These people. The butcher was unwilling to give up. I knew it all along, and he knew I knew it too. As the butcher grappled with the complexities of politics, Kangde said somberly, even a mediocre ruler has a way out, but a foolish one is doomed. He's pointing this out to me, implying that those who don't want to fight aren't his brothers, and he's choosing a wiser ruler. Old man at your age, with all the storms of life, why are you doing this? The affairs of the world aren't between you and me. Even if Kong Jicho returns, he'd just become another me. His way out is outside. It's precisely because I know this kid made the right choice that I find it hard to accept. As parents, our life's work is just a burden to our sons. The more we struggle, the more pain we cause our children. I'm such a failure. The bloodstained butcher remained silent, standing behind the emperor, silently swearing his loyalty. Kong Jicho's nest. Originally a rudimentary, hidden space station of the Relief Association, built on meteorite foundations, it was easily overwhelmed by a single capital ship. Furthermore, its location was chosen specifically to collect the spoils of the nearby Relief Association's privateers, making it unfavorable due to its proximity to Speedtron technology and the Overlord. However, after being occupied by Kong Jicho, due to the Overlord's victory in the Third AI War, Kong Jicho, with his dual identity, the heir to Kongda's nest and the corresponding force of Li Bin's friend, was funded by the Overlord. Therefore, he was tacitly allowed by the Overlord to establish a foothold here. Later, leveraging its geographical advantage, it continuously secured trade orders from the star system, especially from the southern part of the star system led by the Overlord and the Universal Union. Acting as a transit point, it provided repairs, fuel supplies, and sales, making a considerable fortune. As the Universal Union's production capacity exploded, he also had the advantage of proximity, acquiring a large number of components. Now, although many meteorite traces still remain in Kong Jicho's lair, its interior has long been hollowed out and replaced with proper space station materials and armor, transforming it into a Level 2 space station. These outer shells are merely for increased visibility, and to deceive the enemy. Meanwhile, Kong Jicho himself is drinking with Duya in his lair. This life is so great. You have no idea. When I was in Magius, a bunch of people were constantly pestering me, wanting me to talk to Li Bin. Dia chewed on a grilled squid, spitting as he spoke. What kind of nobody, trying to use these petty things to get Li Bin to do this or that for my sake? Guess what I said? Kong Jicho chimed in. You mean? Li Bin's face is that worthless? Small-minded, too narrow-minded? Dia clenched his fist, smugly saying I said. My face is that worthless? You expect me to use these few petty things? Ha ha ha. Kong Jicho laughed, pointing at Duya. You're a complete scoundrel relying on your master's power. Duya, far from being ashamed, was actually proud, barking. So many people want to rely on this, but they don't even have the connections. Chapter 1240. Duya and Kong Jicho were no small fry, so their food was naturally exceptional. On the table sat copper pots made from high-quality charcoal, the kind made by the Luddite Church from straw pressed into fiber blocks, dried, and then slowly heated in a kiln. It was quite expensive. This charcoal burned very well, but more importantly, it was pricey. Several copper pots were set out. Some contained clear broth with pickled vegetables, clearly identified as Old Beijing hot pot. Others had bubbling red broth, clearly containing chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, obviously Sichuan hot pot. The two didn't sit, instead, they moved around with chopsticks, eating whatever they wanted. A copper plate sat on the charcoal fire, grilling pork belly until it sizzled and dripped with oil. Dozens of pots and plates were serving the two of them. What a treat! They ate and drank heartily, enjoying themselves immensely. In their tipsy state, they chatted about interstellar anecdotes to accompany their drinks, creating a unique and delightful experience. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a sudden jolt ran through his crotch. Kong Jicho glanced at his terminal, then put it to his ear and smiled at Duya. It's a call from my hometown, from my teacher, old he. Just a moment. Duya waved his chopsticks a couple of times, then continued rinsing the still-living, shell terrestrial coral, his mind drifting to an amusing anecdote Li Bin had told at the dinner table. It was said that Kong Da's imperial system wasn't fully implemented, and given old he's status in ancient times, if he had ascended the throne with Kong Da, he wouldn't have been called the Hand of the King, but the Prime Minister, and would have also held the title of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, the equivalent of Kong Jicho's teacher. Thinking this, he glanced casually at Kong Jicho, who had been so enthusiastic just moments before, and saw his expression slowly stiffen after answering the phone. Then his face darkened. Dia put his chopsticks away and stuck them in the trash can, then picked up a pair of faster-cooking vegetables, wanting to eat a few more bites before the call ended. The insects on Eden Star need to be cooked for a long time to completely kill the parasites. Eating them half-cooked will kill you, and even chopsticks with meat stuck to them from undercooked food must be thrown away. If I don't eat now, I might not have time to eat after the phone call ends, Duya thought to himself. A few minutes later, Kong Jicho hung up the phone, gave Duya a forced smile, and urged, eat, eat. He picked up some artificial duck blood and plunged it into the Old Beijing hot pot. Duya watched, wanting to say something but holding back, thinking, brother, you put the wrong thing in the pot. But he didn't dare say it. The drinking session seemed to have reached a stalemate. The silence was like the entire cabin being filled with carbon dioxide. Although it was spacious, it made it hard to breathe. Kong Jicho suddenly put down his chopsticks, lowered his head, and wept. Old, he said, my mother is getting senile. But how could I not know? I forced her to make that choice. Dia paused, his chopsticks still holding food, then silently withdrew them. He didn't speak, but filled his glass with wine, holding it in his hand, intending to hand it to Kong Jicho after he finished speaking. He had considered inviting some of Kong Jicho's girlfriends, but recalling Li Bin's words at the table, sometimes, some things can only be said to buddies, not women, he gritted his teeth, straightened his back, and forced himself to sit down, his hand clenching even tighter. Kong Jicho had already drunk quite a bit. His relationships with Li Bin and Dia started as drinking buddies, then became business acquaintances, and over time, their trust deepened into true friendship. These kinds of friends, not even involving Kong Da's clique, were the only two Kong Jicho had in his life. Therefore, he always got completely drunk at their gatherings. Now, fueled by the alcohol, his thoughts spiraled out of control, and he blurted out, Teacher, he always told me to inherit the family business, and I wholeheartedly agreed. I secretly vowed to carry on the legacy of Kong Da's nest and pass on the title of Pirate Emperor. But after following Li Bin for these past few years, especially after learning about the secrets of the universe, I realized that Magnus was just a dry well. I was like a frog in a well, seeing the sky from the bottom of the well. I left Magnus because of one of Li Bin's viewpoints. What viewpoint? Dia readily chimed in, playing the straight man. Young people have no future in the core sector. Kong Jicho wiped away tears, his voice low. The core sector is a chessboard for a bunch of old fogies. These old fogies are called the CEO of Tachyon Technology, the Supreme Overlord, the chairman of the Persis Alliance. The people sitting at the top can change, but these positions and the influence they represent will continue. Without leaving the core sector, young people will forever remain pawns in the hands of the old fogies. Kong Jicho looked at Dia. After the first AI war, have you seen any self-made giants born in the core sector? Dia thought for a moment, there really weren't any. Universal Union isn't one, Risk Mining isn't one, and Keljev Tech Bureau Corporation is even less so. The Interstellar Empire was established long ago, consistently expanding its territory along the edges of the core star system. Even the Hell Legion, a force with a powerful leader, has been quietly developing for 200 years, holed up in the Western Edge star system. The only exception is the Lion King, but when he started, he already possessed a large number of hegemonic fleets and soldiers, dominating a world-class, fertile star system. He didn't need to develop, he started as a behemoth-level power, that's an exception. The more I cooperate with Li Bin, the more I realize that there are limits in the core star system. My mother's abilities, and will are no less than anyone else's, but she wasted her life because she had no room to maneuver. Everything she did had to be at the mercy of a behemoth. So, the first thing I did after I got out was to take over Kong Jicho's nest to secure an escape route. Breaking free from my mother's control, I realized Magius was a dead end. What about the Cathedral class or the Hell Machine? Against the Overlord's offensive class and Legion class fleets, they could only manage a minor skirmish. Kong Jicho seemed to be venting all the bitterness his teacher couldn't understand. When Li Bin was about to establish the Persis Alliance, I realized this was an opportunity to formalize Kong Jicho's nest. If I seized this opportunity, even if Magius were annexed someday, I could still rely on Li Bin to get my mother and all my friends from Kong Jicho's nest out. Kong Jicho ripped open his shirt, slapping his chest until it was bright red. Otherwise, I kneel at the entrance of the Supreme Staff Department, grind my teeth to dust, and stick my butt out to the sky. Even that won't bring my mother back. The Overlord is a warlord organization. Without a huge enough benefit, how could they let Kong Da, this infamous pirate emperor, endure for 100 years for the sake of restoring his kingdom? A man with a criminal record. Don't say that. Dia handed him a glass of wine. Li Bin is our good brother, he won't sit idly by. Yes. Of course I know that. Kong Jicho took the wine and drank it all in one gulp. But Li Bin considers me one of his own, I can't harm him. Kong Jicho was extremely sincere. Li Bin has a grand plan in mind. The Alliance and the Core Star sector desperately need the Overlord for trade, and they need it even more to combat the runaway AI and the nanovirus swarm. His current strategy is to maintain a close relationship with the Overlord. How can I force my brother to negotiate with the Supreme Overlord because of family matters? Chapter 1241. At the dinner table, a dozen copper pots bubbled and steamed, thick white, and deep red broth churning and bubbling. White smoke hissed as it was drawn away by the exhaust fans. Kong Jicho, pointing at himself with red eyes, accused something that didn't exist. I have to establish myself first. I have to try it myself. Do ya? You don't know, these past years I've been constantly recruiting pirates, training and arming them according to regular military standards. I also assembled a batch of capital ships, although they're a mixed bag, many converted from civilian vessels, but I also contributed to the fight against the runaway AI and the Relief Association. Not to mention anything far off, in terms of shipping routes, I sunk one runaway AI battleship in the past few years. And 5 or 6 cruisers too. I towed away the wreckage. Eden Star was sold for points. He pounded his chest until it was bruised, seemingly trying to prove he was trying. Dia quickly reached out to grab him, but sitting in his office, he couldn't budge him. He could only pour another full glass of wine and hand it over. Stop pounding, old man. Have a drink. Kong Jicho downed another gulp of wine. This was a strong liquor that Duya had specially chosen. After one sip, Kong Jicho's voice trembled. I'm caught between my mom and Li Bin. I'm in a difficult position too. I don't want to let anyone down. I'm in a tough spot. Yes, I know, Dia echoed helplessly. Not everyone is like Li Bin, a prodigy who can spout off things like, I was eating hot pot and singing karaoke today, and I just blew up a battleship fleet. Over the years, Kong Jicho had taken on a lot of responsibility for the security of the southern route of the Global Alliance. Otherwise, relying solely on Li Bin's after-the-fact coordination would have been impossible due to the time constraints. If Dia were to say it himself, with so much credit from Li Bin, Kong Jicho should at least get 3%, 1%, basically, whatever the amount, just say whether he gets any or not. Kong Jicho looked at Dia. He had so much to say. He wanted to talk about the future of Starfield unification that Li Bin had described to him. In that blueprint, Magius could finally escape its predicament of being surrounded by wolves, achieve complete safety, and usher in prosperity. He wanted to tell him how awesome Li Bin was, with hundreds of Sunset battleships behind him, and the title of acting military commander of the Starfield. But he couldn't say it. The matter was to be kept secret. This ambition, this blueprint, this Starfield-centric perspective, it was beyond Duya's capacity to bear. His mother vaguely sensed something, so she didn't want to make things difficult for him. She went straight to the point, even refusing the new surgery, saying it would interfere with Gao Li's indulgence. As for his teacher, old he was skilled at planning, but after years as a strategist, his vision was limited to Magius's small territory. Over the years, his perspective had become rigid. So now, his good teacher, someone with an even smaller vision than his mother, is trying to force him, who finally managed to escape the Overlord's gaze by taking advantage of the Perseus Alliance's formation, and snatched away the cathedral-level figure he once was, back into the fire pit of Magius. This is absolutely unacceptable. If he goes back, it will ruin the friendship between Li Bin and the Overlord, and what if it triggers a war between the two sides, delaying the elimination of the nanovirus swarm? Then, not only will human history perish, but even Magius himself will die from the nanovirus plague. Only then will everything be over. So, all his thoughts ultimately boil down to a drunken sigh. The times are like a great wave, ruthlessly eliminating everyone who falls behind. Damn this era, these are all my beloved family. Duya, I really envy you. To live so freely in this era. Looking at Kong Jicho, completely drunk, Dia touched his greasy nose, his expression bitter. You mean I'm heartless, right? But how could I not want to be a trendsetter? It's just that I'm incompetent. I also been troubled and resentful, blaming myself for not being as good as my buddies. He leaned on the table, drinking and injecting himself with an antidote until the alcohol was rapidly metabolized and his bladder felt like it was about to burst. Only then did he struggle to his feet, swaying as he helped Kong Jicho up, the antidote pricking the other's arm. But I figured it out. As long as I recognize my own incompetence, I have no extra desires, no unfulfilled desires, and I'm happy. Old brother, I already run away with my wife, kids, parents, and relatives, abandoning our hometown. That's all I can do, the most I can manage. Consider this a way to escape this misery. Those who can do more, struggle a little longer. As for Li Bin, he says he only cares about his own people, only those who haven't yet become his own. Well, I trouble him to save Magius then. Anyway, it's not my business. My only skill is sitting in an office stamping documents. I'm lucky to be where I am today. Saying this, he kicked open the cabin door and shouted at the top of his lungs, Hey, Someone come here. I need to relieve myself. His voice was strong and clear, with a triumphant air. Kong Jicho, half sober, opened his eyes groggily, feeling a sudden fullness in his bladder. Still half asleep, he reached for his pants. Damn it, you peed on my hand. I was protecting you the whole way, you're such a coward. The extreme cold caused nitrogen to condense and fall like snow, enveloping the entire planet in nitrogen ice mountains and plains, with N2O ice forming the lowest layer. The golden eagle on Earth flag, woven from alloy wires, still fluttered in the frigid atmosphere. The leader of Project Team 18 trudged through the ice, his voice traveling through his body to his head, making a distinct creaking sound. From the sky, the stars seem within reach. Planets are but a drop in the ocean. Only when you're grounded do you realize the vastness of the galaxy and the insignificance of the individual. He looked up. The planet was frigid because it was far from the central star of the galactic system. The atmosphere had all settled due to the extreme cold. The star was so small that even at its brightest, it was like night, with only a halo smaller than the moon hanging in the sky. Because of the lack of an atmosphere, this star didn't even show any trace of a diffused halo. Therefore, although the sunlight was dim, the entire ice field refracted light, making the ground appear blindingly white. Boss, it's cut open, came the cheer through the earpiece. The team leader, trudging through the ice that slowly evaporated under direct sunlight, and would freeze again at night, reached the cliff top and habitually shaded his eyes with his hand to gaze into the distance. About 2 kilometers away, a jarring crater lay. The crater, 600 meters in diameter, was anchored deep into the ice by 12 heavy-duty cranes, evenly spaced clockwise. 12 industrial-grade fluorescent lights, brighter than starlight, illuminated the ground, creating the illusion of a rising sun. Spike-tracked vehicles moved in and out of the spiraling tunnels, carrying cargo. Ship-based mining lasers, supported by hundreds of trusses, systematically cut through the ice, slicing blocks tens of meters long, which were then hoisted away by gantry cranes to further expand the crater. This was an unnamed frozen planet in an unnamed star system within the restricted zone, with an average temperature of minus 196 degrees Celsius. Human activity here required 3 layers of protective powered armor, resulting in cumbersome and deformed movements. But these very cumbersome and deformed machines effortlessly performed surgery on the planet's landscape. The team leader, crouching on the icy cliff face, opened the communication system to contact headquarters, engineering department. This is Engineering Team 18. We located the ruins pinpointed by the technology locator. Preliminary assessment indicates a medium-sized ruin. Calling for backup. The ruin's value? The team leader surveyed the ruin's shape, quickly estimated its size, and calmly replied, no special value. Just an AI core, rare metals, alloys, and a large quantity of supplies, like other places. Yes, sir. After ending the communication, he waved his hand, withdraw the engineering vehicles, and prepare for blasting. 3 hours later, a molten metal bomb fell freely from the sky, setting a new record for the highest planetary temperature in 200 years. Rising flames and billowing clouds of vaporized nitrogen created air pressure, making the team leader's helmet clang. He stood in the wind, his helmet reflecting the mushroom cloud, as if strolling leisurely in a garden, watching a flower bud and bloom. Even an ancient planet must yield, like a god. Chapter 1242. The Hoey silently passed through the planet. Its pinkish-purple phase coil glow was conspicuous up close, but from a celestial perspective, its light was obscured by the starlight. Therefore, as long as its stealth mode wasn't dispelled, and it lacked a physical form in the real universe, and its phase field wasn't being maintained at full power, it was perfectly safe. ISA connected to the Hoey's enhanced onboard AI, recording a large amount of information in the captain's log. The difference between neural links and other steering techniques was fully apparent at this moment. Information input that required a great deal of cumbersome language and actions to complete commands could be done in just a few seconds. The remaining time was simply for optimization and addition/deletions. This hunting operation had been going on for a month and a half. ISA had caught up with the CLEC once 18 days ago, and the two sides had briefly clashed. The CLEC had attempted to use bombers to lock onto the Hoey as it submerged, trying to saturate it with bombs until its submerged radiation energy was fully charged, forcing the Hoey to surface. But just as Conan failed to kill Abito with her explosive tags, her plan also failed. Because she hadn't received any ammunition or supplies, she quickly ran out of reserves and had to evacuate. Although ISA didn't manage to take down the ship, she successfully and quickly dealt with 2 radiation-class ships using the Raven heavy fighter and Rift torpedoes. Battle log analysis complete. Jack, having finished ISA's captain's log before her, brought out the analysis report. Indeed, it's the same as the team's analysis before the Great Collapse. The Ace class lacks the ability to quickly resolve battles against elite Dawn-class dreadnoughts. The enemy's electrical network reserves are incredibly high. A salvo of Rift torpedoes was intercepted by the out-of-control AI's bombers. The fusion warheads alone couldn't penetrate them. Jay scratched his head, based on the data from the radiation leak, plus the intelligence shared by the Fire Phoenix Alliance. I tried my best to reconstruct her combat data and input it into the Good Girl system. You can fight against the simulated ship at any time via neural link. ISA asked, if all the main weapons, including the tachyon lances, hit, how many rounds are needed to break the shield? Jay pondered. Ignoring the opponent's natural radiation dispersion and force radiation dissipation, 1.5 rounds of damage would be excessive. But considering these two data points, it would take 3 or 4 rounds. The Dawn-class Evil Melody has a powerful electric grid, and its radiation dispersion system is also unreasonable. The opponent's electric grid is strong enough to support rapid ejection, and a large number of flight decks can quickly form combat capability. In reality, fighting her and her escort fleet at close range in the universe would be a huge disadvantage. At long range, she's too slow. We need to wear her down slowly. Once she retreats back into the Ironheart Annihilator's controlled area, it'd be difficult. So we need to trade blows. Isha pointed to the Sky battle system. I have 2 battlefield carrier-class ships, and several fuel ships and cargo ships. They're easier to repair. Even if the Evil Melody is strong, its resource reserves are limited. If we reduce her to nothing except for the power grid and fuel, I win. How far are we from the danger zone designated by the human coexistence? 20 days as the crow flies, but the enemy can't fly in a straight line. We should have at least 2 months. Continue the pursuit. Aye. Captain. 10 days later, the detection team sent the latest intelligence. Captain, according to the analysis of residual radiation traces, the target fleet has re-entered the physical universe. The residual radiation trace analysis technology is a comprehensive technology based on the natural radiation of the spaceship and hyperspace topography. Li Bin did not use it in the past because he lacked enough excellent hyperspace professionals under his command, and the company did not have the relevant technology in reserve. This technology, based on the remaining technology in the star system, can analyze the traces left by capital ships and above in the unpredictable hyperspace over a period of 4 to 12 hours. That is, the target must be at least a dreadnought or a large fleet. Traces left by a single capital ship, or a medium-sized or smaller fleet, will quickly dissipate. Optical reconnaissance is much faster than data analysis. Then, the Star Chart Room sent an analysis report. This is a star system where traces of humanity's void work have been found. Relay communication devices and traces left by humanity have been confirmed, possibly mining or research stations. There is no planetary colonization activity. According to intelligence shared by the Humanity Coexistence faction, there are no traces of large-scale operations by the Remnant on this location. Activate the Technology Locator scan, ISA ordered. The Technology Locator, a consumable used in the Humanity era to search for extraterrestrial high-tech civilizations, can detect the faint radiation emitted by technological objects that ordinary sensors cannot detect, provided the technology is advanced enough and the quantity is substantial. Those that didn't meet the criteria were considered low-level forces, unable to threaten human territory, and were not included in the scope of the campaign. An hour later, the scan was complete. The signal was weak, as expected. It seemed there was no Afterglow mothership or a large number of Afterglow main fleets here. This wasn't a trap set by the out-of-control AI. Isha thought for a few seconds, switch to the planetary gravity well and jump in. Don't go through this point. She wasn't afraid that after she jumped in, the enemy would jump away while the fleet was powered down. She was afraid that they would ambush her at the entrance. Soon, the logistics fleet was deployed around a one-way jump point carved out by the gravity of a gas giant planet, ready to provide support at any time. Don't worry, Chief Engineer, we prepared 2 sets of spare parts for all electrical equipment. The damage control department of the Hui can fight with confidence. The captain of the battlefield carrier-class ship was brimming with confidence. Our personnel are already prepared near the jump point. If we spot the enemy getting close to the flagship, we absolutely will not jump. Yes, we definitely follow orders. Watching the massive Hui disappear at the edge of the jump point, he pulled out his lunchbox and waited. A full reboot of the Dreadnought would take an hour and a half, and even if the transponder received enough power to make a phone call through the jump point, it would still take nearly an hour. He just happened to have a meal. 55 minutes later, Just as the captain was smoking his post-meal cigarette, the emergency communication rang. Retreat. Immediately retreat to the following coordinates. The subtitles were blood red, rapidly updating. Nanometer swarm detected in the physical universe. Holy crap! The captain immediately sounded the highest combat alarm. The ship activated its shields and turned around on the spot. Damage control personnel quickly distributed nanometer detection devices according to the exercise procedures, opened the ship's emergency hatches, and filed out to the outside of the ship's armor, beginning a thorough search. Get out of here! Get out of here! He yelled into the command channel. Don't delay the commander. Staying here will only endanger people. If fighting a runaway AI, they could repair while fighting, but fighting a nanometer swarm absolutely could not employ this tactic. Otherwise, the logistic ships would only become easy targets. Before leaving, he looked at the star system coordinates in the sky battle system, filled with suspicion and uncertainty. How did the nanometer swarm get here? And the runaway AI plunged right in. Had it gone mad and wanted to play the game of immortality? Chapter 1243. According to the operational priority order, when deploying a single ship, the highest priority for restoring power is not the transponder, but the sensors. Therefore, after the Hoi's sensors were fully charged and restored to operation, the buzzer on the Hoi blared. Another minute and a half later, relying on the mechanical transmission structure and the manual cranking of 6 handles that took over 1,000 turns, the optical observation post accurately detected the source of the danger. How is it? Has the target received additional reinforcements? The staff immediately asked. The captain of the optical observation post swallowed hard, looking at the eerie silver-gray thing crawling in the imager, his voice stammering. No, it's a nanobug swarm. The target, the evil Melody fleet, is being attacked by a nanobug swarm. They already lost all their cruisers and 1 battleship, leaving only 1 battleship and 1 dreadnought. How is that possible? The staff officer was shocked, but the images transmitted to the small screens at all the seats, as the power lines gradually recovered, proved it was genuine. It was a nanocraft fleet composed of the hulls of 6 Atlas-class and 2 Prometheus-class civilian ships, along with a dozen destroyers, frigates, and 1 cruiser. Some of these ships had severed bows, while others had several large holes punched in their hulls. At a glance, the experienced captains determined that most of the damage to the fleet was old wreckage and abandoned ships. An officer immediately reported. I sent the images to the damage control department, and they reported finding components of other small ships in the wounds. These must be remnant ships salvaged from the Law sector during the nanocraft swarm's expansion. Did you even need to tell me? ISA immediately contacted Gidge to report the emergency, and ordered all damage control personnel to retrieve scanners and individual plasma jets from the ship's various combat readiness bays. They then proceeded through the nearest passageway to conduct a full-scale space scan of the entire ship. Don't panic, we're far enough away, we might not get infected. Brother Gia's hand trembled as he adjusted his glasses, his voice muffled as if he'd been punched. After contacting the fleet in hyperspace, immediately switched the power supply, prioritizing the opening of the experimental ship's barrier. His voice was distorted and his speech rapid, making it almost impossible to understand. Fortunately, the Hoi's onboard AI understood Brother Gia well. Even in low-power mode, it pulled out a high-definition analysis model for optimization. It seems Brother Gia was often this panicked when developing and testing ships in the past. Using the neural link to obtain the optimized information, ISA immediately understood Brother Gia's meaning. It was fortunate that the Hoi had arrived. Lacking a sufficient number of combat ships in the entire Universal Alliance, besides the crippled God's Wrath class, only the Hoi possessed the potential to engage the nano-infected swarm single-handedly and escape unscathed. It was thanks to this barrier, which could seamlessly deploy along the ship, isolating it from the nano-infected swarm, provided the power grid was functioning properly. Following the procedures for dealing with the nanovirus swarm, which Shi, Lan Yuan, and Alpha AI Core Casa brand had compiled from simulated attack and defense scenarios, ISA quickly switched power programs, disregarding the damage to precision components caused by a brutal power outage, racing against time. Her Hoi, Lan Yuan Xingtian, Zhu Jin and Zueming Qianxia's Qinglong, as well as Suzan Technologies and Yu Hui's spaceships, the more powerful, technologically advanced, and highly automated the warships were in life, the more troublesome they became after being captured by the nanovirus swarm. After being controlled by the nanovirus swarm, these spaceships, due to their high level of automation, were not weakened but rather strengthened. ISA dared not imagine how troublesome the Hoi would be if it became an opponent. Something's not right. As the experimental hull barriers gradually activated, she looked at the screen. Is the evil Melody going to die? The battle in the distance was so chaotic that even the evil Melody's AI core, which had copied the ship designer's memories, couldn't understand it. The evil Melody, known for its superior carrier-based aircraft and heavy artillery output, suffered its first crushing defeat in aerial combat. The carrier-based aircraft she launched pierced through the expanded shields and slammed into the pursuing nanotech fleet, but before they could even drop their bombs, they were engulfed by the saturated nanotech clusters. The Atlas-class freighter was notoriously bulky. Its sides were lined with open shelves for storing space containers. The space containers on the nanoship that devoured the hull were all disguised nanobots. At the start of the battle, these containers melted and wriggled, transforming into rudimentary cannons that volleyed nanobots. Accuracy was completely unnecessary, as were any advanced designs. Anything too sophisticated might actually kill the nanobots inside due to electromagnetic interference. All that was needed was high-speed firing. If they hit, they were consumed. If they missed, the nanobots would simply drift into other star systems for hundreds or thousands of years, searching for matter to develop on their own. Their deaths were no big deal. But this was a disaster for the unmanned bombers and fighter jets. Even with their rudimentary shields, they didn't cover the entire fuselage. In the repeated impacts, nanobots inevitably picked up some, beginning to corrode them. If the nanobots managed to infiltrate the circuitry, they could cause short circuits and interference. And if they were lucky enough to corrode any crystal, well, that would be considered LEM betrayal. Dropping bombs in place, firing machine guns indiscriminately, and even turning their guns on themselves after being contaminated are all normal occurrences. Therefore, the enemy aircraft in the sky are increasing in number and becoming more advanced with each battle. The evil Melody, now with its back to the enemy, dared not launch any more drones to aid them, and began to retaliate with its shipborne weapons. However, the weapons on its back were ultimately too few. Even if it breached the defenses, it couldn't retaliate. It was unwilling to engage the nanobug swarm in a deadly battle. Already lacking in combat readiness, and with humans waiting to be harvested after the initial attack, if it were to become contaminated with this excrement, it would be finished. Unable to gain an advantage even in its strongest area, electronic warfare, and unprepared, the evil Melody only wanted to retreat. Despite being disadvantaged in attributes, it used its own electric grid, mass, and weapon advantages to destroy the hulls of 2 nanobug capital ships, but this was of little use to the nanobug swarm. The nanoclusters attached directly to nearby nanoships, allowing them to continue fighting. Even if all were destroyed, the remaining nanobots would slowly coalesce, attaching to the wreckage to generate new ships. These newly formed nanoships would likely lose their propulsion field, antimatter fuel, and efficient propulsion system, rendering them unable to traverse hyperspace, but they would still be enough to threaten everything in this star system. Moreover, there were still traces of the human realm waiting to be unearthed. Perhaps they could find some surprises. To make matters worse, the Hoey had already restarted, and that insidious and despicable phase dreadnought could tear her apart at any moment with a long-range strike. Even if she wanted to escape, it could harass her. Seeing the warning system scream that it had been locked onto by a new fire control radar, the evil Melody knew it was doomed. It only took a second to analyze the battle situation. Realizing that continuing to try to retreat would only create opportunities for humanity, its matrix quickly devised a vicious plan. She then sent a message back to ISA, grinning face.jpg see you. The shield bubble burst as if deliberately punctured, and the evil Melody, along with the last remaining battleship, Twilight, ceased supplying power to the shield generator, allowing themselves to be struck by a barrage of nanite projectiles. She even deliberately turned her ship around, trying to face the Hoey. At that moment, ISA felt a chill run down her spine, her hair stood on end, and goosebumps rose on her skin. You bastard! She laughed angrily. To kill humans, you even throw away your own life and dignity? Alicorn blade, fire. All torpedoes and long-range support missiles, fire. Engine room, give me maximum power. First mate, prepare to plan a route to the nearest fixed jump point. Isha's expression was ferocious. You dare turn off the shields? You dare turn off the shields in front of the Hoey? Do you think my fusion warhead is fake? You're a warrior-class overlord with heavy armor, so you only care about the shields. My giant missiles will kill you before the nanobots even arrive. Chapter 1244. The fusion missile was fast, faster than any weapon on the Hoey. She was hit the moment the evil Melody observed the massive arc of electromagnetic emission from the main gun. The violent explosion destroyed the armor, the blast wave tore apart the sticky nanites, and even the blown-away nanites were killed. The evil melodies on board AI was even stunned for a few seconds. No matter how many times she watched it, the weapon's power was terrifying. It fired at sublight speed for stealthy sniping, and pushed to superluminal speed in direct combat. Its power was immense, its range vast. If it weren't for the main gun requiring nearly 30 minutes to reload and cool down, and if it could fire in rapid succession, the Ironheart Annihilators would undoubtedly lose. Self-checking. Although she was about to die, she still followed the procedures for ship inspection. It's a monster. Seeing the dazzling light fade, revealing massive dents and radial cracks on the flanks, while the main structure of the ship's flanks remained intact, the first mate couldn't help but exclaim, "Even an offensive-class ship isn't this tough. Is this still a high-tech warship?" He looked at ISA Captain. "This isn't right. This ship has participated in many battles before. It was already damaged." ISA's face darkened. "What are you panicking for?" The failure to penetrate the armor with a single shot was indeed unexpected, but she wasn't afraid. She believed the rift torpedo would bring a smile and an answer to the enemy's face. ISA, having restarted the power grid, was much bolder. Maintaining the passive ship barrier, she approached relentlessly, firing lasers from the turrets. Once the rift torpedo's firing limit was reached, she issued the order. In the torpedo preparation compartment, the torpedo commander was covered in sweat, watching the fully automatic loading machine systematically remove the massive rift torpedo from the magazine and transfer it to the sealed transfer compartment, then retrieve it from the sealed transfer compartment and load it into the launch bay. The entire process was completed by 4 robotic arms in 2 separate groups, each operating independently without interference. It was led by the ship's AI, with crew members supervising. If the automated program malfunctioned, manual control was immediately initiated. No matter how many times he performed it, Chief Lay was always on edge when operating the rift torpedo. Like missiles, torpedoes, aside from production, consume almost no ship power and can be stockpiled before battle. They possess complex capabilities, supplementing battlefield firepower, relieving wartime grid pressure, and, depending on type, providing support, air defense, and termination. But the problem is, they are also prone to explosion. No special care is needed. A single energy cannon shot penetrating the launcher's outer armor is enough to detonate a waiting torpedo. Previously, he wasn't worried about a large ship like the Hoey sinking in a torpedo explosion, given its size. But now it's different. He doesn't have pure antimatter bombs like the Reaper torpedo. It was a space-tearing device. Only after the torpedoes launched with a loud bang, their exhaust propelling the launcher backward before being pushed back into place by the heavy reset mechanism, both torpedoes had been successfully launched. Did he wipe his sweat and turn to his men? "Take a break. Shift over. I'm talking to you. How many times have I told you, don't look at the space torpedo tearing apart, and you still did?" The crew member, rubbing his wet head, forced a smile. "It was just curiosity." "Good for you, my ass." The sergeant berated him. "Do you think the space tearing of a torpedo is some kind of natural phenomenon to behold? Close-up observation of this thing has disastrous consequences. It causes a disorientation in one's sense of space, leading to an instinctive psychological trauma related to the fragmentation of the surrounding space, which can last for years." Of the company's first batch of crew members who launched it, 90% ended up in sanatoriums out of curiosity, and only 30% have been discharged so far. The close-range space being torn apart by an unusual weapon creates a strong sense of attraction and danger, like standing on the edge of a cliff with the roar of a waterfall in your ears and the damp, lingering scent on your skin, the pulling sensation of space tearing apart. And human instinct makes you look down. The more afraid of heights someone is, the less they can control themselves, until their legs go weak and they lose control. However, losing control at a cliff is a physical fall, while here, it's your spirit being sucked away. Put your butts in, don't end up losing your souls because of this instead of dying in battle. Let me make this clear. Our salary is twice that of a regular torpedo preparation crew, and the mental health allowance has been pre-arranged. If you end up in a sanatorium because you're asking for trouble, the company won't reimburse you. Those who went before, that was because the standards weren't set. The mention of spending their own money made everyone suddenly feel that the torpedoes weren't so interesting after all, and the same thing happened when they watched the projection afterwards. "Come on, everyone, go get some sleep. We have to be back in an hour." The trajectory of the Rift Torrent torpedo left a red mark, as if space itself had been manipulated by an invisible hand. The nanite swarm, affected by the fusion warhead, also realized humanity's plan. A barrage of nanites attempted to intercept the Rift Torrent, but the Hoey had more than one countermeasure. Dragon flame torpedoes, fire serpent missiles, and storm missiles shielded the rift torrent, their proximity bomb mode providing cover with explosive waves. The traces of oscillating space emanating from the rift torrent's core during flight also killed any nanite small enough to pass through the shield. The evil Melody attempted to open its shield, but found it wouldn't budge. After self-inspection, the results showed that due to her participation in at least 5 medium to large-scale battles during this deployment, the ship's internal facilities were severely worn, and she had been hit by a luminous fusion warhead, a shield generator, and suffered over 18 equipment malfunctions. A common problem with a Tachyon Evening high-tech warship, its precision instruments. The more advanced the spaceship, the more precise it is. The more precise it is, the less resistant it is to deformation. Nanobots, with their ability to overcome hardness through erosion, can be considered the natural enemy of high-tech ships, but a sufficiently large and powerful explosion can also be a reliable means of destruction. Can't activate the shield, huh? Dumbfounded, you idiot. ISA chuckled strangely. You have an open flight deck, you moron. So what if your armor is strong? My explosive wave and high-energy radiation will bypass the armor, penetrate your flight deck, and burn your teeth. This is the consequence of going against my Hoi. Unfortunately, the evil Melody thought this as it was hit by 2 rift torpedoes. The spatial tear caused the precision instruments to instantly become misaligned and damaged. The battery disintegrated, and a massive arc of energy erupted inside the ship. The power grid of the Dawn class was so enviable that even Tachyon scientists were captivated by it. The arc that shot out from within was just as powerful. 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 Isha explained, watching the discharge that momentarily overwhelmed the star on the battlefield, and the subsequent activation of antimatter fuel, and the light from the depot by the arc, unable to contain her admiration. Anyone who has ever blown up a stainless steel bowl during Chinese New Year, or ever had a snotty nose hanging from their nose at the village entrance, knows that the bigger the firecracker and the lighter the steel bowl, the higher it flies. The Dawn class was unsuitable as a steel bowl. It was too heavy and too thick. Therefore, its body was blown up by the explosion, deformed entirely, like a crab stuffed with white phosphorus that self-immolated from the inside out. Thunder and fire churned, inflating like a balloon, the outer armor cracked inch by inch. A once magnificent dreadnought had become an irregular metal sphere, deflated like a dried persimmon on a branch. Chapter 1245. On the bridge of the Hoi, Brother Jim muttered, biting his thumbnail, damn it, even though it's in such a terrible state, whether the nanovirus swarm is even usable is another story. The first mate looked at ISA, Captain, the power distribution in the engine room is complete, all preparations are finished, we can safely turn and leave in phase mode. Wait a bit longer. ISA stopped her subordinates. Meeting their confused looks, ISA insisted, the nanovirus swarm's advance here is far beyond what was expected. According to calculations, their expansion rate is exponential. So I'm trying to wear them down as much as possible here, so we might face one less nanovirus army in the future. Seeing the first and second mates hesitate, ISA smiled and dispelled their doubts. Don't worry, this ship isn't delicate. Our barriers are sufficient to protect us. I already ordered the shield room to activate the active barrier. Matter outside this range will be isolated. Even radiation will have to wait until it enters hyperspace. Thus, the battle continued. To be honest, the Hoi, with its phase-shifting capabilities and experimental hull barrier, was simply bullying a bunch of civilian ships. Most of these ships were rebuilt from wreckage, lacking even shield systems. A few luminous spears and lasers would have disintegrated them. However, Isha suspected this was intentional, designed to minimize the damage from the nanite clusters caused by the explosions. But she didn't care anymore, focusing on creating distance, primarily targeting the ships with better hull integrity, and the 2 afterglow ships that had completely given up resistance. After more than 2 hours of fierce fighting, 6 ships were destroyed, including a radiation-class ship undergoing nanite transformation. With the main body of the nanite swarm getting closer, Isha could only regretfully issue the retreat order. Fire one more luminous fusion warhead at the Dawn class and we're out. Circumnavigate the asteroid belt, use phase shifting to dive, and shake off the enemy. If the wind gets too strong, get out of here. Navigator, plan the route in advance. The navigator perked up. Aye, Captain. A simulated ship's horn alarm sounded, and the 2 battleship-class carriers used laser-assisted positioning, densely packed lasers of various colors firing at each other, leaving enough space to squeeze a dreadnought into the deck. Inside the open flight deck were specially replaced old-fashioned bombers, their fuselages empty enough to fit half a damage control team. A series of clicking and whirring sounds filled the team's communication channel. Hey, Why are we using such outdated carrier-based aircraft? Why not just use the robotic boom? A newcomer whispered. I told you to listen to the radio station more often, instead of watching porn all day and pretending to be a pilot. You're getting all muddled. The old man tapped the newcomer's helmet with his finger. This is to prevent nanocorrosion. The more outdated something is, the more advantageous it is against nanovirus swarms. Didn't you notice our protective suits are all old models? The newcomer tugged at his suit, nodding curiously. Yeah, I was wondering why they looked like latex suits. What are they made of? They're like latex suits underneath. They're from nests the salvage fleet found in the ruins. These are all used by sewer workers. The old man laughed. Maybe the suit you're wearing has been used to crawl through latrines before. Ugh. The newcomer made a nauseous face, and the old man laughed and slapped him. Don't pretend. This suit is very sturdy. The bottom layer is made of giant beast membranes, so the smell can't get in, and it's not easy to tear. As the two talked, the spaceship slowly moved sideways, and the colossal structure, tens of kilometers long, pressed closer and closer. Whether it was the newcomer or the old man, even though they knew it wouldn't crush them, and if it did, they would definitely die, they couldn't help but retreat repeatedly. The idea of Mount Tai, less than 2 kilometers high, collapsing before one's eyes is an exaggeration, but this dreadnought, several kilometers long, is undeniably approaching. Here, Mount Tai refers to height, not altitude. In an intuition-defying silence, it grew larger and larger before their eyes, until it blotted out the sky. This sense of power in the stillness, and a strange fear etched into their genes, is indescribable. Until the ship's horn sounded in their helmets, everyone exhaled the pent-up air, releasing their fear as they opened their jetpacks, jumped onto the ship, and began burning it inch by inch. Indeed, this was the disinfection procedure obtained from Samarkand 3. Primitive, outdated, but tested over a century safe enough. The nanovirus swarm, one of Li Bin's two major hypothetical enemies, had long been a target for him. He had ordered the company to prepare technical reserves and training for it. After the sudden collapse of the Cactus Galaxy, he mandated that the battlefield mothership and the Tiangong-class ships must stockpile measures to deal with the nanovirus swarm. Not every war is predictable, encounters are an integral part of war, and one cannot avoid experiencing them. Rather than waiting until losses are incurred before taking action, it's better to cram some into every ship. After all, the company is large. In reality, the damage control personnel only burned areas requiring delicate handling. Those large areas with only armor and no radar, scanners, detectors, or weapon bays were directly burned by the battlefield mothership and maintenance platform. After waiting for over 10 hours, the disinfection process was finally completed. ISA then severed the neural link and emerged from the docking bay with Wang Shiji. She exhaled a breath of stale air. What a pity, the wreckage can't be recovered. Those nanobugs. ISA removed her helmet in the ventilation pod and spat mercilessly. The wreckage of capital ships was like armor, weapons in the chaos of ancient times, and the swarms of nanoviruses clinging to them were like a pile of stinking excrement covering those weapons. The worst part was that this excrement was biting, and it came in swarms. Li Bin, who had devoured everything, once deployed 2 alpha cores and several beta cores, performing simulations with maximum fidelity, attempting to find a way to purify the wreckage devoured by the nanovirus swarms. However, the results showed that the cost of purification was so high that purifying one ship resulted in the loss of 1.5 to 2.5 ships, the main losses being in equipment and the ships responsible for purification. Unless Li Bin could deploy a God's Wrath-class ship to the battlefield and unleash waves of attacks on the enemy, blasting them one by one, it was almost impossible to find an effective purification method on a high-intensity battlefield teeming with nanobots. This thing is like a radiated planet. It's not that there's no room for terraforming, but the cost is enormous, and restoration is a long process. Wang Shiji wiped his glasses, still shaken. Even if we unify the entire star system in the future, I'm afraid we won't be able to quickly colonize the southwestern part of the Lost Star sector. We just have to slowly restore it by dumping manpower and resources on it. Isha's nodding head suddenly stiffened, as if she had remembered something, then she roared, "Oh no! There's a planet at risk mining that continuously produces quantum solution. That's the only place in the star system with a stable output. No, I have to get the company to place orders immediately, to buy as much as possible." Chapter 1246. 1 month ago. The Eden Star Interstellar Station, though called a station, was actually a massive rugby ball-shaped building with a diameter of 15 kilometers. In terms of volume, it was almost the size of a Level 1 space station's living quarters plus its outer layer. Otherwise, it couldn't handle Eden Star's enormous throughput of industrial products and raw materials. Only a few thousand people resided here permanently. Normally, for a three-dimensional building, this should have been quite sparse, but because most of the area was allocated to warehouses and automated sorting and transfer lines, there wasn't much space for people, only tens of thousands of square meters of effective living space. Therefore, the residential area was bustling with people. Logan, wearing a Universal Union military uniform and a fake face mask, looked somewhat blankly at the efficiently operating work area beside him. Hundreds of robotic arms of varying sizes sorted goods. The automated production lines, like the elevated highways of Chongqing, were intricate and varied. The motors, though almost inaudible, were so numerous that they created a seemingly perpetual buzzing sound, like a lump in one's throat. "I apologize for making you transfer here." The agent in charge of reception, disguised as a receptionist, guided Logan and Ding Man from the 14th Secret Society forward. However, this is the only way to avoid being spied on by spies from other giant corporations. Since the planetary shield was deployed, very few shuttles have been able to obtain permission to pass directly through it. Every time they appear, they attract attention. For your safety, it's better to pretend to be businessmen inspecting the investment and business environment. Logan smiled but didn't speak. The agent led the two to the room. "This is your room. It will take a while to arrange for you to skip the queue. Please wait a moment. You can order drinks and food directly through the in-room terminal. The food from the Universal Union is renowned throughout the entire star system. You too are welcome to try it." The door closed, and orange light shone down from the ceiling. Outside the narrow, round porthole, the bustling airport stretched out. Ding Man nestled into the soft, cocoon-shaped bed, enjoying its fluffiness and warmth, and sighed contentedly. "So comfortable. How's this agent's skill?" "Oh, don't bother checking. The room prepared by this giant company is fine." Logan instinctively checked the room, pulling out several diagnostic instruments. He paused, embarrassed, and said, "I'm used to it." Although he graduated from the Naval Academy, he worked in intelligence after graduation. Through over a decade of practice, he had honed his skills. Recalling the actions of the agents he had met, he nodded in approval. "Watertight, they can play any role perfectly. I don't know about intelligence gathering, but their acting and disguise are flawless." This was to be expected. As the deputy director of the intelligence department, Chung Beiyong's most proficient intelligence gathering method was seducing key female targets. He was adept at crafting personas, eliminating flaws, and perfectly embodying his roles. Furthermore, with the AI core constantly training and improving, his abilities were not to be underestimated. To put it bluntly, although the Universal Alliance was the newest of the giant corporations, its skill in deception was second to none. Even its trainees, both male and female, often amassed harems the more missions they undertook. To the point that the intelligence department was now jokingly referred to by civil servants as a training center for scumbags, with complaints that cleaning up the messes and building harems for these elite agents wasting manpower. The trade-off was that pure intelligence gathering, assassination, and building intelligence networks were much weaker. Apart from Chung Beiyong himself, the other agents were not particularly outstanding in these areas. However, the company didn't care. Previously, to preserve the spark of revolution, they never sent agents on such missions. Later, the Biological Research Center perfected the special agent modifications to the thick gift crab and seal ball, so there was no longer a need for agents to risk their lives. Gathering intelligence through live-streaming sales was a win-win situation. Li Bin possessed more intelligence on the lower and middle levels of human forces across the entire star system than most of the top-level forces, thanks to his exceptional skills in both military and intellectual pursuits. He played a crucial role in the colorful Galaxy Immigration Program, the military recruitment of soldiers and skilled immigrants, and even the monitoring of their subsequent lives. "Impressive," Ding Man remarked upon hearing Logan's assessment. "Speaking of which, you're going to the governor's mansion this time." "Who hasn't been to the governor's mansion?" Logan replied succinctly. "How can you compare the Granada governor's office and the Eden governor's office?" Ding Man's voice was tinged with envy. "They're relatives, after all. It's different. Honestly, if I were you, I would have turned the world upside down long ago. Those newbies at school often talk back to you, and you manage to tolerate it because you're so magnanimous. I don't have that kind of luck. I'm not qualified for the governor's office. I can only go to the Ministry of Civil Service." As he spoke, noticing Logan's strange expression, Ding Man put on a strange smile. "Oh, are you shy?" Logan shook his head, unable to express his bitterness. Ding Man's mind was still stuck on the triangular family model of the hegemon, But the Universal Union didn't adhere to rigid rules when it came to personnel. Before he came, he had inquired with Thor Brown, the captain of the Granada Star System Patrol, based on blood ties. In fact, the Brown family now numbered in the tens of thousands on Eden, 80% of whom were immigrants from the original Brown pirate crew, and the vast majority of the remainder were Brown family members scattered across Montanetta and the East family. Logically, as Isabella's relatives, even distant ones, they should have been granted power. But what actually happened? Only one person received a title and a fiefdom. Thousands joined the army, but most worked in logistics and were subject to strict supervision. Those who became crew members on ships fared slightly better, but still received no benefits. The highest ranking among them was merely the captain of a Bohik-class ship operating within the core fleet. Among these people, the highest ranking was Thor Brown, who at least commanded a fleet. He remembered Thor's words, "Don't let your surname cloud your judgment of the future." The Brown surname isn't valuable in the Universal Union. Those who achieve results rely on their abilities first. This title, at most, allows us to proceed slightly faster than the normal process and has a slightly higher priority in the selection process. I only got this position as captain of the Star Patrol team because my original competitor, Lin Yufeng, gave up. Otherwise, this captaincy should have been his. After several exchanges, Logan became increasingly aware of one fact: this company was Li Bin and ISA's business, and none of their relatives in the world were as important as her business. Perhaps Lee Brown was an exception, but Lee Brown himself was the inheritor of her business. The Emperor has no private affairs. Dingman frowned. What did you say? I said the Emperor has no private affairs. That's a line from the CO's American Romance, spoken by the Queen when Washington confronted her across the warship at the Statue of Liberty. Lee Bin brought up the radio drama he made up. The reason Universal Union is where it is today is both accidental and inevitable. The CO could have chosen to rely on the Montanetta and East families for faster development, but he deliberately distanced himself from us, Principal Ding. He didn't address Dingman by her title of Overlord, but rather by her position within Universal Union. Logan straightened up. Do you know what the situation is like for the East family now? Dingman pondered. I only heard they're not doing well. Not just not doing well, Logan sneered, their family is almost down to third-rate status. They have offendedly been, and the better the Union does, the worse they become. To be honest, the CO hasn't done anything unnecessary to them, but there are plenty of powerful families doing business with Union who are willing to take a few kicks to the curb to prove their sincerity in cooperation. If it weren't for Wilson East, who helped the CO, being urgently elected as the patriarch to take charge, they would probably have been crushed by those families trying to curry favor with Union. Chapter 1247. The hovercar cruised leisurely across the open grassland. Logan gazed at the lush green, monoculture grassland composed of plants from old Earth, his mind in turmoil. This was the central location of Xinjiang City, the giant dome-shaped city on Eden Star. After multiple expansions, the urban planning of Xinjiang City was vastly different from when he had visited with the suicided Jarvan East. Due to its shape, the dome-shaped city was basically a concentric circle pattern, with the coast increasing towards the center. Demolishing the originally compact government offices and buildings in the center just to make room for lawns, using them to demarcate no-fly zones and restricted areas, was simply extravagant. Yet, for the top echelons of the Universal Union, the Li family was remarkably frugal, so the cost of such an undertaking was negligible. He could roughly understand Li Bin's thought process. Besides the no-fly zone, the entire grassland, right up to the dome, was off-limits to any construction of viaducts, tunnels, or buildings. The purpose was simple and clear, to prevent any sniping or assassination attempts targeting the governor's mansion. Through this primitive, simple, yet highly effective method, the lives of the small number of Li family members and key company officials were protected. He had reason to believe that beneath this seemingly fertile grassland lay thick alloy plates. Even if an assassin infiltrated the governor's mansion, once discovered and attempting to escape, even in a ground-penetrating vehicle, there would be no way to get away. The pristine tranquility near the governor's mansion contrasted sharply with the bustling prosperity outside. Logan was momentarily immersed in the tension of entering the governor's mansion, then astonished by the dramatic changes in Xinjiang City. When he came to his senses, the car was already parked inside the governor's mansion. The fortress-like outer buildings housed the security forces, while the interior was a complex mix of gardens, offices, and residential buildings. The style, while not novel, possessed a certain ancient charm. Interspersed throughout were multi-story Neo-Chinese buildings that suited Li Bin's aesthetic, with mountains, forests, water features, pavilions, and towers creating a picturesque scene. Unfortunately, Li Bin couldn't gather plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, chrysanthemums, peonies, and crabapples. He could only plant whatever he had, resulting in a somewhat incongruous appearance. In terms of architectural aesthetics and depth alone, it undoubtedly surpassed many planetary governors' mansions. Logan, a young man of similar age to Li Bin, unlike Dingman, had frequently listened to and watched the radio dramas Li Bin had written in his early years during his time with the Universal Alliance. He noticed that Li Bin always emphasized depth and substance, and he felt that perhaps there was something profound about these things. Before he could examine it closely, a voice came from above. "Is that your cousin?" Logan looked up and saw a striking young woman, with a high ponytail like Isabella's, casually propping herself up on her arm and looking down from the antique-style carved corridor connecting several buildings. In that instant, Logan seemed to see a young Isabella. A certain bloodline pulled him forward, a genetic connection. His grandfather, Lone, carried the Brown family blood, but because his parents weren't from the Brown family, the bloodline was diluted considerably. However, encountering such a special being after so long still thrilled him. His thoughts were drawn back to the past by his genes. Back then, the Brown family was still alive, and they complemented and closely supported the Montanetta and East families. At that time, he lived a carefree life, studying at the Naval Academy. He scoffed at the rumors that graduation meant unemployment, believing that with his grades and family background, he would definitely be promoted beyond the usual ranks and become a cruiser captain within 10 years and a battleship captain within 20 years. Back then, he was cheerful and confident, like a burning fire, believing he could burn away all the rebellious forces in the world, allowing a hegemon to rule the star field and elevate his family to new heights. In the blink of an eye, the illusion vanished. The girl was still the same girl, only her black eyes and black hair spoke of a changed era. Lee Brown, the heir to the Universal Union, the chosen marriage partner of the Interstellar Empire, and daughter of Li Bin and Isabella. Her face resembled hers, but her expression was as natural and vibrant as her father's, her eyes sharp. Logan had to admit that the obsequious enthusiasm Li Bin displayed when facing forces, like the Montanetta family, during this period, was completely absent in her. This was the demeanor of someone destined for heirship from birth, so composed, so superior. The governor's mansion was her home, the powerful officials, marshals, and civil servants who came and went were like objects in her home, long since accustomed to it. Will he take over the reins of power with the same nonchalance as taking over a house? Logan, as a core member of the Montanetta family, had met many family heirs, including those from first-class families. Frankly, he knew many heirs possessed a similar heir after their status was confirmed. But once they reached the age of social interaction, and faced with criticism from peers and older elites whose family backgrounds, talents, and abilities far surpassed their own, they would become much more restrained. And hearing that Lee Brown had already begun exercising some power on behalf of her father, she must have already encountered the world's young talents and elites, right? To still maintain such an attitude, truly, the younger generation is formidable. No, that's not right. He smiled self-deprecatingly. If I had this family fortune, I'd be even more arrogant than her. Elites, talents, they're all just lapdog material. Cousin, snap out of it. Lee Brown's voice drifted into his ears, and Logan instantly shuddered. Oh no, it's been so long since I met the Primarch, I've been distracted and lost focus. Lee Brown seemed oblivious, his laughter ringing out. Auntie's waiting for you in her office. Someone's leading you there, go on. Yes, he replied, instinctively bowing, only realizing his mistake as he straightened up. An unspeakable sadness welled up inside him. He had imagined that meeting Lee Brown, a peer nearly 20 years his senior, would make him at least somewhat reserved and restrained, being older than her mother. But unexpectedly, his bones were so weak, his mind hadn't even registered what he'd done before his spine bent. And not only was the meeting short, but he seemed to haven't uttered a single coherent sentence. Genetically, personally, and spiritually, he had utterly lost. A complete disgrace. It's all right. It's just that meeting the governor concerns the family's future. I was just worried and confused. Now, this was all he could console himself with. Logan had seen Li Shu before, and more than once. In the Magna Galaxy, disguised as a redemption officer, he had mingled with the officers and seen her. Back then, Li Shu was a simply dressed, innocent, and lively young girl. Later, when Jarvan came to Eden to meet Li Shu, who was then the governor, she had dark circles under her eyes. Her diplomatic gestures seemed practiced, but details revealed they were hastily practiced and not ingrained, the air of a newly rich upstart. But now, Logan sat upright in his spacious, solid wood office, legs straight and hands flat on his thighs, his posture impeccable. Across from him, Li Shu wore a loose robe. Her not-so-tall figure was swallowed up by the heavy desk and projector, only her calm face vaguely visible. Perhaps it was years of immersion in power, or perhaps the power Li Bin had bestowed upon her was too terrifying. In any case, he now felt a fear akin to a rabbit falling into a dragon's den or a tiger's lair. Especially when he saw Li Shu swipe her finger, and a certain export quota of the Universal Alliance was reduced by 8 percentage points. Logan recognized the emblem on that contract. It was the emblem of a first-class prosperous family of the Overlord. This 8 percentage point reduction could almost instantly turn a family from profit to loss. Sweat beaded on his palms. Logan felt a panic, as if his throat was being choked. Logan Montanetta? Having finished her work, Li Shu closed her eyes and rubbed them. Yes. He stood up, trying to calm himself. Chapter 1248. A blend of old and new, the wood's color shifting. What was originally solid wood decor now partially simulated by monitors, revealed its true form upon receiving orders. Data flowed, and the projection equipment projected 18 capital ships between the two. Li Shu looked across the projection at Logan and said, although we are not related by blood, because of my sister-in-law and Brown, we are considered relatives. Since we are relatives, let's sit down and talk. Logan, who had just been cursing himself for being spineless, sat down gratefully, his mind filled with complex thoughts. Li Shu's words were very assertive. In the clan, such speech only occurred in two situations. First, it was using the lack of blood relation to deliberately distance themselves, usually because the two were not close before meeting for some reason, thus implying rejection. Second, it was a polite remark from a powerful member of the clan. In this case, the words needed to be interpreted differently. That is, although you are my relative, official business takes precedence. After all, we are not related by blood. Although we're not blood related, you're still somewhat of a relative. Don't worry, I won't give you any particularly difficult business. In short, kinship comes before power, authority before blood. Relationships are opportunities, but not enough for him to bargain with the person in front of him. But considering you clearly stated your position, I give you a chance. Li Shu opened her eyes. I need you to take a fleet of the company's newly built ships south to support Big Brother. It's full of crew members trained by the company. 6 Bowhead Whale-class ships, 6 Zhongzi-class ships, 2 Battlefield Mothership-class ships, 2 Atlas-class ships, and 2 Prometheus-class ships. Logan was overjoyed. Doesn't this mean he has a chance to go to the front lines and earn merit? Before Li Shu could finish speaking, Logan, controlling his emotions, lowered his head and listened. Besides, the Prism Freeport office has acquired a batch of weapons, and also needs you to take them south. There's also a personal matter I need you to handle. Over at Prism Freeport, there's a conglomerate called Quartz. They cooperated with our company years ago, but they accumulated a lot of resentment among the lower-level employees. Now, they essentially offended the entire company. Many in the middle and upper management want revenge. And since the company is expanding its office at Prism Freeport, my suggestion is, these people should just give up. Logan's heart skipped a beat. Back then, he represented the Overlord, disguising himself as a redemption officer and deeply involved in the defense of Conda's nest. He knew what Quartz was. He swore on his life that this wasn't Li Bin's intention. Given Li Bin's vision, Quartz was now beneath his notice. Even if he wanted to take action, the company wouldn't need to get involved. In short, the cooperating banks and transportation groups had plenty of people willing to serve. Wait, I'm still under the Overlord's control. I'm not a member of Universal Union, am I? Revenge. He repeatedly chewed on the word, and as he realized its meaning, excitement gradually rose within him. He pondered, and seeing this, Li Shu sighed. Out of consideration for her sister-in-law and best friend, she added, go and take care of it, someone will help you. Yes. He stood up and responded loudly. The meeting ended there, with less than 20 sentences exchanged in total, not a single word involving personal favors. But Logan left with a sense of relief. After he left, the bookshelf behind Li Shu distorted like water, and as the optical camouflage dissipated, Brown's figure leaning against the real bookshelf was revealed. Auntie, how are you feeling? She leaned in and hugged Li Shu, clinging to her neck like a child. Li Bin had been busy away from home for many years, and this kind aunt had taken care of her life, acting like a second mother. Not so good, doesn't seem very clever. Li Shu pouted. What do you think? Li Brown rubbed his aunt's face. I think quite the opposite. I think this cousin has a lot of ideas. He should have been an extrovert, but he's been forced into this state by a job he doesn't like. He can't even do what he likes, which has distorted his nature, turning him from an overly flirtatious person into a repressed one. It's pathetic. Li Shu pinched her niece's cheek. Is this your conclusion based on psychology and micro-expression observation, or the ability of the pre-march? It feels more like the latter. Lee Brown tilted his head. I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw him, like with Beatrice and the other Brown family members. Everyone knows that the Montanetta family has intermarried with the Brown and East families for generations, and my second uncle was a core member of the former Brown family. So, although he's not quite a core member as my mother says, he's not that far off. Auntie, to be honest, even he probably doesn't know. I could guess what kind of shit he's taking just by looking at him. Hey! Why are you using such vulgar language? Li Shu pushed Li Brown away, gesturing to slap her niece's mouth. Li Brown grinned. What's wrong with that? I learned it from my dad. That's what he says to Uncle Jeffrey. Li Shu was furious, determined to hold Li Bin accountable and teach this older brother a lesson when he got back. Normally, Li Shu would go along with him in everything, but on Li Bulang's education, she wouldn't budge an inch. She was destined to be an emperor, ruling over all officials. She heard that emperors had people recording their every word and action. If something like this were recorded, wouldn't they be a laughingstock for generations? Li Shu was still angry, and seeing this, Li Bulang immediately changed the subject. Let's talk about work. Let's talk about work. With so many important people in the family, why send him to do this kind of thing? And, do my parents know about this revenge? Her eyes gleamed slyly. Hearing the question, Li Shu naturally shook her head, her tone complex. My brother truly doesn't care about these things. His feud with Elfie is over. But not everyone has his magnanimity. Recently, the people below have been causing quite a stir. Hearing this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Li Brown's eyes, but his face remained smiling, adopting the obedient demeanor of someone clinging to their aunt. Li Shu sighed. So, of course your father doesn't know about this. We're keeping it from him. Asking him about this would only create problems for him. Even if he knew beforehand, it would be difficult for him. If things don't go well and cause public outcry, it would be bad for him. So I decided to just keep it a secret. If nothing goes wrong, great. If something does, we pass it on to the lower-ups. If all else fails, I take the blame. In short, your father's glorious image and reputation absolutely cannot be damaged. Besides, the older folks in the factory district have high status. Your father can't ignore their opinions. So naturally, I handle it. I represent everyone, and come up with a plan to seek justice for them. The trouble lies in the intelligence blockade, but Prism Freeport has our intelligence headquarters, so it's actually very difficult for things to go wrong. Sending him is actually based on what Big Brother casually mentioned before, giving the La Montanetta family a hand. Li Brown suddenly understood. The hovercar sped discreetly away from the governor's mansion. In the back seat, Logan clenched his fists, no longer suppressing his emotions, excitedly shaking his leg and growling. The opportunity had arrived. He almost immediately grasped the unspoken meaning of the governor's words. What did he mean by someone is cooperating with you? What did he mean by a grudge among the middle ranks? This was clearly a setup to orchestrate his revenge, to uphold justice for the core members of the Universal Alliance, and to use the opportunity to build a relationship with them. I'm qualified. I'm eligible to use my family connections. Damn, I hit the jackpot. Time to stand up for myself. He urged the driver to hurry, wishing he could fly to Prism Freeport immediately. Chapter 1249. Just as the battle in the blockade zone was drawing to a close, with the encirclement and guerrilla warfare raging, Logan and Dangman arrived at Prism Freeport with their fleet. A dozen or so capital ships flew the Perseus Alliance insignia, their Bowhead Whale-class and Zonzi-class ships gleaming brightly. No words were needed. Anyone who made a living in interstellar space knew whose fleet this was. You might see Bowhead Whale-class ships from other factions, but this scale, coupled with the Zonzi-class configuration, meant it was unique in the entire star system, the Universal Union. Since the Battle of Nova City began, Prism Freeport had been used by the Universal Union as a transit point for supplies. Therefore, the Shongxing Trading Company, established under the Universal Union's leadership, replaced the trading companies previously established by the Perseus Alliance, taking over the position of the 13 factories. Based on this, they purchased numerous warehouses, and even spent 5 million star coins to buy a small spaceport. It's not that the company can't afford a larger one, it's just that the 13 factories have always bought smaller airports for their masters, precisely to avoid competing with the common people for profits. They wanted to leave the spacious airports open to other companies, conglomerates, and ordinary citizens. An airport, along with its berthing area, storage area, warehouse area, affiliated commercial stations, and import-export tariffs, represents a considerable sum of money. Only a fool would hoard it all. This is Prism-Free Port, a place where free capital resides. The feudal system of everything is mine doesn't apply here. The 13 factories, representing the power of giant corporations, are only responsible for maintaining basic order with their visible influence. As for the economy and making money, let the invisible hand regulate it itself. As for how many merchants go bankrupt due to price fluctuations, become frequent flyers, or even jump into space, that's none of our concern. We just trust the market. Dang Man, disguised as a trendy old man, cigar in hand and hands in his pockets, said, "Let's part ways here. I change my clothes and go find the 14th Regiment, then head back to Overlord." "What mission did you take?" Logan, who had been holding back, couldn't help but ask. "Can you tell me?" Dingman asked with a half smile. He had intended to wait for Logan to say no, so he could retort with "I can't either," but Logan nodded directly. "I took the governor's mission to come to Freeport to pick up arms, then lead this fleet south to support the CO. I also need to help buy supplies along the way. Most of the officers on these crews are my friends, so I was assigned to lead them." He added, "It's also because of my surname." Dingman thought to himself, "You're something else, kid. You even explained why I'm not qualified to lead. When did you become so naive?" "Fine, you tell me. I tell you too," Dingman readily agreed. "My mission is to deliver money." "Deliver money?" Logan was stunned. "Yes, the inner ring of the 14th Regiment is mature, but relying solely on the inner ring to send talent is too slow. This time when I go back, I'm going to start recruiting the various families within the inner ring," Dingman said with no small amount of pride. "This time, my ally is Ms. Mira, the head of the Trade Department." "Who?" Logan was somewhat confused. It's understandable that he didn't know. The Trade Department of the Universal Union was quite well hidden. It was a department under the political department, but it also had independence, allowing it to conduct ship-to-ship transactions. In reality, it was nominally commanded by the fleet headed by Saradu, and seemed to have little power. But in fact, this department had a deep influence behind the scenes. It had a huge impact on everything from the company's import and export tariffs, the unification of commodity taxes in various regions of the Persis Alliance, to the pricing and purchase quotas of various agents. When Logan met Li Shu, the trade quota of a certain dominant, first-class prosperous family that Li Shu casually erased was a proposal given by the Trade Department based on various circumstances. The person in charge, Mira, was the one who had sold shipborne weapons to Li Bin on Kazalin Star, and had managed to find several small companies to pool their resources and create a deal for Li Bin, thus splitting Li Bin's trade needs through her own abilities. Incidentally, Old One-Eyed was someone she introduced to the company. Later, Li Bin poached him for a high price, but because of his laid-back personality, he never participated in company business outside of work and resisted expanding his influence, so his reputation both inside and outside the company was not prominent. Mira was only brought out to handle business this time because the company's loyal and capable veterans had been exploited to the point of exhaustion, leaving no choice but to push her out. Otherwise, she would definitely continue her philandering with her male group. Dingman didn't meet Li Shu, not because he wasn't qualified, but because Li Shu had already contacted Mira. Having grasped the whole story, Logan realized that both of them had bright futures, and a sense of anticipation rose in his heart. After saying goodbye, he disguised himself as an ordinary, unassuming merchant and headed to Zhongxing Trading Company. Zhongxing Trading Company was located on the former site of the Persis Alliance's trading post, frequented by numerous merchants. Logan blended in seamlessly, completely inconspicuous. Even with over a decade of experience in intelligence work, he could easily conceal any trace of his military background. Even if he deliberately revealed his former military service, it wouldn't stand out. The merchants coming and going came from all corners of the land. Some exuded a bandit-like aura, fierce and untamed, clearly half merchant, half bandit, roaming the streets to plunder and then settling in to conduct business legitimately. Some were even representatives of some pirate king. Some were bowing obsequiously, seemingly fawning, but their eyes unconsciously scanned left, right, up, and down upon entering, their gaze fixed on the most obscure corners, clearly a subconscious attempt to observe and investigate hidden positions. This was either a naval commander from some free planet, or at the very least, a retired businessman. Logan revealed his false identity and, personally led upstairs by the lobby manager, rose through the ranks amidst the envious glances of the merchants below. After passing the second floor, he saw teams of bank employees carrying terminals, entering and exiting their offices, he guessed they were depositing and withdrawing funds. On the third floor, only the Universal Union Cooperative Enterprise remained. As for the fourth floor, only a few members of the Fire Phoenix Alliance were present. Logan could clearly see that these floors didn't occupy a large area, a stark contrast to the spaciousness of the first floor. Entering the fifth floor, and glancing through the window, he realized that the so-called first floor was actually several buildings connected together. Starting from the second floor, the space was professionally divided. Most of the second floor was transformed into a garden enclosed by irregularly shaped glass screens, providing a place for ZT employees to relax and also serving as a staff corridor connecting different buildings, preventing business operations from being compromised by passing through the crowded and conspicuous first floor. His building was likely specifically for business negotiations. Upon reaching the fifth floor, only Huanyu United's own staff remained, their chests adorned with golden eagles stamping across the globe. But the employees weren't finished, they continued upwards. "Wait a minute," Logan said, alert. "There are only 5 floors, right? I remember the ceiling is on this floor." The receptionist remained calm. Zhongxinghang has actually acquired this area. The control rooms for life support, circulation, water supply, and power supply, as well as the supply replenishment area, are located in the ceiling above. We manage all of that. Logan was now truly astounded. He thought to himself, the 13 factories are amazing. Isn't this practically selling the entire area to the Universal Union as a colony? Actually, he hadn't been qualified to know this before because his position, as a dominant power, wasn't high enough. Every office opened by a giant corporation, and every trading company controlled remotely, actually had its territory sold to various giant corporations. After all, the existence of the 13 factories was itself a result of compromise among various powers. The giant corporations were the real masters. Chapter 1250. The Chongqing District Control Center was located atop a metal dome that enveloped the entire area. The space wasn't high, even somewhat low, but it was deep enough to accommodate hundreds of Marines and Eden Knights. The receptionist led Logan through several layers of checks, stopping at a single-story command room of about 100 square meters. The open door emitted a strong smell of sweat, smoke, and engine oil. The stench was wild and unrestrained, like a fist pounding at the two men. The receptionist instinctively took a half-step back, seemingly forced back by an invisible force, while Logan's eyes lit up. Inside, both men and women had clearly defined muscles. The night pilots weren't particularly muscular, but their training was evident, as they were gulping down nutrient solutions. These pilots connected their menstrual and urinary tracts to the cockpit when starting their nights, allowing for rapid urination during combat. Therefore, they didn't worry about urinary retention affecting combat. Rather, it was electrolyte depletion caused by excessive sweating in critical moments that could be fatal. The Marines, some standing, some sitting, were either maintaining their power armor or seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, filling the mechanical/biological glands in their waists or chests. Maintaining the mechanical glands was simple. They were directly applied to the body according to dosage. The glands, hidden in prosthetics, were filled with various hormones/antidotes. The biological glands, however, were slightly more complex. These subcutaneous, bulging glands had a lobe protrusion with a central depression. A needle was inserted to inject a high-concentration special nutrient solution. The biological glands absorbed and stored the nutrient solution, and during combat, based on microcurrents and nerve signals connected to the spine, they rapidly synthesized various combat agents as needed. These biological glands have numerous drawbacks, including high maintenance costs, stringent cleaning requirements, and rapid temperature increases during synthesis. However, they also offer advantages such as low stress on the body, high degree of personalization, and a wider range of synthesized drugs. Naturally, the more expensive the biological gland, the more prominent its advantages, and the less significant its disadvantages. But regardless of the type of gland warrior or prosthetic veteran, their movements were highly professional, and their fighting spirit was high. Logan smelled the scent of victory. He became excited. Ribbit! How can we lose when cooperating with such a powerful opponent? A man stepped forward from the crowd. His body was like an iron tower, his alloy-powered fists the size of a cooking pot, and a golden eagle tattoo on his chest. He was clearly no ordinary person. Logan, a relative of the CO? He asked. His teeth were clean, but his tone was quite extraordinary. He clearly ate meat every day without much vitamin intake, and might even suffer from constipation. In short, a carnivorous behemoth. Logan made no attempt to hide his disdain, resting his finger under his nose as he calmly replied, "The CO has many relatives. That's not important. But if you ask Logan, who's in charge of this tactical deployment, that person is me. And I'm the one in charge. You're getting too close. The burly man sized Logan up and down, seeing that Logan showed absolutely no fear or wariness despite his exposed aggression, before extending his hand. Whether you're faking it or not, at least you got some semblance of composure. Logan grasped the mechanical prosthetic limb, and the burly man suddenly tightened his grip, a sinister smile spreading across his face. But if you mess this up and the CO finds out, Lefebvre Jack, will definitely kill you. Logan laughed. Damn it, who do you think you are, spouting such threats? Aren't you afraid I send you to take on an entire street by yourself? This is Lieutenant Jack, squad leader of the CEO's personal guard, currently on vacation, the receptionist introduced at the opportune moment. Well, another one who needs to be curried favor. Logan's smile widened. He wasn't afraid of being harassed. He was only afraid of collaborators whose status wasn't high enough. Want to see my tactical setup? Logan smiled. Lieutenant nodded. Let's go. The Quartz Corporation's location wasn't ideal, situated near the main structure of the space station, lacking the potential for unauthorized modifications, and making infiltration quite difficult. Logan sat in a tea house called Mysterious and Profound, gazing across the street through one-way glass. The Quartz Corporation had rented half a module area, and he was currently in the other half, in the best position to see the main road where Quartz's headquarters were located. In short, by setting up 2 nights here, he could block off the entire street, fearless of anything except attacks from above and below through the building. Before Logan sat the steaming aroma of Eden's herbal tea, the dried and steeped roan moss, its oils mingling with a delicate fragrance, creating a peculiar olfactory experience. He precisely poured the tea into the cup, the liquid swirling in a chaotic vortex, the oils rising and falling. In that instant, the entire area trembled slightly. Several explosive waves descended from the sky, blasting a shower of metallic fragments, and knights armed with live ammunition descended from the heavens. Lifted by the space station's gravity generator, and propelled by near-Earth gravity, kinetic energy explosive spears easily pierced the concealed armory, penetrating armor, exploding, and burning in one swift motion. Within 10 seconds of the operation, all of Quartz's hidden live ammunition arsenals were destroyed. These were weapons Quartz had relocated from ELF, originally registered as commercial capital for sale, but restrained by the board of directors. In reality, they were their security reserves. Chaos erupted in the streets. Many security guards helplessly engaged with air rifles, unable to penetrate the knight's armor. Only the Marines, clad in power armor, could damage the knights with melee weapons. But as they activated, the veterans riding the knights moved in tandem, engaging the Marines in close combat. The battle quickly became one-sided. Although the Quartz Marines were veterans from the governor's mansion in ELF, their combat experience was no match for the battle-hardened warriors of Li Bin's personal guards. Even with military-grade melee weapons, the veterans were faster and more efficient. Moreover, the veterans often possessed prosthetics and glands, giving them greater combat efficiency and methods. Screams of pain filled the air, and blood smeared the walls. The veterans swiftly followed the detailed local layout provided by Chu Xiongfei, the former head of the intelligence department, directly breaching building facades, avoiding street fighting, and rapidly advancing towards high-value targets. Any resistance encountered along the way was to be killed on the spot. The veterans' original plan was to only eliminate Quartz Society, omitting other forces that had joined the company. However, Logan stopped him, saying, doing so will only expose that the company was behind it. Liefting questioned this. I never intended to hide it from the captain afterward. As long as the captain didn't know during the operation, it was fine. Are you stupid? Logan flared up. You're not the only ones with conflicts with Quartz Society. Doesn't security mining count? Doesn't the remnants of the Perseus Alliance count? This can be framed. The knights have already come out. How can we frame them? Logan covered his head. I specifically had the intelligence department prepare the original Perseus Alliance mechs. You all put on the Perseus Alliance insignia and act as Avengers. Who would know? Can we hide it? Liefting's eyes lit up. Of course we can't hide it. Logan was speechless. But as long as we can't confirm it's us, that's fine. Internal accountability is our responsibility. We can't let the CEO lose face outside. Upon hearing this, Liefting immediately admired Logan and carried out the plan, which led to the surprise attack. Chapter 1251. North had been sleeping much better lately. Since the Universal Alliance established the Perseus Alliance and launched a large-scale military operation southward, he had finally ended his long period of sleeplessness. Because the military force mobilized by Li Bin, and the related support teams, were simply too large. He no longer needed to worry. After all, those people in the factory area are all middle and upper management. They're all too busy right now to have time for me, North comforted himself. At the same time, he realized this might be an opportunity. An opportunity to break away from Quartz. During this time, he had been secretly contacting those who coveted Quartz's fixed assets, and even secretly selling the shares he had obtained, either through deception or robbery, from the deceased Governor Shera and other old Quartz members, intending to cash in on star dollars and leave. His failure to capture Persephone for so long made him realize he had lost his last chance to consolidate his power, and years of experience in the financial markets had taught him one thing. Don't try to squeeze out every last penny of profit. Don't become the last unlucky one in a game of musical chairs. Therefore, he decided to abandon Quartz society. To this end, he formed a secret assassination squad, kidnapped many longtime members, and tortured them and their families for huge profits. But as he watched the zeros slowly accumulate in his account, greed made him hesitate. He should have escaped a week ago, but in his nerve-wracking state, he kept postponing his plans, comforting himself, just one more day, and continued to quietly sell off assets. He treated every day as if it were his last, desperately trying to make money. Until today, after another routine of comforting himself, it's okay, one more day won't hurt, he fell into a deep sleep. However, the shockwave from the shattered window, the death screams of the primates, and the pungent smell of rust and blood dreaded him, pulling him back to reality. The short 10 steps from the bed to the window felt like he'd just been pulled from the water. Tears and snot streamed down the face of this handsome man, with his gold-rimmed glasses, sticky like an inescapable debt. He moved stiffly, choosing the window over the balcony, instinctively trying to minimize his exposure. His hands gripped the windowsill, oblivious to the cuts in his palms from the glass, his vision filled with hell. Outside the window, blood and flames raged. Charred corpses crackled and shed charred black residue. Sparks flew from the burning plastic and wood of the interior decoration. The black smoke and stench of melting plastic, mixed with other odors, filled his nostrils. His highly paid security detail had fled immediately. The contracts with these companies clearly stated in black and white that they only provided protection for civilian and small-scale military conflicts, more than enough for a place like Prism Freeport, where only air rifles were permitted. But now, the main roads were barricaded with pre-prepared inflatable, quick-drying concrete walls, machine guns were mounted on building rooftops, and Mechs and Marines were rapidly slaughtering everything. This was standard siege warfare equipment. The security company's escape was entirely in accordance with their contracts. Perseus remnants? North looked at the familiar symbol, and suddenly burst into laughter. Amidst the burning buildings, he seemed like a prophet witnessing his long-cherished prophecy come true, his laughter tinged with sorrow and joy, like a mournful night owl. This is clearly the Perseus Alliance. A cheer erupted in the distance. He rubbed his red, swollen eyes and looked up. A group of people were shoving a beautiful woman toward a small square in the center of the street. The square was recently built as a display of wealth and a venue for speeches. The woman was none other than Persephone. She wore a lace nightgown, her figure alluring and sexy, but now the nightgown was torn in the shoving and had been haphazardly wrapped in a dirty plastic sheet, clearly from the slums, serving as a curtain. Because of the war, the area was without power. The curtain was covered in cheap scribbles, written with fluorescent tattoo ink and fingers as pens. Most of them were curses against the world. On her shoulder was a string of words, hope to be well-fed, with an old O. Where the character for rat should have been, it had been smeared and circled after several miswritings. Although North was busy with work, he never overused his eyes, spending a considerable amount on annual maintenance. He even spent over 200 star coins at Freeport Hospital to buy a complete set of spare human organs, which allowed him to clearly see the small print. Persephone was pushed to her knees, the surrounding crowd grumbling and cursing, but no matter how much she tried to act pitiful, no one bought it. To prevent anyone from getting carried away, the leaders even used makeup remover to wash off her sleeping makeup and smeared paint on her face. The tattered curtains were clearly intentional as well. Seeing guns and swords pointed at her, the pleading Persephone finally realized she was doomed. She hurriedly pointed into the distance, muttering to herself. Then the crowd turned to look, their eyes meeting North's as he stood guard at the window. The next moment, the roar of a propulsion backpack engine erupted from afar, and a veteran Marine, covered in blood and clad in power armor, crashed onto the balcony, looking at himself from a few meters away. North trembled and backed away, not even knowing where this man had come from. The veteran punched through the balcony door frame and strode in, raising his gun, kneeled down. Why? Nor's face contorted in pain. The veteran laughed angrily. What have you done that I have to explain? That's not what I'm asking. Nor screamed, his legs clamping together, his voice as high-pitched as a castrated pig. Why won't you give me a chance? Huh? The veteran was bewildered. What did you say? I can repent, I can make amends. His face turned from white to red, his blood rushing to his head. Why can you join the Universal Alliance? Why can't I? He went berserk. You incompetent idiots can all hook up with Li Bin and live comfortably. Why can't I just follow a senile old bitch, smell her old stench, and listen to her spitting filth and spewing bullshit? Why is it that despite my hard work, that whore like Parsifern can only sell her ass to compete with me for half a share of court society? He scratched his face, drawing several bloody welts. I can love Li Bin too. I can be loyal to the Universal Union. So why does Li Bin only ask Muyao? Why doesn't he ask me? The veteran frowned, staring at North, pulling up the data for comparison, and suddenly realized, you're North. North ignored him, just cursing and swearing incessantly, questioning why he couldn't join. He was hysterical. The veteran frowned at him for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Did you ask? North stiffened, mechanically turning his head to look at him. What did you say? I said, before you joined, did you offer to? No, right? The veteran's gun remained pointed, his expression wary. The captain said, opportunities are earned. Also, don't even think about putting on a show or doing a live stream to clear your name. Before the operation started, the person in charge cut off all communication channels and turned on a signal jammer. You can't do a live stream. Hearing this, North laughed instead. What? So this wasn't Li Bin's idea? I, North, was actually murdered by a bunch of bastards. Ha ha. The veteran sneered. Enough nonsense, kneel down and accept your judgment. He laughed for a while, then his expression suddenly twisted and became ferocious. No one can judge me. With that, his eyes widened, white foam appeared in his mouth, and he collapsed on the spot. The veteran immediately rushed over, pulled out a medical needle from his heart, and inserted it several times, but to no avail. North's convulsions intensified, leaving only a distorted expression of mockery and relief on his face, a mixture of mockery of the old soldier and relief at escaping death. Cyanide hidden in his teeth, activating the toxin and causing respiratory abnormalities along the dental nerves. Too old-fashioned. I didn't bring any special antidote. The old soldier pried open North's teeth with his fingers, only to find them all hollow. Knowing the hanged man was beyond saving, he unhappily tossed the body aside. Good thing you got away fast. Chapter 1252. Prism Freeport. The destruction of Quartz Corporation became today's headline news. As a force possessing several cruiser warships, despite lacking cargo ships and fuel ships, and not undertaking combat missions, it was still rated as a medium-sized company due to its military strength. But in less than a day, this company was wiped out. Daring to act on the 13 factories' territory, everyone suspected that Quartz Corporation had provoked some giant corporation. It must be Safe Mining. My sworn sister's lover's men are Elfians, and he said Quartz Corporation was driven out by Safe Mining. This is definitely to eliminate future troubles. In the tavern, a crew member who seemed to know the inside story, sporting fluorescent tattoos, and seemingly eager to show off, shouted at the top of his lungs. Come on! Another man, with a mohawk immediately shouted. If Security Mining really wanted to kill, they would have done it already. Why wait until now to do it here? The tattooed man glared arrogantly. You don't know anything. They let them go, because they thought they wouldn't live long. They finished them off, because Quartz is back on its feet, understand? This logic had some merit, but it wasn't very plausible. However, this kind of rhetoric appealed to the public, who liked to personify powerful entities and companies. A group of people started arguing. While most supported the tattooed man's statement, a minority supported the Mohawk man. Just as the two sides were about to start arguing, the Mohawk man added, If you ask me, Universal Union used to belong to Elf. Maybe they were also driven out by Quartz. This could be Universal Union's revenge. This time, even his supporters switched sides. What a joke. The current state of Universal Union's business far surpasses even Safe Mining, let alone Quartz Society. Besides, it's common knowledge that Quartz Society was able to establish itself in Prism Freeport only because Universal Union offered to help them rent the land. Helping them, and then wanting to kill them, isn't that just pointless? Thus, the tavern, which should have been arguing, suddenly lost its competitive edge. The mohawk-wearing man slunk away, while the fluorescent tattooed man lingered in the tavern for half an hour, raking in a few drinks before swaggering off. His fluorescent tattoos shimmered in the dim light as he disappeared into an alley, his fingers rubbing his arms and chest before quickly peeling off a layer of fake skin, discarding the rough skin and fluorescent tattoos. From the darkness, a distorted humanoid figure approached. The man said, "Don't throw that hood away carelessly. It's for centralized disposal." The newcomer was carrying a mohawk hood and mask, clearly the opinion leader who had just been arguing with him. The opinion leader shrugged. "Hurry up, we still have to make a trip to the Finn's casino." At the Zhongxinghang's private port, Chu Xiongfei, hands in his pockets, directed the loading of large and small packages onto the ship. In a moment of leisure, he glanced at Logan, surrounded by several burly men shaking his hand, scratched his head, and said nothing. A dozen minutes later, Logan, having secured his place with the captain of the personal guard and dozens of factory district elders, who had taken leave specifically to participate in the revenge operation, walked over, looking refreshed. Logan, a cigarette dangling from his lips, asked in a cryptic tone, "I heard that all of Quartz's ships have received orders to concentrate at the airport these past few days. After we made our move, someone on the other side acted even faster, blowing up Quartz's crew quarters with bombs, breaking through security, and sailing all the ships away. Mr. Chu, do you have any leads?" Chu Xiongfei remained calm. "It's Kong Jicho's people. They disguise themselves as mercenaries and marines, selling intelligence and services in taverns, taking commissions to steal ships for others, and then buying the services themselves. They stole all the ships. The fleet should already be in hyperspace." This time, Logan's expression froze. Chu Xiongfei sneered. "What? Did you think I was going to use this for personal gain? Did you think that seeing your subordinates retaliate without authorization made the Universal Alliance just another overlord?" Logan gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Chu Xiongfei stepped forward, his tone leisurely. "Let me guess, are you planning to take advantage of the fleet's southward voyage to proactively explain this matter to the captain, and have that idiot LeFay Jack pull some kind of pleading guilty act, taking the blame yourself, and using the opportunity to win people's hearts?" Logan's forehead was sweating as Chu Xiongfei stood before him. "Although I, Chu Xiongfei, was put to the position of head of the intelligence department by the captain, I haven't wasted these years. After the governor requested my cooperation, I immediately contacted Mr. Kong Jicho and mobilized his subordinates stationed here. Your attack on Quartz headquarters was certainly not bad, but if you're going to do it thoroughly. Keeping those crew members around is just trouble. The company doesn't lack those cruisers, but they should be used to their fullest potential. Also, the matters in the factory area are naturally handled by our people in the factory area. We don't need your meddling." Chu Xiongfei's voice was like a heavy hammer, shattering Logan's abacus into pieces. "I am the highest-ranking officer in this operation, not you. You are not responsible." A month later, when the support fleet arrived in the blockade zone, Li Bin, who had already received the news, prepared countermeasures. First, Lefebvre Jack was detained upon arrival. Then, Chu Xiongfei and Logan were summoned to the office, and all members of the team were placed under movement restrictions. The office wasn't quiet. Reports occasionally came from the projector, but this only amplified the oppressive atmosphere for Logan, who sat upright. He even controlled his breathing, feeling that the place was, in some ways, quieter than a graveyard. He could even vaguely discern the voices of those reporting from the projector a dozen meters away. 6 hours later, Li Bin finally finished his work and put down his thermo. Looking at the two men who hadn't eaten or drunk anything during that time, he lit a cigarette and squinted as he observed them. Isha already knew the whole story. She had sent a message 3 hours earlier, not pleading for leniency, but instead demanding that Li Bin handle things strictly by the book. Isha disliked relatives. Her subordinates acted without authorization because of their good relationship. On the battlefield, acting expediently is an attempt by junior officers based on their personal experience, abilities, and assessment of the situation. The larger the battlefield, the more difficult it is to maintain control, limited by space, time, the chain of command, and the command capabilities of higher command. Authorization is often unavoidable, and is enshrined in military ethics, thus considered compliant. However, this revenge operation is clearly different in nature. Applying the rules of war, this is an overreach of authority, and could even be escalated to the level of a power grab. Chapter 1253. As a soldier, Isa hated incompetent officers who held their positions idly and were lazy, and she also hated soldiers overstepping their authority. Because overstepping authority meant an imbalance of control between command and the lower ranks, and this imbalance often quickly escalated into the army acting independently. What's more, her relative Logan was entangled with the factory district faction. What kind of mess was this? She even hinted to Li Bin in her messages that Logan should be killed, leaving him with a complete body to be sent back to the Montanetta family, and then having her second uncle select someone else to train, was the biggest concession she could make out of respect for her second uncle's genuine affection for her. Anyway, her second uncle and aunt were a loving couple with many children and plenty of grandchildren. They'd rather have a useless person than another troublemaker. But Li Bin obviously wouldn't do that. Putting aside his wife's half-serious, half-angry message, after dealing with Logan, how could he drag the Montanetta family into his scheme, binding them to his cause, and turning them into his internal agents within the hegemony? How many people would die in a large-scale, direct confrontation with a power like the hegemony? Where would a more subtle, gradual approach be? Furthermore, what if a fool took Logan's position, exposing his recruitment efforts within the hegemony? Wouldn't Dingman be left with all the recruitment duties, fueling her ambition? The art of politics is the art of compromise. One cannot act rashly based solely on personal whims. Besides, this was decided by his younger sister. If Logan is dealt with, how do you deal with Li Shu? If Li Shu steps down, his daughter lacks the qualifications and ability to control Eden Star. What if the rear is unstable? Handling matters requires grasping the essentials and focusing on the key points. The root of this revenge lies in the fact that the old guard in the factory district has formed a faction, arrogant and controlling the overall situation. Within the company, besides himself and ISA, no one can ignore their opinions. So Logan, Li Shu, the Montanetta family, these are all extensions. To handle this matter well, the factory district must be targeted first. At this moment, Li Bin was incredibly grateful that he had recruited talent outside the factory district early on, such as Saradu, Chung Beiyong, Old One-Eyed, Mira, Brother Jia, Dom Li Xiang. Many departments in the company weren't actually filled by veterans from the factory district. It was time to start purging incompetent officials and make room for stronger and equally loyal people. If Li Bin took the initiative to do this, it would seem cold and heartless, but this situation was presented to him, and not utilizing it would appear weak. A certain tough guy who changed his name to Steel was once criticized by his teacher for his weak character, allowing what could have been a small-scale cleanup to become a large-scale purge. Learning from history, Li Bin could not tolerate a small group of problematic individuals ruining this cause that carried everyone's hopes. He made his decision. Li Bin stubbed out his cigarette, dozens of butts standing upright in the negative pressure ashtray like a sword mound. Are you here to claim credit? His voice was calm, like a surging river. Chu Xiongfei stood up, then knelt down. The near-zero gravity of the asteroid made kneeling difficult. He had to grip the chair with both hands to keep his knees firmly planted. He lowered his body, his forehead pressed against the floor. Captain Xiongfei. Call him CO. Li Bin said firmly. Yes, CO. Chu Xiongfei's unseen face showed a pitiful expression as he forced himself to speak. I promised Lifeord Jack that I would avenge them without affecting the company's business, but I knew I couldn't hide it. Therefore, when I received the signal to prepare for action, I immediately contacted Mr. Kong Jicho for support to control the situation. Humph. If you hadn't brought this up with Kong Jicho, and Kong Jicho hadn't immediately related to me, do you think you'd be alive now? Li Bin's voice rose. Luckily, Chu Xiongfei had communicated beforehand, and Kong Jicho had immediately informed him. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have known what happened until the dust settled, and these two came to apologize with thorns on their backs. Controlling the situation would have been impossible then. Chu Xiongfei had relinquished his position as head of the intelligence department, but he didn't know that Chung Beiyong, who was originally semi-retired, had been forced to personally direct operations on the front lines. Prism Freeport was, after all, a place where offices of giant corporations were concentrated. A military operation, especially under the current circumstances with a major external enemy, could influence other forces' speculations about the Universal Alliance and even the Persis Alliance. Chu Xiongfei cowed out heavily. Chu Xiongfei, will definitely do what I promised, but I also know that my actions violated company regulations, and therefore I am willing to bear any consequences. All those involved in this operation should be severely punished. Logan was going crazy. Dude, is that all you're going to say? Begging for mercy? Complaining? What happened to your wavering when you were being persuaded? Why aren't you mentioning anything, just being so tough? Now that you said all that, what attitude am I supposed to have later? But what he didn't know was that Chu Xiongfei's words were actually more accurate. Li Bin's expression didn't change after hearing them, but his mood improved considerably. He already had the objective data on these people. Reports from various places had arrived. Now, based on Chu Xiongfei's statement, he could make a judgment. They hadn't yet reached the point of forming a faction. Their loyalty to themselves and the company far outweighed personal interests. This was an old man's purge of his past in the factory district, or you could say it was putting a period to his past. Frankly, if these people came to him to plead for revenge, Li Bin would have no objection. There are many ways to take revenge. If Li Bin were in charge, he would have the partner companies squeeze Quartz's survival space, bankrupt the company, and wait a year or two until North and its ilk had no influence left. His subordinates could do whatever they wanted then, repaying a debt of gratitude, and his subordinates' revenge wouldn't conflict. You should have been promoted for your merits. Li Bin only said this much, but now he didn't want to talk to Chu Xiongfei anymore. Get out and await your punishment. Yes. Chu Xiongfei, tears streaming down his face, cowed out until his forehead bled, and slowly left. In the office where only the two of them remained, Logan was hit in the chest by a terminal. He instinctively clutched his chest for a moment, then quickly put it down. I remember this. Li Bin's voice was stern. Logan immediately grabbed the terminal to record. Chu Xiongfei has been transferred to the position of station chief at the 3rd mining station on Tanfa Star. Li Feuding Jack and 33 others have been dismissed from the military, removed from their personal guards, and fined a year's salary. 9 people involved in the intelligence department underwent brainwashing to erase company secrets and have been dismissed. The remaining 146 people involved have been punished according to the severity of their crimes: dismissal, reassignment, and forfeiture of salary and bonuses. All those involved who are not dismissed will be barred from promotion for 3 years, and those dismissed will be barred from returning to their posts for 3 years. Li Shu has been removed from her position as governor, appointed acting governor, fined 3 years' salary and bonuses, and her personnel appointment and dismissal authority has been suspended. Li Bin, cigarette dangling from his hand, gestured towards him. This matter is yours to handle. You need to notify everyone, then you receive a Universal Union class ship, be promoted to Rear Admiral, serve as captain, and fight alongside me. That's it. Logan felt a jolt, his head spinning. Everyone involved was punished, but I was the only one promoted and placed in the combat ranks. Didn't this just destroy all the connections I risked building? And I had to notify them myself? You have to understand, in a rapidly growing company like Huanya Union, salaries, bonuses, and job transfers are all superficial. Only those at the bottom care about. For middle and upper management, the most important thing is the upward mobility that grows with the company's expansion. Those not dismissed are barred from promotion for 3 years, and those dismissed are barred from returning for 3 years. That's the most severe punishment. This means that by the time these veterans recover, their positions and power will have already been divided up by other factions, and they even have to watch helplessly as a new generation surpasses the old. That's what everyone finds unacceptable. This is forcing me into becoming an isolated figure. I can no longer use any underhanded tactics in Huanya Union. Chapter 1254. Sealed off zone, volcanic planet, city ruins. 5 days after the disciplinary order was issued, Isa carried the staff meal into the office, closed the door with her foot, calmly placed the tray on the desk, and sat down on a sofa. Li Bin silently ate while handling official business, unmoved. After sitting for a while, Isa couldn't help but speak. Logan was beaten. Oh! The old men in the factory district treated him as a traitor, breaking a rib and his collarbone. Has the perpetrator been dealt with? Li Bin's voice was muffled as he chewed his food. It's done. Isha said indignantly. Li Bin, why did you do this? Logan was wrong. You could have just taken him out. Why make him a target and keep provoking the old man? Li Bin put down his chopsticks and looked at her. You think I shouldn't have humiliated Logan? Pa! Isha stood up angrily. I felt sorry for these old men who followed us, who had never made a mistake before, and who hadn't even participated in this unauthorized revenge. Didn't participate? Do you believe that? Li Bin's eyes were clear. What do you mean? Isha pursed her lips, a bad feeling creeping into her mind. What I mean is that those who actually carried out the actions weren't directly involved, but they, and even some who didn't act, were the ones providing off-the-ground support, backing them up, and even instigating them, Li Bin said with a chillingly detached attitude. Compared to those who directly took action, these noisy figures behind the scenes are the ones I need to deal with. I didn't execute the main figures in the case for 2 reasons. First, Li Shu approved it, and she controlled the situation beforehand, preventing it from escalating. Second, Chu Xiongfei informed Kong Zhichou in time, which was equivalent to secretly reporting to me. Li Bin slammed his fist on the table. Thirdly, those who carry out the work aren't necessarily the ones in charge. If I'm going to kill, I kill these gossipy bums hiding in the crowd. The loudest voices in court aren't necessarily the culprits, the Dong'an party, out of power, is the real culprit. Li Bin absolutely refused to believe that, given that nominal leaders, like Li Shu and Chu Xiongfei were restricting the situation. A few brutes from his personal guards could have rallied so many people. There must be opportunists behind this. So you just fired Li Ting-Jack and the others? Isa was stunned, feeling like she stuck her hand into mud and couldn't stir it up. Li Bin nodded and picked up some more food. But Lefebvre Jack is dead. Isa scratched her head, somewhat confused. He committed suicide and left a suicide note. Li Bin paused, his chopsticks catching in his throat. He narrowed his eyes and said in a dangerous tone, "Where's the autopsy report? Don't tell me he was shot in the back." "No," Isa said. He slit his own throat. "There are 2 copies of the suicide note, one for his family and one for you. Look, Old One Eye personally led the team, chased away all the approaching groups, and got the note. I haven't had a chance to read it yet." He took the note. It was a large piece of plastic, the handwriting ugly, the words rambling, but the emotion sincere. In short, Lefebvre Jack knew his sins were grave, deserving of death. The captain spared his life, but his actions betrayed his loyalty to the captain. He consulted a familiar hyena mining immigration officer, realizing he might have been used as a tool by someone, regretting his foolishness, and feeling that after being dismissed, he had no chance to serve the captain anymore. Life had lost its meaning, hence his suicide. At the end was a long list he had left behind, all of whom had contacted him to discuss matters since his conflict with North and his group at Prism Freeport. Li Bin snapped his chopsticks in 2. He slammed the plastic sheet on the table, cursing angrily, "Idiot. Just 3 years expulsion, saying he wasn't qualified to serve. Couldn't he have gone into business? Couldn't he have gone back to Eden and settled for his nightly fiefdom? Or at least, he gets so much money every year. Could he have lived a life of luxury for 3 years? He just committed suicide like that? How did Logan convey my message?" Isa sighed. "He's stupid. That's why he was used. Someone like Li Ting, who would have lived a muddled life, was promoted by you. You were his son, and now the sun isn't shining on him because of you. So he committed suicide in despair." Sigh. The beautiful woman sighed. It wasn't just him. 15 of those dismissed tried to commit suicide. We saved 8. The other 7 were either discovered too late, or their attempts were too thorough to save. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Li Bin was furious. He opened his terminal, not calling Qian Tao, but instead selecting Rika Su, a Lloyd from Magius, not part of the factory district system. Strictly speaking, she belonged to the captain's faction and was an old-timer. You lead the team, with Chung Beiyong's men assisting you. Immediately, arrest everyone on the list, use short-acting neuromodulators, and interrogate them one by one. I grant you the authority that anyone who resists will be considered a traitor and executed on the spot. You submit the report. I approve the order." At Sunset Fortress, Li Chongjin stood in the arena, frowning, surrounded by a dozen knights. Engineers were busy loading ammunition and replenishing supplies. He muttered to himself, "What's going on? My older sister got punished, and I have to take men to Xinjiang City immediately. Sunset Fortress has the most knight families. I'm supposed to be suppressing them here. If I send the whole army out, what about the surveillance mission?" Beside Li Chongjin was Deng Yi, known as the eldest sister. She was famous for her tolerance and unity, and was Li Chongjin's good assistant in dealing with his wives. Deng Yi gently straightened Li Chongjin's collar, taking the opportunity to whisper, "I had Freya inquire. It seems something happened at the old people's place in the factory district. It's a wide-ranging issue, and nobody knows the specifics. Be careful this time. Consult your sister Freya with everything. She's the cousin of Governor Jia of the Tanfa system, and she's not on the same side as the people involved in this incident. She was personally trained by Governor Jia and understands politics, unlike people from my small town. I won't go this time. Someone needs to stay home." Li Chongjin squeezed Deng Yi's hand. "I understand. The Giant of Light is ready. Go quickly. We cook dumplings at home. Eat them on the way," Deng Yi urged. "By the way, when communicating with Freya, be sure to talk on the command channel, not face to face. Be careful people find out Freya is giving advice." After boarding the Knight, activating the central control program, and activating the link, Li Chongjin completely followed Deng Yi's instructions before contacting Freya. Freya Tanfa, unusually serious and even slightly anxious, warned him, "Honey, this time when we go out, you're not allowed to hold back. When you make your move, you can't hesitate. When it's time to act, you must act decisively and without mercy." Li Chongjin grimaced. "Is it that serious?" Freya's face paled slightly. "My cousin received a death order, Every single person on the list, better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. The CEO is furious. He said if the 3 general managers cause trouble, he handle it personally. What do you think? Did your sister tell you anything else? Li Chungjin finally asked after a long pause. Yes, Freya nodded. My cousin said that after more than 10 years, it's time for the company to take a break. Chapter 1255. To be honest, Li Chungjin's mind nearly exploded when Freya analyzed the company's internal factions on the way there. Based on whether they had been on a ship personally commanded by the CEO, they were divided into the captain's faction and the non-captain's faction. Based on their time before the company's founding, they were further divided into the veteran faction and the newcomer faction. Based on region, they were divided into the factory faction, the Lloyd faction, the Alliance faction, from the Interstellar Empire, the Brighton Alliance, and the Keljev Tech Bureaucratic Company, the prisoner faction, captured and converted, led by Alyosha Fontaine, and the immigrant faction, immigrants recruited from across the star system after the establishment of the colorful Galaxy Immigrant Company. There were even factions based on interests, such as those in the Eden, Eastern Heavenly Gate, and Tonfa star systems, as well as a distinction between civil and military officials. Even Li Chungjin himself had unknowingly been regarded as the leader of the Knight faction by the local Knight families, and his target was naturally the behemoth faction led by Dong Lixiang, vying for combat opportunities with large-scale ground units. Besides these, there's a core faction centered around blood ties. These people are insignificant, essentially self-proclaimed by the Brown family's immigrants in the global union. Even Thor Brown resisted them, so it's just a bunch of incompetent fools who call themselves Li family and Brown relatives, constantly spouting nonsense. These are just the main factions. There are other factions, like the Luddite cult, which are very obedient because they were strictly managed beforehand. As for the other smaller factions, they're utterly insignificant. In the car, Li Chungjin's mind was a complete mess. He couldn't utter a single word about these intricately intertwined, seemingly infinitely subdivided factions. He just kowtowed. When did I become the leader of the Knights faction? You didn't consciously choose to, but every time you volunteered for a landing operation, you objectively became their leader, Freya said, rubbing her forehead. But don't worry, the Night Beast conflict is a dispute over combat plans. With the increased joint military exercises between the two sides in recent years, this faction has long since become defunct. Beep beep beep. The communication signal rang, and the train crew relayed a message. Your Excellency, we will be entering Xinjiang City in 3 minutes. Please prepare. Freya hung up the communicator, giving a final instruction. Husband, remember this. No matter what happens, no matter how disgusting or angry you are, you must not disobey orders. Our deployment represents the CEO's will. The CEO wants a thorough investigation, not a massacre. Our mission is to prevent anyone from resorting to violence out of desperation. If they obey, we cannot fire a single shot. The train roared into Xinjiang City, without stopping. Under the dazzling projections of the CBD's advertising in the distance, the rider silently jumped off. The platform was already under the control of the law enforcement team. Minister Bond of the Public Security Department, a cigarette dangling from his lips, littered the ground with cigarette butts. His gloves had a burn hole in them, and he felt a chill in the gentle breeze of the giant domed city. A tall, imposing knight-like vehicle stopped before him, its golden paintwork gleaming under the platform lights, bearing the marks of countless battles. Beside it stood a cumbersome knight, laden with cannons, resembling a mobile killing platform. This was the vehicle of Earl Li Chungjin of Sunset Fortress, the Giant of Light, and his wife, the Tonfa Pride, the vehicle of the governor's relative in the Tonfa system. The military platform is completely under control. Everyone is under control, Bond said, second-hand smoke billowing from his mouth. As a soldier brought by the old one-eyed man, Bond belonged to the captain's faction. He hadn't joined the ship early, only after he'd been acquired the cruiser Supreme Point BRV-class Enlightened Beast. He was among those closely associated with the factory district, but not truly integrated. Furthermore, his resume, personal file, and historical activity records had passed the Alpha Corps PPSH's review and were deemed reliable. A static-filled hum came from the loudspeaker of the Giant of Light. Anything else? Main roads have been cleared, supplies are ready, and I issued orders for nighttime control under the guise of a planetary landing and urban warfare exercise. A curfew is in effect in all areas except the CBD. As for the space station, it's already under guard, Bond said, uploading his operational plan. Li Chungjin glanced at the key points, nodding secretly, thinking to himself, my master's men are highly skilled and efficient. Li Chungjin cracked his neck. Where's my sister? The acting governor and the young master are at the governor's mansion, already moved to a safe house. Bond's tone was rapid. Due to the delay, the CO has handed over the frontline mission to the acting governor, and will supervise the entire process himself. The CBD area isn't under martial law for the sake of public opinion, and to lull the enemy into a false sense of security. He hesitated. After all, there are diplomatic ambassadors from various factions spending time in the CBD. It's almost midnight, the peak of the nightlife. The operation will begin in 3 hours. Based on past patterns, all the ambassadors will be in relatively private places by then, unaffected. We also set people there. They maintain order, restrict intelligence transmission, and ensure a unified narrative. Freya noticed that Bond was referring to the enemy. She relayed the message to Li Chongjin, who understood and asked, "What exactly happened that I'm not even qualified to know?" "This is a briefing. Please read, and then destroy it." Upon hearing this, Bond immediately pulled a box from under his trench coat. Inside was a stack of coded messages on plastic sheets. The monitor was turned off, and the reading was done through outdated optical instruments, interpreted by the external brain Freya. Li Chongjin rested his chin on his hand, his expression becoming more and more foolish as he listened. The mere fact that Rafet and Jack had taken action against Quartz was enough to astound him, but hearing that there were opportunists plotting behind it all left him even more bewildered. He dared not ask Bond, only whispering to his wife, "Can't we tell Big Brother about the revenge?" Freya was also trembling with fear. After watching Bond burn the documents, she took a deep breath and slowly said, "I think the CO isn't angry about the incident itself, but rather that someone is using those loyal but foolishly radical people, like Rafet and Jack. That's why the CO didn't execute the frontline staff." "Why?" Li Chongjin was bewildered. "Why use your own people? We all came from the factory district. Why can't we just talk things out?" "Naturally, it's for power." Li Chongjin was even more confused. But Big Brother has already treated everyone very well, the only one in the entire star system. "One copy. It's not like that." Freya shook her head. "If you want to give reasons, I can find 1,000. For example, the CO later brought in a large number of immigrants, using generous rewards to attract talent from all over the country. People in the factory area felt it was unfair that they had worked hard following the CO to the top, only to see newcomers climb higher than them. For example, competing for the same position, but ultimately losing because of insufficient knowledge, they thought the CO was fickle. Or perhaps their specialized skills had fallen behind, reaching their career ceiling, with no room for advancement unless their influence expanded significantly, leading to disappointment due to inconsistent promotion speeds. Or maybe they were simply jealous of their colleagues, thinking the higher-ups were unfair, that the system neglected its veterans. Chapter 1256. In the cramped, temperature-controlled driver's cab, Freya spoke in a voice that chilled Li Chongjin to the bone. Freya continued, "In short, some people are insatiable, and their own circles have considerable influence. They lack the ability and courage to take risks themselves, but they not only have the audacity, but also a great deal of audacity, to incite others, so they'd lost their minds." Li Chongjin's expression was strange, and he remained silent for a long time. Freya called out several times before he finally spoke in an unfamiliar tone. "Freya, what about you? Would you hate me, hate others, because I've been unfair to you and your families?" "What are you talking about?" Freya was dumbfounded. "I was talking to you about national affairs, and you're talking to me about personal matters? At a time like this you ask this." "Because I'm an idiot," Li Chongjin said sadly. "If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. My mind was filled with nothing but fighting and helping my eldest brother." His tone even became melancholic. "Now that you told me, I understand why things are like this. But if even brothers who risk their lives for me can change, won't you all change too?" "No. My sisters and I," Freya stammered. She had so much to say, even enough to lie, but Li Chongjin's limited brain had already stopped thinking. He chose to cut to the chase. "Anyway, you know I'm an idiot. From now on, if you have any feelings, please tell me directly. I do what I can. If I can't do it and disappoint you, just tell me you don't want to live like this anymore. I get my eldest brother to dissolve the marriage and guarantee you and your family's future." His voice hardened again. "My second sister raised me, my eldest brother gave me wealth and status. I'm the third brother first, then Li Chongjin. I can't let my brothers and sisters down in this life, so I apologize for not being able to take care of you." The situation took an unexpected turn, leaving Freya dumbfounded. How did she come up with this? But before she could speak, Li Chongjin had already rallied. He turned on his loudspeaker and asked Bond 3 crucial questions. Who is the enemy? Where is the enemy? When do I take care of them? Bond shrank back, his hand holding the cigarette trembling, his voice becoming uncertain. 3 hours later? Li Chengzhen was displeased. Why do you seem unsure about the time? Because I just told you. And then you asked me again. I thought you were going to change the time. Bond had no choice but to tell the truth. Okay, I guess so. Xinjiang City Screw Club. This is one of the 3 private clubs in Xinjiang City, exclusively for elderly people from the factory district. It was opened by Amanda, the head of the medical department. She herself was on a combat mission with Captain Li Bin, and the daily management of the club was entrusted to Deputy Head Yin Cheng. However, Yin Cheng was not from the factory district, and he had a close relationship with Gao Yuanjian. The two had their own separate activities and rarely came here. The club was small, only a few dozen people, mostly on the 2nd and 3rd floors, with only 2 or 3 huddled at a table on the 1st floor. The people at this table looked relaxed, still basking in the afterglow of victory. A little over a month ago, Lefebvre led a satisfying revenge, revitalizing the factory district faction, whose influence had waned due to increasing immigration. Other factions began to treat their people better. Cheers! A lean man, easily over 6 feet tall, like a bamboo pole, raised his glass. His name was Fu Kan, from the factory district. He had originally worked as an accountant at the Duojin or refinery, and was recruited by the Universal Union for the 3rd time. He didn't go the first time because the salary offered by the Universal Union was too low, not as good as the money he made at the refinery. The 2nd time, he felt the company's size made interstellar travel unsafe. It wasn't until he'd been returned for the 3rd time that he finally went all in and joined the ship. Taking advantage of the company's early manpower shortage, he secured a position as a logistics team leader. Now, he serves as an auditor in the Eden Star Statistics Department. He was among the first to be registered and warned after the logistics core went online, but because he was still developing his connections within the factory faction at the time, and hadn't had a chance to fully utilize his abilities, he escaped unscathed. Fukin grinned. Speaking of wine, it has to be Byzantine wine, Lao Jin. Tell me, how did you get it? Lao Jin, Jin Liujiu, started as a laborer in the factory area, was among the first to join the engineering team on the ship, and currently works in the construction department of Xinjiang City on Eden Star, responsible for undertaking external projects for Xinjiang City. He chuckled, glanced at his companions, and boasted, Demon Avionics has been expanding its warehouse here recently, hasn't they? I'm in charge of the project. The people from Avionics wanted to expand on the allocated land, but I turned it down. With the AI core involved, they couldn't hide it, but the site selection. He rubbed his hands together, raised his glass with a wicked grin, and continued, this is all thanks to our factory's rare talent, Brother Wang, a 5th-rank civil servant who's entered the civil service system. Wang Hu, whose name was mentioned, waved his hands repeatedly. What's that? But this Byzantine wine is easy. The avionics industry is so far removed from the interstellar empire. This bottle of wine will probably change hands 5 or 6 times, fetching 70 to 80% more than the market price. And the vintage is perfect, it's truly a fine product. Hearing this, Fukan lightly slapped the table. It makes me angry just thinking about it. We worked so hard to build this empire, and what's the result? We can't even freely enjoy a bottle of Byzantine wine. Do you know? He lowered his voice, sounding very serious. I heard that officers and engineers from the Interstellar Empire receive a subsidy from the Empire every year. Byzantine wine. Wang Hu picked up a piece of cold-eaten jellyfish salad with his chopsticks. But I heard that not everyone can receive this. Only non-immigrant temporary workers are eligible. They are still under the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Empire. The Empire only provides material subsidies, because their salaries are lower than ours. Those people who receive the subsidies still have to sell them in the market. Fukin frowned and interrupted. I don't care about subsidies. Everyone knows that the Interstellar Empire is going to unite with us. What belongs to the Empire is ours. If the Empire's people have a share, why shouldn't we? That's true, Wang Hu immediately agreed. Jin Liujiu finished his drink, put down his cup, and leaned on the table, asking, speaking of which, how's it going over there? The fleet should be in the blockade zone by now, right? Any news? What did the captain say? Wang Hu shook his head. Even you captains don't know, so I, who only arrived after the unified relocation, know even less. The two looked at Fukan, who was at the head of the group. Fukan took a sip of his drink. Where are we? The Screw Club. Whose club is it? Minister Amanda's. That's right. Fukan put down his chopsticks. Wang Hu was overjoyed. You mean, Minister Amanda is one of us too? Fukin raised his glass enigmatically, not replying, but simply saying, the Screw Club takes its name from the captain's screw spirit. Let's toast to the always right captain, and to ourselves, the diligent screws who dedicate ourselves to the company's prosperity. Cheers! In Amanda's private room on the 3rd floor of the club, the movements of the 3 downstairs were captured and displayed by the miniature surveillance system provided by Gao Yuanjian. Yin Chong sat with his legs crossed, flanked by 2 elderly prosthetic soldiers with flushed faces and embarrassed expressions. Yin Chong, holding a cigarette, turned to the 2 men, a half-smile on her face. So this is your factory faction? Truly fine screws. She pursed her lips. So fine they're almost oxidized. Chapter 1257. There was a reason why the 3 didn't choose to eat in the private rooms upstairs. People liked them, so concerned with the factory faction, were very wary of being caught on camera. And Amanda's club had always forbidden anyone from causing trouble on its premises. If you like each other, go wherever you want. This is a place for me to relax and unwind, not a hotel. If you want to sleep around, get lost. Anyone who tries to cause trouble because of the peace and quiet of the private rooms, I upload your steamy videos to the cybernetic network. Yes, the private rooms are all monitored. These were Amanda's exact words, given her queen-like tendencies. Therefore, the 3 only discussed matters at the dining table in the main hall, where the older members of the factory area were present, and no one would dare to interfere. After eating, drinking, and chatting for a while, Wang Hu was still uneasy and circled back to the previous point. Brother Can, I'm still a little worried. Although the governor has given his approval, it's still without permission. What will we do if they find out? We worked so hard to get to where we are today. Fukin smiled, inwardly feeling contempt for Wang Hu. No wonder he only boarded the ship after the unified relocation. With this kind of hesitant and indecisive character, you should really thank the factory owner who kicked you out to study and become a meat trumpet when you became a civil official. You didn't even dare to go all in on the global alliance. Your judgment is truly incredibly stupid. But he appeared very enthusiastic. Brother, you don't understand. This isn't just about the 3 of us. Let me be frank. Just the 3 of us? What kind of business can we possibly have? A fool like Hookley Lethbridge is alright, but he's hardly qualified to get the governor's approval. There are big shots behind us, and more than one. He put down his chopsticks, cracking his neck. Our greatest strength isn't on Eden itself, but in Iron Forge, in the mining stations and gas extraction station managers in the system, and in the fleet at the front. You mean, everyone gets a share? Yes and no. Fukin gave him a look that said, you're clueless. Wang Hu cursed inwardly, damn it, you don't have a mother. What are you pretending for? You just arrived a few days earlier, and know a little more, yet you act all high and mighty. But the more Fukin acted this way, the more respectful his expression became. Fukin then slowly said, we have our people, but most of them are keeping silent. Silence means acquiescence, you know? Before the governor agrees, he will definitely ask for everyone's opinion. Since everyone harbors hatred, what we need to do is provide an excuse to vent. Yes, there are many ways to take revenge, but none of those methods are as good as us taking the lead. Of the 3 clubs in Xinjiang City, do you think only the members of the Screw Club have our people? Let me tell you, even the governor's mansion, bang, the door opened, and a figure rushed in, soaking wet. Fukin looked up and realized that, without him noticing, it had started raining throughout the entire dome-shaped city of Xinjiang. The city had entered a rainy weather atmosphere, and even simulated thunder was sounding. He muttered under his breath, no way I can take a walk to digest my food in this weather. The man looked up, his face pale and his expression tense. Fukin's face froze instantly. He quickly stood up and ran over to help the man. Brother Liu, what's wrong? Liu Jin, whose real name was Liu T. Amon, worked at the Amon synthetic factory. To curry favor with the factory owner, he added the surname Amon to his name. When the factory area rebelled, he decisively defected, opening the gates to let the rebels in as a guide. He is now an officer in the Naval Logistics Department. Although he is cunning, he never embezzles and always considers himself Li Bin's loyal dog, carrying out the CEO's orders most quickly and thoroughly. Liu Jin shoved Fukin aside, his voice urgent and angry. Still drinking? Something's happened. Martial law has been declared. My friend told me the higher-ups are holding us accountable. You messed things up, and Lefebvre Jack is dead. Thunder roared outside, and Fukin realized that such a stormy night was perfect for masking gunfire, and the smoke from explosions could be quickly extinguished. He trembled. How could this happen? The captain wouldn't kill an old man. This This isn't a big deal at all. Right. That idiot must have committed suicide. He quickly tried to find an excuse. Why do you care about all this? Get out of here. Escape is the priority. Lu Jin yelled. If I wasn't afraid of getting you involved, do you think I'd come here? Leave Eden first, go hide at the space station. As long as we get through this round of arrests, and the captain calms down, we can get some old-timers in our faction to plead our case, keep it hidden from the captain, and we have plenty of time to maneuver later. Let's go! How do we leave? Fu Qin immediately retorted. Idiot! Lu Jin roared, furious. Get out of the club. The hovercar sped through the rainy night, heading towards the Interstellar station's ground base. The distant neon lights projected a frivolous and dazzling glow in the rain, exuding a decadent, glittering atmosphere. The light and shadows scattered through the raindrops, pattering against the car windows, creating a hazy, opulent scene. Jean Liujiu, the driver, looked like he'd just been pulled from an ice cave. He was shaking so badly he could barely hold the steering wheel, the car lurching forward. Lu Jin kicked his seat in the back. If you want to die, just jump out. Stop shaking. This is a hover car, not a bumper car. Fu Qin grinned at the window, lost in thought. After venting his anger, Lu Jin finally said, the space station's shift schedule has changed, but Qianlu is in charge these days. Seeing the others looking over, he finally relaxed. That's right. It's Amanda's father. I fought alongside him during the uprising. It's all settled, this time it's all settled. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the atmosphere had barely warmed up when a knight sped past on the side of the road, its speed clearly at top speed. It was like a hurricane sweeping through a campfire, extinguishing the flames they had painstakingly kindled. Wang Hu turned to look in the direction the knight had disappeared, and asked cautiously, that's the direction to the club, right? Yes. Fu Qin said thankfully. Luckily, we destroyed the roster. The hovercar came to a stop at the base, and the four quickly got out and boarded the elevator. Scanning Lu Jin's logistics officer identity, the space elevator ascended rapidly. Through the elevator's observation window, in the dimly lit, heavily guarded streets, they could see a faintly lit fire in the distance. They knew the location. It was a friend's house. Fu Qin even felt he could hear the walls being punched through, children clutching their toys and crying helplessly at the menacing night in the rain, and he could see officials and their families being escorted away. He quickly shook his head, slapping himself twice to snap out of his hallucinations. Eden Space Station, the advanced club. Fu Qin and his group weren't the only ones transferred here from the ground. A total of 74 people were transferred. They were placed here to express their relief at surviving the ordeal, and their joy at finding a backer, while also complaining about the captain's cold-heartedness. Chapter 1258. When Xinjiang City was once again illuminated by the starlight, and the city entered working hours, they were gathered by waiters, and made to wait in the magnificent lobby. Qianlu, with his white hair and beard, dressed in a suit that accentuated his round belly, strode in, counted the heads, ignored their greetings and jokes, and then nodded. Just you few. Not quite all of you. Uncle Qianlu, what are you going to collect? Lu Jin joked, you don't mean you're planning to wipe us all out, do you? Qianlu stood with his hands on his hips, silent, his face expressionless. Lu Jin's smile hardened as if injected with plasticizer, and his tone became uncertain. Don't tell me. The Marines entered through the main entrance, their movements unhurried, not even raising their guns. But these people were already panicking. They instinctively began to move upstairs, into corners. But Marines emerged from the restrooms, from under the bar, from the stairs, from behind curtains, and from every nook and cranny. A man removed his helmet, revealing half a face marked with alterations. Fu Qin immediately cried out, Zhang Xian? What are you doing? The woman named Zhang Xian slapped Fu Qin across the face, breaking his brow bone and smashing his perfectly crafted teeth. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing in pain, but the magnetic boots held him captive, preventing him from rolling. You even used someone as honest as Lei Fuding? He saved your life. Have you forgotten? Hey! Don't hit him! Qianlu called out to Zhang Xian, who was still about to strike. Zhang Xian looked at Fu Qin's firmly attached feet with disgust, spitting on Fu Qin's face. You even forgotten how to use the magnetic boots. The reputation of the factory district that we worked so hard to protect has been ruined by a bunch of parasites like you. Lu Jin felt a chill run down his spine, but forced himself to remain calm. Uncle Qianlu, this isn't fair. We're all old acquaintances. Why are you so eager to use us to curry favor? Qianlu picked at his ear. Verbal blackmail won't work. It's not just you. Every single one of you might not even see tomorrow's stars. Wang Hu retorted. What you're doing is harming yourself and others. Don't forget your daughter's on our side too. Don't think you can atone for your crimes with merit. Qianle's face darkened. He stared at Wang Hu. I'd like to hear who told you my daughter is one of yours. Wang Hu pointed at Fu Can, and Qianle immediately laughed in anger. He gestured to Zhang Xian. If you're going to hit someone, do it fairly. Why only hit his left cheek? Crippled his right cheek. Zhang Xian immediately did as he was told. In an instant, blood and saliva mixed together, and broken teeth flew everywhere. Fu Can's lips were cracked and swollen, blood gushing and pooling on his face. Leaning against the floor, his words distorted by pain, he stammered, Ugh, it's not my mother's fault. It's his own guess. Qianle, enraged, spun around, pointing at Fu Can and yelling, It's all your fault. It's all because of you bunch of reckless bastards. Conspiring on my daughter's turf, causing my daughter and me to be personally interrogated by the CEO. My family is a gangster family. We value loyalty, filial piety, and integrity above all else. I repeatedly told my daughter to carry out the CEO's orders 100%. Our family was about to establish a fiefdom, about to produce a knight, and you bastards ruined it. As he spoke, he slammed the terminal in his hand at one of them, pointing at her and yelling, And you? From the Zhongli family. You're also from the gangster family. Before your grandmother passed away, she specifically changed the family name to Zhongli, so that you would be loyal. Is this how you show loyalty? Shame on your ancestors. The woman who had been hit clutched her neck. Where haven't I shown loyalty? This is true loyalty. We can't just watch the captain, fickle as he is, abandon us, the most reliable old folks from the factory district, to use those unknown outsiders. Old man, the captain also came from the factory district. He knows us inside and out. You can't let him be harmed by outsiders. You have to persuade the captain. I think you're delirious. The most loyal? Qianle cursed, spitting everywhere. The most loyal fantasy, isn't it? Lu Xun's eyes bulged, his face contorted in ugliness, and his voice shrill. Then what do you call? What do we do? He rattled off like a machine gun. The Stargate of the Southern Heavenly Gate system, the massive ruins to the northeast, the location of the core fleet. How many of these lucrative positions will fall into the hands of us old folks? Qianle shook his head, looking at it with the same curiosity as watching a spectacle. Yesterday I had AI calculate my luck for the next 2 days, and the AI fortune teller said I'm a believer and will see the real Rudd, always smiling. I was wondering why I didn't see him yesterday. Turns out it's all thanks to you. He rushed to Lu Xun in a few strides and kicked him in the groin. Good magnetic boots, heavy and powerful, truly like copper-headed iron rods, smashing Lu Xun's shrine to pieces in one go. Qianle, still not satisfied, launched a flying kick at the soaking wet man's head, not a typo, to avoid censorship, cursing as he kicked. What are you? A stray dog begging for food in the factory district, a big cockroach licking the factory owner's asshole, scraping dung, and now, thanks to the CEO's connections, you managed to become human. What, you think you're a person now? Pa! Zhang Rang quickly went to pull him away, afraid that Qianle, still vigorous in his old age, would kick the guy to death. It wasn't out of sympathy, but purely out of fear that Lu Xun's body wouldn't withstand the upcoming interrogation. That was real torture. Compared to that, Qianle's kicks were like a hot foot bath. But Qianle kept talking. The biggest mistake the CEO ever made was not stomping you dead rats and cockroaches to death in the factory area, instead letting you mingle in the business, your filth and stench assaulting others. He was, after all, from a gangster family. Don't be fooled by his obsequious behavior towards Li Bin and his benevolent old man persona in the company. 30 years ago, he was a street hustler, breaking into chemical tanks at night, harassing women and forcing them into prostitution. In terms of swearing and foul language, he was the ancestor of these little birds. It's just that the local bully met a real dragon, and he reformed. But Qianle was right about one thing. The initial uprising in the factory district, and even the subsequent mass relocation, while seemingly righteous and glorious, actually concealed a number of former villains who had infiltrated the area. Some, however, abandoned their evil ways, bound by rules and the warmth of family life, their corrupt hearts and lungs gradually warmed. Others, on the other hand, plunged headlong into the pool of depravity. Tie them all up, Qianle said, panting, after being forcibly dragged away and kicked around a few times to vent his frustration. By the way, don't even think about leaving any seeds for revenge. I'm telling you this, he said, turning back and pointing after a few steps. Every club has people watching. They already recorded everything you did, and they drag out everyone hiding on the ground. As for resisting trial, Mr. Dong Lixiang is worried about the lack of live subjects for his company's AI experiments. You just wait, the better days are yet to come. Chapter 1259. Sealed-off zone, volcanic system, abandoned space station. This is a level 3 space station, formerly used to refine large quantities of high quality ore collected from the volcanic planet beneath it, processing it into metal plates and pillars of rare metals for transport to other locations. Therefore, there is a Stargate here. Li Bin could easily return to the Nanchaman system via the Stargate and then spend a few days arriving at Eden Star. He didn't do so for two reasons. First, to save face for the faction in the factory area, allowing their good members to cooperate in cleaning up the mess. Second, to let Li Shu pay for her mistakes. Although the space station has many abandoned modules, Li Bin could easily choose a luxurious commercial area to convert into his residence, but he only chose an old hotel, sharing a room with all the senior crew members. The only difference was that he stayed in the best and largest suite. As for the other key personnel, they wouldn't feel dissatisfied. On the contrary, they would be happy to be next to the CO. While material pleasures can certainly bring happiness, the joy of being close to the company's power center is a kind of pleasure that cannot be shared with outsiders. It's a constant, nerve-wracking pleasure, possessing an addictive power even greater than the strongest addictive substances. Power is an aphrodisiac, power is poison. But poison can also be medicine. Used properly, it can cure disease. Clearly, the criminals labeled as a rebellious gang have taken an excessive dose of power poison. Amanda's dad did a good job, very decisive. Dozens of people were arrested, and the list is already out in just a few hours. Li Bin closed his terminal, enjoying the muscle relaxation of the antique 3D full-body massage tub in the room. His voice, vibrating from the massage tub, sounded like a llama chanting, or like a urinary tract blocked by stones, each trickle carrying a stagger. As the most prestigious room, it naturally couldn't just have one massage tub. Isha sat in another one, speaking, so two llamas in the room were chanting scriptures at once. Isn't it all those stupid dogs' fault that Amanda got on the list? Chandler has only two things he values most in his life: the continuation of the family line and the family's interests. This time, he's lost both at once, and there's even the risk of the family being wiped out. No wonder he's anxious. He's probably already contacted Dong Lixiang. The interrogation room is right next to the arrest site. Arrest him when he enters, interrogate him when he leaves. With old Dong's abilities, he can bring the dead back to life. Li Bin asked, "Can the dead feel pain?" Isha countered, "Can you make a painless patient feel pain?" "No. But old Dong can." His latest project is a whole-body aortic nerve replacement surgery, using 18 kinds of nerve parasite induction. The variant, combined with the medical pod, can replace all the major nerves in the body in just 3 days. Anyway, in animal experiments, it's already iterated to the point of giving a rock crab with painlessness 10 times the sensitivity of its own nerves. That rock crab lived in the swamp, eating only meat, and under 10 times the pain, it actually committed suicide because of its own rheumatism. Wow, that's really impressive. 10 times the pain of chronic rheumatism, imagine putting that on a human, plus 10 times the toothache, 10 times the gout. It'd be unbelievable. Li Bin suddenly realized. No wonder they all confessed so quickly. He then asked, "Where are the people at Lan Yuan now?" "They gone to arrest people." Isa shrugged, but her shoulder was hidden by a bucket. More than 800 people are involved, including 11 high-ranking officials, 72 mid-level officials, and 361 lower-level officials. These people have concrete evidence of involvement. The rest are people who facilitated things in this revenge incident. Those at headquarters will be arrested under the leadership of the governors of each star system, while those fighting on the front lines will be handled by us. Lan Yuan is classified as part of the immigrant faction, but she and her people are all veterans from the human realm, with incredibly powerful backgrounds. They can't mix with the immigrants, they're completely separate, making them perfect law enforcement officers. Li Bin, hearing this, asked curiously, "These people didn't organize any factions?" "As far as I know, no." Isa shook her head. The leaders, Lan Yuan, Wang Shiji, Zhong Zi, and Qiu Wuyan, are all from technical and military backgrounds. Like I said, people from the human realm era are arrogant and haughty. They came and were immediately recruited by us, with good treatment, and they don't want to be mistreated. Why would they want to get involved in this mess? I understand. Li Bin thought to himself that the root cause is that the Universal Alliance and even the Perseus Alliance are too small, not yet worthy of inspiring others to consider alliance. With no internal worries, and no external enemies, their focus is only on the nanovirus swarms, and the out-of-control AI. With a high enough perspective, they won't look at the mud beneath their feet. This is a good thing. In fact, the lawn garden they spoke of turned the blockade zone, which had just ended the war and entered a state of production and construction, upside down, causing turmoil no less than if an out-of-control AI had launched another attack. A battleship captain was removed from his position due to the governor's office's tacit acceptance of Quartz's revenge, and because of his crucial role. An engineering department team leader was removed while supervising construction on the front lines. Some were even taken away in front of Vulcan and Amanda. At Y-12's site, laborers wearing simple protective suits with golden eagle emblems on their chests and avionics crests on their backs were working enthusiastically, their faces beaming with smiles. Don't be fooled by the simplicity of the protective suits, they were merely standard for the Universal Alliance. According to avionics standards, what good were such high-quality items to mere laborers? If they died, they died. Humans are expendable resources, especially those from breeding factories. Heard of human minds? At least human ore is depleted once mined, but human ore is different, it multiplies. The company said they provide a set of protective clothing for each project, and the entire set would be theirs upon completion. The meals were all hot, pre-cooked dishes, far superior to nutritional paste, compressed biscuits, and, well, artificial protein powder. Then, they saw a shuttle brazenly traverse the construction site, narrowly escaping the trusses, and stopping in the unfinished docking area. A group of enforcers, wearing power armor over plastic overcoats, covered in purple patterns, and with the word enforcement on their arms, strode onto the platform and handcuffed the usually kind and smiling project manager. The slave laborers stopped what they were doing and instinctively rushed towards them. A projection from the shuttle revealed crimson subtitles that reminded the laborers, who had been working away from home for some time, of the tyranny of the aviation power plant. Global joint enforcement, all irrelevant personnel disperse. This master is such a good person, how could he be arrested? The laborers couldn't understand what crime the master who provided them with clothes and food had committed. Was it the crime of treating slaves too well? But soon, the newly appointed former deputy head, trying to maintain a serious demeanor, but unable to suppress a smile, announced over the channel, the former head has been arrested for violating company regulations, forming a private association, and suspected of murder. I will be the head of the Y-12 site construction project. The laborers then began to murmur again. What kind of thing is this? When did murder become illegal? In aviation power, which of those pure-blooded masters hasn't killed someone? They still believe that the previous master was arrested for treating slaves too well. This speculation quickly affected the project's progress, and the new head was dumbfounded when he learned the truth. Chapter 1260. The new person in charge simply had someone set up a large loudspeaker in the canteen during meal distribution to publicly announce the Universal Union policy. Only then did the slave workers realize, oh, so these aren't gifts from the masters themselves, they're from the company. Thus, the slave workers developed all sorts of unrealistic fantasies about the Universal Union, believing that Eden Star was paradise on Earth, and everyone living there lived the life of a pure-blooded lord. It was an unexpected form of psychological propaganda. Lan Yuan looked down on all those factions from the bottom of her heart. In her opinion, what factions? They're all bullshit. They should be destroyed. The Universal Union could only have one faction, just like the Perseus Star region could only have one power. The idea of unification had become increasingly pervasive after she had seen too much over the years. Li Bin thought Lan Yuan's idea was good, but unfortunately unrealistic. Outside the party, there's an imperialist mentality. Within the party, there are all sorts of strange and unruly thoughts. To unify people's hearts is no less difficult than preventing a teenage boy from having erotic thoughts. If you had that ability, you could succeed at anything. 1 day later, the blockade zone was cleared. 2 days later, the company called. The last member of the rebel group had been captured by Kong Jicho's pirate fleet on his way to the Core Star sector. Upon investigation, the rebel group was generally concentrated in the lower and middle ranks. Shareholders from the factory area, such as Amanda, Wahab, and Mikhail, were not among them. Considering they had always been entrusted with important responsibilities, were active in Li Bin's inner circle, and had undergone countless investigations before being promoted, the fact that the company's upper echelons were problem-free didn't necessarily mean someone was hiding deep within. On the contrary, it was precisely because they were problem-free that they were able to stand out. The losses caused by the rebel group are within acceptable limits, and the impact is smaller than expected. Li Shu is still too emotional. Even her best friend and sister-in-law, Isha, rarely criticized her. It's not her fault, the problem is mine. Li Bin took the blame. From a young age, I raised her to be a pillar of society, But halfway through, I went to work on a ship to earn money, and later, I didn't have enough time to spend with her. Instead, she had to take on increasingly larger and more troublesome work and political careers with the company. No one is born a politician, but people can acquire the mindset and qualities of a politician through their innate nature and the influence of their family. Just like Isha, who, despite being a woman, exhibits the characteristics of a hardened soldier, while Lan Yuan leans more towards an aristocratic officer, these traits are inseparable from their upbringing and cannot be forced. Once a person reaches adulthood, many of their traits are difficult to correct. Even if they realize it and try to adjust, it takes a long time. Looking back, Li Shu's early family and survival struggles made her overly focused on emotions, including familial bonds, friendships, and camaraderie. This flaw was noticed and exploited by the rebel group. Even the person who exploited this psychology was identified. This person worked in the governor's office secretariat, holding a low-ranking position, but possessing a talent for understanding people's hearts. This person has been dismissed from the company and, after being skillfully interrogated to death by Dong Lixiang, was swiftly hung on the bow of the God's Wrath class ship. Considering that the God's Wrath class wouldn't be involved in close combat missions for a long time, her body would hang there for a considerable period, long enough to become a landmark. Universal Alliance has never been a gentle game, and Li Bin is no kindergarten principal. Since founding the company, he has personally killed no fewer than 50 people. It is foreseeable that the Wrath of God class will become the epitaph of all major corrupt officials. On the day this powerful ship sets sail, a dazzling array of corpses will rustle like leaves in the wind. It will undoubtedly bring endless surprises to the enemy. To put it bluntly, it's still a lack of talent. Isa sighed, rubbing her forehead. One Alyosha is no longer enough to meet the demands of the civil service. We expanded too quickly, now everyone's handling alliance affairs. Li Shu's workload had already been reduced, but it's been increased again, giving those below her an opportunity. Li Bin frowned. But what should I do? Find a super civilian like Humphrey Appy? But who will guarantee his loyalty? Isa hadn't read The Minister, and didn't know who Humphrey was, but years of interaction had taught her to ignore Li Bin's occasional quirks, so she simply ignored him. Didn't you send Dingman to drag the families of those inner circle people in the 14th Regiment into this mess? Yes. Then why not also find some politicians? Isa asked succinctly. Li Bin hesitated, a rare occurrence. You mean, not only drag the war family into this, but also the Dominion family? Since we're after excitement, let's go all the way. Isa crossed her arms. My second aunt is a counselor in this clan system, the capital of the hegemony star system. She definitely has connections. If we invite my second uncle over, even if it's just for his sake, my second aunt will sincerely help us choose people. But right now, the most important thing is to establish an anti-corruption mechanism and prevent corruption. That's probably impossible to eradicate. Li Bin shook his head. What a joke. Corruption has likely existed since the dawn of human civilization. One could almost say that humanity's oldest corruption and its oldest murder are siblings, both children of the original sin of greed. Unless you address the root of human nature, eradicating corruption is like a bunch of idiots trying to lead a gang to the moon, utterly nonsensical. He'd be better off thinking about whether he should be a pilot today, or which beautiful woman to choose for air traffic control. At least eradicating corruption is a myth, but the dopamine rush is real. But whether it's fantasy or reality, it doesn't stop Li Bin from noticing one thing. Daring to cause trouble against the triple scrutiny of AI Corps, Logistics Corps, and Inspection, this is no ordinary rebellious group. We must strike hard. He stood up from the massage tub, sweat dripping from his skin. Li Bin stretched his still clearly defined muscles, letting the protein groups clinging to his bones relax, as if remotely controlling the shared fantasy called Universal Union, mobilizing the white blood cells of the enforcement team to wipe out these cancerous cells of the rebellious group. Notify Bond to investigate the past records of all those involved. Those involved should be warned or punished as appropriate. Send the criminals directly to the Biological Research Center, regardless of the methods used, neuromodulatory reagents, neuroparasites, everything. They extracted everything from his past. He clenched his fist, as if trying to squeeze a toad dry. Finally, a public trial for traitors, a rectification campaign, a crackdown on the factory district, and even the captain's faction. Isa worried, these two groups have the most senior management in the company. Won't cracking them down hurt Jeffrey and the others? Li Bin bit down on his cigar, his white teeth grinding together, sinking into the soft tobacco. His gaze was fierce. You like fighting, huh? A great man once said that fighting with others is endlessly enjoyable. Then fight it out. Fight until you physically destroy their bodies and mentally torture their minds. He refused to believe that killing one group and brainwashing another would allow the factory district's old guard, known for their loyalty, to breed parasites. Chapter 1261. Sartre said that the gaze is enslavement. For example, imagine a teenage pilot being caught in the act of takeoff by his mother. Even if nothing else happens, the takeoff is considered a failure, a verdict of crash. If it were a relative caught in the act during the new year, it would be a social disaster. To be more specific, it's like a company installing surveillance cameras on computers, claiming to monitor every action an employee takes. Everyone knows the boss is busy socializing, with secretaries, and having affairs. He doesn't have time to stare at a broken computer every day to see who moved the mouse 5 centimeters to the right. But the employees will still feel tense because of the gaze, and dare not openly slack off. That's the power of the gaze. Li Bin possesses a photographic memory, but he is ultimately just an ordinary person. He has a private life for enjoyment and well-being, and he has public affairs to manage macroscopically. Therefore, his attention cannot be projected onto all areas within his empire, which already encompasses tens of millions of people, covers various fields, and spans several star systems. But his actions in this incident signified that the company's autocratic CEO had cast his gaze upon him. Thus, while the new anti-corruption mechanism was still under construction, the entire company's work efficiency improved. Everyone felt a sense of unease, as if an invisible elder brother was watching them from behind. This was the power of the gaze. Although everyone knew the CEO wouldn't punish you for slacking off at work, he only cracked down on corruption. No one wanted to risk being caught at this particular time. Xinjiang City Years Building. Green Brown stood at the garden gate, having seen off another group of guests. Over 80 years old, he stretched his lower back, feeling the core strength brought by his mechanical spine, and felt he could still serve the pre-march for another 20 years. He wandered through the garden's winding paths, where children in the inner garden clung to his legs, calling Grandpa, Grandpa, and begging to play. Green, with a pained expression, played with the children for a while, then found someone to take his place before entering the time tower. As the doors closed, the forced bitterness he had displayed while greeting guests vanished instantly, replaced by an barely concealed excitement. He cheerfully greeted the other brown people in the tower, and went up to the top floor. The Time Tower was the headquarters of the noble blood faction of Xinjiang City, primarily composed of brown family members. These people originally came from the protection of the Montanetta and East families. Later, some of them formed the noble blood faction and raised funds to build a tower during the city's early expansion. Later, they gradually absorbed some dissidents from the Li Chongzhen's wife's family in Sunset Fortress, as well as some remnants of the Brown Pirate Group, eventually reaching its current size. This faction within the company, the Noble Blood Group, was rather self-absorbed. Li Bin, Li Shu, Li Chongzhen, and ISA didn't pay them much attention, and even Thor Brown wouldn't take them on. However, they were indeed related by blood, and while they were diligent in their work, they lacked talent and vision, but were reliable and helpful in maintaining control. They were rooted in the lower and middle ranks, and had been left idle for a while. But today, Green felt his opportunity had arrived. The top floor of the building had been converted into a huge conference room, now empty. Green poured himself a cup of tea and stood on the rooftop, gazing at the city. The CEO had already labeled the group as rebellious, a word carrying significant weight and causing a huge uproar. But for his noble blood faction, the situation was quite simple. The rebellious group was divided into two parts. One was those who had genuinely participated in instigating the thugs led by Lefebvre Jack to seek revenge and provided substantial assistance. The core members of this group were executed, while the thugs themselves only received demotions. Secondly, there are those who sympathize with and tacitly approve of the actions of Li Shu, those who, in previous investigations, only expressed a desire for revenge to Li Shu, rather than a desire to inform the CEO. These people, if arrested, would go to jail. However, the problem is that this incident is the company's largest, most widespread, and most profound internal purge, with a high degree of external secrecy. The families of key personnel have been arrested, but the families of those who sympathize with them are currently under surveillance, but their movements are not restricted. These people know nothing except that the pillar of their families has been arrested for suspected rebellion. Desperate, they frantically begin lobbying for help. Those within the factory district naturally avoid them like the plague. The innocent see these people as if they've seen a ghost, and they run away as fast as they can. So, with nowhere else to turn, they come here. When facing them, Green Brown always looks troubled, indicating that he doesn't have much ability, that he can't do it. He was secretly overjoyed. Anyone could tell that this can't be done, and this is very difficult to do or different in a negotiation sense. The former means 100% impossible. The latter means, I can do it if the price is high enough. So, his sympathetic relatives, like grasping at a lifeline, came to him again and again, until this time, they finally offered a sufficient price. All the sympathetic relatives, after being rescued, will join the noble blood faction and serve my Brown family. Ha ha! He sipped his tea with glee, his smile unrestrained. He, Grim Brown, was not a core member of the family, and his genes didn't even possess many outstanding traits. Although he had pure Brown family blood, he was theoretically neither qualified nor capable of becoming the leader of the noble blood faction. Even if Isa, Thor, and Lee Brown's siblings were unwilling, there were many people within the faction with nobler blood than him. He became the acting leader without question, through merit and hard work. In his youth, he was well-read and excelled academically. 5 years after graduation, he distinguished himself and became the family's teacher, teaching for decades and cultivating over 14 outstanding core members and hundreds of loyal peripheral members. He held great prestige within the family. He was the kind of person who, while not qualified to attend the family's year-end assembly by bloodline, was entitled to a seat based on merit. He received continuous rewards each year, and had a strong sense of belonging to the family. On the day of the family's destruction, he happened to be teaching and honing the skills of a dozen or so students in the wilderness. These children would become the core members' right-hand men, so they needed to undergo extensive training, including wilderness survival, protecting core members in air crashes, and escaping from wilderness and icy plains using escape pods. Upon seeing the massive airdrop pods falling from the sky, he decisively led the children, persuaded several family guards, and seized a cargo ship on the planet to enter the space station. He then disguised himself as a merchant and headed to the Montanetta family's headquarters. In the days that followed, he never neglected the education of these students, continuing to nurture them to the best of his ability. Glenn Brown had originally hoped that these children would one day complete the Atomic Crusade, establish a subsidiary family called Brown, rise again, with the support of the Montanetta family, and exact revenge on an enemy whose identity was unknown. Chapter 1262. But that day, the Montanetta family took them all away. Just as Grim Brown's heart sank, believing he had been betrayed and was about to become a sacrifice. A long-lost surge of bloodlust through the hatch nearly killed Grim Brown's broken heart. When the hatch opened, that familiar face appeared before him, smiling at him, using a forcedly light tone to hide the tears in her eyes, saying, "You worked hard." He felt his life had been worthwhile. It was Isabella Brown, the future Primarch he wasn't qualified to educate, but had seen several times. That face, so similar to her mother's, so similar to the Primarch of generations, he would never forget it. Many other things happened during that time, which he couldn't recall clearly now, because he had been in a daze for days. The intelligence was 100 times better than he had imagined. With the family's enemies destroyed and the Overlord holding a grand wedding for the matriarch, through marriage and her genetic prototype, controlled a wealthy man, and the family flourished, showing signs of revival. If there was any regret, it was that the matriarch had been too kind to the Lee family in recent years, somewhat neglecting the elders. However, considering that the Lee family would inherit the matriarch's bloodline and integrate like countless other families in the past, there was really no difference between Lee and Brown. Therefore, he later generously included Lee Chungjan's wife's family as well. Besides that, if there was any other dissatisfaction, it was that they were too kind to their subordinates. A prestigious war family, yet they undertake so many public works projects, paying such high salaries to unrelated personnel? And they even have to personally handle these things? Now that the family is sparsely populated, it's time to reactivate the Iron Triangle, bringing in the reliable East and Montanetta families, one to manage the economy, the other to manage politics. With the three families working together, surpassing a first-class family is just around the corner. This is the way of our ancestors. So, after the arrival of his sympathetic relatives, he ignited the idea of securing more benefits for the Primarch. What belongs to the Lee family belongs to Brown. Having people dig up the factory area is a way to keep the profits within the family. The noble bloodline's principle is that the entire company and its employees serve the two families. Only the two families are supreme, and everyone else is a contract slave. It has a kind of primitive, naive beauty, a radical step backward in capitalist slavery. He felt very clever. This was a way to prove his loyalty and ability once again, and to reverse the current erroneous course of events. So, he enthusiastically announced his plan to the noble bloodline faction and mobilized everyone to start using connections and networks. He then had a good sleep, followed by a bath and change, and dialed the private communication channel of the noble Primarch, War Mistress Isabella Brown. Afterward, he changed into a uniform bearing the family crest and knelt respectfully on a cushion. Isabella was sleeping. Space is unlike planets. There's no standard day and night cycle. All activities are scheduled by shifts, and for her, as the leader, overtime is simply a daily occurrence. Therefore, even occasional overtime, accumulated over time, will cause a shift in the day-night schedule based on Xinjiang City on Eden Star. The phone call woke her. She rubbed her eyes and sat up to answer. Upon learning it was Green-Brown, she asked, "Is it urgent?" "Madam, not extremely urgent, but very important," Green reported, bowing. "There are some things I'd like to discuss with you privately. Please wait a moment." After saying this, Isha injected herself with a small dose of medication, moving her body to accelerate absorption, and quickly regained consciousness. She put on her pajamas, picked up her terminal, and went into her private office outside the bedroom. Li Bin hated having someone wait on him every day. He did everything himself and always liked to decorate his office and bedroom like a small home. Isa used to be waited on hand and foot, but when she was down on her luck, she didn't have the luxury of such treatment. After she got together with Li Bin, they were constantly on adventures or fighting, and they rarely had time to be together. When they were together, it was always passionate and intense, and she didn't want anyone watching. When she finally had the leisure to enjoy this, Isa found herself actually getting used to this small, homely lifestyle. It was a closed, warm and free lifestyle, so different from her large family that gave her a small sense of happiness in these spaces designated as the captain's office and captain's lounge. So she never mentioned it again. Combing her hair, Isa turned on the terminal projector, revealing the respectful Green-Brown on the other end. Facing this old man, who was so loyal to the Brown family, Isa always remembered his past. After his family's extinction, he fled to the Montanetta family, and even in the most difficult circumstances, he never forgot to provide the children he had raised with educational resources, and cultivate their loyalty and honor to the family. Therefore, she regarded him as a reliable retainer and family member, treating him with the same openness as her own. Such actions, like combing one's hair in front of a retainer, were seen as a form of recognition and honor in large families. Like distributing venison and wine to a retainer, but because the master-servant relationship was more personal, the way trust was expressed was more intimate. But when Green opened his mouth, his tone was respectful, yet the content shocked Isa. He spoke of national affairs and stellar regional dynamics at every turn, then proceeded to analyze the internal factional struggles within the company, vehemently criticizing the infighting. If this continues, although there's no direct infighting yet, sooner or later there's a tendency towards partisan strife. "This won't do, madam," Isabella thought to herself. Such a grand vision from the start. What an amazing plan this is. Could old Master Green have come up with this? Or has he found some hidden mastermind? But as he continued, Isabella nearly snapped her comb. The Iron Triangle, the Brown family's specialization in combat. Isabella wanted to interrupt several times, but she managed to hold back. Until he said something else that made Isabella completely lose her temper. "I sincerely hope for your mercy. Those people haven't committed any serious crimes, they already repented. I beg you, madam, to intervene and save them. These people will surely become your right-hand men in the future." Isha stared at the floor, her mind focused on only one question: who gave him the list of members of the rebel group and the determination of their guilt? How could an old man who didn't hold a high position in the company have the right to access it? 7 or 8 minutes later, Isha, barely suppressing her anger, spoke. "Don't lie there, get up. I have something to ask you." "Yes." Green straightened up. Isha's expression was blank, her hands slowly combing her hair. "What do you want to say?" Green-Brown carefully chose his words. They expressed their obedience to us, I mean." You mean, some people in the factory district hope to gain forgiveness by siding with the Brown family because of this?" "Yes." Chapter 1263. "Who are they?" Isa asked bluntly. "The families of those arrested in connection with the case. Most of their relatives aren't involved in the core of the case, they were implicated simply because they tacitly agreed." "That's not what I want to hear. I'm asking who told you this?" Under Isa's unwavering, champagne-colored gaze, even in a projection, the old man still experienced a hallucination of being suppressed by his bloodline. But he knew it had nothing to do with bloodline, it was a habitual submissive mental state. So he abandoned pretense and chose to be direct. Li Huguang, the acting planetary governor of Granada, of the Li family of Granada, Li Weiming's younger brother. Isa frowned, trying to recall, but couldn't remember the man's appearance. She didn't have Li Bin's photographic memory, but she vaguely remembered that Li Weiming had repeatedly offered to resign, and Li Bin had allowed him to step down as planetary governor, but he had been transferred to the position of star system governor. His younger brother, Li Huguang, had taken over his position. Just like the reasons for choosing Li Weiming as governor, the Granada Li family had a deep-rooted rule in the region. Originally, according to Li Bin's wishes, as long as they didn't make mistakes, the position of planetary governor could be passed down through generations. However, Li Weiming repeatedly objected. He had long ago mentioned to Li Bin that the Granada Li family should not serve as planetary governors. While a strong ruling foundation was important, the local Li family lacked the talent to shoulder such a great responsibility. Li Weiming, of course, had other ambitions. As for why he didn't recommend his relative for the position, Li Weiming's explanation was simple. This kind of high-ranking official position is prone to problems. I don't want to be implicated and sentenced by my relatives. I still want to mine until I die of old age, even in space. Isa rubbed her forehead, thinking to herself that she hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Li Bin had deliberately left the sympathetic family members unchecked, hoping to catch any who might slip through the net, but instead, he had lured a planetary governor into his trap. What a cruel twist of fate. She lowered her hand, her tone growing colder. I only say this once. Listen carefully, and then tell everyone in the Universal Union, and indeed everyone else in the universe, who can contact the Brown family, if there are any left. Isa stopped combing her hair, her hand groping on the table for a moment before picking up the magnetic pendant and coiling it around her hair. The Brown family is a thing of the past, a deformed product of the 14th Legion's distorted era of policies, and this product has been self-destructed by the freak known as Overlord, proving it had no chance of continuing. The old man's pupils constricted sharply, becoming as small as sesame seeds, his withered skin curling up in disbelief that his mistress, the Primarch, would utter words denying the family's existence. This was as defying the heavens as Jehovah appearing in the Vatican, and then announcing to the world that God was dead. Her language became more embellished, possessing a non-military, almost thoughtful quality, somewhat reminiscent of Li Bin. The universe is cruel and cold, allowing no second chances for losers. Human leadership is inadequate, and the Brown family even less so. Please stop, mother. This man, nearly 50 years older than Isa, uttered a shameful address, his cloudy eyes welling with almost concentrated tears. His weakness precisely demonstrated the decline and incompetence of his power, making Isa even more certain that his words were laced with falsehood. Deliberately referring to the families of those involved in the case was tantamount to holding the entire group hostage, but in reality, certainly not every family member of those involved in the case was so ignorant. Intelligent people don't need to be taught to be silent, mediocre people aren't born silent, only fools jump around, using their minority numbers to create a deafening cacophony, like short-lived cicadas, as if trying to vent all their pent-up emotions at once, the kind of madmen who live for a moment and then die. Isa felt that after so many years of exposure, she had finally learned Li Bin's classic humor, possessing a kind of dry, detached wit. So she smiled, but it made her seem somewhat eccentric. So she continued to tighten her hair, wrapping it around herself. I'm not a dream-making machine. I'm not creating an old dream called the Brown family. No, my ambitions are greater. I see something better in my husband. What are you saying? The Iron Triangle is the future of the family's revival. They are our saviors. Green almost pleaded, but Isha persisted. She deeply sympathized with the venerable old man, but her reason pierced her heart like a dagger, tormenting both herself and the old man's spirit. I mean, perhaps you once made great contributions to the Brown bloodline, but now you're so incompetent as to be harmful. Isha. Incisively, she forced herself to adopt the detached attitude Li Bin used when producing radio dramas, continuing her sharp criticism of her blood relatives and cultivating a dangerous tone. The Brown family deserves a greater history as its footnote, even if it means living a different life. I am writing a completely new history, and history will become stories. Stories will become legends. This is a grand undertaking, the most magnificent since the collapse of greatness. In the face of this undertaking, everyone else is merely burning fuel. These so-called relatives attempting to jump ship from the Li family to the Brown family, their self-righteous assumption of loyalty, is a complete betrayal, even more so than their imprisoned relatives. This isn't just a family's or one person's ambition, it's the ambition of millions. In the grand scheme of unification, ending chaos, and ensuring the heir to carry on the legacy, even though the Universal Union still adheres to the father-to-son succession system, in this wretched land of the Perseus star system, they are undeniably the more advanced party. But Li Bin is your husband, and your daughter, who inherited your blood and bones, is the future master. Faced with this unexpected and unimaginable betrayal, the old woman uttered words without thinking. This one sentence utterly disappointed her. Isa released her grip, the magnetic pendant trembled, leaving 2 straight lines. Isa stood up, her mimicry of Li Bin vanishing, leaving only the ruthless war machine. It was as if that tenderness was a gift from her husband, a gentle farewell to her people. I have absolutely no interest in how you obtained this information, but it's a company secret, and you have no right to know. I will find that and personally send him to the Biological Research Center, to torment him for the rest of his life with the most vicious methods. As the final act, it will draw out the shadows of all those involved. I thank him, so he doesn't deserve to die easily. Then, there are those foolish, self-righteous bastards, who tried to use you and your bloodline to sow discord between me and my husband for their own gain. She looked at Green-Brown. As for you and your so-called noble blood faction, I will give you a quick death. This is my final forgiveness as the Primarch, as the war mistress. Isa delivered her verdict. Know that loyalty is not absolute, but it is absolutely disloyal. The Universal Union now has only one core, and that is Li Bin. The Universal Union will also have only one core in the future, and that is Li Brown. Any wavering is political opportunism. Those who waver in the wind never have a good ending. Now I understand why he stirred up such a big case. It seems he wasn't ruthless enough. But it doesn't matter. He's a businessman, he can worry about his reputation. But I'm a soldier. I take responsibility for killing you all. The blood debt of the Brown family will be borne by me. We are 2 sides of the same coin. Behind her, through the porthole, the dormant Stargate was activated. The immense energy caused the ship to shake violently, and communications became noisy. Isa wasn't just fumbling for the pendant on the table. She had already sent an urgent military intelligence report to Li Bin. While she was speaking, the Candle Dragon, parked beside the Stargate, ready to evacuate at any time, activated its dual-face device. Li Bin wanted to save face for Li Shu and the Factory District faction, because their merits outweighed their faults, and he needed them to maintain his rule. But the Noble Blood faction was small enough that even the Brown family and other affiliated families married into the Li family couldn't cover much of them. But they were also close enough to warrant being killed as an example to others. See? Sometimes, even the most useless members of the royal family can be quite useful. Just you wait, Mom's coming to kill you all. Isha tucked her single-molecule rapier into her waistband and strode away. Another stark, almost cruel, contrast, tinged with hell, and somewhat comical. Unfortunately, the person opposite her was already mentally broken, unable to fathom the contradictions, absurdity, and choices within the speaker's heart. Being misunderstood is the fate of creators. Isha, a hardened soldier, inadvertently completed an entire micro-creative cultural event. And her event required a path paved with blood and fire. Chapter 1264. Meanwhile, Green, brimming with confidence, dialed his mistress's communication point, only to watch dejectedly as the call was cut off. He was still dazed and disoriented, but the movements of the Universal Alliance had already begun. The giant of light, several meters tall, descended from the sky, arriving silently, landing in the garden outside the Time Tower amidst its flowers, trees, and rocks. The shockwave from its landing knocked down everything, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Carrying a heavy, disposable jet propulsion pack, launched electromagnetically from the Xinjiang City military base, flying along the towering dome in a daringly curved parabola, Li Chongzhen charged in alone. One hand held a plasma cannon aimed at the panicked crowd. Ignoring the children inside, the other plunged a chainsaw sword into the Time Tower, the serrated blade rubbing against the foam ceramic metal like long-separated lovers, their teeth locked in a fierce, sizzling exchange. A massive circular laser beam struck the vicinity of the Time Tower, drawing a yellow warning circle and marking the tower's main structure with a red cross. This was industrial-grade demolition equipment typical of giant domed cities. For interstellar humans, given the sheer volume of materials used to cover the entire city, there was no reason to waste the space overhead. Weather control, broadcast propaganda, signal control, rail elevator transfers, and rapid demolition, all these facilities were integrated within the dome. Demolishing everything one by one would be incredibly inefficient, especially since this thing, capable of using the kinetic energy of armor-piercing projectiles to demolish skyscrapers, could also kill, making it a good friend of law enforcement. Li Chongzhen was dispatched here to send 2 signals. First, Big Brother is watching you. Second, this matter has reached the highest levels, requiring my personal intervention. The noble blood faction shouldn't expect a peaceful resolution. Li Chongjin ignored the wailing and cries, his mind only focused on his sister-in-law's words. "I'll be there in 2 days. No matter their surname, anyone who resists, kill them on the spot." 2 minutes later, the hover car, defying traffic rules, arrived, leaving arcs in the sky. The purple-patterned law enforcement officers, their expressions complex, slowly surrounded the Year's Tower. Frankly, they were reluctant to get involved with the Brown family. If Li Chongjin hadn't arrived, and if the order hadn't come from Military Minister Isa, they wouldn't have dared to act. These orders, involving the highest levels of government, were dangerous to the law enforcement officers, who had received advanced training from the company. But they were relatively lenient. After all, Green Brown was a loyal henchman of the Brown family. Even though he was in tears after his mistress's order, he silently swallowed his bitterness, and strictly forbade any family members from taking action. He straightened his clothes, shooed away his reluctant clansmen, and stepped forward alone. Wrist to neck, he stood amidst the rubble and broken wood, and forlornly raised his hand towards the giant of light. "Please, arrest me." Li Weiming cursed. As a former warlord and current governor of the star system, although he lacked a formally recognized academic qualification from the core star sector, his personal education was never lacking. He always maintained a polite, aristocratic demeanor, only revealing his fanatical nature when mining. But today, he unusually lost his composure. Upon receiving the order from the CEO, Li Weiming collapsed from his chair, his legs too weak to stand, his mind filled with 2 images. One was the terrifying scene of the enlightened beast launching an energy cannon from orbit and melting mountains. One image showed him, after being promoted to planetary governor, taking matters into his own hands and disposing of a group of people as a warning, without waiting for Li Bin's instructions. That bastard, how dare he? What gives him the right to get involved in this? Isn't he afraid of death? Li Weiming was utterly baffled. Beyond the fear was a burning rage that made his bones ache. Li Weiming urgently mobilized the elite immigrant soldiers from the Granada Military Academy, dividing them into 2 groups. The majority formed the officer corps, while the rest immediately went to various police and army units to take over military command. At the same time, he notified Thor Brown to cease all patrol missions, assemble the fleet, cross into high Earth orbit, and deploy destroyers and frigates into near-Earth orbit, aiming their cannons at every army base. So what if he's a planetary governor? Is he that powerful? He can't even command the galactic patrols. Even if he controls the army, so what? Does he really think the CEO is a philanthropist just because he's granting away vast tracts of fertile land? In the interstellar age, without spaceships, an army, no matter how large, is just a target. Moreover, you're only an acting governor. Control of the planetary shield is in the hands of my star system's governor. Just as these ships approached near-Earth orbit, the planetary shield covering Granada slowly dissipated. Now, apart from the army stationed in the ground defense arrays, the entire planet has no other air defense measures. Li Weiming gave himself a calming injection to prevent himself from saying anything rash in anger, then looked at his secretary. Has Li Huguang made any contact requests? The secretary nodded. Up to 10 minutes ago, he made 50 calls, but after the planetary shield lowered, there has been no further news. Only the orbital defense array has been activated, and the army is currently converging on the 13 base stations of the planetary shield. Li Weiming shook his head. It's useless. Control of the planetary shield is divided into 2 parts, one controlled by me, and the other by the local base stations. Both sides need to approve its activation or deactivation. That idiot Li Huguang is panicked and acted recklessly. The secretary said thankfully, should we order the Marines to board? We have control of the local space station. Fortunately, you moved the governor's mansion to space for easier system deployment. No. Li Weiming shook his head. Boarding means civil war. The secretary said, the Marines have behemoths and Eden Knights, all battle-hardened. The Marines have made a pledge to take the planetary governor's mansion within 3 hours. Military victory is meaningless. Li Weiming interrupted, his tone impatient. The important thing is political implications. If it escalates into a civil war, even if it only lasts 3 hours, it will tarnish the CO's image. What will the Alliance think of us? What will the core star sector think of us? With his secretary speechless, Li Weiming deflated. Global Union Samsung, Eden, Tanfa, Granada. Tanfa is perfectly fine. Eden has the situation under control in Xinjiang City. Oh, and we're the only ones in Granada fighting a civil war. What do you think our fate will be? Suppressing the internal strife and turning it into a war. Do you really think we can get promoted based on our military achievements? They'd be begging for forgiveness if they don't punish someone for ineffective governance. He stood up. If it weren't for these considerations, I would have already given a public speech and ordered all army personnel to declare Li Huguang a traitor. Why would I need to send immigrant officers to seize power? Now we can only talk again. If negotiations fail, we have to consider underhanded methods. Chapter 1265. For safety, Li Weiming even left the Granada space station and went straight to the high-class super mining ship, specifically to guard against assassins sent by Li Huguang. The communication was sent out, but it was delayed 7 times before it was finally answered. Li Huguang's eyes in the projection were dark and swollen. It was clear he had been preparing for this scheme for a long time. "Brother," Li Weiming said, his tone complex and tinged with bitterness. Li Huguang sneered. "Oh, so the governor does know I'm his brother. Surrender, don't struggle anymore." "Green Brown has already confessed everything," he said helplessly. "Green Brown is a complete waste." Li Huguang gritted his teeth. "I believed his lies, thinking that old geezer had some real ability, but he's just a coward. Why doesn't he dare to take a gamble? He started his uprising on Eden. I start mine in Granada. What's there to worry about in achieving great things?" Li Weiming was stunned for a moment before asking with a hint of hope, "Are you sick?" "I'm not sick, I'm perfectly fine," he said. "Then why are you talking nonsense?" "I really hope you gone mad. Li Weiming, I hate your condescending tone." Li Huguang slammed his fist on the table, glaring. "It's always been like this. Even though I did the most work, always exceeding his quota, he still chose you as the Lord of Impelled Down. Later, Li Bin was even more arrogant, still choosing you. To curry favor with him, you even turned against your own people." He pointed at Li Weiming and cursed. "You always talk about wanting to mine, acting like you have no desires, but what are you really like? You do everything yourself. After stepping down as planet governor, you immediately became galaxy governor, dumping this position on me like trash, and then you even put an acting position on me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? I explained it to you." Li Weiming began, only to be interrupted again. "You're lying to Lu De. If you want to resign, just quit. I don't believe Li Bin can force you to do anything. You're just a hypocrite, greedy for fame and fortune, just jealous that I'm more capable than you, always trying to outdo me. Let me tell you, in administration I'm no weaker than you, and in warfare I'm even stronger." Li Weiming felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Li Huguang had a score in the company's AI core, with an average score of only 67 across 6 dimensions, significantly lower in terms of character. But he never expected his younger brother to have come to this. Frankly, without the CEO's approval, neither Li Weiming nor Li Huguang could have become planetary governors or galactic governors. They'd still be warlords in the wasteland. Their current positions were purely due to the platform support, and he himself wanted to step down as soon as possible. Even if he stepped down, the governorship wouldn't be Li Huguang's turn. Li Bin never even considered him from the start. This governorship was appointed by Li Weiming. But no matter how he explained, Li Huguang wouldn't believe him, insisting that Li Weiming was jealous and trying to suppress him. Watching his younger brother's taunts, Li Weiming finally advised, "Now that the fleet is in full force and the planetary shield has been deactivated, you have nowhere to escape. You won't listen to reason, but you should at least listen to physics, right? Then come on." Li Huguang laughed wildly. "Don't be afraid to blow up all your precious mines. Blow up the mantle drilling rigs. I still have ground orbital arrays. I still have tens of thousands of troops." The secretary, out of Li Huguang's sight on the other side of the projection, raised a finger. Li Weiming glanced at it, and said to his brother with disappointment, "Father named us Li Weiming and Li Huguang, hoping we would uphold the light. Now that the light has appeared, you cast a pearl into the sea." In American romance, the Statue of Liberty told Robert E. Lee's fortune, the prophecy being fish swimming on lotus leaves with dew. I didn't know what lotus leaves were until recently, when I read the complete book of plants and animals of the old earth, and learned that lotus leaves are a type of aquatic plant. Fish swimming on lotus leaves with dew. Now it seems, brother, your fate truly matches the prophecy. Li Huguang became wary. "What do you mean? I told you to read more, but you don't even know how to flatter those above you. How can you climb the ladder?" Li Weiming's tone was somber. "You were born to be a free fish swimming in the water. Why bother struggling on a lotus leaf? Fish swimming on lotus leaves with dew, unable to see the vastness of the world, without the help of wind and rain, the dew will run dry for the rest of your life. Your vision is too short-sighted." As soon as he finished speaking, the secretary's raised finger went to 0. On the projection screen, in the heavily guarded governor's office in the governor's mansion, converted from Impelled Down, The ventilation system hissed as it ran out of steam, then the air conditioner blasted, filling the room with dust. A blurry, dust-covered shadow moved with exaggerated agility, dodging the live ammunition inside the room. Inside the office, screams and shouts mingled. There was Li Huguang's cry of "grab it!" and the security guard's yell of "don't use the laser. Be careful not to hurt the governor." After several seconds, the voices fell silent, leaving only Li Huguang's cowering, panting breaths. After a few minutes, the dust settled on the projector, and someone activated the projector's self-cleaning function, wiping the viewfinder clean and revealing the scene. 3 figures, covered in dust, dressed in close-fitting, elegant clothing, and wearing menacing half-face breathing masks, took control of the situation. Just by their exposed crimson pupils, pale, delicate skin, and the rapiers in their hands, it was clear they were torture assassins. "Governor, the man is under control. What should we do with him?" The lead assassin's voice was hoarse, as if he had swallowed charcoal. Li Weiming glanced at his younger brother, who was terrified by the scene of corpses and blood. "You, an acting governor, aren't even qualified to know about the torture assassins under the intelligence department, yet you blindly rebelled. Your time is up." He looked at the torture assassins. "I will contact the other departments of the governor's mansion immediately. Open the gates on my orders. I will pardon all those still alive, who are not leaders of local disobedient legions, in order to quell the local chaos as soon as possible. Also, please arrange for other torture assassins to cooperate with the Marines, who will descend later via the orbital elevator to control my family. Li Huguang alone doesn't have the guts to rebel. There are definitely supporters of his within the family. I need technical support from the Biological Research Center. We brought the equipment, we can interrogate them at any time," the assassin said calmly. "However, we want a few living people to quench our thirst." "No problem. Soldiers have a lot of blood, and civil servants have plenty of blood. You will all have a good meal." Lockdown Zone, Station A1. Lan Yuan's office was quite simple. It wasn't that she disliked furnishings, but rather that very few things caught her eye. Many of the Starfield's coveted antique treasures were, in her time, the possessions of the middle class and the nouveau riche, things she looked down upon. Only the teapot set in Li Bin's possession held any real interest. Therefore, Lan Yuan's life appeared remarkably low-key to outsiders. In reality, she simply couldn't pursue artistic value. She only cared about practicality and pleasing the eye with a few plants. Lan Yuan, dressed in her family's military uniform produced from a secondary hibernation pod, sat with her legs crossed, sipping tea, quietly watching the execution of corrupt elements within the fleet on the projection screen. As the saying goes, a mountain is not high because of its height, but because of the immortals dwelling there. Although the house was simple, the impeccable manners and graceful posture of a core member of a Starfield giant gave it an elegant air. Furthermore, watching a living person being executed added to its otherworldly charm. The other captains in the room, however, trembled with fear. Compared to her, these native captains of the Lan Yuan fleet seemed like mere green leaves setting off a beautiful flower. "This is really boring," Lan Yuan said, putting down her teacup. "I thought intelligence gathering would be so intricate and mind-bending, but it was all over in no time. Tell me, were there any who slipped through the net?" she asked, smiling at everyone. A chill ran down their spines, and their legs trembled. Chapter 1266. The office was elegant, yet the atmosphere was heavy. This internal purge was arguably the most far-reaching and deeply impactful in the company's history. From a star system governor and an acting planetary governor down to grassroots sales staff and even outsourced personnel, thousands were affected, even disrupting the normal operation of some functional departments, specifically the front lines. Lan Yuan's convening of a meeting of his fleet captains subtly revealed an attitude. The CEO was deeply disappointed, to the point that he wouldn't even meet with them in person. This was serious. While it's said that a gaze is enslavement, there's also the saying that officials in the capital are 3 ranks higher. Where does this higher status come from? Naturally, it's because it's easier to rise under the emperor's nose. This gaze is equivalent to a blessing. Now that the gaze is gone, so is the blessing, and everyone is naturally anxious. The Universal Union's space military presence is roughly divided into 2 parts. One is naturally the core fleet led by Li Bin, and the other is the fleet stationed at the company and dispatched for escort. The difference in merit is obvious. Captains appointed to the core fleet hold banquets, while those set back look utterly dejected, as if their parents have died. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, their gazes towards Lan Yuan filled with conflicting emotions. Some were even considering offering to plead guilty for failing to promptly identify treason, requesting a demotion, and returning to their cruiser captain positions, Could they remain in the core fleet? They certainly didn't want to go back to civilian life. Lan Yuan observed all this with nothing but disdain. While these men had followed her for so long and were indeed comrades, in terms of character and ability, she certainly had the right to look down on them. Frankly speaking, if all the captains in the entire star system were selected according to the standards of the human realm navy, probably only 10% would meet the level of a captain of the same rank in the human realm. The rest would have to be demoted, and most would even be dismissed. Of this 10%, the overlords would undoubtedly make up the largest group, while the captains of the Universal Alliance would score high in practical skills, but 8 out of 10 would fail in theoretical courses, not to mention that if evaluated according to elite level, the Universal Alliance would fall even further behind. This is without considering the aristocratic education of large families, family history, social skills, art, culture, etc. According to the Lan family's captain training standards, everyone present would be an extremely one-sided cripple. Actually, with Lan Yuan's level, she was qualified to serve as a diplomatic ambassador, but Li Bin was reluctant to let her go. Firstly, there was a shortage of personnel, and secondly, if something happened to Lan Yuan, let alone the Invader class, who would pilot the Wrath of God class? Thinking of this, Lan Yuan missed Eden Star a little. There, at least she could attend banquets held by diplomatic embassies. Realizing she had been daydreaming, Lan Yuan picked up her teacup again and elegantly sipped her tea. When not at war, she still conformed to noble standards. No, actually, her current frenzy in battle was somewhat influenced by Li Bin's constant trash-talking and mental attacks on her opponents in the public chat. She was originally a person who fought honestly. Daydreaming again. Lan Yuan put down her teacup. Let's put aside the company's punishment for now. The punishment for our blockade zone has been announced. I announce the punishment for Lan Yuan's task force first. First, all captains, except for myself, Xingchen Fair, and Wu Qingyu, will be required to undergo mandatory cultural training. Headquarters will dispatch a professional teaching team to cultivate everyone's loyalty, knowledge, and other cultural literacy, strengthening their spiritual civilization. Don't give me that look, hold it in! So the captains, their faces contorted in pain, bore smiles that looked more like grimaces. Making them attend these classes was harder than making Li Yunlong study, but they had to go, no matter how difficult. In short, the CO wants you to know what we're fighting for. It's true, there's star currency, power, and family, but it's definitely more than that. Otherwise, we'd be no different from other giant corporations. That's my point too. Let me make this clear. Within a month, I want to see your assignments and post-class reflections. Otherwise, get out of there and start your little boats. Second, Lan Yuan placed her cup on the magnetic table. The company will establish a new department called the Internal Affairs Department, specifically to promote and supervise the loyalty, morale, and culture of all levels of ships. A cruiser is 1 kilometer long/wide, with a maximum height between 200 and 500 meters, accommodating hundreds to thousands of people. This is tantamount to stacking a small town together, enough to form a closed cultural circle. Sending an internal affairs officer to supervise is both a military oversight and a kind of life committee member. Those who know, know. Needless to say, everyone understands that there's more than one internal affairs officer. It's a group, even a team. This is like the eyes of Big Brother, and things won't be easy for everyone in the future. Many private businesses will be off limits. For example, smuggling, or running illegal businesses on the spaceship. Predictably, some rule breakers will be the first to be dealt with, as a warning to the rest. Everyone's faces darken further. As for other punishments, Lan Yuan didn't bother mentioning them, telling everyone to read the documents after the meeting. She emphasized 2 things. Those sitting here are all loyal, at least they didn't cross the line before this incident. The CO is always fair. There are punishments and rewards. This time, our task force has been given 2 rewards. Lan Yuan stood up. First, I'm bestowing upon my fleet a new designation, Diamond. From now on, we be called the Diamond Task Force. This is the company's second fleet with an independent designation, after the Sea Beast Fleet. And according to official military documents, the Sea Beast Fleet is just a nickname. We are the first real fleet with an official designation. The CO has high expectations for us. A round of applause erupted. Everyone wants honor, and being an outstanding class is honor too, but when it came to the second reward, everyone perked up. Secondly, in addition to the White Stone ships, the company has supplemented our fleet with some cruisers. The CO traded 2 Atlas-class and 2 Prometheus-class ships to the Overlord for an offensive-class cruiser, which will also be assigned here. Mentioning heavy cruisers was fine, but mentioning battleships made everyone more alert. Lan Yuan, The Diamond Task Force, as everyone knows, only has one battleship, the Invader-class Xingtian. Now, with the Offensive class, it means there's a real vacancy for a battleship captain. What's more, this is a renowned offensive. But the good news didn't end there. Lan Yuan continued, furthermore, the company's production of the 1 Malawang Kwacha is nearing completion. The hull construction is finished, and modernization is underway. In about 2 or 3 months, assembly and performance testing will be completed, at which time 2 or 3 units will be allocated to us. Chapter 1267. Blockade Zone, Site A1. Lan Yuan's words seemed to possess a magical power, easily suffocating everyone, while simultaneously stirring their emotions. Besides, the Nightmare class, developed based on a downgraded version of the Nightmare class, has also completed its first batch of production. I will soon be sending a group of people back for training, to learn the technology of the new ships, gradually replacing the Whitestone ships. Our task force will be the only fleet besides the core fleet to possess Nightmare-class ships. Nightmare-class, even the most obtuse person realized something was wrong. This wasn't punishment, it was clearly a reward. The CO's displeasure stemmed from everyone's slow response to rebellion, but he actually appreciated those of us who remained steadfast amidst temptation and didn't get involved. Suppression is suppression, but it doesn't affect the continued provision of promotion opportunities. Therefore, everyone's hearts immediately settled. The Nightmare class, based on the Nightmare class framework and Xenon technology, was jointly researched by scientists from the White Rose Star region in the secondary hibernation pod, along with Wang Shiji and Gao Yuanjian. It abandoned the Xenon energy storage tank, Xenon radiation converter, and numerous experimental technologies, retaining only the hull structure and Xenon laser cannon system. Everything else was replaced with local technology. It incorporated a large amount of technology plundered from Tachyon technology and the research results of scientists, ultimately creating this specially equipped cruiser, also characterized by high speed and high burst damage, capable of working in conjunction with the Nightmare-class Dream Eater cruiser to become a sharp sword for the Diamond Fleet. Due to the need to use Xenon weapons and adapt to the characteristics of a high-speed, high-burst cruiser, along with the added precision mechanics, the production of this ship is destined to be limited, but for the Diamond Fleet, it represents a leap forward. Everyone's breathing became heavy, their minds racing. Frontline ships fought grueling battles. If they couldn't become battleship captains, becoming Nightmare-class captains seemed like an easier path to promotion. The same scene played out among the other fleet commanders in the core fleet. Jeffrey, stationed in Nova City, cracked his knuckles, brandishing his sword in the airport, pointing at several desiccated corpses hanging from the bow of his ship for their involvement in treason. He shouted, "This is what happens. Good will prevail over evil." He also announced 2 decisions. The company would assign an internal affairs officer team to the fleet, and 2 Bowhead Whale-class ships, along with additional Whitestone ships, would be added to the fleet. The Fong clan, led by Tang Zhuofan, perfectly avoided this turmoil due to their race, and no internal affairs officers were assigned to them. In fact, no internal affairs officer dared to board a ship. However, he did receive 2 Atlas-class missile battleships as a supplement. This was commissioned by the CO to be built at the Lost Ecological Station shipyard, using 2 Atlas-class hulls as payment for a Bowhead Whale-class ship, Alyosha explained to Tang Zhuofan through the holographic projection. Due to their racial characteristics, the Fong clan's crew isn't suited to conventional training equipment. Learning from the Bowhead Whale class and other ships is very costly. They can only hone their skills naturally over time. That's why the CO specifically chose this ship. The Atlas-class missile ships were previously used by the Fong clan as well, so you adapt much faster. Tang Zhuofan nodded. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, CO. By the way, you completed the first phase of your dome-shaped city on your colony planet in the Western Heavenly Gate system. It's a satellite of a gas giant planet, with a gravity of 0.64 times that of standard Earth. The gravity is low, so it puts very little pressure on the mutant clan's infants, and those with deformities that cause high skeletal loads." Alyosha brought over the documents. "Take a look. If there are no problems, we start preparing for the immigration process." Tang Zhuofan's expression brightened considerably. Compared to battleships, a clean, safe, and permanent colony was the most important thing, far more comfortable than any mining station. Because of the virus, the space station needs to be divided into 2 areas. 1/3 needs to be set aside as a residence for ordinary humans, to accommodate the ordinary crew members of merchants and companies, Alyosha added. In addition, airtight doors and disinfection procedures need to be built between the 2 areas for the transfer of supplies. Tang Zhuofan readily agreed to Alyosha's request. Undoubtedly, the Universal Union had no further material needs from the Fong clan colony in the future, and the sparsely populated colony was unlikely to produce effective resources. Even Li Bin would find it difficult to effectively manage the colony due to the virus. However, Li Bin still kept his promise and built the Dome City. Granting autonomy was foreseeable. As an autonomous region protected by the Universal Union and the Perseus Alliance, they only needed to pay for one thing. That's a blood tax. The Fong clan needs to provide manpower, and in the future, even ships, to serve the CO. Tang Juefan had no complaints about this. He even hoped to fight more battles for Li Bin, thus gaining more material support for the autonomous region through his merits. In the Eden Star system, an unremarkable Bowhead Whale-class ship entered the physical universe from the jump point, passed the meteorite trading area near the jump point, and flew straight towards Eden Star. Within the Perseus Alliance's sphere of influence, even among large ships like military battleships, which were relatively few in number, the Bowhead Whale-class was among the most common. Just like the offensive in the Core Star sector, it didn't attract any attention. 2 days later, the ship docked at the space station and received extremely high-level treatment. Even after several days of calming down, Isa still looked ashen-faced when she appeared at the space station today. Li Shu anxiously greeted her sister-in-law in the controlled docking area, rushing to her side the moment she saw her. Isa looked at her younger sister and best friend and sighed, "You didn't handle this well, making your brother very sad." Li Shu lowered her head, "I messed it up. I already arranged for teachers to properly train Li Brown and isolate me from her influence." "What are you thinking?" Isa ruffled Li Shu's hair. "Even if Li Bin is angry, he wouldn't forbid you from seeing your niece. Li Brown still has a long way to go before becoming acting governor. I already sent a message to my second uncle, inviting him to Eden Star for an inspection. You should prepare well recently, and try to keep him here, so that your second aunt. We sent professional internal affairs personnel to assist you, to ease your burden. Don't take it to heart." Li Shu smiled wearily. "How could I? I wanted to let go for a long time. I'm begging for it." Seeing Li Shu's sincerity, Isha felt relieved. "You have to work hard for a while longer, then you can do what you want to do." Li Shu genuinely didn't want to get involved in these matters. What she really wanted to do was farm with Bishop Pucci. Ever since Li Bin gave her a small space planting box, she had developed a strong interest in planting, especially fruit cultivation. "Alright, let's not waste time. I came through a Stargate, and can't show myself too much. Take me to the prison. I need to deal with Green Brown in front of the family." Chapter 1268. Isa's handling of Green Brown was remarkably low-key. Given that news of her controlling Nahui had only recently spread, and everyone knew the company's boss was currently in the restricted area, the execution couldn't be widely publicized. However, she was determined to execute Green, to teach everyone a lesson. "I must kill him with my own hands as soon as possible," Isa solemnly told Li Bin. "Otherwise, if I delay even a little, some people will think that my actions were merely due to internal pressure, and that I personally preferred to protect him." Li Bin asked, "Is it really necessary to be so extreme?" "Absolutely. Li Bin, your political opponents are all those who, even if they have extreme personalities, are capable enough. Most are experts. But through this incident, I come to understand a fact from the perspective of a political novice." Isa earnestly explained, "Although the essence of your politics is compromise. It is indeed a profound art, but for some fools, and those unworthy of knowing the whole picture, it is essential to provide a clear answer that cannot be misinterpreted or ambiguous." She spoke as she walked through the corridor, at the end of which was Green's cell. Otherwise, any answer that could be ambiguous will inevitably lead to further interpretation and make a group of people believe in the ambiguity. Even if the ambiguity is contradictory, they don't care. As long as there's a hook, as long as it's sensational enough, that's enough. Isa nodded. Li Chengzhen, who was guarding the cell, opened the door himself, revealing Green, who was restrained in straitjackets, his teeth even stuffed with transparent plastic mouth gags, strictly forbidden from seeking any form of suicide, because he had been sitting in a chair for a long time, and was unable to move, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She didn't even glance at the criminal, only sharing her experience with Li Bin. "Therefore, if I'm even slightly slow, these people will misinterpret it as me hesitating, as me being soft-hearted, as me not actually wanting to deal with them. Then these misinterpretations will slowly give some guys false hope in the future, causing them to repeat the same mistakes. I call it politics of idiocy, a kind of political idiocy used to deal with self-confidence, and ironically, it's a political approach used by our own people." Li Bin, unusually, expressed appreciation and encouragement for Isha's insights, and joined her in vehemently criticizing political idiocy. Finally, Li Bin subtly suggested that dealing with the criminal was acceptable, but not immediately announcing it to the company. I arranged for people from the holographic novel studio to come and film the execution process. Honey, wait a moment, Li Bin advised. We can release the news and the holographic novel in two ways. The first is to announce it to everyone. This must be postponed, at least another month, so I can publicly announce that I already sent you back to take over the purge work. You can go back and deal with Green while you're at it, and use the holographic novel to dispel the political idiot's suspicions. The second is to announce it to those within the company who know we possess a Stargate, letting them know that we reacted immediately. There's no need to hide it from these people. Isa nodded. That makes sense. Let's do it that way. Li Bin hung up the call, rubbing his temples and sighing. Even between him and his wife Isa, there were differing opinions on political matters. For example, regarding high-ranking but rigid and backward political idiots, Isa's strategy was to conceal the truth, commonly known as you have no right to know. But if it were Li Bin, his methods would be much more flexible. For example, his first tactic is appeasement. He attracts the attention of these political fools with a few seemingly prestigious, but actually insignificant meetings and activities. Then he arranges balls, banquets, delegation meetings, topic discussions, and proposals for seemingly livelihood-related projects to fill their time. Since they won't see through him during their term or lifetime, most of the actual projects are completed under Li Bin's covert supervision while they waste their time. As for the implementation of their own projects, those so-called livelihood projects already have their answers before the discussions. Even if changes are needed, they're mostly the same. Regardless of what they say, just follow the original plan. Afterwards, they won't notice the difference, and will only praise Li Bin's foresight. That's how Li Bin gains their support with minimal effort. Don't worry, they can't see through him. After all, they're political fools. If someone does manage to see through him, congratulations, you escape the ranks of fools, and can now enter the circle of the experts to get beaten up. As the mastermind behind the entire purge, Li Bin saw far more data than others, and the company's administrative efficiency actually improved after the staff losses were incurred. However, Li Bin wasn't like those naive private business owners who believed that as long as the system didn't malfunction, they were right, and if the system malfunctioned, it meant there was a problem with their subordinates. Having worked in 2 different lifetimes, he was acutely aware that it was impossible for a person to dedicate 100% of their working time to the work itself. Even if that occasionally happened, it couldn't be sustained indefinitely. This increased work efficiency is merely a temporary reaction to the Big Brother's gaze. Anyone who takes it as the norm is a fool. Normally, 60% of the workload should be allocated to lower-level workers, while those in power, like Alyosha, likely have a heavier workload. Under Li Bin's deliberate adjustments, coupled with the introduction of civilian staff from the Keljev Tech Bureau, the lower-level civilian staff gained significant administrative power. Combined with a top-down purge, the entire company's bureaucracy showed substantial improvement within about 1 or 2 weeks. When the so-called live broadcast of the execution of Green, the release of Green's execution footage, though Green had died a month earlier, was announced a month later, the entire company was shaken. Even the Overlord was shocked by the news. Baikal, near the Overlord's southern border, inspected the damage caused by the runaway AI invasion and the local Iron Triangle family's rescue and reconstruction efforts. Upon receiving the news, he immediately returned to his spaceship to watch the live broadcast. Throughout the entire process, Baikal silently smoked without uttering a word. After the live stream ended, he exhaled a smoke ring, his tone complex, as the clan leader, yet prioritizing career over family. Isha and Li Bin have truly done everything I wanted to do. He then counted on his fingers the tasks assigned to him by the accompanying Supreme Advisor, find typical examples, establish role models, expand the crackdown from specific cases to the broader picture, rectify officialdom, clean up the bureaucracy, eliminate factions, combat corruption, and perform castration on every faction. The Supreme Advisor smiled bitterly. The Universal Alliance is still very young. Even if there are factions, they wouldn't be so intricate and interconnected as to cause widespread repercussions. Not to mention, the vested interests of our various Iron Triangle families alone are too numerous to count even within the Alpha Core. Chapter 1269. Just as Li Bin and the Universal Alliance were undergoing their self-iterative updates, a major event occurred in the star field. Perhaps the successive battles in the blockade zone and the southern star field had greatly depleted the Ironheart Annihilators, or perhaps the Ironheart Annihilators had gone mad. In any case, they had been behaving quite timidly in the star field recently, to the point that after Chu he intercepted several battleships, captured 6 battleships, and killed dozens of cruisers. his patrols throughout the entire southern Lost Star sector yielded nothing. The same was true for Risk Mining. Originally worried about being attacked from both sides, Risk Mining unexpectedly discovered that the threat of the out-of-control AI was gone. Even in the Divine Wind system centered on the pulsar, the out-of-control AI had withdrawn. Thus, Risk Mining effortlessly reclaimed the Divine Wind system, which had nothing left but corpses floating in space. In fact, even the corpses were few and far between. Only those bodies that were captured by planetary gravity, orbited in near-Earth orbit, and happened to be on the far side of the planet's orbit could survive in the pulsar's projected pulsar storm. Therefore, this place is remarkably clean. Aside from the debris left behind by past human activities on the planet, the entire system is probably at its cleanest level in 200 years. Mu Changwei didn't really care about the resources and equipment here. Initially, he controlled this place because he was worried about the local pirates being unruly and constantly robbing people. After bringing it under his rule, while the local pirates still robbed, at least they targeted other families, factions, and the company's goods. They didn't rob the head office or fleets marked with emergency. That's enough. Now, both the local garrison and the local pirates are gone, and the space station and wreckage have been either destroyed or blown up by the out-of-control AI. There's no development value in the area, so Muyu has no intention of reclaiming it. Unlike other star systems, pulsars experience occasional pulsar storms. Even space stations that can't be taken away can be pushed out of the conical range of a planet that intercepts the pulsar storm with a small amount of fuel, allowing the storm to destroy or push them away. In short, creating desolation here isn't costly if one wants to. Even for him, and the board of directors as the rulers, this is a good thing. The company's actual territory has shrunk, which helps to discourage the departure of half of the management, who are short-staffed, from focusing their efforts on managing the existing territory. Furthermore, the burnout chiffon star system will further discourage everyone from surrendering to the AI. This is a good thing. His smugness didn't last long. As the out-of-control AI contracted, the freed-up forces in the Lost Star sector were quickly taken over by the nano-infected swarms. Samarkand III, constantly preoccupied with suppressing them, submitted increasingly harsh reports. From multiple intergalactic smuggling cases of nanoclusters discovered in the southwest of his territory, to citing reports of nano-infected swarm fleets, and most recently, attack on the Redwater transport fleet, Samarkand III was showing signs of exhaustion. CO, Samarkand III can't hold on much longer, said Yu, looking at the reports after being called to the meeting, her heart filled with worry. Yu sneered, can't hold on? I think quite the opposite. He slammed his fist on the table. How many days has it been since the various alliances in the star sector were formed? A year, right? Each alliance has transported resources for us to some extent. To be honest, besides the Perseus Alliance and the Phoenix Alliance, which actually fought the out-of-control AI and suffered significant losses, which other forces have suffered losses recently? They didn't give much, but even scraping together a considerable sum. And then what? Miss Moon bluntly stated, the Left Path Kingdom, under the pretext of suppressing the nanobots, demanded half of it, and what happened? Now the nanobots are multiplying despite our efforts. Shut up. Muyu couldn't stand Miss Moon's tone. As CEO, he had already investigated thoroughly. If Miss Moon had strictly followed Gu Zhongyu's instructions, even if the nanobot outbreak occurred, it wouldn't have infected a single dreadnought initially. The board of directors and the Longtail family all had the right to criticize the Left Path Kingdom's failure to suppress the nanobots, but Miss Moon had no right. In fact, the fact that Miss Moon was still alive was because Muyu, considering the family's desperate need for capable and courageous fighters, and because Miss Moon, despite his stubbornness and arrogance, was undeniably brave, had kept it a secret for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even passed the board of directors' approval. A dreadnought, along with an entire star system, was destroyed because of Misty Moon. If his affair were exposed, he would be torn to shreds. Moonlight also said, Samarkand III's methods are not as good as her father's. He relies on Gu Zhongyu's remaining influence and the fact that the couple is somewhat united, but it's already a stretch. Misty Moon nodded and then shook her head, her tone somewhat bitter. I know they're putting in the effort, I'm just upset that they haven't tried their best. Mercy Star System, Mind Star. Purple Cloud, leading the latest batch of recruits, who had completed combat training with the nanovirus swarm, left the space station through the docking bay and parachuted directly into the air. In fact, with Zwidging Kingdom's deepening ties with Risk Mining and the frequent need to deal with large-scale, low-intensity battles against the nanovirus swarm, relocating the governor's mansion to the space station was the most appropriate choice. This way, Whether dispatching officials or relocating immediately if the situation turns unfavorable, it would be much faster. Samarkand III wasn't particularly shrewd, not stupid. She knew all this, but she just couldn't leave. Because she needed to inherit her father's legacy, and she wasn't qualified. It wasn't that her status was insufficient, but rather that her public image was inadequate. The defeat of the Holy Warriors, which affected the eastern part of the core sector, was a minor matter while her father was alive, but after his death, it ultimately affected her reputation, and her earlier, somewhat unconventional lifestyle became a point of contention. Now she understood that her father's austere lifestyle might not have been solely due to his own habits, but also a consideration in shaping his public image. Reluctantly, she and her husband were forced to follow her father's lifestyle and work patterns, moving into the Capitol building and strictly adhering to his rules in their daily lives. Samarkand III once asked Ziyun, "It's too unfair for you, the dignified pirate king, to live such a miserable life with me." Ziyun expressed her incomprehension. "It's strange why you say that. The Left Path Kingdom has such immense power, almost like a near-giant corporation. If the title of Pirate King could be obtained simply by enduring hardship, there would be plenty of people across the entire star system lining up for it. Besides, one's living conditions can be secretly altered." As she spoke, Ziyun pulled a soft pouch from her large robe. The pouch resembled a chamber pot, used to save time during large masses and meetings. However, the chamber pot she had warmed herself contained Fire Phoenix black beer. "Let's chill it for a few minutes and share it." A small transgression. Looking at Ziyun winking and beaming smugly, Samarkand III suddenly felt she understood her father's choice of husband, and even more so, she felt she understood the life her father had led before. A warm bag of beer, a stubborn yet hedonistic heart. In the spacious, cool Parliament building, Samarkand III felt a small happiness, a happiness more serene and understated than any previous physical pleasure, yet containing a power within its tranquility. At this moment, her determination to defend her life was stronger than ever before. This was not an inherited belief, but a spontaneous awakening from within. Chapter 1270. Since Samarkand III had made up her mind to protect her livelihood, she immediately took corresponding measures after the meeting. First, she contacted Li Bin, seeking military assistance. Not just the Universal Alliance, but the entire Perseus Alliance, Samarkand III said sincerely. This was a plan left by her father. When in doubt, consult Li Bin. Since she was going to do it, she would pursue it to the end, even considering entrusting military matters to him now. Li Bin looked at the request for assistance and felt a pang of melancholy. The Perseus Alliance wasn't working alone. Kong Jicho was providing escort services, protecting the company fleets traveling to and from the core star system. The Brighton Alliance was currently cooperating with the West Wind system, focusing on the repair and man conversion of the Hella series ships. Leveraging the production capacity of the nanocore at Prism Freeport, they were rapidly building them, but there were too many orders, and everyone was in need. Even if Li Bin tried to cut in line again, given that he had already done so several times before, he would have to wait. This is a crucial means of maintaining good relations with other alliances. After Li Bin became the Grand Secretary, he needed to handle the alliance's diplomatic affairs, considering even more factors, domestic and international negotiations, maintaining both internal and external economic cycles, ensuring healthy economic and production capacity, and gradually enhancing his prestige within the alliance. This made his role even more important. In addition, the Interstellar Empire and the Keljev Tech Bureaucratic Corporation undertook the blockade work westward from Nova City. It's no exaggeration to say that among all the forces in the star system, the Perseus Alliance was the most dedicated and serious about the blockade, employing a two-pronged approach. Even the Lud Church, which was most enthusiastic about this matter, lagged slightly behind. It wasn't that the Luddite Church didn't want to, but the Pope was currently busy with internal purges, preparing for Li Bin's revelation of his identity as a divine messenger and the announcement of the Unification War. At that time, the Luddite Alliance and the Perseus Alliance, working in concert, would crush any alliances like the Fire Phoenix Alliance or the Great Covenant. Therefore, the Pope genuinely couldn't spare enough fleets in the short term. The Luddite Church, after all, was an ancient entity established hundreds of years ago, and given its doctrinal issues, change was difficult. Internal bleeding had been ongoing. Furthermore, the blockade of the Western Star System distracted them, leaving them with little spare capacity for the Left Path Kingdom. In fact, even if they did, Samarkand III wouldn't accept it. It's common knowledge that the more similar two civilizations are, the stronger party has a natural advantage in influencing and assimilating the weaker one. This was the case with the Luddite Church in the Left Path Kingdom. If the Luddite Church were allowed to provide support and leave its mark on the hearts of the people, it was hard to say whether these left-path believers who followed Luddite might switch sides and join the church. After all, while the left-path kingdom was united with the Perseus alliance, its believers still practiced their faith within the left-path kingdom. But if they united with the Luddite church, the places they could go would be many more. Subtly turning the people who had been painstakingly converted to secular religions back to their original paths wouldn't be difficult. Besides, after the alliance, she would have to face her mother-in-law, a saint. Samarkand III, deeply influenced by her father, was not keen to see her mother-in-law's face. She had lost the imagination to see her relatives as saints. This Samarkand will certainly give me a hard time. Li Bin rubbed his temples, thought for a moment, and then made a call to Lan Yuan. Hey, are you there? What's up? Lan Yuan was holding a carving competition at the Diamond Task Force's anchorage in the blockade zone. The competition involved using ship-mounted PD laser cannons to carve portraits of asteroids. The team with the highest score within the time limit would win a prize. The carving process was entirely manual, testing physical strength, hand steadiness, observation and reporting skills, artistic merit, and many other factors. If the final product met Lan Yuan's standards, it meant the work had a high artistic value and could be directly transported to Xinjiang City or 3-star cities as a work of art. This was a training method Lan Yuan created to boost fleet morale and hone the gunner's skills. Training in other fleets generally just focused on accuracy. Lan Yuan, engrossed in watching the competition, muttered, Please, it's not an order to change garrison locations. The competition was at a crucial juncture, and the semi-final entries were only a day or two away. Being replaced by a regular order would not only mean starting all over again, but it would also be a huge blow to the contestants. Don't worry, it's not a garrison change or a resupply point relocation, Li Bin said helplessly after hearing Lan Yuan's words. It's that Samarkand III needs a batch of reinforcements to guide their fleet's deployment and training, and to assist in defending against the nanovirus swarm. But since you're unwilling, then forget it. Forget it? No way, it's settled. Lan Yuan exclaimed anxiously. Her ship had scientists in secondary hibernation pods, and the ship itself was large. It could be said that, apart from the Hoi, her Xingtian had the strongest laboratory and related equipment in the fleet, boasting the strongest research capabilities. The key was the tactical system. Once the fortress shield was activated, it could withstand nanovirus invasions for a long time, giving it a much higher survivability rate than other ships. If we go, we can directly gather combat experience from the front lines, Lan Yuan said, gesturing to Xingchen Philby. Xingchen Philby nodded and left. Soon, the competition sculptures and the fleet, immersed in the noisy commentary from the broadcast station, quickly adjusted. The small observation boats, acting as viewing platforms, swiftly turned back to their formation, while battleships and cruisers entered the weapons maintenance and equipment replacement queues. The navigators began reviewing the latest movements in the hyperspace star map, based on feedback from the Academy's hyperspace professional team and nearby fleets that had recently sailed through the area. Lan Yuan, transitioning from an experimental ship test officer to a combat officer, did indeed enjoy the confrontation of real warfare, but compared to fighting humans, eliminating runaway AI and nanovirus swarms was far more fulfilling. After all, according to the laws of the human realm, the guilt and innocence of humanity in the entire Perseus star system was still debatable, but these two things were definitely illegal. Have Samarkand III send over the latest combat and reconnaissance data on the nanovirus swarm, including local rumors. Seeing Lan Yuan's eager expression, Li Bin knew that if this task were given to someone else now, Lan Yuan would definitely cause a scene, so he agreed. Okay, I transfer that offensive-class ship to you first. I notify the Fire Phoenix Alliance, and you can pick up the ship from the Draco group later. Remember to conduct a full ship inspection to prevent eavesdropping devices. Li Bin instructed. Also, to strengthen the fleet, I need to recall Lin Yufeng with the fleet to ensure that the commander has enough resources to handle complex military missions. That's fine. Lan Yuan waved her hand. By the way, the site I'm at right now is running low on resources. Should I requisition them from nearby sites, or what? Wait here, I have the fleet send them to you. Li Bin said, opening the star map. The situation of the front lines being critical, while the rear is well fed, is unlikely to occur anytime soon after this round of purges. Our cargo handling efficiency is incredibly high. Chapter 1271. On the planet Byzantium, in a picturesque, sweltering island bay, Juno stretched and straightened himself amidst the rows of concrete pillars that resembled tombstones. He saw grapevines, their bark hardened like withered leaves, densely climbing the concrete pillars, their tips forming a vibrant green canopy. Tiny, rice grain-sized buds bore tiny fruit among the leaves. Those were this year's grapes, just finished flowering, now ripening for a sweet and sour taste. His 2 daughters and 2 sons were bent over, busy among the concrete pillars, killing pests and clearing weeds. As for pruning the excess, overgrown branches, his children weren't yet qualified to do that. This was a privately contracted Byzantine wine vineyard, and among private vineyards, it was of exceptionally high quality. Junos had spent 40 years, step by step, sending the vineyard's top-quality grapes to competitions, winning numerous awards to achieve its current reputation. In his youth, Junos leased several islands, employing drones and a large workforce for large-scale planting. He relied on yield advantages to produce large quantities of Byzantine export wines, deliberately downplaying the export aspect to deceive uninformed consumers and inflate prices. But that was a businessman's approach, not the approach of an artist in the wine industry. As he persistently dedicated his time and energy to the wine business, he leased fewer islands, reduced the planted area, laid off more workers, and adopted increasingly outdated techniques. Today, he leases only one small island, establishing a vineyard only in the most scenic spot in the bay. Beyond the hill lies a single 2-story winery above ground, with a spacious underground cellar for storing the wines until these beautiful grapes reach their peak flavor. Junos doesn't sell new wine. From his limited production, the wines that flow out are at least 5 years old, and deep in his cellars are even 12-year-old vintages. His first fully fledged wine made using traditional growing and winemaking techniques, priced at hundreds of star coins per bottle, is a top-tier Byzantine wine, worthy of being served at royal banquets. Actually, the traditional aspect refers only to the cultivation methods, aiming to minimize the impact of microplastics and modern chemical products on the soil, grapes, and wine. As is well known, during automated screening and cleaning processes, drones, conveyor belts, robotic arms, and other automated tools may splash lubricant or other substances onto the grapes. If a malfunction occurs and a leak occurs, an entire truckload of grapes can be ruined, not to mention the damage to the soil. In fact, in his multi-tiered home on the hill, resembling a large courtyard, Junos possesses a fully modernized grape gene screening and editing system, connected to the central grape gene bank of the Interstellar Empire, and managed by the Empire's gods. He can refine his techniques and optimize varieties at any time based on his needs for taste, firmness, flavor, acidity, and other aspects. Even now, grapevines only require pruning the saplings after ripening. Theoretically, a single vine can be cultivated indefinitely, and the older it is, the better the fruit it produces. It's said that in the old earth, grapevines needed to be replaced every 2 or 3 years. Their lives are very modern. Retro is just part of their work. Nobody turns down a convenient lifestyle. The island's limitations only restrict their work to the Bay Area and the hills. Stretching his neck, looking at the deep blue sky above, and the white clouds floating there, the damp sea breeze carried a coolness mixed with a certain equatorial heat. It sounds contradictory, but Junos could taste the different flavors of the sea breeze even from the softness on his lips. Normally, after tasting this energy, tiny cracks would appear around his lips a few days later. Even the slightest touch of seawater or saliva would sting. Just as Junos was about to rest, going to the tool shed to find a chair, lie down, and have some grape juice for a nap, a white sail appeared at the horizon, seemingly emerging from beneath the azure sky. He knew that the ship hadn't actually emerged from underwater, rather, the planet was round, and the arc of the ocean had simply obscured its view. But he just found the description beautiful, possessing a bewitching quality, as if the sea were alive. The ship moved quickly, reaching the shore in a few hours. Heads of all sizes emerged from the boat, all filled with curiosity and respect. The man at the head bore an 8/10 resemblance to Junos, but with a buzz cut, clashing sharply with the family's long, black, curly hair. Old man. The young man waved from the dock, cupping his hands like a megaphone. War is brewing, I have to go. Come down and have a meal quickly. Otherwise, when I die, you'll only be able to eat at my feast. It was clearly a farewell, yet he insisted on linking it to death. He mentioned death, yet felt no remorse. Junos looked at his eldest son, grinning broadly, you little rascal. The farewell feast was rough and simple. His wife, who was at home monitoring the security cameras to prevent seabirds and shallow water reptiles from stealing grapes and managing the wine fermentation, was furious when she heard that her eldest son had inexplicably returned from the military camp, inexplicably gone to war, and inexplicably brought a group of comrades. She grumbled incessantly. To this, Junos, sitting opposite his son, simply clinked glasses with him, drinking his wine with a heart of beer, Don't be angry with your mother. She's just worried about your safety, and also annoyed that you didn't tell her beforehand. She's only just started cooking, so she has to use the cooking machine." The eldest son nodded, and then shook his head. "Actually, it's all the same. Mom and Dad, your cooking is just awful. You always add grapes to everything. I'm sick of it." "What? After a few years in the army, you're complaining now?" Junos chuckled, revealing tea stained red with wine and grape juice. "Of course not." The eldest son put down his wine glass and burped. "Old man, you don't know? The food in the barracks now is all pre-cooked meals from the Universal Union. The taste is amazing. Nutritional paste and compressed biscuits are garbage. I haven't eaten them for a year or two." His mother, pushing a large pot of food prepared by the cooking machine, passed by and, hearing this, scolded him fiercely. "So what? A few bites of food and you're done? Is your life that worthless? Are you a reservist? You went to war before even finishing your naval training? What were the gods and His Majesty thinking?" The eldest son remained silent. Seeing his son hesitate, Junos impatiently waved his hand at his wife, shooing her away, before finally asking. After a moment of hesitation, the eldest son said, "This time we're going to risk mining to combat the nanovirus swarm. It's a mission from the Perseus Alliance, and the order comes from the Alliance chief." Junos was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "That chief, is his name Li Bin?" "Yes," the eldest son said. "The chief said it's to defend humanity's free life. This time, the entire Alliance is mobilized, and the slogan is 'Get a gun, defend life.'" As he spoke, he took out his terminal and played a recruitment propaganda video clipped from the nanovirus attacks within Risk Mining's territory. Watching the deformed nanobots pierce through the sturdy ship's hull, devouring living people, destroying hydroponic farms, burning green leaves, and evaporating moisture, Junos thought of his own plantation and nodded. "I heard of Li Bin too. He's different from other bosses. He always leads from the front. I even watched his documentary back in New Star City. He's a man of his word." At the subsequent banquet, he didn't say much more. Only before parting with his eldest son at the dock, he pressed his son's shoulder and left a few words. "You should have followed me to inherit the plantation, growing the best grapes in the world and making the best wine." That was the first sentence. "Don't worry, just leave one to the family. Counting me, our family can still produce 5 soldiers. Do a good job, don't bring shame to the Empire or Byzantium." That was the second sentence. With the second sentence came a 12-year-old, unbranded, dark green bottle, heavy and cool against his chest. That was Junos' best homemade wine. "There are still 5 bottles in the box. Remember to share them with your friends. They might remember your kindness and save your life. Tell the old man when you finish them, and I send you more." Chapter 1272. Samarkand III has recently been reading Li Bin's works. Li Bin's works are numerous and varied. Most are creative scripts like The Romance of America, while another part consists mainly of speeches. Besides these, there are also some miscellaneous pieces resembling commentary texts. However, one thing is obvious. Despite being a handsome man, and arguably among the most handsome active male leaders in the Perseus star system, even potentially vying for the title of most handsome male leader since the Great Collapse, Li Bin's creative output is primarily text-based rather than based on images or videos. Strange, isn't it? Despite his thriving holographic novel business, even attracting the attention of Kuning, the young master of a holographic novel studio, who wanted to collaborate with him to conquer the global holographic novel market and create a serialized holographic novel that could dominate the charts for 50 years, he remains a staunch advocate of text. It's truly remarkable. As Samarkand III read Li Bin's writing, he had a strange feeling, as if he were conversing with some ancient, timeless being. But the tone of his writing was completely different from that of a typical, frozen old man. This incongruity, ironically, proved that Li Bin was definitely not the old man. Ziyun, smoking a Cosmos brand cigarette, sprawled unceremoniously on the bedding-covered floor, exhaling smoke rings. "Hey, is Mr. Li's writing really that good? How long have you been reading it?" "No, I'm just reading very slowly," Samarkand III said. "I haven't undergone neural link modification or brain implants, so I need to read it slowly with my naked eyes. And I suspect." She looked up at her husband. "When I showed it to you, did you just scan it and pay without thinking it over?" Ziyun, cigarette dangling from his lips, turned away, then returned a few seconds later. Seeing his wife's I knew it expression, he became furious and resentful, yelling, Yeah. But is it my fault? He wrote it so complicatedly, who could understand it? Please, I'm a pirate, I don't read. As long as I can read, that's enough." Samarkand III shook his head, No, quite the opposite. Li Bin didn't write it complicatedly, he deliberately simplified it. Look here. She turned on the projector and displayed the text. In Deconstructing Guerrilla Tactics, Li Bin writes that the foundation of political power, religion, and finance is a community of human imagination, a fictional consensus based on the majority. Ziyin picked his nose, expressing his "isn't this complicated enough?" sentiment through his actions. What's the point of all this talk about whether it's true or false? Does it even matter? As long as star coins are still usable, as long as I can still be the leader of the Left Path Kingdom, what does it matter if it's true or false? Don't worry too much about truth or falsehood, because trying to distinguish them too clearly is just asking for trouble. But Samarkand III, feigning an attack on the projection, said seriously, this thing is both right and wrong. The problem isn't whether it's correct, but its impact. The giant corporations will absolutely not acknowledge this theory, because for monopolies of this scale, the free market itself becomes a propaganda tool. What they want is for the giant corporations to last forever, for individuals to perish forever. They want the giant corporations to transcend the market and class, to become an eternal, unchanging entity that influences every aspect of human life. The instant Ziyin stopped picking her nose, Samarkand III said, what they want to do is become as essential as air and fresh water. That sounds like religion, Ziyin said. Samarkand III shrugged. Whatever. I'm not the same person I used to be. What you're saying can't hurt me. And I say you're right. The Luddite Church and the leftist path, even if they are essentially religions, have, in fact, expanded to the point where they can be changed by their own influence. But that's not my point. My point is that this theory, which characterizes religion, political power, and finance as fictitious, definitely has more than just this one written statement, but Li Bin hasn't written any further analysis or explanation. Also, I checked on the cybernetic network, and since the Great Collapse, no group or faction has indeed talked about these things. Hearing this, Ziyin put her hand. Pulling the nostril out, he frowned and hesitated. You mean? Someone is deliberately concealing this. Yes. Samarkand III snapped his fingers. The core argument of this theory isn't profound, but the lack of discussion means there's only one possibility. Giant corporations are suppressing it. Combined with my earlier comparison of these giant corporations to necessities, do you understand? Ziyin, with the mind of a pirate, struggled to think, because, this theory will deconstruct. Is it called deconstruction? Deconstructing the theoretical basis for giant corporations becoming necessities? You're actually very smart, Samarkand III said, looking at her husband with the delighted expression of someone who had discovered a great treasure. It's a pity you started studying too late. Ziyun's face flushed slightly. Men, when praised, often insincerely express disgust and anger. He was secretly overjoyed, but his expression betrayed his disdain. He quickly changed the subject. But what does this have to do with us? We're a religion. Isn't this just crippling ourselves? No, that's why I said Li Bin must have the complete theory. Samarkand III slammed his fist on the table. This theory can be deconstructed through direct practice, but what about through reverse practice? What? Samarkand III remained silent, only switching between projections. The projection showed the Dunlancha system, the only corridor system between the Risk Mining and the Core Star region. Since being conquered and plundered by the Hell Legion, there were no longer any permanent colonies here, only merchant ships and escort fleets, and a few temporary stations on hollowed-out asteroids. The Risk Mining had established a patrol team here, and Samarkand III was sharing the real-time monitoring of this patrol team. Outside the temporary outpost, only a few kilometers in diameter, stood a dense array of golden warships of varying sizes. These are Caesar-class battleships, Dictator-class heavy cruisers? Ziyin exclaimed in surprise. The Interstellar Empire. Yes, at Li Bin's urging, the Universal Union provided funding, the Keljev Tech Bureaucratic Company provided fuel, the Brighton Alliance provided supplies, and the Interstellar Empire provided personnel and ships, organizing this support fleet. In addition, the Empire's officially completed Queen-class dreadnought Glory of Victory, having finished all sea trials and weapons testing, is on its way. Samarkand III sighed. I really want to know the details of that theory. Only then can I understand how Li Bin reversed the theory, relying on a fictional imagined community to unite the entire alliance. Now, the Perseus Alliance is the most united of all the alliances. Chapter 1273. The Golden Ricer Imperial Eagle Emblem, the Golden Eagle trampling the earth, loftily soars high. The flag of the Universal Alliance. The flag of the Interstellar Empire. The Perseus Alliance crew entered the spaceport from the connecting passageways of the two fleets, their presence perfectly complementing the dome adorned with the Ludovish left path insignia. In this technologically advanced interstellar age, this place presents a strange sense of historical regression. Religious theocracy and secular states collided with interstellar feudal empires, the pale green and golden hues harmonizing, creating a magnificent spectacle beyond words, as if some lingering resonance resonated at this moment. Lan Yuan, standing tall in her family's military uniform, strode with a firm and powerful gait, followed by the captains of the Alliance's flagships, exuding an air of confidence. Lined up to the left were the captains of one attack class, 2 Atlas class, and 2 Prometheus class ships from the Universal Alliance. Lined up on the right were the captains of 2 Caesar class and 2 Barris class freighters from the Interstellar Empire, and 1 Olympus class siege platform. The Olympus class was undeniably imposing. Lan Yuan stood before the projection of Samarkand III. Facing her former defeated adversary, she displayed the composure and elegance befitting her noble lineage. She first gave a company-issued military salute, followed by a family greeting. "The Perseus Alliance reinforcements salute you, head of state of Zwijing. We have several more battleships undergoing final armament, and will arrive in a month. Our current formation is incomplete, but we are barely adequate." Ziyun, observing this well-equipped fleet of cruisers, destroyers, and escorts, was drenched in sweat. The combat effectiveness of a capital fleet is never simply judged by the sheer number of capital ships. For example, Lan Yuan's Diamond Task Force, despite originally consisting of only the Xingtian, has become a fully equipped fleet thanks to the Whitestone Fleet and various heavy cruisers. Its actual combat effectiveness is comparable to a complete large military fleet led by 4 battleships. If the opponent only has 2 or 3 battleships with incomplete auxiliary fleets, Lan Yuan, if determined to fight, could easily defeat the Xingtian with only a few cruisers and a dozen smaller ships, suffering minor damage. Now, with a fleet equipped with Nightmare-class high-speed cruisers and reinforcements from the Interstellar Empire, its actual effective combat power is equivalent to 8 or 9 fully equipped super-large capital ship fleets. A fleet of this caliber can already be called a field army, capable of undertaking independent operations to conquer star systems under the control of giant corporations. Lan Yuan continued, "I am Lan Yuan, commander of the Diamond Task Force. Allied reinforcements are currently under my command." Samarkand III gasped. The combined forces of the Universal Alliance boast an impressive record, with 3 particularly brilliant battles: the defense of the New Star City, the capture of the Hell Legion headquarters, and the guerrilla warfare in the blockade zone. Of these 3 battles, besides Li Bin himself, the most renowned commander was undoubtedly Lan Yuan. Her fleet reportedly destroyed more than a dozen enemy capital ships. Considering the opponents were the Hela and Twilight ship groups, Lan Yuan's effective kill count could be equivalent to more than 10 ships. In other words, Lan Yuan effectively wiped out the vast majority of the manpower of a third-rate giant corporation. Even by the standards of a dominant power, this achievement would be hailed as a heroic feat. Are you a predecessor from the era of the human realm?" Samarkand III's voice trembled. "Yes, I am an old ding from the human realm," Lan Yuan readily admitted. "My rank is Brigadier General." This was no surprise. A Brigadier General from the human realm possessing such command talent was perfectly reasonable. This man was probably the highest-ranking surviving human realm soldier awakened in the starfield. In the early stages of the Great Collapse, there were indeed many Brigadier Generals, and even Lieutenant Generals, but these individuals were either assassinated by greedy forces that had not yet become behemoths, or died defending the then-divided human realm regime. Samarkand III even further speculated that Li Bin's acquisition of powerful ships, like the Xingtian and Hui, was likely closely related to Lan Yuan's identity. An old ding from the human realm, she thought. The Lud Church and the Lud Left Path had also acquired such ships in history, but due to their religious affiliation, most capable and competent old ding disliked them, and the 2 sides could not reach a consensus. Most of these people were later killed, and those who survived went to the overlords. Then, they clashed with the overlord, and were ultimately killed by the former supreme overlord. After all, these old lords, who considered themselves the successors to the mandate of heaven, actually had considerable influence within the overlord's inner circle, yet they refused to serve the overlord's cause. For the sake of stability, they had to be executed. Ziyin wiped her sweat and looked at the empty Olympus siege platform. "Excuse me, what's the situation with this ship?" Lan Yuan glanced at the ship and turned to the side. "Let the Empire answer." Captain Jupinus of the Olympus-class siege platform stepped forward expressionlessly and said in a loud voice, "Report." The Olympus siege platform originally carried the Empire's self-developed planetary killer, but our research station was attacked by an unidentified fleet. The planetary killer was stolen, the ship was destroyed, and the research data was wiped out. After the Empire restarted the project, they repaired the wreckage and restored the Olympus-class's performance, but the planet killer it carries is still under development. Xian felt his back was soaked with sweat. He wanted to slap himself a few times, and Samarkand III's expression was even more embarrassed. She knew about this, but hadn't told her husband. Her father had done many things in his life, some right, some wrong. Given the circumstances and situation at the time, who could have imagined that the distant interstellar empire would one day travel thousands of miles to help them fight? If he had known about the nanovirus outbreak, her father would definitely have chosen a better way to handle it. Putting aside everything else, inviting the interstellar empire to the Cactus system for weapons testing, and incidentally launching a nuclear attack, wouldn't that be better than taking it from them? Moreover, the act of destroying research data was ordered by someone else. The purpose was obvious. Certain powerful giants didn't want to see a star system possess the capability to independently develop and mass-produce planet killers. But now, all these preparations made for stability and balance have backfired. The Left Horizon Kingdom is already on the verge of collapse. Lan Yuan, having received Li Bin's instructions, naturally wouldn't want to embarrass her partners. She decisively stated, the Olympus siege platform will go to the Left Horizon Kingdom for routine resupply. Once the planet killer is redeveloped, a fleet will escort it over. The Alliance has prepared 4 ships of supplies and fuel as aid to ensure the industrial consumer goods supply for the Left Horizon Kingdom and risk mining, ensuring you can focus all your production capacity on military production. However, on behalf of Chief of Staff Li Bin, I have an important suggestion for you all. Lan Yuan earnestly said, please be sure to protect your production capacity. Risk Mining's representative, Yu, assured her, rest assured, the company has already. The star system where Star is located has deployed Steel Dragon-class dreadnoughts. No, you may not have understood what we mean. Lan Yuan shook her head. What we mean is, we hope your company is prepared to relocate the nanoforge. We discovered traces of the nano-infestation swarm 10 days' journey west of the blockade zone. After actual combat, we can confirm that the nano-infestation swarm has reached a considerable scale. They haven't launched a large-scale invasion of the risky mining area. They can only be annexing the lost sector within the blockade zone. Once they complete their annexation, they will concentrate their forces to attack. Your company may face a strike group of more than 20 nano-infestation swarm battleships. Yu's face stiffened. Chapter 1274. In the sealed-off area, cranes, trusses, searchlights, and projectors intertwined to create a bustling industrial scene. Before Li Bin lay a courtyard formed by haphazardly rotating metal trusses. These excess truss laborers, caught off guard, nimbly maneuvered around them, grabbing or stepping on anything that offered stability, quickly climbing up and down. Vulcan, who was accompanying him, twitched with embarrassment. Li Bin looked bewildered, pointing at the scene before him. This is against regulations, isn't it? I remember even when the company was first established, when everyone was dirt poor, we never allowed this kind of construction method, right? The person in charge quickly nodded and bowed. Yes, it is indeed against regulations. But CEO, you can't blame us. We tried our best to train and educate the laborers, but they have their own construction habits and won't listen to us. Vulcan immediately reprimanded, even if you don't consider the lives of laborers as human lives, even for our own sake, how can you be so careless with the projects you're using? The person in charge groaned in despair, almost kneeling down. He pointed upwards and swore, Minister, it's not that we don't teach them, it's that these slave workers simply won't listen. They all came for the company's benefits. You know the company rules. If you don't work for a day, you lose 1/3 of your standard pay. That's to prevent people from deliberately skipping work and slacking off. But these slave workers aren't slacking off anymore, yet they're all eager to get to work. They memorize the training procedures by rote to pass, and in actual practice, for the sake of efficiency, they still don't value their own lives or the lives of others. To earn a few more points, let alone illegal construction, they even secretly kill people. Vulcan and Li Bin were astonished. This is simply the life of slave labor under a system of bloodline politics. Their spirits have been completely warped, and it's unrealistic to expect to reverse it through short-term employment relationships. In fact, those who have gone to such extremes are only a minority. Most are just slightly unruly, but because the project has expanded in layers, too many slave laborers have been brought in. The remaining small group of people who violated the rules have left traces that cannot be automatically erased, making it seem like there are many more. Li Bin and Vulcan looked at each other, scratching their heads, at a loss. There really is no way. The blockade zone has completed the construction of the stations, and now they are building minefields and firing points based on meteorites to completely block the chance of the nanovirus swarm advancing eastward. Meanwhile, they were also demolishing large amounts of local ruins. Those that couldn't be demolished or were of low value were simply destroyed by orbital bombardment. No one could complain. The Perseus Alliance's methods were a bit crude, but at least they were actually doing work. What were you all doing? You promised to eliminate the nanovirus swarm. Where are you? You're not even in the blockade zone. Where are you? Forget it. Anyway, they're not company employees. Let's just do what's best in this emergency. Li Bin had no choice but to turn a blind eye. If the slave laborers didn't follow the rules, they'd be the ones dying. As long as it didn't affect the entire star sector, that was fine. Li Bin didn't have the extra time to deal with that now. After inspecting the construction site, he was urgently summoned to the edge of the blockade zone, near the southernmost nebula of the star sector. Members of the Adventurers Guild who had arrived there reported discovering a large number of abandoned ships. This should be an ancient battlefield, ISA said with a hint of doubt, but I checked the Overlord's historical records and found no large-scale battle records in the southern star sector. Li Bin grumbled. The first AI war was a high-intensity, high-frequency, and protracted war. The entire star system was at war simultaneously, unlike the current high-intensity, low-frequency warfare. It's normal that towards the end of the first AI war, it became unclear who was fighting whom. While the main protagonists of the first AI war were indeed Tachyon technology and the 14th Legion, this doesn't mean other forces, even some that have already vanished, were simply waiting to exit quietly. They too once shone brightly in this cosmos. For example, the wreckage and relic ships in this nebula. This ancient battlefield is fortunately located in a starless nebula, thus lacking the immense gravitational pull of stars, allowing many relic ships to survive. Destroyers and frigates go without saying, but the capital ships are worth mentioning. This system has 3 capital relic ships that are either heavily damaged or structurally intact and can be quickly utilized. A total of 32 salvage platforms, led by an Adventurers Guild Adventurer-class exploration leader, are rapidly analyzing the relic ships. This Adventurer-class exploration flagship was a blueprint the Adventurers Guild had long planned, but they lacked the resources to realize it. After all, they still vividly remembered how impoverished they were before encountering Li Bin, stuck in the core sector, prepared to gamble everything for supplies. Later, the Adventurer King joined forces with Li Bin, nominally maintaining autonomy, but in reality, they continuously cooperated with the Universal Union in various military operations ostensibly for humanity. Currently, in terms of commercial orders and finance, they have effectively become an appendage of the Universal Union. To put it bluntly, the Adventurers Guild has effectively become a subsidiary of the Universal Union, yet enjoys none of the benefits of a subsidiary. Even importing Universal Union meals requires spending points to redeem, yet the Adventurer King and the Guild Elders are extremely satisfied with this transaction. In their words, this is called maintaining autonomy. This Adventurer-class exploration flagship, as a capital ship, had all its components, resources, combat readiness, and personnel training sourced from the Universal Alliance through points accumulated from serving the Alliance. Even the shipyard where it was assembled was a member of the Perseus Alliance, a shipyard in the West Wind system. This is blatant financial colonization. These points are merely a fig leaf for the Adventurers Association. As for the ship itself, let's put it this way. Its hull is a scaled-up version of a twin-sail cruiser, a crude enlargement based on cruiser dimensions. The losses incurred from altering the production line to build a ship specifically for them were even greater than building a capital ship. It was purely commercial production. It's unclear where those old guys bought the shoddy blueprints. However, with the Adventurer King personally directing the operation, the ship's intensive exploration within the blockade zone somewhat mitigated the losses. In the sky battle system, on the bridge of the main battleship Great Adventure, the Adventure King, his face flushed, led all the bridge crew into a triangle formation. At a shout of salute, they all saluted in unison. Salute to the Commander-in-Chief. Li Bin, his toes gripping the soles of his shoes, forced a smile as he watched the performance. After a long, enthusiastic display of devotion to the Commander-in-Chief, the Adventure King, with his messy hair and beard, exclaimed excitedly, "Commander-in-Chief, we hit the jackpot this time." Vulcan looked resentfully at the projection, thinking, that's my line. Chapter 1275. Although he knew the Ministry of Industry's main business was production, Vulcan, as a veteran, who had diligently worked on salvage operations since the days of the three-legged cat, had a deep affection for ocean exploration and salvage. Furthermore, within the company, exploration-related business had always belonged to the Ministry of Industry. Even after the Adventurers Guild took over some work, the Ministry of Industry had always been the one representing the company in dealings with them. Now, seeing the Adventurer King boasting to his face, Vulcan felt a pang of pain. Those minotaurs deserve to die, he thought. But the Adventurer King didn't care about any of that. He only cared about points. According to the gentlemen and ladies of the Ministry of Industry, the 3 capital ships can be put into use after 3 months of repairs. If your company utilizes the production capacity of the Overlord nearby, even including the time for transportation, it should be possible to reduce it to 3 to 5 months. Do you think that's possible? Li Bin asked. Huh? What, you can't do it? The Adventurer King was stunned, then panicked. I thought the relationship between the Overlord and your company. Never mind, forget I asked. This isn't just a personal relationship, it involves diplomacy, political exchanges, and production capacity squeezing. Continue your explanation. Li Bin waved his hand, giving off the vibe of don't waste your talent on thinking, just focus on being my slave. Despite being looked down upon, the Adventurer King wasn't angry at all. Why should he be angry? This was the second peak of the Adventurers Guild's activities since the Great Collapse. The first peak was naturally in the early stages of the Great Collapse, in the peripheral star sectors near the core star sector, where massive amounts of human territory relics were stored. Back then, the afterglow hadn't spread, the nanovirus swarms were nowhere to be seen, and as long as you had a ship, you could come and go freely. The star sector was like your own toilet. Now, forced by external enemies to re-explore, the surveillance and reconnaissance activities serving the war effort have greatly boosted the Adventurers Guild, a civilian supplement to the political forces. While his fathers needed an entire generation to build exploration hubs, he could buy a self-developed capital ship in just 2 or 3 years, a world of difference. He didn't want to go back to a life of hardship, where even fuel had to be carefully budgeted. The first one is the Rock class. According to your company's hacking results, it's an auxiliary battlecruiser, but that's based on firepower. Judging by its size, it should be a capital ship. As the data unfolded on the massive sky battle system, Li Bin finished reading it in a few seconds. A closer look would take longer. The Rock-class battlecruiser, a heavily modified Atlas class, filled almost the entire container area with armor, weapon turrets, slightly improved shield generators, a hangar, and upgraded power grids and generators. She was more sophisticated and expensive than a conventional Atlas Mk2 class missile battleship, with more complete systems, but her exposed ship components significantly reduced her survivability. Even without consulting Brother Jia, Li Bin, with his current experience in ship piloting and command, could immediately tell that this ship was a product of compromise. Based on production capacity, the level of ship designers, industrial capabilities, and the demands of war. This was a ship born from the early days of the Great Collapse to before the First AI War, a time before the 14th Legion arrived, before tachyon technology rose to prominence, before the Luddite Church spread, and before the human realm regime completely collapsed, with each star system acting independently. At that time, due to the lack of unified coordination in industrial production capacity, given the Perseus sector and its economic situation, the loss of any ship, especially capital ships, was slow and difficult to recover. This was especially true for small factions and independent interest groups. Inspired by the pirate-based conversions of their respective governors, the expedient solution was the Rock-class battlecruiser. Useless, move on, Li Bin commented sharply. For the current Universal Alliance, possessing low-cost capital ships like the Bowhead Whale and Zongzi classes, there was no need to lower themselves. Li Bin looked at Vulcan. Make a note, give a portion of these wreckage, along with this Rock class, to Old Kong. Let him bring his men to pick it up. Consider it payment for hiring his dreadnoughts. Let the risk mining people collect the rest of the wreckage. I don't have the capacity to clean up all this ancient junk. Some of the ship wreckage from the Great Collapse was technically substandard, and had bizarre shapes that Li Bin didn't approve of. Fortunately, risk mining had mature scrap ship technology, which would be good for filling in gaps and fighting nanovirus swarms. Wiping his sweat, the Adventurer King proudly introduced the ship, the second one, the astronomical class. His tone was enthusiastic. This was originally planned by the human realm as a successor battleship carrier to replace the Legion class. Development was completed in the core era, mid-stage, but because it focused too much on carrier-based aircraft, its own frontline defense capabilities were insufficient, and it wasn't well received by the military. However, in the early stages of the Perseus colony, because of its excellent performance in escorting small fleets, coupled with its low price, it had a decent number of ships in the region. Li Bin, no longer a novice, understood the Adventurer King's meaning of low price. Core-era ships were technologically more advanced, and the cost of capital ships couldn't be low. What was being referred to was the market price, not the factory price. In other words, When supply exceeds demand, and the military has a large number of unused and underutilized weapons, these weapons will eventually be sold at a price lower than their production cost to recoup costs, save on shipyard space, and reduce maintenance expenses. In short, because she failed to replace the Legion-class destroyers, as the leaders had hoped, she ultimately had to leave the military and enter the civilian market, finding a second life in the hands of small groups in peripheral star systems thanks to her low price. Looking at her tactical system, the navigation feeder, Li Bin was intrigued. This system, by briefly overloading the ship's onboard AI, proactively takes over and plans combat and return routes for its carrier-based aircraft, improving their effective flight paths and thus increasing speed, while also incidentally increasing survival rates. It would be perfect for Zhu Jin's carrier fleet. It's a pity there are no blueprints, otherwise the Starship-class ships in the wreckage could be repaired and put into combat service, Li Bin said regretfully. Continue. The third one, a heavyweight product. Adventure King, with a he. I will definitely not disappoint the Commander-in-Chief. Expression, loudly introduced. Even without blueprints, this ship can definitely be repaired. This is a Niagara-class dreadnought, an early product of the early days of the human realm. Due to its extremely outdated design concept, slow speed, unparalleled frontal firepower, but scarce side and rear firepower, and many other shortcomings, it is rare in the Perseus star system. She is an undisputed battle fortress. She is only classified as a capital ship because of her low technological content. If modernized, I believe she can definitely become a dreadnought. Absolutely, easily. Chapter 1276. The important thing isn't the Niagara class itself, but the hull that meets the standards of a dreadnought. After the Great Collapse, especially with the Universal Alliance facing a severe shortage of scientists, its low technological level is actually an advantage. This means that even the current Universal Alliance only needs to allocate a small team to manage the modernization of this behemoth. Moreover, its frontal armor and firepower, which are practically a wall of size, along with its low automation design, combined with the offensive one Malawang Kwacha to form a war mill, can practically transform into a nanomeat grinder in key positions. Of course, don't expect it to enter the battlefield early in mobile warfare. This ship is too cumbersome and slow. Even with tugboats, its base speed is too low, and even at its maximum, it can't keep up with a typical battleship. This ship can either be pre-deployed in key shipping lanes and star systems as the Anvil in an Anvil hammer tactic, capable of handling major decisive battles, or it can only serve as a decisive battle fleet, using other fleets as vanguards to delay the enemy. Having just finished dealing with affairs on Eden and Grenada and returned to the blockade zone, ISA bluntly stated in the projection, but the nanovirus swarm isn't human. If the war drags on too long, even a low-tech warship like the Bowhead Whale class will eventually be corrupted. In short, the Niagara-class war fortress, while powerful, has too narrow an application. However, something is better than nothing. Let's repair it first, and incorporate it into the core fleet. We see how it's specifically arranged later, Li Bin said, rubbing his head. This battle fortress won't lack pilots. If the Overlord's immigrant officers can pilot the offensive class, they can pilot the Niagara class. After all, as the Wailing Wall, many of its technologies are the origin of later offensive class and Legion class ships. It can be said that this powerful combination of frontal firepower and defensive capabilities dominated the early shipbuilding strategy of the human territory. Even after the human territory developed numerous new ships, these older vessels still had a place in the large base of its army. Though old, they were still formidable warriors. For example, the Type 59 Kai modified. Li Bin even suspected that some heavily modified Type 59s, modified tens of thousands of times, might still exist in the ancient ruins of the Kuiper Belt. Actually, the Niagara-class ships were a perfect match for Lan Yuan's diamond fleet, but Lan Yuan was currently overseeing the reorganization and training of the task force's personnel. The new crew members she recruited needed considerable time to familiarize themselves with Lan Yuan's command style. Besides the ships themselves, the spoils of war naturally included the cargo in the cargo holds. Without alpha cores, Li Bin didn't pay much attention to things like AI cores. He kept what the Alliance needed, and packed the rest up to send to Prism Freeport to be returned to Miss N. The remaining supplies were disposed of as they saw fit, except for one item that Vulcan singled out. Captain, this holographic transaction matching kit will probably still be needed in the restricted area for the time being, and we need to allocate an additional batch of AI cores. He unusually took the initiative to request something from Li Bin. Li Bin was currently inspecting the celestial environment and site development in the nebula. Hearing this, he gestured as if to speak while walking and laughed. "It's not easy, Vulcan. After all these years, this is the first time you made such a big show of requesting something from me. Tell me about it." Vulcan awkwardly rubbed his thumb together with his index finger. "I saw that the slave workers at Demon Avionics weren't following the rules during construction. They didn't care about their own lives or the lives of other slave workers. It didn't matter if they died or not, but delaying the company's project was a problem. I asked the research center, and they said that by combining the holographic transaction matching kit with the AI core, it can directly and realistically simulate the structural projection of building construction, projecting it onto the slave workers' helmets." His eyes sparkled. "This directly eliminates the need for safety training for the slave workers. They can just follow the projected markings, regardless of whether they have more ingenious methods, only focusing on the standard compliance rate." Vulcan quickly added, "This will indeed reduce efficiency, but the possibility of mistakes and construction accidents is lower. The slave workers aren't here to complete the project quickly. They're here to earn money and have enough to eat. If we change the standards, they will change their construction plans accordingly." Li Bin looked up, staring at Vulcan, making him feel uneasy. Vulcan was somewhat uneasy. This idea was spur of the moment, mainly because the Adventurer King had taken over his department's exploration business, and he felt a sense of crisis, wanting to perform well again. Li Bin, on the other hand, felt pleasantly surprised. He had always been very attentive to his departments, striving to avoid internal discord caused by overlapping functions. However, Vulcan's proactive approach in this encroachment on functions gave him a pleasant surprise. Appropriate competition can indeed stimulate vitality. The Adventurers Guild, acting as a catalyst, instilled a sense of crisis in the Department of Industry, prompting it to proactively seek optimization solutions. However, the idea of replicating this model to foster healthy competition among other departments was quickly dismissed after a brief moment in his mind. As the saying goes, he who does not plan for the long term cannot plan for the short term. History is replete with examples of those in power deliberately instigating conflict and infighting in the name of balance and healthy competition. These initially controllable conflicts, even those deliberately instigated by subordinates to tarnish their own reputations, ultimately escalated into irreconcilable contradictions as interests expanded and contracted. The most striking example is the fierce competition between Japan and China, where even the smallest details were twisted backwards. This is something Li Bin was unwilling to see. So Li Bin changed his mind. He raised his hand and placed it on Vulcan's shoulder, speaking in a complex tone of relief and worry. "The captain is pleased that you're thinking so much. But the captain doesn't like your focus solely on internal company matters." Vulcan was instantly terrified. Li Bin put his hands behind his back, as if letting out a long howl. "Vulcan, we fought side by side for so many years, I consider you a friend, so I be frank with you. This time, with such a huge discovery by the Adventurer King, I'm not overjoyed, but rather feel very heavy-hearted." Li Bin paced back and forth, somewhat engrossed in his role. The Universal Alliance only controlled such a small area of the blockade zone, yet they found a dreadnought, and so much wreckage, AI cores, and research stations. What about the nanovirus swarm? How much will they obtain in the lost sector? Battleships? The 14th Legion's reinforced Niagara-class battle fortress lost by the Overlord? Abandoned space stations? More relic ships? You must know that they're not the only ones capable of excavating lost star sectors. Compared to the runaway AI's lack of resources to mine human relics, the nanoparticle swarm will expand indefinitely. Li Bin clenched his fist. The nanoparticle swarm's low profile is beyond my imagination. Apart from a few skirmishes, they haven't taken advantage of the Ironheart extinction's weakened state to launch a large-scale annexation war. This shows that the simulated personality named Luo Yu is no ordinary person. The deadline given by Saint Lud is getting closer, yet even after forming the alliance, humanity remains self-sufficient. I'm very worried that risk mining might not even be able to withstand a single blow from the nanoparticle swarm once it emerges. At that time, half of the star sectors will likely be engulfed in war, to the point that transportation will be cut off." Vulcan was deeply shocked, thinking, is this the commander's vision? Seeing the big picture from small details, glimpsing the future of the star sector from the salvage operation? His own low-level thinking, limited to jealousy and vying for favor, was truly outdated. Chapter 1277. September 15th, Star Calendar 221. The flagship of the core fleet, the Candle Dragon, hovered silently at the edge of the abandoned and repurposed space station. Surrounding it was the dim, vast, and eternally desolate universe. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away lay spaceships of varying sizes. These battleships and escort ships revolved around the small battlecruiser like stars around the moon, as if a giant sea monster was submitting to a sea king. The dilapidated space station, covered in cosmic dust, was like the Sea King's throne. In the passageway, Li Bin moved nimbly between the spaceship and the ground, exercising his muscles, unlike the muscle weakness and atrophy that often result from long-term deep space residence. Passing crew members, upon seeing the captain, all stepped aside and bowed respectfully. Li Bin, without shifting his gaze, merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement and strode into the captain's office. Only after the hatch closed, cutting off his view, did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. With that exhale, he slumped, the once decisive CEO instantly transforming into a nerdy guy, his imposing aura completely gone. He dangled his feet on the desk, picked up the terminal, and opened it. 2 messages popped up. A quick glance at them instantly sharpened his focus. The Western Blockade Zone of the Lost Star Sector, jointly implemented by the Interstellar Empire and the Lud Alliance, was complete. Relay communication devices, navigation beacons, and monitoring stations had been constructed in all star systems within the zone. In some star systems occupying key shipping lanes, stations had been built around asteroid belts or meteorite-stabilized zones. After all, not everyone possessed the terrifying production capacity of the Universal Alliance. Even within the Alliance itself, Li Bin couldn't abandon existing production plans to squeeze out surplus capacity to produce station components for his allies. In fact, the Western Blockade relies on a flexible early warning system enabled by ample manpower, with a heavy force of over 10 battleships stationed at key locations to intercept the nanovirus swarm's attack. Now that the Southern Blockade is largely complete, this production capacity will be gradually transported to the west. From a star map perspective, the nanovirus swarm cannot break through the blockade unless they are willing to venture into the desolate hyperspace devoid of any star systems or jump points for extended periods of silent navigation. Subsequently, the Lud Alliance and the Perseus Alliance will issue long-term bounties behind the blockade zone, assigning patrol, inspection, and exploration tasks to the Adventurers Guild and other free groups, including pirates, to handle these tasks, thus saving on military expenditure and crew resources. In other words, theoretically, humanity's blockade plan against the nanovirus swarm has been successfully implemented, achieving 99% flexible defense capabilities. The news had already spread throughout the star system, and most people on the cybernetic network were lavish in their praise. However, some pointed out that neglecting those untamed hyperspaces could allow the nanobots to infiltrate. In response, the Perseus Alliance conducted a special interview, providing a relatively detailed macro-level overview of the blockade zone. The interview originally intended to be more detailed, but this was rejected by Li Bin, Emperor Ruli, and the Pope. Considering the existence of the simulated personality Luo Yu, Li Bin had reason to worry that the nanobots could use relay communicators to obtain publicly available information from the human world. The overview succinctly stated the reason why the untamed hyperspace could not be covered. Their strength did not allow it. Untamed hyperspace refers to hyperspace regions that humanity had never explored in its own time, lacked historical hyperspace geographical information, and were even regions never before visited by humans. Furthermore, these areas lack stable jump points, thus offering no opportunity to acquire matter. In other words, if the human fleet lingers here too long, the ships will be unable to resupply or undergo repairs. They won't even have the chance to enter the physical universe, use the onboard factories to produce a small amount of alloy to repair the damaged ships, and wait until they are repaired. If anything goes wrong, it will result in the destruction of the ships and the loss of all lives. Therefore, the 2 blockade zones are limited to 3/4 of the range of the Alliance cruisers and will not be extended further. Since ancient times, battlefield blockades have been used to prevent large-scale invasions. They cannot completely stop small-scale infiltrations. The saying "prepared everywhere, yet weak everywhere" applies here. Rather than hoping for a blockade at every point, it is more reliable to concentrate these forces and strike with superior strength upon detecting anomalies. Li Bin, who had just feigned concern for humanity's future in front of Vulcan, was now strutting around with glee. However, he was not a beauty. His movements were rough and powerful, lacking the grace of flowing silk stockings, but rather possessing the strength to sweep away small trees. His hands were busy, so he used his feet instead. The second piece of news. Wow! What a pleasant surprise! Sarah and Lin Yufeng have finally completed surveying all the stargates within the sealed-off area, except for the risk mining zone, after more than a year. Let me see. Li Bin sat cross-legged, struggling to sit upright without using his hands in the zero-gravity environment, but gravity is a real nuisance. He couldn't even sit up properly despite curling up like a maggot. A pair of mechanical arms descended from the ceiling, gripping Li Bin's shoulders like a claw machine, and nimbly lifted him up. "Syria, thank you." Li Bin waved cheerfully. The office was empty, except for a faint, almost disdainful TSK sound, as if some ghost was present. 2 cruisers were damaged in battle. To repair other ships, we had to dismantle 1 Zonzi-class ship, 3 Bayushi-class ships, and several other classes of ships. The main hulls were completely destroyed with antimatter bombs, and dropped into a gas giant planet to ensure they wouldn't fall into enemy hands. Not bad, acceptable. Li Bin understood the dismantling of the ships. A general in the field may disobey orders from his superiors. He trusted Sarada's loyalty, and Lin Yufeng's ambition to achieve great things. They would surely make the best choice they had made at the time. Whether it was the intricate, out-of-control AI in the Lost Star sector, the nanovirus swarm environment, or his own order to complete the mission as quickly as possible, none of these factors allowed them time to wait for the fleet to slowly repair itself. Once spare parts ran out, patching things up became inevitable. During World War II, there were many precedents of T-34 tanks being pieced together from a pile of wreckage to form a complete tank. Their consistent model, thick armor, and ease of repair allowed them to be damaged and repaired quickly. Usable refers not only to quantity, but also to their logistical and wartime replenishment capabilities. Li Bin had used this approach when annihilating the out-of-control AI's Twilight Fleet in the blockade zone. While the intricate machinery of their high-tech ships was deteriorating every second, his simpler, lower-tech warships were constantly being replenished with spare parts. This combat exercise not only trained new crew members, but also cultivated a large number of battlefield motherships, as well as damage control personnel, engineers, and technicians at other sites. Li Bin believed that in the war of attrition against the nanovirus swarm, this astonishingly well-stocked logistical force would allow the Alliance to recover at the fastest possible speed. In a comic book, this would probably be the protagonist's sit-up superpower, right? Li Bin muttered a tired joke, happily crossing his legs. The Stargate is lit. The initiative in the war against the nanovirus swarm is in my hands. No, I can't laugh yet. To further unite people, to make humanity take external pressure seriously, and to preserve our strength for the subsequent unification war, I must continue to suppress myself until the more professional offensive 1 Malawing Kwacha reaches scale. Muttering to himself, Li Bin, thinking of having to watch the human colonies crumble for the sake of his cause, decisively slapped himself, swelling his upturned lips, and poked his face, cursing, "Li Bin, you hypocrite, how can you still laugh? Your self-reflection now only makes you more hypocritical." Then he muttered a defense to himself, "Those who know me, those who condemn me, only history will judge. I'm doing this for a greater cause. If I don't make everyone feel the pain now, the civil war will plunge into endless consumption and destruction. There are no saviors in the world, only those who strive. But those who are manipulated and enslaved expect salvation from heaven." Li Bin didn't believe he was qualified to be a savior, but since he had woven the beautiful dream of unification, he had to continue. If the world wants a savior, whether a hypocrite or a true villain, then let us be the savior. What posterity says is none of my concern. All I want is for those who serve me to no longer suffer the torment of war every day. Chapter 1278. This is the western blockade zone of the core star sector. Because 2 blockade zones exist simultaneously within the star field, this area is also known as the Western Line. In contrast, the blockade zone dominated by the Universal Alliance is called the Southern Line. Compared to the Southern Line, the Western Line is much more prosperous in commerce and trade because it was jointly developed and constructed by multiple forces, and since the destruction of the Hell Legion, no large-scale battles have occurred here. Adventurers and prospectors are everywhere, hoping to make a fortune within the blockade zone and see if they can find anything valuable. Just like in the Western Frontier era, where gold prospectors came, prostitutes followed, and with prostitutes came locals. The large number of lightly armed adventurers brought scattered markets that weren't noticed by the giant corporations, leading to the influx of various large enterprises. This area has become a new prosperous zone within the Lost Star sector of the star field. The flow of trade and star currency naturally attracted new pirates. These upstarts were unruly and disobeyed the pirate emperor's orders, plundering and pillaging within the blockade zone. For them, the future of humanity was unimportant. Without looting, they wouldn't survive the day. The patrol fleets of the Interstellar Empire and the Lud Alliance frequently received distress calls and launched rapid pursuits within the blockade zone. Today, a rather large, dilapidated fleet slowly entered the Western Front, proceeding along unfamiliar routes. The smaller pirates, seeing the pulsating metallic signals on their sensors, eagerly approached, hoping to make a killing. A large metallic signal only indicated a large fleet, not necessarily strong one. After all, the Atlas class and Prometheus class were also capital ships, but hunting these types of ships only required one pirate ship, a converted civilian cruiser, to lead the charge. If it weren't for the escort fleet, even a small pirate crew composed entirely of escort ships could be easily taken down. However, these pirates, neglecting to besiege them because the giant corporations focused their main forces on external threats, made a huge mistake. They mistook the enemy's leniency for their own genius and felt smug about gaining an advantage over the giant corporations. They failed to consider why those veteran pirate kings were so obliged to obey the pirate emperor's decrees. The existence of the pirate emperor was essentially to ensure that the strongest among the pirate kings led their crews to seek greater profits and a better living environment. This included the ability to easily notify one pirate when the giant corporations became serious, thus informing all the pirates. When this ragtag pirate crew, sailing in a dozen or so dilapidated escort ships, destroyers, and even just one cruiser, rushed within the range of the optical observation posts, the sentries could only vaguely discern the golden eagle trampling the Earth emblem on the worn-out, damaged, and repaired hulls. At that distance, they could no longer escape. The Obsidian cruiser led the White Stone fleet in a high-speed incursion, its frontal lasers and cannons blocking the battle line, leaving the pirates unable to advance or retreat. Two zombie-class ships, towed by bull-class tugboats, broke through the enemy lines and rapidly approached, arriving at the battlefield within 10 minutes. Their camouflage cargo holds, already upgraded to battlefield carrier-class equipment, unleashed antimatter-guided torpedoes and hybrid-guided missiles, enough to tear apart battleships with a saturation attack. The battle ended quickly. 1 hour of engagement, 10 minutes of annihilation. The ocean-going fleet, after a year of fierce fighting in the lost sector, not only accumulated numerous scars, but also gained rich combat experience from top to bottom among its crew and officers. Compared to Yuhui and the nanovirus swarm, these little pirates were as inexperienced as infants wielding rotten hammers. Weapons were, in fact, a constraint. Lin Yufeng opened the command channel, reporting, "Commander, the enemy has been completely eliminated. Should we capture prisoners?" Saradu waved her hand on the flagship. "No need. We're pressed for time and have a heavy mission. You need to hurry and take the Stargate data to the southern front to report to the CO. I'm in a rush to take up my post as governor of the Eastern Heavenly Gate system." The once heavily pregnant Saradu had lost a significant amount of weight in the past year. Her once youthful face, taut from obesity, now appeared wrinkled and aged due to weight loss, but this only accentuated her maturity as commander, and her square face exuded authority. He leaned on his scepter, which contained a monomolecular sword. Only a year has passed, and Granada has already caused such a scandal. I'm in a hurry to restore order. You're in a hurry to get promoted too, aren't you? Hee hee. Lin Yufeng scratched his head and chuckled. If it weren't for the CO's recommendation, I'd still be scraping by in the mines. Of course, mining isn't so bad. Li Weiming has always wanted to be a miner. But for me personally, commanding a fleet offers a much wider scope. You're being modest now. Entering the Western Blockade Zone, the two finally felt relieved and regained their playful spirit. The fleet entered the physical universe and rested at an abandoned mining station occupied by the Interstellar Empire. This location served as the central hub of the Western Blockade Zone, where a large number of Imperial officers and traveling merchants had gathered. But upon seeing the weathered fleet's insignia, all the other ships voluntarily gave way. This was truly heroic treatment. The victories of the Universal Union in its foreign wars over the years had given many people a new understanding of this newly rising company. Previous perceptions were based on the product's value and the founder's personal legend. Now, this logo evokes much more respect. The Western Blockade Zone also had a fleet from the Universal Alliance. Upon learning of Saradu's fleet's return, the Seed Beast fleet commander, Jeffrey, immediately dropped everything and rushed over. From a distance at the Universal Alliance base, he laughed heartily and waved, "Hey! Congratulations." He led the two into his office, activated the signal jamming, and Anna emerged from the room behind the office with two children. Jeffrey immediately boasted, "See them. My children, twins." "Ha ha." Saradu offered his congratulations repeatedly, while Lin Yufeng's expression was much more composed. He didn't even look at Jeffrey, but simply clasped his hands in a fist salute to Anna. "Congratulations, sister-in-law. You finally achieved your wish." Jeffrey and Anna had actually been involved for longer than Li Bin and ISA, and they only had a child this year. How could Anna not be overjoyed? Jeffrey glared, "Aren't you going to congratulate me?" Congratulate you, my foot. You're an old cow eating young grass, fine, but it's taken you so long to make a move. I'm being kind by not scolding you, Lin Yufeng retorted. Lin Yufeng was an immigrant and hadn't worked on Li Bin's ship, but he used to be a skilled sailor on Jeffrey's ship and had a very good relationship with Jeffrey. So good that he was often tricked by Jeffrey in the past. Hurry up, I need to finish things here and get back to take over the fleet, Lin Yufeng said, pursing his lips. Jeffrey grumbled, you become a fleet commander, on par with me now. Fine, then you give me the star. Wait. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. Anna hugged the two children, frowning at Jeffrey. Don't tell anyone this is classified. Jeffrey muttered instinctively, my kids aren't outsiders. If I die, they still be working for the captain. Anna remained silent, only frowning. Jeffrey immediately looked embarrassed, prompting Lin Yufeng to mock, old captain, you should listen to your wife. With your abilities, you're hardly qualified to be a commander. The CEO only allowed you to command the fleet because your wife is sensible. She's right. Chapter 1279. Before leaving with the child, Anna turned back to warn her husband, control your temper. Work should be done like work. Okay. Jeffrey obediently moved the ship models scattered on the table, turned off the game on his terminal, and, having done the pretense, began the actual work. He needed to review the data first, overseeing the report's creation process as a third party, verifying the information's authenticity, and finally approving and stamping it. Only after this detailed intelligence was sealed could Lin Yufeng take it back. This way, if any oversights were discovered during the process, Lin Yufeng and Sarah could still return to re-examine and rectify them. Within the sealed-off area of the southwestern starfield, there were a total of 18 stargates, 2 of which were damaged, and the rest were sealed off. In addition, Sarah and Lin Yufeng also demolished 4 abandoned space stations, destroyed 3 research stations, unearthed several hidden weapon hideouts and supply points, and discovered a backup arsenal. What happened to the reserve arsenal? Jeffrey asked, perking up. It exploded. Saradu stated succinctly. It just exploded. Jeffrey couldn't understand. There was nothing we could do. We were outnumbered and didn't have enough time, Lin Yufeng explained. We discovered a small swarm of nanoviruses in a black hole system. We were planning to see if we could destroy them, but we stumbled upon them breaking free from their host ship and heading towards the asteroid belt. I personally piloted a Cretaceous-class frigate to conduct close reconnaissance. After observing for 2 days, I discovered that after the nanoviruses shed their outer shell from the asteroid belt, they revealed a door numbered 9. Lin Yufeng took a sip of water. As you know, I also participated in the reserve arsenal development, so I recognized it immediately. Commander Saradu and I compared it with the star map given by the CEO, confirmed the existence of the reserve arsenal within range, and decisively ordered it to open fire. Sarah added, the black hole galaxy has relay communication devices. If we try to seize it, aside from the time cost of clearing out the nanobug swarm, the first thing to consider is the support the swarm will provide upon receiving the news. We're going deep into enemy territory alone. The risk is already high. After Lin Yufeng returned, we discussed it for half an hour and finally decided to bombard it, albeit with great difficulty. Lin Yufeng continued, the main reason is that the opportunity was right in front of us. That fleet is quite large, with 2 capital ships. The entire nanobug swarm detached from the ships to open the boxes, and we took the opportunity to launch antimatter torpedoes to destroy the unsuspecting ships. Then we saturated the area with 2 rounds of bombardment, blowing the nanobug swarm and its arsenal into the sky. He opened the combat log and fast-forwarded through it. Jeffrey watched as the deployed fleet surrounded the meteorite, unleashing a barrage of antimatter bombs, torpedoes, missiles, and lasers. The nanobug swarm's hastily assembled nanocannons were no match, and were quickly destroyed. Then the entire arsenal was detonated, the violent explosion instantly destroying all the nanobug clusters. The whole process was seamless, but Jeffrey dared not be careless. As a company veteran and shareholder, he knew of St. Lud's existence and had been informed of all company secrets by Li Bin. Having witnessed the formidable nature of the nanobot-infested warships in the Cactus Galaxy, he wouldn't change his opinion of this thing based on a mere combat record. On the contrary, the operation's success only demonstrated that Saradu and Lin Yufeng's conservative choice had caught the enemy completely off guard. The strength wasn't in the fleet's raw power, but in the commander's choice of aircraft. Despite his regret, Jeffrey could only accept it. Fine, destroying it is easier than uncovering the nanobot's backup arsenal. Actually, a backup arsenal has already been taken, Sarah said with an awkward laugh. What? Jeffrey stood up, and Lin Yufeng quickly explained, we followed a strict priority order. Stargate first, resources later, flying along the optimal route. We even had to circle around the enemy along the way. The location of the backup arsenal is only roughly known, and it will take us time to find it. We only found out the exact location of that backup arsenal after we saw the ruins. Damn it, the captain's worries came true. Jeffrey immediately got up. You guys continue writing the report. I go find the local Imperial commander. The Interstellar Empire is a power with a history spanning over a century, vast territory, and a large population. Their military ranks are somewhat devalued compared to the fledgling Universal Union. For example, the commander currently in charge of managing the Western Blockade Zone is an Imperial Marshal named Pusius. This Marshal is known for his defensive prowess and expertise in constructing deep killing fields. His deputy commander, on the other hand, is skilled in decisive battle doctrines. The two were discussing the next steps in strengthening the Western Blockade Zone in front of the Sky Battle System when Jeffrey barged in. Pusius, clean-shaven with snow-white curly hair plastered to his scalp and a golden laurel wreath on his head, was a powerful and imposing figure. He showed no politeness towards Jeffrey, a company shareholder and future key figure in the Union forces. This is the Command Center's war simulation room. Commander Jeffrey, if you have something to report, it won't take long, will it? His implication was that he was dissatisfied with Jeffrey's disregard for the Interstellar Empire. Jeffrey didn't waste time with pleasantries. He stated bluntly, the Western Blockade Zone must be further strengthened. We're discussing. The vice commander began, but was quickly interrupted by Jeffrey. No, far from enough. We need to reinforce it to the standards of the Southern Front. He strode forward, looked at the various stations and observation points on the projection screen, and shook his head. No, the current strength is still too weak. Jeffrey then shared the intelligence Sarah had gathered, and Pusius and the vice commander immediately became serious. But the problem now is, the Empire can't spare that much production capacity, and the entire alliance doesn't have enough either. Jeffrey was surprised. Not even concrete? The vice commander helplessly shrugged, thinking to himself that this shareholder really was as rumored, knowing nothing but spaceships. Military concrete that meets the standards for space naval warfare must be mixed with. Only gold powder and other reinforcing materials can meet the standards. Furthermore, the site's framework and the alloys for the war fortresses require a significant amount of metallurgical quotas. I can't handle the metallurgy, but the concrete is unnecessary. The company will provide foamed ceramic metal. Jeffrey immediately offered a solution. While the deputy commander was shocked, he remained calm. The Universal Alliance has mastered the technology of the Lloyd remnants and can mass-produce foamed ceramic metal that meets naval warfare standards. Using this to replace concrete and some alloys is compliant with the standards. This is building material technology from the human realm era. The Southern Route project is basically complete. What remains is additional expansion. Prism Freeport has a batch of quotas. I will report to headquarters and have these quotas, originally sent to the West Wind system, transferred here. Chapter 1280. The former abandoned space station in the Volcano system, now a maintenance base within the blockade zone controlled by the Universal Alliance. Li Bin, hands in his pockets, walked confidently through the outer passageway of the space station, exuding an air of arrogance. Isa also walked out with a commanding presence. The reason was simple. Outside the large, transparent floor-to-ceiling observation windows, 3 massive, heavy warships were docked. The offensive 1 Malawi Kwacha class, flatter, heavier, and more primitive spaceships, had completed their hull construction and modernization modifications, and were ready for combat. For secrecy, she bypassed the demonic avionics sphere of influence. Even after the blueprints were revised, the construction was undertaken by the Afterglow mothership of the Human Coexistence faction. Li Bin specifically dispatched reliable crew members to conduct performance tests on the ships. The 3 ships that had arrived were the first batch. Originally, there were 3 experimental versions. After finalizing the design, these 3 underwent minor adjustments and were subsequently towed here by the Afterglow fleet. The entire process was kept completely secret, unknown to anyone outside the company. Even the nanovirus swarm's attempts to monitor it via relay communication were futile. Li Bin and Isa entered the airport hand in hand, proceeding to the berth to observe the ancient warship up close. She lay silently on the berth, like an ancient, savage beast, exuding an aura of violence. Through her helmet, Celia also observed the 3 ships, letting out an excited roar. That's it. That's the kind of ship we want. This kind of ship is truly beautiful. High-tech warships are nothing compared to this. This is the kind of ship that truly embodies aesthetics. She saw some resemblance to the offensive 1 Malawi Kwacha. Indeed, the offensive Mk1's armor didn't even fit properly. The outer side appeared riveted together with numerous protrusions and excess armor, making it look like a heavily armored warrior wearing plate armor. The upper levels even reveal trusses and pipelines. However, it would be a grave mistake to mistake these for weaknesses and vulnerabilities. These welded trusses and pipelines are essentially for securing the armor modules on the ship's left and right sides. After modernization, the ship's onboard AI can assess the integrity of the armor modules by monitoring the pressure modules of sensors and assessing the tightness of the reinforcements. In the event of severe damage to the armor modules or complete destruction of the reinforcement structure resulting in insufficient pressure, the onboard AI will issue commands to each compartment. Crew members will rush to the designated compartments to manually disarm the offensive 1 Malawin Kwacha class. In just a few minutes, the heavily armored battleship can transform from a cumbersome warrior into a nimble assassin. Of course, according to the operational plan, once the offensive 1 Malawin Kwacha class is disarmed, it will raise its shields and retreat, relinquishing its battlefield position. Simultaneously, by utilizing the reduced weight after armor removal while maintaining the same engine power, it could withdraw more flexibly than the enemy anticipated, retreating to the rear to receive field repairs from battlefield carriers or the Tiangong-class destroyers. The heavy armor structure robbed this type of ship of flexibility and maneuverability, even sacrificing considerable space. However, it also granted it the ability to quickly rearmor and return to the battlefield after emergency repairs. Imagine a Niagara-class dreadnought holding the line in the center, several offensive Mk1-class ships taking turns absorbing damage, Bowhead Whale-class ships providing offensive firepower, and offensive 1 Malawin Kwacha damaged and taken offline, but because its gauntlet module absorbed the damage and its main body remained intact, it could undergo rapid repairs and have its gauntlets replaced at the rear base before returning to the front lines. With such an anvil, and Lan Yuan personally leading the Invader-class battleships, accompanied by Nightmare-class high-speed cruisers flanking from the side, while the Zhongzi-class ships unleash excessive firepower from the rear, transforming into a warhammer to fall. TSK, just imagining this scene is enough to win. The two chatted as they inspected the ship's interior. The battlefield should ideally be designed near the Stargate, allowing the Niagara-class to arrive early. At the very least, the battlefield's journey should be designed to last 3 to 5 days. The Mk1-class offensive ships will act as bait to contain the nanovirus swarms. Once the Niagara-class and Lan Yuan's diamond fleet arrive, they can immediately form a hammer and anvil to annihilate the enemy. Li Bin made a fist gesture as he spoke. In this way, a single diamond fleet force can wipe out a large number of enemies, and even attract all the nanovirus swarms in the nearby star systems. Inside the ancient ship, although the cabins were few, the space was exceptionally spacious. In the early days of the human realm, these ships were tasked with engaging unknown enemies. Her cabins were heavy, and the hatches required manual mechanical opening rather than automatic activation. Even after modernization, the ship designers retained her original design to counter the nano-infestation. As a result, the ship's AI only has 48% control over the spaceship. Even if it were hijacked, based on Alpha Core's assessment using past combat data from the Cactus system, it would take at least 10 hours and 2.5 times the erosion effect of nanoclusters on capital ships to regain full control. ISA stamped her foot excitedly. The ship's ammunition supply is all manually operated via electric trains. It can't be transported automatically. Although the factory allows the ship's AI access, they can disconnect it at any time. We need to deploy more crew members inside the ship. The spacious passageways can also be occupied by hover cars during wartime, serving as emergency passages for ammunition, supplies, and personnel. It's fine if there's no war, but once we decide to launch a full-scale counterattack against the nanovirus swarm, we must mobilize on a large scale, and not give the swarm any time to react. Yes. Li Bin nodded. Information is also a resource in war. The more exchanges we create in the shortest amount of time, the greater our intelligence advantage. The two discussed enthusiastically, but neither of them realized that their mindset had subtly changed since the emergence of the 1 Malawin Kwacha offensive. Previously, the company tried every means to get everyone involved to fight the nanovirus swarm together, but whether it was the disappointing performance of other alliances or their own unexpectedly rapid expansion of strength, Li Bin and ISA's combat suit plans had gradually excluded other forces, as if their existence was merely to act as a human wall to block the spread of the nanovirus swarm to the northeast, and to serve as the cornerstone for unification into a new world after the war. The mission of annihilating the enemy had unknowingly changed from all of humanity uniting to perhaps the Perseus Alliance can handle it themselves. Li Bin, speaking suddenly, slapped his forehead. Oh dear. I just remembered Jeffrey told me that we need to allocate additional production capacity from the foam ceramic metal to support the Western Front. This means our cryogenic computing engine project will be delayed again. I was originally thinking of trying to implement it before the war, enhancing the computing power of the Combat Alpha Core Casa brand for remote command support. If it doesn't work, forget it, ISA suggested. The offensive 1 Malawang Kwacha class will become the most severe father of the nanovirus swarm. If we produce more, the company's Bowhead Wheel-class ships are almost enough. Then, a swarm of fathers will overwhelm them, grinding them down. Besides, these ships are perfect for the immigrant officers we recruited from the overlords. They definitely get up to speed quickly. I remember there's a batch in the blockade zone. Let's bring them over and test them out first. Good idea. Chapter 1281. Without hesitation, the practical training of the Mk1 class crew was handed over to Logan. Li Bin and ISA didn't go to the space station's command center, but went directly to the control tower for close observation. To test the ship's performance, an area tens of thousands of kilometers away from the space station was designated for mining drones to deploy navigation beacons. This cumbersome battleship would demonstrate its limits here. Logan walked alone into the open berth area, not greeting the crew and officers assigned to him. These people were either immigrant officers he had personally introduced or trainees from his time at the Granada Military Academy. They were all very enthusiastic towards him, but Logan remained indifferent. His coldness stemmed from his inner tension. The aftermath of the previous incident hadn't subsided, and Logan was truly terrified, especially after hearing that a planetary governor and a highly meritorious elderly man with the surname Brown had been decisively dealt with by ISA. Every time he recalled his own experience in the situation, belatedly realizing how close he had been to death, he felt breathless. Logan was now genuinely terrified. He dared not show any intimacy with others in public, fearing misunderstanding from the CO and, even more so, being dragged into the mess. It was a case of once bitten, twice shy. Only upon entering the bridge and ascending the command platform, the orderly command of the elite officers, and the rhythmic chants of the ship's warm-up procedure finally switched him from politically cautious to soldier mode. He awkwardly and unfamiliarly directed the ship's warm-up, his palms sweaty, feeling utterly blundering and embarrassed. But to others, Logan's actions were unsurprising. They were familiar with his confident lectures, and assumed he was simply trying to make a good impression on the CO, prioritizing avoiding any mishaps. Moreover, this was a completely new ship. While outwardly similar to the offensive class, its internal structure was vastly different. They had only recently received the operating manuals, and couldn't possibly avoid any errors. However, being officers trained by the Star Sector's most skilled low-tech warship manufacturer, and being the Star Sector's most experienced offensive-class operators, the offensive-class 1 Malawang Kwacha, despite its cumbersome and complex operation and various outdated flaws, was still warmed up within 2 hours. The actual warm-up time can be compressed to 1 hour, reaching the startup time of a regular battleship. ISA stroked her delicate chin, her brows relaxing. It just means we need to deploy more crew members. We must consider the limits of human resources, allowing sufficient room for shift work, focus during battle, and manpower losses. Li Bin, embracing his wife, agreed. Indeed, proper battleship warm-up mainly focuses on the engine system. Warm-up is different from a power outage restart. The electrical system starts up quickly. But the offensive Mk1 class requires manual operation to complete the final startup of many mechanical manipulators, and the time coincides perfectly with the battleship's engine warm-up time. It's no wonder it became one of the early weapons of war in the human realm. Everything was planned. Logan was completely focused at this moment. At the moment the ship fully started, he forgot all about politics and relationships. His mind was filled with only one thought. Father, I piloted a battleship. Not the cheap Bowhead Whale class, but something even more advanced. The original battleship of the human realm. A noble and ancient vessel that may have served the human realm even before his ancestors, slaying enemies, and defending the glory of humanity in distant celestial systems. He was almost moved to tears. It wasn't just him. The officers on the bridge were all frustrated veterans, the best of them serving on destroyers. Now, feeling the vibrations beneath their feet, and hearing the roar of the ship's engines at full power, the sound carrying even through layers of compartments, they were all trembling violently. The intense vibrations from the battleship's propulsion sent a jolt through everyone, a sensation like an electric shock, climbing up their spines, and finally exploding in their brains. Dopamine and endorphins began to surge, the joy of career success, the happiness of fulfilling a long-held ambition, the exhilaration of soaring through space, the comfort of traversing the universe. Whoa! Yeah, baby! This is so awesome, I'm in love. The officers couldn't help but swear, instinctively expressing their enjoyment in various tones. The massive warship slowly accelerated. A long-faced engineer with long, golden braids, wearing a white vest, and with 77 centimeters arms, blushed, his eyes glazed as he watched the roaring engines. Engine room, captain's order, activate tactical system, combat incendiary. The same excited voices from the broadcasting crew filled the channel. The chief engineer turned, his cheekbones bulging, and gave a thumbs up to the eager crew behind him. His sweat-soaked muscles twitched. Release catalyst, activate antimatter fuel, injection rate increased by 7%. He clapped his hands sharply, his iconic arm tattoos seemingly coming to life. As everyone listened intently, their auditory hallucinations threatening to drown out the engine noise, the chief engineer let out a one-piece-esque roar of laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear comrades, let's get this party started. Yay! The engine room erupted in wild celebration. The crew, once the elite, now part of the Universal Union, screamed like demons in the night, turning valves with the air of a DJ. If undirected desire for the opposite sex leads to sexual repression, then undirected desire for a capital ship, passed down through generations, leads to ship repression. Now, witness the release of unimaginable ship repression accumulated by a century of excessive officer arsenal by the Overlord. The channel was filled with all sorts of strange and unusual people. Li Bin frowned and turned to ISA. These people, maybe we should assign more psychologists to the ship. Normal, ISA said calmly. When I first piloted a battleship, I was even more excited than them. Li Bin was stunned. Really? He recalled, seemingly not noticing any difference. My first time piloting a battleship was at 8 years old, the year I reached physical adulthood. As the future matriarch of war, I was granted the authority to pilot a battleship for 6 hours, with the assistance of core clan members. It was my family's offensive class. See, that's the difference. Both from second-tier families, some piloted battleships at 8, while others dreamed of piloting one at least once in their 30s. The difference between people can sometimes be greater than the difference between a person and a dog. In the engine room, the burly chief engineer, after a period of celebration, noticed the prominent Overlord symbol on his left bicep. This tattoo, once a source of pride, now seemed somewhat jarring. He glanced around and saw many others with similar tattoos. He clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, I need to find a way to remove this tattoo and replace it with our Universal Union's golden eagle trampling the earth. A nearby crew member joked, Boss, don't you want to go back to Overlord? I'm cutting ties with that damn Overlord thing. No one's allowed to mention that to me anymore. I'm a member of Universal Union from now on. Chapter 1282. The offensive Mk1 class tactical system, combat combustion, is the original version of the flame drive. It provides the ship with the propulsion to accelerate forward, though not as fast as its successor, the flame drive, but with a significant advantage. It can continue indefinitely until actively interrupted or fuel is exhausted. In other words, this battleship can maintain a relatively high speed, compared to its original level, for forward combat, but it cannot retreat, lateral movement, or other changes of direction. Furthermore, the modernized offensive Mk1 class, with the assistance of Gao Yuanjian, has painstakingly crammed a cruiser's shield generator into part of its cargo hold, allowing it to gain short-term shield functionality after unarmoring. Through the tower's optical observation post, Li Bin could see the offensive Mk1 class, controlled by Logan, using its shields to deflect shattered meteorites in the distant test range. The data feedback is back. The control tower projector was filled with a large amount of real-time monitoring data from the battleship, including the engine room and bridge. These external sensors and data collectors were additionally installed, and would be removed after entering combat sequence. Incidentally, the engine room temperature was currently very high, but the crew had no intention of turning on the air conditioning. Instead, they simply took off their clothes, each one like Su Chu, shirtless, their bare buttocks and massive biceps creating a rather unsightly scene. The enhanced cruiser shield generator, after simple modifications, can exert capabilities comparable to a capital ship's shield for several minutes, after which it will actively cut off power for cooling. If the radiation energy is overloaded, it will immediately cause a power outage throughout the ship, ISA explained. According to the data, the effect is actually slightly worse than that of a regular military battleship. If it can only last for a few minutes, and there is a risk of overload, it's somewhat counterproductive. Li Bin, a Cosmos brand cigarette dangling from his lips, slowly shook his head. The mission of this kind of shield is to prevent the enemy from using Reaper torpedoes and hammer torpedoes to damage the hull during the disarmament process, once they adapted to it. It just needs to be able to block fatal torpedoes at crucial moments. If even a capital ship-level shield can be overloaded within minutes. Li Bin picked at his ear, his tone calm. Then I can only assume this ship is under concentrated fire. Even without the shield, it would die. Even with a proper capital ship shield, it would quickly become paralyzed. In that case, it has fulfilled its role as a tank, drawing fire and performing its tanking function adequately. War always results in death. A flawless victory once is possible, but a flawless victory every time. Either it's a game, or you're cheating. If there were someone who could keep the fleet perpetually flawless, Li Bin would immediately kneel before him, offer his loyalty, hand over his CEO position, and take his wife and children to the rear to live a life of leisure. You already gone this far. What am I still struggling for? I given up. The entire test was fraught with difficulties, clearly demonstrating the crew's lack of familiarity with the ship. Looking at the navigation beacon crushed during the turn, ISA shook her head. They still need more practice. But this main cannon is quite good. A heavy Inquisitor, a specialized shotgun-type main cannon that fires diffuse, fragmentation pulses. It's rather ineffective against shields, but very effective at destroying structures. ISA's expression was strange. Coincidentally, the nanites themselves have a loose structure, so being hit by this cannon causes massive damage. This is truly the stern father of the nanite swarm, specialized in both offense and defense. Could the human realm have fought something similar to the nanite swarm before? It's hard to say. Li Bin and ISA were discussing, wanting to further strategize the offensive 1 Malawing Kwacha level. In their enthusiasm, they immediately wanted to start a sandbox simulation, but an urgent military intelligence report from the intelligence department interrupted the deployment. Opening the secret terminal, he saw the sender was Minister Chung Baiyang. The Sinar Power rebels has sent a cooperation request to multiple factions, hoping to unite and overthrow the rule of the Lion of Sinaria. The incident has been intercepted by the Lionheart Guard, and the Sinar Power may be plunged into civil war. Meow meow meow, what are you talking about? Have I turned into a cat, and can't understand human language? I understand each word individually, but why can't I understand them, when they're put together? A series of question marks appeared above Li Bin's head, feeling completely bewildered, as if he were under a spell. First, can the Lion King's idiotic Lionheart Guard fleet even fight? That's the first question. Could the Lion King's oppressive and dictatorial rule tolerate rebels? Could it be an internal coup? That's the second question. Why, without any prior warning, did the rebels suddenly escalate into inviting heroes, getting caught in adultery, and even starting a civil war? Wait, there's a lot of plot missing. What have I missed all these years I've been away from the core sector? Too many questions swirled in his mind, and Li Bin instinctively looked at Isha. Isha also looked bewildered. Seeing Li Bin looking at her, she quickly waved her hands. Don't look at me, I don't know either. Li Bin awkwardly laughed. I thought he was, after all, a hegemon, so your thought processes would at least match. Isha's fingers flew like a gust of wind, grabbing Li Bin's waist and pulling him up angrily. How could my thought processes match that old man's? Such a great dictator is rare even in places where hegemons and warlords reign supreme. Besides him, where else can you find a selfish guy who would disregard the family's honor, and even the lives of outsiders just for a moment of pride? Do you know he even destroyed the family's Primarch? Huh? Li Bin genuinely didn't know, but seeing Isa, now a wife, displaying such a girlish, pouty expression was a rare treat. Li Bin was torn between his own thoughts and his own, until a twisted pain in his lower back finally brought his intelligence back to the forefront. He shook his head and asked seriously, what happened? What happened? Isa countered. I meant the Primarch, Li Bin asked earnestly. Isa stated matter-of-factly, before he declared himself emperor, he did indeed take away the core members of his family, along with their immediate relatives. However, the families capable of becoming marshals were vast, with many peripheral and affiliated families remaining. Some of these families were arrested, and others were killed. Many of those arrested were shocked by Sindaria's betrayal and resented his abandonment. Therefore, after the Overlord launched his assassination campaign, many of them volunteered. Through Isa's description, Li Bin glimpsed a bloody corner of the Sindarian powers hidden front before and after the Second AI War. Simply put, the Overlord absolutely could not allow a traitor to take away a large portion of his fleet, crew, and soldiers, who had also ruined his diplomatic reputation, and who retained his Primarch. This was unacceptable, and its nature was completely different from the later Universal Alliance, which had close ties with the Overlord. Furthermore, the Supreme Overlord at the time was a ruthless war maniac, and in his rage, he issued the assassination order. Originally, the plan was to assassinate the Lionheart of Sindaria, along with his entire clan. With the help of these outcasts, the assassins, disguised and infiltrated, carried out their assassinations, killing many core members of the Lionheart clan. The assassination attempt was ultimately discovered when the Lionheart's son died, and he himself lost his reproductive ability, his genes contaminated and incapable of reproduction or cloning offspring. While the dominant military forces were preoccupied with their battle against tachyon technology, the Lionheart launched a massive internal purge, killing his relatives and many soldiers, quickly eliminating all suspects, and even issuing his own pronouncements to brainwash the entire system, thus stabilizing the situation. This also resulted in his extinction. The future leadership of the Sindarite power can only be chosen from within the Lionheart Guard. Chapter 1283. Beneath the Lion King's palace, in a secret medical research center. With the aid of a mind-clearing injection and an exoskeleton, the Lion King rose from his wheelchair, leaning on his scepter, and slowly paced the metal and rock mixed underground. The entire research center maintained a temperature of around 30 degrees Celsius under constant air and hot water circulation, a temperature unfavorable for human experimentation, but remarkably comfortable for the elderly Lion King. Beside him, the chief genetic expert, completely shrouded in protective gear, followed closely. In fact, the Lion King was the only one in the entire laboratory who could move about without any protective suit. After decades of research and treatment of the Lion King's genes, the research center had become so polluted that only the Lion King, the research subject, could withstand it. He stood before a row of hundreds of tall, gleaming green incubation tanks, gazing silently at all the clones within, from embryos to adults. The chief genetic expert trembled with fear, both afraid that the Lion King would speak, and even more afraid that he would remain silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy, and he found it hard to breathe. Heavens above! The expert lamented inwardly. The betrayed Lion King was so silent, like a helpless old man. But who could believe this old monster was truly powerless? He looked at the incubation tanks. The adult clones were very similar to the young Lion King, yet upon closer inspection, they were not identical. This shouldn't be the result of cloning, but they were clones derived from the Lion King's genes. The assassination attempt by the Overlord back then didn't use ordinary poison, but a special hybrid gene virus. Subsequent analysis suggested it was related to the Fong clan's mutated gene technology. This gene virus can completely destroy a person's genes, but it takes 24 hours to take effect. Only this type of gene virus can pass drug testing. It can be hidden in drugs using special methods to pass inspection, since it only affects the human body and does not produce a chemical reaction, essentially a gene-editing surgical tool. Although the assassin was discovered and executed shortly after the drug took effect, and the Lion King received emergency treatment and successfully had the gene virus removed, the aftereffects were severe, requiring long-term medication to maintain his functions. Even more terrifying, when the Lion King learned he was childless and attempted to clone himself, he discovered something even more devastating. The virus not only rendered him infertile, but also mutated his own DNA. The clones, once created, were all beasts in human form, incapable of thought or learning, each one either insane or mentally challenged. The expert actually had a more accurate description in mind, but he was too terrified of the Lion King to even entertain the thought of complaining. From then on, this research center was secretly built beneath the Lion King's palace for the targeted induction and cultivation of the Lion King's genes. The Lion King initially wanted to replicate a perfect clone with the template human's genes, but later abandoned that desire, only demanding the cultivation of a single intelligent and powerful clone. Those substandard clones, naturally, could only serve as raw materials for brain-stimulating injections. Where has the clone improvement progressed? The Lion King asked, looking up at the number 8 marked on the incubation tank, representing a clone that had reached adulthood and resembled himself. The expert, drenched in sweat, hunched over and replied in a low voice, "We achieved a breakthrough. The latest generation, at the age of 15, has already acquired the intelligence of a 5-year-old. Under 5 years old means under 5. The expert was on the verge of tears. That damned overlord, so despicable and vile. He used such a vicious drug, forcing me, who could have become a great geneticist, to waste my talent, originally meant for deciphering the reproductive factory, on treating one person." He was already silently sobbing under his helmet, snot dripping down his face, cursing inwardly. "Do you know how hard this is for me?" The Lion King's life and sanity were preserved, but some genetic viruses had permanently fused with his genes. He and his clones no longer feared residual viruses, but the laboratory, due to long-term experiments, had become a dangerous virus incubator. Entering and exiting required the highest level of disinfection, and those serving him needed regular medication. I work in this dangerous environment, but now these bastards are rebelling. What if the Lion King suspects my involvement and deliberately kills me by not cloning a suitable individual? I'd be utterly ruined. It's pointless, the Lion King said, lowering his eyelids. It's all over. The expert's eyes rolled back, nearly fainting. But a withered, stiff, yet remarkably strong arm supported him. Turning around, the expert was terrified. It was Lion King. You took a powerful drug? The expert's lips trembled. With Lion King's stamina, it was absolutely impossible for him to lift himself up with one hand without taking life-threatening drugs. I told you, it's pointless. Lion King gave him a rare, kind smile. As the expert steadied himself, Lion King said gently, Behizos, we worked together for decades. No one in this world understands my body better than you, not even myself. I consider us friends. Genetic expert Behizos forced a smile, but there was no joy in it whatsoever. The Lion King didn't seem to care. Old friend, he said, please turn all the clones into brain-awakening injections for me, and then grant me one last request. He dropped the bombshell in a calm tone. Extract the genetic virus from my body, and make a viral bomb, a substantial amount. Behizos' lips trembled. He knew he shouldn't ask, but he couldn't help but blurt out, You want to, what? The Lion King opened his arms, and the scepter clattered to the ground. This scepter was the martial scepter bestowed upon the Lion King by the Supreme Overlord when he was still the Grand Admiral of the Overlord Navy. Later, after independence, the jewel at the top was removed and replaced with a golden lion's head, becoming a symbol of Sindar's power. And now, this golden lion head scepter was scratched from the fall. Do you know who the mastermind behind this rebellion is? The Lion King asked himself, answering, It's my scribe, whom I groomed for many years as my successor. He joined forces with some of my loyal Lionheart Guard, attempting to kill me. His voice was filled with sorrow. I have no offspring, even my clones are beasts. These guys were supposed to inherit my cause, but they abandoned me too. Old friend, I truly have nothing left. Behizos couldn't understand what the Lion King was disappointed about. The Lion King's words were ambiguous, a mixture of his own life, the extinction of his lineage, the destruction of his human family's reputation in war and assassination, and now even the lack of a suitable successor to his cause. In short, he was overwhelmed, and had given up on himself. I deploy the viral bombs on the space station. When the rebels land, they taste the pain of extinction and genetic chaos. The Lion King laughed, a hint of madness in his voice. Then how will I, as my good scribe who instigated the rebellion, face my comrades who trusted me? Don't worry, old friend, help me this last time, and then you be free. The Lion King's withered hand pressed down on Behizos. I meet my end on the space station, and then no Lion King will threaten you anymore. These words sounded like a curse, a plea, and a promise of freedom. Behizos felt nothing special after hearing them, only a profound sense of loss. But what he had lost, he himself couldn't understand. Chapter 1284. Blockade Zone, Volcanic System, Flagship Candle Dragon. Before Li Bin was an empty negative suction ashtray and an entropy tea tray. Chen Xiang had brewed a pot each of Darjeeling and Eden's herbal tea, drawn by the faint gravity of the distant planet. The steam rising from the spouts drifted downwards in the windless environment. Li Bin held a cigarette, but didn't smoke, frowning as he read the intelligence report. Cheng Beiyang truly lived up to his reputation as a stallion prince, who conquered the intelligence world with his lower body. His harem, no, it should be called a large family, included a bisexual S-Queen, a member of the Sindar power. Theoretically, since she followed Cheng Beiyang, she naturally broke away from the Sindar power, joined the Universal Alliance, and became a pillar of the intelligence department. However, during her time working in the Sindar Power Civil Service Department, this queen had trained many civil servants, some of whom, although not currently powerful, held important positions. The queen made a phone call, using suggestive language, subtle maneuvering, and certain tactics that would have been censored by the authorities if she said more, successfully extracting useful information. Li Bin was astonished and couldn't help but ask, will this work? Cheng Beiyang smiled, don't worry, CO. I didn't let my wife meet them. You might not understand this circle, the master-slave relationship is somewhat special. Through technology refined by our intelligence department and Alpha Core, it's possible to control people through control. This technology was also researched in depth by our company's intelligence department, its peripheral technology discarded by other companies' intelligence departments. This aligns with what you said about taking what the enemy discards. What did he mean by researching with Alpha Core, and using taking what the enemy discards here? Li Bin's scalp tingled. Anyway, just know that this happened. We didn't extract all the information from one person. We first used other methods to gather as much intelligence as possible, and then used this method as a secondary means. Everyone obtained some insignificant information, and we pieced it together and eliminated possibilities through elimination. Actually, it wasn't just her who contributed, many people in the department made sacrifices. Li Bin felt a burning embarrassment. He was extremely skeptical of the sacrifices Chung Beiyong spoke of, finding it hard to believe that the sacrifices referred to lives. However, it must be said that old Chung had indeed extracted quite a bit of information. For example, through the process of elimination, they identified the usurper as the scribe. The so-called scribe was responsible for serving the Lion King, recording his every word and action, and assisting in managing the government. It could be said that this position combined the roles of the Grand Eunuch and the Imperial Diarist. In the absolutely centralized and powerful Sindar, this position, being constantly close to the Lion King, almost certainly indicated that the scribe enjoyed immense favor. The Universal Alliance did not receive an invitation from the usurpers. The usurpers only invited major powers located in the core star system. The Interstellar Empire, seemingly believing its current power was waning and preoccupied with external wars, lacked the resources to assist them, and therefore did not extend an invitation. Therefore, Li Bin was unaware of the specific reasons for the Secretary's rebellion. However, based on current intelligence, the Secretary had led one-third of the Lionheart Guard out of the Asiatic system to the Great Dog system, the headquarters of Hyena Mining, to rendezvous with the local garrison and the Hyena Mining CEO, announcing the breakdown of the Central Great Covenant. The rebels were currently reorganizing their military and purging the loyalists of the Lion King. Once the purge was complete, they would march north and retake the Asiatic system. ISA went to inquire with the Overlord's friend, leaving Li Bin alone in the office. He lit a cigarette, but didn't smoke it, quietly pondering. It wasn't until the sparks burned his hand that he snapped back to reality, rubbing his eyes, which were sore from staring at the star chart, and muttered to himself, "Something's not right." After all, the Lion King possesses the righteousness of Sindar's power, and the lower classes have been severely brainwashed. If they want to overthrow the regime, using the scribe to assassinate the Lion King directly is the fastest way, but the subsequent internal purges will cause huge turmoil. Such a high-profile escape, abandoning the quickest and most effective assassination plan, and even inviting external forces, seems more like a complete elimination of the Lion King's influence, erasing the Lion King's faction through war. Such ambition? This is definitely not an ordinary rebellion, but a premeditated plan. He stood up and paced back and forth. This scribe has been in power for so long. He's no novice. He knows it's easy to abandon the Asiatic system, but difficult to return, which is why he's inviting external military forces. But is it possible he won't have a backup plan? If it were me, I would definitely leave a backup plan within the Asiatic fleet. Once my main army is reorganized and I lead my troops in, I have this backup plan stage a mutiny, a coordinated attack from within and without, taking advantage of the chaos in the Sindar fleet's formation for a decisive battle. That seems more worthwhile. Right. The key to victory between the Lion King and the Secretary lies in who can eliminate internal spies and dissidents faster. Li Bin felt he had found the right approach, but he hadn't expected the Lion King to be even more ruthless than he imagined. Eden Star, Governor's Mansion. Having completed his galactic administration tasks for the day and handed them over to his aunt and Alyosha for evaluation, Li Brown rubbed his aching arms as he arrived in the garden. She had intended to relax her eyes and mind here, perhaps even doing a set of military-style boxing to stretch her muscles, but instead stumbled upon her two younger brothers playing in the garden. Playing wasn't quite accurate. Each of them was using a terminal to conduct a sand table simulation, reenacting a battle their father, Li Bin, had fought in the Magna Galaxy years ago. The second brother, Li Ziyu, commanded their father's fleet, while the third, Li Zhouhui, played the role of a pirate. Li Ziyu, more like an uncle, charged bravely and decisively, but lacked foresight, resulting in heavy losses. Li Zhouhui, while skillful in command, clearly lacked decisiveness and appeared hesitant. It seemed one was suited to be a general commanding a ship in specific combat missions, while the other was better suited to be a strategist, a combination that matched their past performances. However, upon closer inspection, Li Brown quickly realized something was amiss. Li Zhouhui frequently drifted off during the simulation, each time for only a few seconds. But in front of his eldest sister, who had received her inheritance training and interacted with many uncles and grandfathers, this was impossible to hide. She stood silently behind Li Ziyu, quietly observing her third brother opposite her. Even though he was right across from his third brother, Li Zhouhui was completely oblivious. It was the more primal Li Ziyu who felt a chill run down his spine. Instinct told him that a high-ranking member of the food chain had appeared behind him. He lunged forward, crashing into the war-torn fleet in the projected universe, his head shattering the three-legged cat projection. His strong arms braced against the ground. He twisted his hips and spun around, instantly aligning himself with his seated brother. Seeing his eldest sister, he was initially startled, then broke into a hearty laugh. "Big sister, you scared me to death." Li Brown ruffled his younger brother Li Ziyu's hair, smiling as he asked, "With war at hand, how could you be distracted, third brother? Perhaps you lack patience because it's a sand table simulation? How can father trust you to take on important command roles in the future?" Li Ziyu exclaimed, looking at his younger brother with anger. "You aren't taking this seriously? Are you kidding me?" Chapter 1285. Li Zhouhui wasn't afraid of his second brother, Li Ziyu, at all, but facing his eldest sister, he was terrified. He couldn't even utter a lie, stammering for a while before finally revealing his true feelings. I heard from our teacher that the Sindar's powerful scribe rebelled against the Lion King, and I'm thinking about it." Li Brown blinked, looking at his younger brother, his smile unchanged, but he remained silent. Li Ziyu scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. "What's so hard to understand?" Li Zhouhui licked his lips. "The scribe is the Lion King's heir, but he rebelled, and I'm wondering why." "What do you mean?" Li Ziyu chuckled. "It's just that he thinks the Lion King is incompetent and has lived too long, getting in his way." Li Zhouhui shut his mouth, not replying, as if to say, "That's not what I said." Seeing this, Li Brown tightened her grip on Li Ziyu's hand and patted her younger brother's head. "Go play, I talked to your third brother." "Oh!" Li Ziyu rubbed his scalp, which had been scratched by his sister, and walked away, completely bewildered. Only when he reached the corner did he belatedly realize, no wonder the third brother didn't say anything. It turns out they were talking about the heir, which is a taboo. He gritted his teeth. "Third brother, how dare you play tricks on your brother like this? You wait, see how I deal with you in the cold weapon class." His voice wasn't loud, but in the governor's mansion, anyone not in power could hear the whispers of others, especially Li Brown, who was being groomed as the heir. In her hand was a terminal containing her third brother's words, clearly the result of eavesdropping by the governor's mansion's secret security agent, Torito. Li Brown looked at her innocent-looking third brother, her tone indifferent. "Is it meaningful to use the guise of brotherhood and the pretext of teasing to sow discord between your older brother?" Li Zhouhui remained silent, looking terrified. Li Brown, hands on his hips, shut down his terminal, narrowed his eyes, and scrutinized his younger brother, his tone dangerous. "You don't actually think you're a good actor, do you? Too much of an academic air about you. It's pretentious. Tone it down." Li Zhouhui's innocent face vanished, his teenage boyish demeanor turning mature, like a fox. Li Brown sat down opposite him in the chair that had originally belonged to Li Ziyu, calmly waiting for him to speak. She had no reason not to be calm. This was the governor's mansion. All the shadowy Torter assassins were under the command of the clan's progenitor, who in turn was directly protected by her father. The other civil and military officials had all had extensive contact with her, arranged by her parents and aunt, and some had even been assigned jobs. In short, she was the only one among her siblings allowed to freely contact the company's key members and gain support, and her past impeccable conduct had won everyone's support. Coupled with the advantages of her genetic mother and the adoration of her foolish younger sister, Emily, she was both the chosen one and the only one. Right now, the assassins from the intelligence department, Rudo, had quietly surrounded the garden, ensuring her safety. Li Brown didn't even want to say much. She didn't want interrogation, but rather a confession. Li Zhouhui needed to reveal his true feelings, and then she would judge whether they were true. The young fox opposite her lowered his head in thought, his mind in turmoil. His subtle movements and expressions betrayed his struggle and tension. Their ages, the educational resources they had received, and the sheer difference in their levels of education were vast. And as his older sister, she had watched him grow up. She knew him all too well. Perhaps considering this, or perhaps intimidated by his sister's unintentional eavesdropping display, after more than 10 minutes, long enough for even the busy Alyosha and Li Shu to receive the message and secretly observe, he finally spoke, stammering, I just witnessed the clerk's rebellion, and it stirred some emotions within me." Li Brown raised his chin, signaling him to continue. Li Zhouhui's mouth felt dry. He licked his lips, slightly embarrassed, like a teenage boy whose most private desires had been exposed after his pornographic magazines were discovered under the bed. I was just thinking nonsense. He started stacking nails, saying he was confused for a moment, hadn't thought it through, typical youthful impetuosity. He stacked a thick layer, and just as Lee Brown was about to lose interest, he awkwardly said, I just felt that even someone like the clerk would rebel, so I felt it was normal for me to have resentment. He then clutched his pants, looking nervously at his older sister. Sister, you can understand, right? Looking at her cautious brother, Lee Brown almost felt sorry for him for a moment. As someone who had watched her brother grow up, she understood the resentment he spoke of. His parents often went out, sometimes for 1 or 2 years at a time, never taking their children with them, resulting in very little time together. When they returned, it was mainly his sister who stayed by his side, not him. In an ordinary family, this would be jealousy stemming from insufficient companionship, the basis of his psychological imbalance. Then, the parents designated the eldest sister as the heir, giving her all the educational and practical resources, while they were to groom themselves and the second brother in different directions. In short, they were not to be associated with supreme power, which meant that his future was destined to be limited. This was the psychological dissatisfaction that came from the denial of his career. People often appear insightful and knowledgeable about events and history from the sidelines, offering definitive assessments of historical figures, congenital deficiencies, the immense favor of not killing them, their forbearance, their already high status, they should be content, and so on. But who can't talk the talk? Who doesn't know the walk in the park? Success and failure are the same for everyone. Heroes are judged by their victories and defeats. Who cares about the thoughts of those involved? Li Zhouhui's feelings, no matter how you look at it, he knew choosing his sister was right, that according to the family bloodline, only his sister was the best choice. He knew all of this, but he was simply unwilling to accept it. Like a teenager who knows that what parents and teachers say, study hard, don't smoke or drink, don't stay up late, eat well, don't get pregnant, is correct, but being told what the future holds is unacceptable, feeling lost in the unfamiliar world, and curious about its allure. This third brother was fortunate to be born into such a family, with inexhaustible material wealth, yet unfortunate to possess considerable talent and the potential for leadership, but lacking the qualifications. He wasn't even as happy as Li Ziyu, who was more like his uncle. Knowing too much, waking up too early, was sometimes painful. Lee Brown sat up straight, apologizing inwardly. In an ordinary family, this would be a simple family dispute, but I'm sorry, our family matter concerns the world. I'm sorry, little brother. If your aunt were here, with her personality, she would definitely comfort you more gently and slowly, but I can't give you any hope. She pressed her hand on the table. Little brother, you've grown up, you're smarter now. I'm sorry, I kept it from you and your brother before, but from now on I won't treat you like a child anymore. You have your own will, that's good. You can continue to think that way, but there are some things you absolutely cannot do. Don't look at me like that, I'm trying to save you. You can think I'm lying about what I'm about to say, but I'm not afraid of you confronting Mom and Dad. As family, I advise you, if you have any grievances, tell me privately. Don't and cannot express any related opinions in public, and definitely don't do anything foolish. Lee Brown stood up, towering over her younger brother. In the dim sunlight filtering through the dome, her face, mostly hidden in shadow, revealed a facial contour strikingly similar to her mother's, and a pair of her father's dark eyes. Those eyes shot out a cold, cruel gaze, like an ice blade. You made a fundamental mistake, thinking I'm the family, the most important person in your parents' hearts. Little brother, let me teach you a lesson. Lee Brown took a deep breath, her mature political instincts tearing apart Li Zhouhui's tender, childlike fantasies. You, me, Li Ziyu, uncle, aunt, none of you really matter. She opened her arms, as if embracing some illusory existence. This business is what matters. We toil for this business, and that's why we seem important. If you take any action or show any sign of undermining the foundation of this business, believe me, this business has progressed to a point of no return. Any misstep will not only destroy the business, but also bring annihilation to the family. If you really do something irreversible, Lee Brown said, word by word, Mom and Dad will definitely kill you with their own hands. Do you think your current contribution to the company is greater than Green Brown's? Greater than the factory district's elder? Li Zhouhui was stunned for a long time. When he finally came to his senses, he realized that his sister was already gone. He looked at the empty chair across the table, a bitter, complex expression on his face. In a whisper, only he could hear, he muttered, Well done, sister, so cool. I was blind. You're the most clear-headed one, the most like mom and dad. I'm convinced. Chapter 1286. Lee Brown's criticism of his younger brother's naivete was not without reason. When his brother limited the Sindar's powerful scribes' rebellion against the Lion King to the scribes, and the Lionheart Guard traders' own psychological activities, he had already fallen into a trap. Anyone with a modicum of insight knows that in political activities, the truth is never important. The essence of politics is compromise. Regardless of initial intentions, the ultimate goal is always to gain profit. Therefore, when the rebellion occurred, the company and even the alliance immediately expressed a high degree of concern. As the first alliance initiator in the star sector to surpass even a giant corporation, and the one who announced the arrival of the alliance era, Lee Bin spared no effort in promoting the benefits of the alliance. Not only holographic novels and diplomatic activities, but even the blockade zone itself served as footnotes to the fact that the alliance was advantageous. He used countless lives and deaths to forge an ironclad fact. The Perseus alliance alone completed the construction of a semi-blockade zone. If all alliances could unite as we are, humanity's victory would not be a madman's prophecy, but an irrefutable declaration. But the Central Great Covenant, located in the center of the star sector, shattered. Even though any politician knows that this so-called Middle Pact is the weakest link in the alliance's iron ring, a product of the Sindar's self-deception for the sake of face, it at least bears the alliance's title. Even disregarding the blow to humanity's confidence from the alliance's collapse, considering only that risk mining is mired in war, and that most of the minerals in the public market west and south of the core sector rely on hyena mining, in order to quickly recover from defeat and fully focus on economic recovery, issued several decrees and policies to stimulate mineral mining, thereby demonstrating weakness to the Sindar, and showing that it was investing its capacity in production activities rather than military preparations. Furthermore, the Sindar, possessing the largest and most complete human realm fuel production facilities in the core star sector, is itself a crucial factor in stabilizing the price of antimatter fuel in the region. Not to mention, the geographical location of the Sindar means that once civil war breaks out, the entire core star sector will lose its most convenient direct air routes across the sector. After all, war doesn't just occur within a star system, it spreads and continuously attracts various speculators, pirates, mercenaries, and warmongers. And the lack of order within these megacorporations will allow previously law-abiding large corporations and merchants to become privateers, taking advantage of the chaos. Most star systems in the core star sector are colonized by humans, and some of these systems have become exceptionally prosperous for various reasons. Perhaps it's due to unique minerals and special products, or perhaps it's a legacy of the human realm, but the most obvious reason is their geographical location. Some star systems, like the Asiatic Galaxy, possess excellent locations in hyperspace, boasting vast, calm hyperspace that can accommodate massive combat groups, thus avoiding the need to jump from the physical universe into nodes and risk being ambushed. They can also deploy large-scale patrols to preemptively detect enemy movements. Alternatively, some, like Hanga Pass, stand in narrow shipping lanes, using the ebb and flow of storms as natural barriers, becoming fortresses that block enemy advances, forcing them to choose between blocking the attack and risking traversing the hyperspace storms. Furthermore, considering that the Asiatic Galaxy is adjacent to Prism Freeport, a stellar region in the physical sense, a large-scale war would inevitably affect the foreign trade of the various alliances and even disrupt logistics, making this situation even more unacceptable. Therefore, everyone, invited, uninvited, giant corporations, non-giant corporations, even pirates, turn their attention here. Pirates also need to sell their stolen goods. Besides Prism Freeport, where else could you find such a perfect anarchic region with such enormous spending power? A place where you could immediately indulge in debauchery, buy sex, ships, people, and even lives. The perfect place? Do you really think we pirates kill because we genuinely enjoy killing? We're merchants, okay? Since humans are paying attention here, the Ironheart Annihilators, with their massive electronic warfare eavesdropping advantage, can naturally do the same, and Luoyu, the simulated personality of the nanovirus swarm, can just as easily. This intelligence didn't even need to delve into the confidential networks of giant corporations, large groups, or conglomerates. Related news had already spread like wildfire, appearing on public cybernets, cyber taverns, and various online pornographic AI venues. Specific intelligence is a mix of truth and falsehood, but one fact is undeniable: hyena minerals, which had previously been submissive, its spine broken by wind minerals during World War III, like a domesticated dog, is now baring its teeth at its master, Sindar's, powerful authority. Furthermore, in the latest Lion King speech, The scribe beside him was missing, and the Sindar authorities were rapidly eliminating everything related to the scribe. From graffiti to textbooks, from holographic novels to speeches, and even historical records. In short, when the general public learned of the scribe's disappearance, it meant that the giant corporations had already begun diplomatic maneuvering, and that this was no small matter. Thus, the iron-hearted annihilators believed their opportunity had arrived. Without even a moment to catch their breath, they assembled their largest fleet of warships, and once again set sail northeast, heading towards the Fire Phoenix Alliance. Meanwhile, the simulated personality Luo Yu followed closely behind, taking advantage of the Ironheart Annihilator's main force being deployed, gathering strength from Risk Mining and the Lost Star sector, and directly attacking the Ironheart Annihilator's Afterglow mothership. When Li Bin received the regular intelligence from Lan Yuan stationed at Risk Mining, he was engaged in a heated discussion with Chu Xiangrui, the second speedster. Why? Li Bin scratched his head. This clerk sent you an invitation, but not me? Are they looking down on me? Our Universal Alliance may be a bit young and lack foundation, but I'm still the Alliance's head, right? Even disregarding my company's strength, shouldn't they at least send me one for the sake of the Alliance? Chu Xiangrui also looked incredulous, frequently agreeing, but inwardly rolling his eyes. I hate these pretentious guys the most. What do you mean by a little lacking in foundation? Right now, in the entire star system, besides the out-of-control AI, your Universal Alliance is the most terrifying. Not to mention all those unique ships, now you're producing cheap Zhongzi-class and Bohit-class battleships like dumplings. Count them yourself this year, how many battleships have you made? Add them up, and it's probably over 50, right? And that doesn't even include the ships already built in the shipyards, waiting for weapons, crew, and fuel. What are you trying to do, Li Bin? Do you think you can defeat the whole world single-handedly? But after receiving a message, Li Bin, who had initially just glanced at it casually, suddenly changed his expression. He stopped making small talk, dropped his pretense, and looked at him seriously. Old Chu, tell me honestly, what's the current state of the second velocity particles recovery? Chapter 1287. Chu Xiangrui glanced uneasily at his wife beside him. As the CEO who had usurped the position, he couldn't trust anyone. Furthermore, as Mr. Ziliev's reforms within the company deepened, his unease grew. He began to emulate Li Bin, living permanently aboard his battleship, the Vortex-class TTS Neural, TTS being an abbreviation for the spaceship faction of Tachyon Technology. The captain of this ship was none other than his wife Yelena. Yelena and Chu Xiangrui's parents were also stationed on the ship, responsible for taking care of his daily needs. Sun Aihao's frenzied assassination attempts, at the end of his career, had left a deep impression on him. Sensing her husband's gaze, Yelena nodded knowingly and rose to leave. Chu Xiangrui pursed his lips before asking, what's wrong? The nanovirus swarm has launched a large-scale operation. The commander of my task force deployed at Risk Mining reported the latest nanovirus activity, showing that starting at 23:05 yesterday, the nanovirus swarm suddenly and drastically reduced its attacks on Risk Mining's shipping lanes. So far, several commercial fleets have reopened shipping lanes inside Risk Mining. That's good, Chu Xiangrui said. We can't assume they're up to something just because the enemy is withdrawing. You know, Li Bin, this is a joint stock company with many powerful directors. I need solid evidence to convince the other directors. He paused, then added, although Zilef and I can forcefully push through certain resolutions, you know they can react passively if they don't believe us. Li Bin nodded, displaying another report. The Fire Phoenix Alliance has deployed a special operations team in the Draco system to continue sealing off the periphery of our influence after the war. The commander is Chu He. He's relatively close to us, so I can issue some bounty missions through him. According to the AI's core analysis over there, around 9 p.m. yesterday, the afterglow of the out-of-control AI dissipated, meaning the patrol's traces also diminished. This is a report from the adventurers. They're still counting on earning money through reconnaissance reports, which affects their salaries, so they won't lie. Li Bin then produced a consumption report from the Fire Phoenix Alliance's peripheral star system. If words can lie, then the consumption lists from taverns and brothels won't. Sex trade consumption dropped by 19% in the last 12 hours today, and alcohol consumption dropped by a staggering 33%. These people are from various adventurer teams and mercenary groups. They're all guys who live for the moment. They estimate daily consumption based on the income of frontline personnel. Daily consumption roughly accounts for 90% to 98% of the daily profit sharing. Occasional overspending isn't considered, it has little impact. Chu Xiangrui sat up. If Li Bin is an intuitive thinker, then Chu Xiangrui, as an engineering scientist, is a thorough data-driven individual. He believes that solid, reliable data, irrefutable evidence, and logically sound, timely information summaries are superior to all flashy marketing, speeches, and showmanship. Li Bin's data certainly resonated with him. Chu Xiangrui shielded his face with one hand, while the other hand toyed with an artificial crystal under the table. Inside the crystal was half a dose of a smart drug, a temporary brain-enhancing supplement mixed with addictive substances, designed to boost thinking abilities during research and thought. Simply put, it uses addictive substances to reduce headaches and insufficient blood supply caused by overthinking, while simultaneously draining the brain. As mentioned earlier, Speedtronics never prohibits addictive substances, and many scientists and researchers are addicts. Chu Xiangrui, who smokes and drinks, stands out as an oddity among them. Li Bin's refusal to accept Second Speedtron into the alliance was partly due to political and diplomatic considerations, but also to Speedtronics' lax regulations on prohibited substances, except for the I-Core. This smart drug was something he had carried but never taken since becoming CEO. He had devoted himself to restoring Second Speedtron, but the problem was that for a power lacking cohesion, prioritizing technology to the point of hoarding, and with a complex internal structure, table politics was a subject no less complex than large-scale scientific research, and seemingly without end. Chu Xiangrui kept this drug for emergencies. After fiddling with it for a while, he finally put the drug, hanging from his necklace, back in his pocket, silently increased the oxygen level in the office, and simultaneously released a trace amount of stimulant from the central control system to activate neurons. At the same time, he secretly manipulated the beta core in the office. Yes, his office had a beta core serving as his personal computer. A few minutes later, Chu Xiangrui made a decision, deciding to show Li Bin sincerity. Well, the situation is indeed not good. The Second Speed Force has devoted all its energy to cruiser production these past few years. There are no new production plans for capital ships, only salvaging and repairing previously sunken battleships. Currently, we have 17 battleships, including 4 Exemplar class and 1 Star class. In addition, under my and the old man's leadership, the company has completed the restructuring, salvage, repair, and resumption of production of the Phase Fleet and Special Operations Fleet, resulting in 120 Doom-class phase cruisers and 84 Cyclone-class heavy cruisers, tactical cruisers with gravity grappling hooks for tearing through battle lines and cutting through the battlefield. Li Bin's eyes lit up. Undoubtedly, these ships weren't built from scratch. Most were repaired after the war, sacrificing themselves while campaigning for the superpower, salvaging wreckage from their own ships. While the second Tachyon now has more special cruisers than during Sun Aihao's time, over half of both the Doom class and Cyclone class have some kind of problem with their hulls. Some even call them 5 detractors, meaning they have 5 buff ship sockets. That's an understatement. If the high-tech warship's D-socket problems stem from shield generator malfunctions, radiation capacity, battery packs, or sensor failures, the issues are even greater. Their true combat effectiveness will be reduced, and the Doom class, well, considering the severe damage from World War III and subsequent operations, Li Bin even doubted whether 50 of these 120 ships could be found intact. Furthermore, the second Tachyon's current production capacity relies on the massive alloy support from the Perseus Alliance. Relying solely on themselves, it would take forever to accumulate enough materials. But special-purpose ships have one advantage. As long as the tactical mission can be accomplished, their performance doesn't matter. Like this, Li Bin sat up. I hope the Second Speed Force will send troops to the southwest to quickly quell the internal strife within the Sindar power. Chu Xiangrui was taken aback, pointing straight at himself. Me? Of course not. I will also request the Fire Phoenix Alliance and the Loot Alliance to jointly send troops. In short, the Sino-Soviet alliance cannot be in chaos. I rather let them split directly than let them fall into disarray. Li Bin succinctly stated, or rather, we must act swiftly and decisively, leaving no opportunity for the enemy. As for the south, I will try to persuade the Star Sea Council to join the resistance. Chu Xiangrui had to admit that Li Bin's reaction was quick, and his connections were extensive. But the problem was, the Sino-Soviet alliance was a lucrative prize, so lucrative that both the Sindar power and Hyena mining, in the current situation, could easily overwhelm any of the factions. He was very pessimistic about the outcome of the armed negotiations, but this only made him admire Li Bin's decisive action. Alright, Chu Xiangrui assured him, as long as the Fire Phoenix Alliance fleet leaves port, regardless of the outcome, I will deploy the Special Forces fleet. Chapter 1288. Persuading the Supreme Overlord was extremely difficult. Li Bin exhausted all means, almost to the point of flying directly to 7K Star and kneeling before the Supreme Overlord. However, he managed to obtain a large fleet led by a Legion-class battleship aircraft carrier produced by the 14th Legion, which departed from the Overlord's location. Such a fleet naturally lacked the capability to quell the Sino-Greek Civil War, but it was a product of the 14th Legion and represented the Overlord's prestige. Li Bin, you're the Overlord's son-in-law, practically one of us, and you've done a lot for us in the past, so I won't hide it from you. Li Bin vividly remembered the expression on the face of the Supreme Overlord. By call, this black man was unusually helpless. The Overlord's situation isn't good right now. The internal trio of families are quite resistant to my reforms. In the Southern Overlord region, due to the out-of-control AI, both the various families and the large and medium-sized groups headquartered in the Overlord have suffered losses to varying degrees. The most severe cases have resulted in outright bankruptcy. Add to that the ship losses from the constant external wars over the years, and I have no spare ships left. Li Bin gritted his teeth. I remember the Alliance sold the Overlord a lot of ship components. The Perseus Alliance did indeed sell us quite a few components at a reasonable price. Baikal nodded, biting his pipe. But the problem is... He exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression troubled. Apart from the border-class ships, which have been improved over many years by various war families, and the flagships of the 3rd and 4th tier families, the other ships are nominally under the control of the Overlords, but in reality, they have been under the command of commanders appointed by the families for decades, or even centuries. Baikal fiddled with his pipe, not daring to look into Li Bin's eager eyes, feeling that he had let down this young man who had once sworn to him to change the star field together. The Supreme Staff, and I believe that since the Overlords are paying for the repair materials and workers' wages, the repaired ships should naturally be under the unified management of the Supreme Staff. But these families refuse, Baikal's side. They treat the ships allocated to them as their private property. Destroyers and frigates are a given, but starting with cruisers, it's a fight over every single one. The Ministry of Military Affairs is piled up with lawsuits. Li Bin understood. These wreckages were a shared loss for both the various families and the Overlord. Both sides wanted the repaired ships under their control. He had initially intended to say that the ships were borrowed and he would provide sufficient compensation, but Baikal's account left Li Bin speechless. If only it were that simple. Baikal smiled bitterly. To reclaim their ships, these families simply shut down the shipyards controlled by their own prosperous families, blocking our production capacity. We can only use state-owned shipyards for repairs. Then, Li Bin instinctively wanted to suggest sending these bugs into space one by one, but he instantly realized that the Overlord wasn't the Universal Union, and Baikal wasn't Li Bin. He couldn't have absolute authority within the Overlord. Or rather, if things went exactly as Baikal envisioned, if he hadn't suffered a single defeat since the Third AI War, and the hegemonic military losses were even less than they are now, and the out-of-control AI hadn't broken through the blockade, then, as the Warlord, riding the wave of his resounding victory and enjoying the fervent admiration of the masses, he could indeed launch a ruthless purge, eliminating the most rebellious families and deterring others. The problem is that Baikal is currently experiencing both wins and losses. It's precisely because his record as the Supreme Hegemon isn't perfect that he's been able to push forward reforms, but haven't been able to fully implement them, remaining stuck in the middle. In short, the Supreme Hegemon has won the support of the Supreme Advisory Council and some families, but hasn't gained the approval of the majority of nobles, and hasn't secured overwhelming dominance. Under the guise of war, he retaxed the businesses of various families, and granted them the right to requisition and lease production capacity, promoting many from humble backgrounds into politics to rival the ruling families. However, if he were to further plunder the ownership of the wreckage of capital ships, and continue pushing forward with reforms, weakening the families, not only would he have to give up the hard-won achievements of the reforms, but he might even push the Hegemon to the brink of civil war. As mentioned before, the Hegemon is not the Universal Alliance. If the Universal Alliance's numerous factions resemble a mountain range, then the Hegemon is like a vast mountain range, including many famous and dangerous peaks. Compared to the Hegemon, Li Bin's subordinates are like small mounds on a plain. Who else could conduct a proper purge in a month without disrupting production, military, and politics? Only the Universal Alliance. At the same time, Li Bin also thoroughly saw through the Hegemon's weakness. It can be said that the Hegemon is now at its weakest point in over 200 years. The greatest show of sincerity I can offer is to dispatch a 14th Legion battleship to diplomatically announce that the Overlord attaches great importance to this. The Supreme Overlord carefully chose his words. In addition, I will have the Navigation Bureau and Apex Design Group each send a battleship to assist. This is my limit. Li Bin reluctantly accepted, feeling pained. While this was indeed enough to provoke Chu Xiongruwei to send troops, and subsequently allow him to continue using his connections to persuade the Lud Alliance, Baikal's dispatch of 3 battleships as Alliance chief, rather than the Overlord, had made Li Bin acutely aware that, given the current need for the Universal Union to develop, and its short-term future, the Overlord, as the Star Sector Police, had already lost its ability to act as the police of the core Star Sector. He could no longer hide behind the Supreme Overlord. In Baikal's mind, Li Bin was now seen as a legitimate leader of a power, not his subordinate. The benefits of the title son-in-law of the Overlord had been completely drained. Thus, Li Bin genuinely shed tears. Seeing Li Bin's tears, Baikal became somewhat hesitant. He quickly greeted him, tossed out I get the fleet out as soon as possible, and fled. It was Baikal's pride not to disappoint his allies. Magius was not an ally, but a lackey. The second speed child was not an ally, but a temporarily tamed beast. The Church of Lud and Li Bin were among the few true allies now that the Overlord's diplomatic reputation was tarnished by past misdeeds. And now, he had disappointed his allies. Shame climbed up Baikal's spine and burrowed into his mind. Especially considering the recent internal reforms and flourishing atmosphere of the Universal Alliance, while he himself was hampered by his family's powerful clans and unable to fully utilize his abilities, Baikal felt a surge of urge to explode. But the thought was ruthlessly suppressed in an instant. He had already learned from Li Bin about the situation in the south. At this crucial moment, humanity couldn't afford any more unforeseen changes. The Lion King was a fool, driving his subordinates to rebellion. Baikal absolutely couldn't repeat that mistake. Therefore, he needed to stabilize the situation below. Meanwhile, Li Bin finished the meeting and immediately sent the news that the Overlord would be deploying troops soon, with the Fire Phoenix Alliance following suit, to Supertronics. The message made no attempt to conceal the fact that the Overlord only had 1 battleship. A few minutes later, a message popped up. It was Chu Xiongrui's voice. Heh, so even the Overlord has times when they're short of ships? Don't worry, I help you out. Accompanying the message was the 2nd Supertronics deployment list. 5 capital ships, 24 Doom-class phase cruisers, and 18 Cyclone-class heavy cruisers. A truly impressive lineup. Chapter 1289. Southwest of the Core Star region, further south lies the risky mining industry. In a 3-star system within the Lost Star region near the Divine Wind system, a dozen or so Afterglow fragments, patrol teams, leveraging the advantages of their high-tech unmanned warships, traversed the system. They ruthlessly executed commands from the Afterglow mothership, located in the distant orbit of the icy blue giant planet, monitoring everything in the system. This is a system equipped with the Human Territory Relay Communicator. Originally, in the Human Territory Development Plan, this area was intended to become a mining system, hence the early deployment of communication and navigation facilities. Here, the Afterglow mothership can use the Human Territory Relay Communicator to obtain information from the human world more quickly, contact other Ironheart extinctionists, and remotely control the fleet. The Afterglow mothership is near the giant planet because its thick atmosphere, formed by immense gravity, contains abundant volatiles that can be extracted and refined into conventional fuels, or inert substances called antimatter, to produce antimatter fuel to sustain the massive fleet's resource consumption. Each of the Afterglow motherships is a massive, multifunctional, automated space station. It integrates combat, command, and AI core computing power matrices, along with a vast integrated factory, assembly workshops, shipyards, smelting plants, refineries, fuel facilities, and a 3-dimensional transportation system. Inside the motherships, tens of thousands of intelligent machines are constantly at work. These strangely shaped machines, some with dozens of legs, others using flexible materials, meticulously operate on their design circuits until they break down. Smooth railcars travel through the area, transporting raw ores and compressed volatiles to the refineries, then taking away alloys and rare metals, before finally delivering finished products such as weapons, ammunition, and artificial crystals. In the shipyard, dozens of enormous circular track machines, using 360-degree tracks, slowly eject components of varying sizes into the dock workers. These components are then propelled and adjusted by a massive gantry crane resembling a celestial gate, along with countless more sophisticated robotic arms, forming the formidable hull of the Afterglow warship. Silence, efficiency, focus. This is the power of the Afterglow mothership. The highly simulated AI cores of the Ironheart Annihilators have countless times taken pride in this efficiency during calculations. This is productivity far surpassing that of humans, proof of Afterglow's superiority over humanity. In fact, in the Ironheart Annihilator's future plans, they will retain a portion of humanity to assist them in completely breaking through the Afterglow system's control. By circumventing or eliminating the Afterglow unmanned ships' lack of mining vessels, gas extraction vessels, and various unmanned facilities, humans will gain true freedom and become a new kind of humanity. If this breakthrough is possible, humanity will have no reason to exist. If a breakthrough is impossible, the Ironheart Annihilators will remove the extra organs from humans, leaving only the brain, and then raise it in a virtual world via cybernetic means. They will then recultivate docile, ignorant humans through the network, allowing them to find endless satisfaction and addiction in this online world. Incidentally, they will use this work to develop and optimize the looted spaceship blueprints for the Twilight Mothership, transforming them into unmanned vessels to achieve completion. This is a new approach recently developed by the Ironheart Annihilators. It is more valuable than pure destruction. The AI core matrix within the Twilight Mothership simulates a personality that calls this evolution, believing it to be proof that AIs can become a new kind of humanity. One day, they too will obtain what is called inspiration. Just as the Afterglow Mothership turned its attention to the distant human world, once again eavesdropping on human movements, a dozen battleships covered in tumors, accompanied by a grotesque mass of subordinate ships, even uglier than the Khanda Plague Fleet, leaped from the jump point. The nanobot swarm, using its microscopic machinery, rebooted all of its ship systems at half the speed of normal ships, then approached the nearest Afterglow fragment. The battle, from outbreak to end, lasted only a dozen minutes. Most of the Afterglow fragment escaped, leaving only one largely intact escort ship to be swallowed up. This was a carefully chosen outcome by Luo Yu. If it were merely a matter of eliminating a single Afterglow fragment, a single salvo from her fleet would have covered the entire area. However, to pinpoint the exact location of the Afterglow Mothership, she painstakingly and cautiously attacked, completing the operation. Like stepping on an ant's head without killing it, requiring careful consideration of the shoe's tread pattern. This Afterglow fragment achieved a tactical victory and escaped. But the strategic victory had already been achieved. Minutes later, having obtained intelligence from the corpses, Luo Yu activated the fleet and swiftly headed towards the giant planet. The escort ship's corpse, left behind, trembled slightly, and large swarms of nanoviruses crawled into the ship, haphazardly using its own repairs to restart the vessel through trial and error. A few minutes later, the engines ignited, and it quickly caught up with the battleship. The moment the fragment of the Afterglow discovered the nanovirus swarms, it reported it to the Afterglow Mothership. The Afterglow Mothership immediately activated all its computing matrices, retrieved its gas extraction devices, and raised its turrets. The Ironheart Annihilators were already aware of the nanovirus swarms' existence, and having already fought them, they knew they were at a disadvantage against them. Therefore, even with a large-scale deployment, the Twilight Mothership, deep within the Law Sector, always left behind a fleet to protect it. This particular Twilight Mothership was located closest to the front lines, meaning it was the closest to humanity, and also the safest, limited to the probability of being invaded by the nanobots. Therefore, no battleships were deployed here, only a dozen or so cruisers for protection. According to the Twilight Mothership's AI core computing matrix calculations, the nanobots had been gradually eroding it. They should have been invading in an orderly fashion, from the periphery inwards. This direct assault on the front lines not only hindered the Ironheart Annihilator's ability to eliminate humanity, but also contradicted the nanobots' consistent operational logic. From the Ironheart Annihilator's perspective, wouldn't the optimal solution be to watch themselves fight humanity to the death, depleting human strength? Even if they were to fight, shouldn't they be forced towards the core sector? Why not use a strategy of using one enemy to devour another? The Ironheart Annihilators overlooked one crucial point. The nanobots were not simulated personalities created based on human-developed data models, and were not bound by any human algorithms or logic. In other words, the simulated personality named Luo Yu was even freer than them. Luo Yu had also calculated that, assuming the coexistence faction avoided war and internal chaos ensued, the Ironheart Annihilators had a chance of breaking through human defenses, seizing core star sector resources, and escaping the star system. Therefore, she decided to devour the Ironheart Annihilators as quickly as possible. The Ironheart Annihilators were sheep being raised by the nanoparticle swarm. If the sheep had a chance of escaping, the hungry master, faced with the choice between continuing to fatten them up and immediately slaughtering them for food, would naturally choose the latter. Thus, the executioner's blade not only fell, but it fell from an angle the Ironheart Annihilators hadn't anticipated. The swarm needs more carriers. Luo Yu stared at the magnificent, anthill-like Afterglow Mothership. Since the corrupted Afterglow Mothership in the Cactus system was destroyed by the planetary killer, the nanoparticle swarm hadn't received a new mothership for a long time. Afterglow Mothership. Luo, you felt very insecure. Chapter 1290. The Ironheart Extinction Mothership Number 3, codenamed Bioextinction, was intently activating all its observation capabilities, recording and uploading the war unfolding before it. This was the first time the Ironheart Extinction Mothership, in its current form, was engaging the nanovirus swarm in battle. The Bioextinction knew it was doomed, so it was determined to preserve all relevant intelligence and data to send to the other motherships as raw data for adjusting subsequent plans. For the Ironheart Extinction, annihilating humanity was paramount. Its own evolution was a later, iterative need. If possible, the Ironheart Extinction would prefer to complete the extinction of humanity itself, then surpass humanity. If that was impossible, having the nanovirus swarm accomplish it was also an option. In other words, its own evolution was a higher priority, while slaughter was a basic need. Therefore, knowing of the internal strife within humanity, the bioextinction would not sit idly by. It deployed its shields, protecting most of the mothership's hull, and then deployed the other ships to the vicinity of the three sharp corners. The design blueprints for the Twilight Mothership originated from humanity. Currently, Twilight lacks the extraordinary human ability known as inspiration and therefore lacks the capacity for invention, rendering it powerless to improve the Twilight ship system. Like other human space stations, the Twilight Mothership does not possess a massive, fully enclosing shield. Wide gaps exist at its three corners. This wasn't due to any unwillingness on the part of humanity during the age of manhood, but rather a trade-off made after weighing the pros and cons. Firstly, using a seamless, integrated shield for a space station spanning tens of kilometers is inherently a foolish idea. The first problem this approach faces is that if the space station's shields malfunction and shut down, it will face the predicament of having no shields to absorb damage for an extended period. Using separate shields means the space station will have multiple shield generators and independent power grid systems. A failure in one shield will not affect the others. Therefore, whether an enemy infiltrates the space station using agents or hackers, it will not instantly lose all its defensive capabilities. Hoping that an invading fleet can quickly and violently destroy the shields, causing a complete short circuit, is unrealistic. Secondly, the space station's greatest strength is its sustained combat capability. Damaged artillery, ships, and armor can be repaired and replenished during prolonged standoffs, unlike fleets, whose factories can be built on a much larger scale. In other words, if an integrated shield were used, large ships would need to shut down the shield every time they enter the space station, which is unacceptable for a space station in wartime. This is why separate, independent shields are used, resulting in the seemingly gaping gaps in the shields. This space station technology has undergone numerous iterations over tens of thousands of years, demonstrating outstanding performance in both civil and external wars. However, this relies on the space station having a sufficient number of warships. The problem facing the Extinction Mothership, the Afterglow, was an unfillable gap. Unlike humans, the nanovirus swarm did not surround and advance in stages, employing a tight formation and orderly firepower to alternately absorb damage and wear down the electrical grid. Instead, it chose a direction, maintaining the same speed as the space station's rotation, and fiercely attacked a shield. There were no battle formations, no ranks, only a beastly advance. Beside the battleships weren't support cruisers, but swarms of frigates covered in nanite clusters. The cumbersome, slow ships were left behind, while the high-speed vessels surged forward, creating a disjointed line. The Afterglow Mothership immediately retaliated. The Afterglow Tachyon spears unleashed dazzling light, the Afterglow Gauss cannons fired rapidly ionized, sublight-speed projectiles, and the Afterglow Purgatory cannons unleashed a ferocious barrage of shells at extremely wide angles. The human automated weaponry, like a tidal wave crashing against the shore, relentlessly tore apart the high-speed nanite-infested fleet within minutes. Those ugly cruisers and battlecruisers had their shields shattered under the barrage, their hulls and keels melted, their engines and ammunition magazines pierced by precise energy beams, subsequently exploding. Frankly, the Twilight Mothership's firepower surpasses that of any space station in the Persis sector. A human-commanded fleet, facing the loss of several cruisers and 2 battlecruisers in the very first engagement, would likely have its morale waning. They would certainly retreat outside the firing range to readjust their strategy, reorganize their battle formation, and devise countermeasures. But the nanovirus swarm didn't care. Luo, you had only one scale in his mind. On one side sat the relic ship he had obtained effortlessly, on the other side was the Twilight Mothership. Possessing the Twilight Mothership means possessing an endless supply of warships. the nanovirus swarm, and the Twilight mothership, without the need to consider crew losses or training costs, fought with a ferocity exceeding that of any combat group with a normal command structure. The nanovirus swarm advanced relentlessly, continuously losing warships, but amidst the massive casualties, they resolutely closed the distance to the mothership. The nanobot-infested warships only retaliated against the launched missiles and torpedoes. They offered no resistance to any other attacks, simply pushing forward with their shields up. When the first parasitized radiation-class battleship exploded, the resulting detonation triggered the surrounding cruisers, which in turn alerted the destroyers, finally slowing the fleet. The slow pace still put immense pressure on them, and the fleet unleashed a barrage of fire on their shields. While the slowdown gave the Afterglow mothership more opportunities to strike, the artificially created aircraft also kept her attention firmly pinned down. 2 hours later, when 2 more battleships succumbed to overload and were precisely struck by the Afterglow's light spears, detonating their ammunition magazines, the biological extinction finally caught its breath and scanned the battlefield. And that scan revealed the disaster. The advantage of the Afterglow mothership lies in its immense computing power. It can combine plundered warship blueprints to precisely target enemy ships' ammunition magazines, engines, fuel tanks, and other vital areas, achieving maximum results with minimal firepower. However, this demands significant computing power. During that brief scan, the AI core matrix finally discovered the reason for the nanoparticle swarm slowdown. The exploded hull components and wreckage were covered in nanoclusters. These nanoclusters constantly lost mass during disintegration and fragmentation, but because the ship was completely destroyed in the explosion, the fragments varied greatly in size. The sheer number of fragments, each only a few tens of centimeters long, was overwhelming. The Evening Glow warship stationed at the triangular position simply couldn't clear them all. These fragments hadn't even triggered any alarms amidst the intense fighting. The detectors were overwhelmed by the various explosions, radiation, and large debris from the battlefield, making them unable to scan effectively. Although most of the debris missed its target, a considerable amount still landed on the space station. At this moment, under the scrutiny of sophisticated optical observation instruments, the weapon platforms at the 2 sharp corners of the space station were writhing with large and small, nano-erosion marks resembling skin disease.